Transcending into the realm of urban novels, Zhao Qian discovers that he has become the legitimate heir of the illustrious Zhao family, a lineage that has thrived for a millennium in the imperial capital. Moreover, he is a paragon of extraordinary beauty, exceptional talent, and unparalleled power, embodying the essence of a high-flying, affluent gentleman. Backed by the Zhao family and born with a silver spoon in his mouth, his beginning is nothing short of idyllic. However, to his astonishment, he realizes that this dashing gentleman is, in fact, a villain. At the outset of a grand banquet held by the affluent, the female protagonist is shockingly offered to him by her father as a mere tool for social climbing, marking the commencement of their betrothal. Right from the start, he has ignited the protagonist's animosity, a feeling that bodes ill. Fortunately, as the legitimate heir of a prestigious family, none can surpass his nobility. Is it not a trivial endeavor to eliminate a protagonist hailing from a rural background? Wait a moment. Does he possess a system capable of harvesting the protagonist's fortune? This truly signifies that he is irrevocably treading the path of villainy. Protagonist? Bring it on. Chapter 1. The young master of the aristocracy, Zhao Qian. I never expected that the preeminent Xia family of Donghai City would stoop to selling their daughter for the sake of flattery. Setting aside the fact that they would thrust their own flesh and blood into the inferno for power, let us not forget that I am bound by a marriage contract with Xian Ningen. Indeed, even if your Xia family chooses to disregard this marriage contract, as her friend, I cannot stand idly by. Within the grand villa of the Xia family in Donghai City, a betrothal banquet is currently underway. As one of the most distinguished families in the region, it is evident that the Xia family has invested great effort into this engagement, with the expansive courtyard bustling with guests, adorned with vibrant decorations, creating an atmosphere of extraordinary festivity. However, this serene revelry is abruptly disrupted by a young lad. Clad in the attire of a driver for the Xia family, the boy, though unremarkable in appearance, possesses an undeniable charm. At this moment, he stands gazing intently at another young man seated in the distance, under the scrutiny of all in attendance. The Xia family has evidently spared no expense for this engagement, as every guest is a distinguished figure from the city, even inviting dignitaries from other locales. The gentlemen are impeccably dressed in tailored suits, while the ladies dazzle in exquisite evening gowns. Amidst this assembly, the young man in the driver's uniform stands out like a crane among chickens, drawing considerable attention. Who is that person? Is he not wearing the Xia family's work attire? When did the help start attending such gatherings? Ah, I remember him. He once drove me. He is the driver for the Xia family. I believe his name is Jiang Xia. What is the Xia family thinking? How could they allow a mere driver to enter? You may not be aware, but he was originally the driver for Miss Xian Ningen. After a commotion, perhaps Miss Xia's kindness permitted him entry. Several gentlemen chattered, clearly regarding Jiang Xia as a source of amusement. However, one elder from the Xia family could no longer tolerate his remarks. Jiang Xia, how dare you? What right do you have to interject in the affairs of the Xia family? Moreover, your claim of a marriage contract with Xian Ningen is utter nonsense. Who does not know you are a charlatan attempting to wed my family's daughter with a tattered piece of paper from a century and a half ago? It is only out of pity for your age and lack of employment that the Xia family has allowed you to remain in the family as a mere driver. But look at you, driving recklessly and constantly losing your temper, getting into fights every few days. What? Are you so incapable of obtaining what you desire that you must resort to destruction? It seems you truly cannot stand to see Xia Ningen prosper. The speaker was Xian Ningen's uncle, who at that moment bore a pallid complexion, appearing quite displeased as he loudly berated Jiang Xia and dredged up some of his past misdeeds. Upon hearing this derision, Jiang Xia smirked contemptuously. Deceit? Forcing me to drive? I dare say, among those present, I am the only one who genuinely cares for Xian Ningen. Were it not for my presence here, she would likely have been sold off to some nefarious place by you hypocrites. Jiang Xia believed that his actions of fighting were all for the sake of Xian Ningen, convinced that he had a valid point. However, a young woman could no longer contain herself upon hearing this, and immediately stood up to chastise him. If you claim to be acting in Xian Ningen's best interest, then why do you not don appropriate attire? Wearing the Xia family's work uniform to disrupt a Xia family banquet. What will others think? And here you are, shouting and slandering the Xia family during the banquet. Is this your way of showing concern for her? This banquet was the engagement celebration of the Xia family and a young gentleman from a prestigious family in the capital. In other words, at least half of the attendees were present for Xia Ningguan, while Jiang Xia's unkempt appearance and coarse language brought shame upon her. No, this was not merely a loss of face for her. It was a disgrace for the Xia family and for Xia Ningguan herself. Many guests, witnessing Jiang Xia's defiance, shook their heads in disapproval, openly declaring that he was beyond redemption and utterly devoid of sense. Upon hearing such remarks, Jiang Xia finally realized the gravity of the situation. His face paled slightly, yet he managed to maintain his composure. Jiang Xia, you treacherous ingrate. You should have been thrown out long ago to prevent tarnishing the reputation of the Xia family. The Xia family members present came to the same conclusion, and they began to mock Jiang Xia. After such a commotion, the head of the Xia family, Zhao Qian, could no longer remain seated. It was imperative to note that Jiang Xia had not only offended the Xia family, but also the esteemed gentleman from the capital. That gentleman was a person of considerable stature, one not to be trifled with. Silence. Upon Zhao Qian's utterance, both the Xia family and the assembled guests fell instantly silent. This was not due to any other reason. Zhao Qian, in his 40s, was in the prime of his life, having held a high position for many years. His mere glare commanded respect without the need for anger, and evidently, no one could overlook such a successful individual. Jiang Xia, you have journeyed from the mountains to my Xia family, claiming that your master and my father once entered into a marriage contract. However, the document you present is so faded that it is nearly illegible. My father is currently absent from the Xia family. Thus, I shall defer any decisions until his return. I had intended to offer you a respectable position, yet you chose to be near my daughter by selecting the role of a driver. Subsequently, you have repeatedly caused trouble, and each time I have personally dispatched someone to extricate you. Tell me honestly, how have I treated you? As the head of the family, his commanding presence was undeniable, yet it did not intimidate Jiang Xia, who had descended from Ling Mountain. To be fair, the Xia family has not treated me poorly. However, as Xia Ningguan's fiancé, I cannot stand idly by while you thrust her into the arms of some debauched scion. Jiang Xia declared with righteous fervor, his words resonating with conviction. Those unaware might have mistaken him for a virtuous individual. After speaking, Jiang Xia gazed affectionately towards the staircase where Xia Ningguan appeared. The crowd turned their attention to Jiang Xia's direction, revealing Xia Ningguan's entrance. The young woman was the epitome of Eastern beauty, her long, lustrous hair elegantly styled into a neat bun at the back of her head. Her exquisite face exuded an enchanting allure, with high cheekbones and a pronounced nose contributing to her striking three-dimensional beauty. Her deep, captivating eyes shone brightly, and her figure spoke for itself. At the tender age of 19, she stood at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, her black evening gown elegantly showcasing her slender legs adorned with sheer black stockings and 5-centimeter crystal heels that radiated nobility and grace. Throughout the entire incident, her expression remained unchanged, devoid of joy or sorrow, as she disregarded Jiang Xia's gaze. Debauched scion, a pit of fire. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's face displayed a myriad of emotions. He began to falter, for he had never anticipated that Jiang Xia would dare to call the esteemed gentleman a debauchee in front of everyone. As this unfolded, the guests began to comprehend the situation, their expressions turning peculiar, tinged with a hint of mockery. Jiang Xia's extensive remarks revealed his reluctance to relinquish Xia Ningguan, the affluent beauty. This impoverished boy from the mountains aspired to ascend the social ladder in one fell swoop. While numerous young gentlemen had silently ridiculed Jiang Xia countless times in their minds, none dared to reveal such sentiments openly. Prior to their arrival, their families had cautioned them. The individual engaged to the Xia family was a person of significant consequence from the capital, a true heir from a lineage steeped in centuries of tradition. Only someone as thoughtless as Jiang Xia would dare to openly mock another. The crowd followed his gaze, directing their attention to the figure seated behind Xia Ningguan, where a young gentleman sat poised. The youth, of the same age as Xia Ningguan, gently swirled a goblet in his hand, his gaze casually fixated on the crimson wine within. It seemed as though all that transpired around him held no relevance to his existence, failing to ignite even the slightest spark of interest within him. He was none other than the young heir engaged to Xia Ningguan, Zhao Qian. Chapter 2. In the book, he is the villainous, rich, handsome man. Zhao Qian lounged in the highest seat, a graceful goblet in hand, clad in a pristine black suit. He exuded an air of elegance, his features strikingly refined, resembling a celestial being bestowed with perfection. His countenance, both aloof and ascetic. Appeared as if he were a descendant of the divine, a paragon of beauty that captivated all who beheld him, regardless of gender. With an expression tinged with languor and brows slightly furrowed, he seemed utterly indifferent to the world around him. His cold gaze swept over the attendees. Yet none were deemed worthy of his attention. This was not arrogance, merely a reflection of what he considered the natural order. A single beauty mark beneath his left eye grounded this ethereal youth in reality, bestowing upon him an air of dreamlike allure. He embodied the grace of nobility and the haughtiness of a deity. In truth, however, Zhao Qian was far from the placid figure he portrayed. As he gazed at his reflection in the goblet, a hint of resignation flickered within him. He was no ordinary individual. He was a transmigrator, having traversed into this realm over a decade ago under rather implausible circumstances. One moment, he was engrossed in a novel, and the next, he found himself within its pages. The irony was that he had only just begun to read The Celestial Master Descends the Mountain. If he had perused it a little longer, he might have possessed foreknowledge. Yet, there exists no remedy for regret. Since his arrival in this world, he had been preparing for the narrative to unfold. Now, the story had commenced, marking the protagonist's first significant encounter. The Celestial Master Descends the Mountain narrates the tale of an orphan, Zhao Qian, who is taken to the mountains by several venerable celestial masters for training, ultimately descending to search for his family. The opening arc depicts Zhao Qian arriving at the Xia family estate, bearing a marriage contract bestowed by his masters, serving as a chauffeur for Xia Ningen. Zhao Qian, mentored by 3 masters, each a luminary in their respective fields of martial arts, medicine, and firearms, embodies the quintessential tropes of urban fantasy literature. In stark contrast, Zhao Qian is the ultimate antagonist in this narrative, the sole heir of a prestigious family with a lineage spanning millennia. He embodies not only immense power, but also a rare and exquisite beauty, epitomizing the archetype of the wealthy and handsome. Yet, such characters in literature often serve as tragic figures, destined to bolster the protagonist's journey before their inevitable downfall. The power, wealth, status, and allure that define the villain will ultimately be wrested away by the hero. Within the tale, Zhao Qian is engaged to the Xia family in a bid to expand his family's influence in Donghai City, only to have his plans thwarted by the protagonist, leading to an enmity that Zhao Qian dismisses, returning to the capital while dispatching others to eliminate Zhang Xia. The narrative follows the familiar pattern of the protagonist overcoming Zhao Qian's hired assassins, ultimately rising to prominence in Donghai City and threatening Zhao Qian's dominion in the capital. Zhao Qian, Zhao Qian, Zhang Xia called out repeatedly, yearning for a confrontation, yet his pleas fell upon deaf ears. Zhao Qian's gaze remained averted. An aloofness Zhang Xia had never before encountered, igniting a fury within him that manifested in clenched teeth. He was the contemporary celestial master on the mountain. None would dare disrespect him. Enough, Zhang Xia. I have shown you leniency solely out of respect for my father. Do you believe you are worthy to address Zhao Gongzi? Xia Chun, recognizing Zhang Xia's insolence, stepped forward, his voice sharp with indignation. You dare to provoke our esteemed guest before all present? It seems you wish to ruin my family. Guards, remove Zhang Xia from here and teach him a lesson. At that moment, Zhao Qian's uncle also interjected, eager to ingratiate himself with Zhao Qian while ridding the family of Zhang Xia, whom he deemed a parasite. Instantly, several guards sprang into action. Be cautious. He possesses considerable strength, akin to a monkey descended from the mountains, they warned. The jest elicited laughter from the privileged onlookers, as it became evident that Zhang Xia was trapped. Meanwhile, other guests, bewildered by the unfolding drama, speculated on Zhao Qian's true identity. Xia Chun had initially sought to leverage emotional appeals against Zhang Xia, aiming to avoid escalating the situation. However, Zhang Xia's defiance shifted the atmosphere, prompting a swift and violent response. Seeing the gathered crowd's disposition, Zhang Xia's expression darkened. Although the Xia family's aggression had been anticipated in his plans, the fervor of the attendees exceeded his expectations. Everyone present dared to address Zhao Qian as Zhao Gongzi, their derogatory remarks merely attempts to curry favor. Despite Zhang Xia's justification for rescuing Xia Ningen, the crowd rallied around Zhao Qian. Frustration simmered within Zhang Xia. Yet he found an unexpected calm as the guards closed in around him. Zhao Qian, what sort of cowardice is it to hide behind others? Come down and let us settle this. Zhang Xia challenged, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had never endured such humiliation on the mountain, attributing all his grievances to Zhao Qian. Were it not for him, there would be no obstacles between him and Xia Ningen. A mere appearance from the patriarch would suffice for their union, and he would not be the spectacle of ridicule. The thought ignited a torrent of anger within him, affirming that it was all Zhao Qian's fault. This accusation piqued Zhao Qian's interest. He set down his goblet, propping his chin lazily as he regarded Jiang Xia with an inscrutable expression. Internally, he found the situation utterly amusing. How laughable that this so-called engagement was merely a transaction, initiated by the other party to exploit his identity, seeking to ascend through connections to the Zhao family in the capital. Was this not entirely predictable? Observing from outside the narrative seemed exhilarating, yet stepping within revealed the true nature of the protagonist, a master of inversion, quick to cast blame, and prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Chapter 3. Does the handsome rich man need to get his hands dirty? Zhao Gongzi, Jiang Xia is being utterly disrespectful. Please do not take offense. I will have him removed immediately. Xia Chen's countenance darkened further. He was genuinely surprised by Jiang Xia's audacity to speak so openly in front of everyone. Did he truly fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation? He gestured furtively to the guards, urging them to act. What were they waiting for? Were the Xia family's retainers merely inept? The guests were riveted by the spectacle. If Jiang Xia was not dealt with promptly, Xia Chen's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Uncle, please calm down. Jiang Xia is also a distinguished guest. We cannot allow outsiders to lay hands on him. A man interjected, eager to curry favor. He was Xia Ninggen's cousin, Xia Tian. Though he was a cousin from a collateral branch with little authority in the Xia family, he saw an opportunity to prove his worth. Without hesitation, he charged towards Jiang Xia, leaping into the air as gasps echoed from the crowd, aiming a kick at Jiang Xia's head. This kick was executed with unparalleled ferocity, clearly aimed at taking his life. I have heard that Xia Tian is a retired soldier, having failed to retreat earlier. Jiang Xia is now in for a world of suffering, one person remarked, while another, having witnessed Xia Tian's prowess, scoffed in disdain. Suffering? You have yet to see Xia Tian in action. What he wields is not mere martial skill, but a lethal technique. I dare say, Jiang Xia will not only face death, but may also be left crippled. It is a pity for such a young man. His future may very well be spent in a hospital. The guests murmured among themselves, unanimously believing that Jiang Xia stood no chance against Xia Tian. The disparity between the two was simply too vast, leaving no room for doubt. One was in the prime of his life, freshly retired from the military, while the other was still youthful, having just emerged from obscurity. In this comparison, the onlookers could already envision Jiang Xia being sent flying, his fate hanging in the balance. All this talk, yet action is inevitable, and that is where my expertise lies. Initially, it was assumed that Jiang Xia would be paralyzed by fear. But to everyone's astonishment, he was instead filled with exhilaration, taking a step forward to charge at Xia Tian. Truly, Jiang Xia exemplified the naivete of one who emerged from the backwoods, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, willingly courting his demise. What do you know? He is merely a chick daring to collide with a boulder, hastening his own demise. The crowd nodded in agreement, believing Jiang Xia had been so frightfully stunned that he was seeking his own end. Yet, only Zhao Qian noticed the overflowing confidence etched upon Jiang Xia's face. In the next moment, the two collided. Jiang Xia's fist struck Xia Tian's foot, the force reverberating so powerfully that Xia Tian was sent sprawling backward. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia stood firm, exuding an increasing sense of self-assurance. What? This lad from the mountains is unexpectedly formidable. The spectators were taken aback by this scene. Even Xia Chen, who had been brooding moments ago, felt a tremor of surprise in his heart. Others might be oblivious, but he, as an uncle, was acutely aware that the Xia family consisted entirely of special forces veterans, having undergone rigorous physical training since childhood. Not to mention, prior to his enlistment, Xia Tian had effortlessly dispatched several bodyguards, yet now, he had been felled by a single encounter. Of course, if anyone was not at all surprised by this turn of events, it would be Zhao Qian. Who exactly was Jiang Xia? The protagonist. The archetype of a wolf in sheep's clothing, a facade that astonished onlookers. If a protagonist were to be knocked down by a mere supporting character, that would indeed be a cause for astonishment. He leisurely sipped his red wine, his tone calm. It appears you do not despise him as much as the rumors suggest. Xia Ninggen turned at the sound, only to find Zhao Qian had not spared her a glance. A ripple seemed to disturb the tranquility in her eyes. She bit her lip, remaining silent, yet stepped aside, positioning herself in his line of sight's blind spot. It was an act of evasion. Zhao Qian observed this with heightened interest, gently tapping his fingers. Indeed, even a pig that has coexisted for a time can develop some affection, not to mention, he has landed in trouble countless times for your sake. Are you reluctant to defend him for fear I might act against him? How astute. Zhao Qian spoke lightly, yet he had articulated her innermost thoughts. Yes, Jiang Xia had always fought for her, yet for reasons unknown, she found the man before her exceedingly intimidating. His indifference exuding a chilling coldness that penetrated to the bone. Snacks. Zhao Qian glanced at the delicacies not far off, but Xia Ninggen understood his implication. After a moment's hesitation, she gracefully moved, like a servant, to present the snacks within his reach. Delightful. Zhao Qian no longer regarded her. His gaze fixed instead on the spirited Jiang Xia below, speaking as if to himself, yet seemingly addressing Xia Ningen. His words instilled a sense that all unfolding events were under his control. This script was one he had encountered hundreds of times. Although cliched, it proved exceedingly effective. Jiang Xia's brash entrance at the banquet was merely a reaction to the news that the Xia family was willing to sacrifice Xia Ningen to establish a connection with him. While Jiang Xia remained unaware, Xia Ningen had learned of his identity from her father, understanding that Jiang Xia could never be his adversary. Thus, despite harboring a slight affection for Jiang Xia, she consistently maintained a facade of indifference, let alone advocate on his behalf. It was a pity. Had he not traversed through time, he might have, akin to a character in a novel, deliberately granted Jiang Xia a reprieve to win Xia Ningen's favor, thereby igniting a path to ruin. Yet now, circumstances had shifted. Although Jiang Xia had put on a commendable act, that charade had reached its limit. Zhao Qian rose, positioning himself at the edge of the second floor, surveying the crowd. Jiang Xia, what do you hope to achieve with this ruckus? Although you may resist, Xia Ningen is already mine. With that, Zhao Qian casually retrieved a box from his pocket, shaking it slightly. The moment Jiang Xia beheld the box, rage surged within him. He recognized it all too well. It was a ring box, containing, undoubtedly, an engagement ring. Once donned, as he had claimed, Xia Ningen would truly belong to him. Jiang Xia's face paled with fury, his fists clenched and trembling. In the next instant, he roared, taking a few steps back before leaping toward Zhao Qian. Seizing a tree outside the courtyard and hurling it at him. I will ruin you. His patience had reached its zenith. He no longer wished to endure. He aimed to publicly incapacitate Zhao Qian and, before all, take Xia Ningen away. The other was but an ordinary scion of a wealthy family. How could he possibly rival the years of arduous training Jiang Xia had endured in the mountains? In that moment, Jiang Xia felt victory was within his grasp. Yet upon observing Zhao Qian's unwavering demeanor, his eyes devoid of sorrow or joy, he appeared remarkably self-assured. Ruin me? Zhao Qian scoffed, remaining resolutely in place. Jiang Xia? It seems you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well. While you may surpass the average individual, you remain oblivious to the existence of those beyond your ken. Getting closer, closer. Just as Jiang Xia approached Zhao Qian, pondering how to strike, suddenly, from Zhao Qian's shadow, a foot clad in high heels shot out, swiftly landing a crushing blow to Jiang Xia's face, sending him plummeting from the air. As Jiang Xia fell, his complexion turned ashen, not merely from the force of the kick, but from the heel of the shoe that had carved a gash upon his visage. Most crucially, he had failed to even catch a glimpse of his assailant. Who was it? Chapter 4. The Shadow Guard, Lung Shuxian. Jiang Xia soared through the air with remarkable speed, yet his descent was even swifter. The onlookers merely caught a fleeting glimpse before Jiang Xia lay sprawled on the ground, his face marred by the high heel, blood gushing forth. They looked up to see a masked woman standing beside Zhao Qian, her stature akin to his. Her long hair cascaded to her waist, and her black-purple off-shoulder evening gown exuded an air of mystery. Most striking, however, was her beauty. Though her face was obscured by a veil, from a distance, her hair shimmered like silk, the black dress hugging her form, her long, fair legs clad in sheer black stockings, and her transparent high heels adorned with droplets of blood, radiating an enigmatic, regal aura. After delivering the kick, the mysterious woman seemed to regard Jiang Xia with the indifference one would show to a crushed insect before gracefully retreating behind Zhao Qian. As the crowd scrutinized their surroundings, they soon realized that the woman had been standing behind Zhao Qian all along, concealed within the shadows cast by him. Had it not been for a beam of light illuminating her at that moment, her presence would have remained undetected. This skill was exceedingly enigmatic. Even Jiang Xia, who was reputed as a celestial master, fell victim to it. Furthermore, given her formidable prowess, Jiang Xia could easily believe that even without a surprise attack, he would be unable to match her in a direct confrontation. Such a person could be described as a master of martial arts, a figure of immense influence, living without care for material concerns. How could a wealthy young master possibly have such an individual by his side? At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Jiang Xia's ability to subdue Xia Tian was already a source of astonishment, but then he soared into the air with an almost supernatural grace, leaving everyone to anticipate Zhao Gongzi's imminent peril, only to witness an unexpected turn of events. The onlookers grew increasingly curious about Zhao Qian's identity. What kind of family could possibly nurture such a remarkable subordinate? Among the spectators, the most taken aback was undoubtedly Jiang Xia. He lightly tapped his fingers against his body, causing the blood on his face to cease flowing. However, despite this, The traces of blood still rendered him quite disheveled, compounded by the disorientation from the earlier blow. As a celestial master, he was formidable, especially in the world below the mountains where he was invincible. Now, he found himself in a genuinely precarious situation. In the past, when confronted by arrogant young masters seeking trouble, a mere taunt from him would incite them to take matters into their own hands. Yet, how could a wealthy heir, drained by indulgence, possibly contend with someone like Zhao Qian, who had trained in the mountains for over a decade? The outcome was predictable. He would demonstrate his prowess and humiliate those who had previously basked in glory. However, Zhao Qian was entirely different, cold as ice and unfathomable. He had not once displayed a hint of a smile, exuding an aura of otherworldliness. It was Zhang Xia's first encounter with such a person. No, he could already be deemed a monster. He never anticipated that such a beautiful woman would assist Zhao Gongzi, rendering him truly inscrutable. At this juncture, Xia Chen stepped forward, the first to break the silence. Unable to contain his admiration, he glanced behind Zhao Qian, where the girl who had just struck was hidden, and despite standing so close, all he could see were her chilling eyes. Simultaneously, he cast a sidelong glance at his daughter, only to find her pale and clearly still in shock. It was evident that even Xia Ningyan, who was closest to Zhao Qian, had failed to notice the woman beside him. Then, he turned his gaze towards Zhang Xia, already deciding his fate in his mind. The head of the Xia family is overly complimentary. He is merely a servant, hardly worth mentioning. However, that young master named Xia Tian displayed quite a fierce demeanor, clearly not lacking in practice. Zhao Qian chuckled lightly, his tone calm and unruffled, seemingly dismissing Zhang Xia entirely, while simultaneously praising the Xia family. On the surface, it appeared as though there was a reciprocal exchange, devoid of any discord. Yet, upon closer examination, a palpable distance lingered, leaving no trace of valuable information to be gleaned. The girl who had just acted was named Lung Shuxian, a member of the Lung family, which served as a vassal to the Zhao family for generations. Among them, Lung Shuxian was a remarkable talent. The Zhao family's influence not only extended domestically but also reached overseas, while the Lung family resided in the islands. Although the Lung family had always been protectors, their training did not focus on martial arts but rather on ninjutsu, essentially, the ways of the ninja. While ninjas may have faded into obscurity in the islands, they were not entirely extinct. Martial artists, known for their righteousness, could be deemed invincible in direct confrontations. In contrast, protectors needed to conceal their presence, resorting to poison and assassination, employing any despicable means necessary to safeguard their masters. Thus, ninjas seemed better suited for the role of guardians. Naturally, Lung Shuxian was a ninja, adept at maneuvering through shadows and darkness, with poison and assassination being second nature to her, though she also possessed considerable martial skills. What defines a wealthy and handsome young master? An attractive physique, refined demeanor, a family fortune beyond measure, and devoted admirers. Engaging in brawls like a brute would render such attributes meaningless. Though Zhang Xia held the status of the protagonist, they were still at the story's inception. Both had undergone over a decade of rigorous training, yet he had the protection of several masters, while she had risen step by step over the bodies of others. There was no need to compare their strengths or weaknesses. The situation was well within Zhao Qian's control now. Next, it would be a simple matter to crush this protagonist. Zhao Gongzi, please refrain from mocking me. Zhang Xia is causing a ruckus on my family's territory, and yet I must rely on your assistance to resolve it. How embarrassing. At that moment, Xia Tian, upon hearing his name from Zhao Qian, limped over, his foot still tingling from the earlier impact, and lamented. This man clearly exhibits a servile demeanor. Such sycophants were always welcome. Zhao Qian feigned a comforting expression, replying, Young Master Xia, you are far too modest. Had it not been for your earlier underestimation, you would have surely subdued him already. Why should it fall to me? Moreover, Zhang Xia is evidently targeting me. It is best I handle this myself. Indeed, I underestimated the situation, Xia Tian responded, his face brimming with admiration. This exchange further illuminated the guest's eyes with intrigue. Zhao Gongzi's demeanor was flawlessly poised, exuding an air of inscrutability. One could not help but wonder what kind of prestigious family could cultivate such a stunningly beautiful woman as a guard, and what kind of lineage could produce such an unassuming young master. Look at you. Take a page from Zhao Gongzi's book, always picking fights. Exactly. If only you possessed half of Zhao Gongzi's charm, I would be satisfied. Half. I would be grateful if my son simply refrained from squandering our family fortune. In an instant, several high-ranking officials, attending the banquet with their sons, began to chastise their children, though the rebukes were veiled in flattery, hoping for a glance from the esteemed Zhao Gongzi to forge a connection. Such were the villains, who could be worshipped regardless of their words. They stood in stark contrast to the protagonist, who endured mockery regarding his lineage, attire, and various insults, receiving scorn wherever he went. As Zhao Qian pondered this, he simultaneously communicated with his system in his mind. Indeed, as a transmigrator, how could he be without a golden finger? Chapter 5. The female lead pleads, misunderstandings arise. Zhao Qian explored his system in his mind. Remarkably, his system bore similarities to a game. It contained various information about him, with its primary function being to harvest points by suppressing the protagonist. These points served as currency, exchangeable for limited items, yet even so, they were immensely powerful. Not only could one exchange skills, but also various items and tools. Most importantly, rare items could be redeemed as well, such as cultivation tools. Zhao Qian's system had awakened long ago, but due to the plot not yet commencing, with the protagonist hidden away in some obscure mountain, he had been unable to acquire any harvest points. However, since the system could only exchange items from this world, the ability to redeem cultivation tools raised the question of whether there existed any cultivation sects in this realm. After contemplating this, Zhao Qian dispatched individuals to search and, after much effort, discovered a secluded cultivation sect known as the Wuqing sect, primarily focused on the path of emotional detachment. By sheer coincidence, his extraordinary talent allowed him to effortlessly gain entry into the sect, officially commencing his journey into cultivation. After all, there was no alternative but to cultivate. The system is exceedingly peculiar. At this moment, Zhao Qian summoned the system panel that only he could perceive in his mind. Host, Zhao Qian. Identity, the legitimate son of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Physique, 5. Strength, 5. Charisma, 21. Cultivation level, late stage Qi training. Harvest value, 100. The panel was quite simple. The harvest value of 100 was obtained from publicly humiliating Jiang Xia moments ago. The most significant aspect was the trait, heavenly jealousy of exceptional talent. Heavenly jealousy of exceptional talent. Your innate gifts are resented by heaven, resulting in your comprehension far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. However, the price is that your physique and strength are eternally capped at 5. And any enhancements to physique and strength will be converted into charisma. This trait was part of the novice gift package. Initially, it felt tolerable. His mind was sharp. Learning came swiftly, and he could memorize texts effortlessly. However, he soon realized something was amiss as his strength and physique were irrevocably locked at 5, rendering him merely a secondary character. Undeterred, he persisted in his training, yet his physique remained at 5, though his charisma continued to flourish. For an average person, a physique of 5 signifies mediocrity, indicating that he would forever remain at an ordinary level. With no option to pursue martial arts, he turned to cultivating immortality. Surprisingly, he found success. Although his strength and physique remained at 5, he could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. The system only displayed human data, yet cultivators are, strictly speaking, beyond human, transcending the mundane. Thus, even with the data showing 5, his strength had long surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In the late stage of Qi training, effortlessly lifting 2 or 3 adults was hardly a challenge. It was merely the appearance of the panel that was unappealing. System, what is Jiang Xia's remaining fortune? Zhao Qian inquired silently. Ding. Jiang Xia's harvest value, 100-1250. The protagonist possesses a destiny that grants him invincibility if his fortune is substantial. If the protagonist's destiny value is completely harvested before his defeat, one may obtain an exquisite gift package. The system's notification clearly indicated that to eliminate Jiang Xia, he must first deplete his fortune, otherwise, he would remain invincible. Indeed, this setting fell within Zhao Qian's expectations. If it were not arranged this way, Zhao Qian could simply kill Jiang Xia, and one must remember, this is a narrative. How could the protagonist perish at the hands of the antagonist right from the start? A step-by-step approach was necessary. However, even though it was anticipated, he could not help but curse the heavens. Without harvesting the protagonist's fortune, he would be truly invincible. He had thought that although the protagonist was like an indestructible insect, repeated confrontations would suffice, but now the system explicitly stated that he was invincible. Invincibility implied either immunity to injury or death. Yet, Zhao Qian soon faced another conundrum. If he was invincible, then what had just transpired? He will not die? Receiving the system's response, Zhao Qian cast a sly smile at Jiang Xia. Could he not play with Jiang Xia to his heart's content? Young Master Zhao. A sigh escaped, and finally, Xian Ningen spoke. Zhao Qian's previous gaze had been so penetrating that she feared he would strike Jiang Xia. She approached Zhao Qian slowly, taking the initiative. Although Jiang Xia has offended you, he has also ended up in this state. Why not? Spare him. Zhao Qian turned to face Xian Ningen, eagerly taking up her words. I represent the Zhao family. This commotion involving Jiang Xia is at the engagement banquet of the Zhao and Xia families. By what authority do you, Miss Xia, persuade me? If it is under the guise of a daughter of the Xia family. As he spoke, Zhao Qian's tone paused momentarily, casually glancing at Xia Chen beside her, who was frantically signaling her. Not enough. With those words, Xia Ninggen's heart sank, but Zhao Qian continued. However, you have another option. With that, he tossed the ring box he had been toying with before her. Xia Ninggen stared at Zhao Qian for a moment, comprehending his intent, yet ultimately bent down to gently pick up the box. Zhao Qian observed her impassively. It must be said that Xia Ninggen, as one of the female leads, was exceptionally beautiful, graceful in stature, with a commendable lineage, her captivating eyes sparkling. Though not yet 20, her height nearly reached 178 centimeters when paired with high heels. Her slender legs visible beneath her evening gown were undeniably alluring. However, regrettably, he was not a fool who lost his composure upon encountering a woman. He was Zhao Qian, a young master of unparalleled lineage. Xia Ninggen's aloofness held no sway over him. Even such a proud figure as she was compelled to bow her head before him. To him, this female lead, devoid of any affection, was merely a tool, potentially a vessel for venting his frustrations, but more so as a springboard to undermine the protagonist. Furthermore, he practiced the path of detachment. Xia Ninggen's beautiful eyes darkened. Under her father's urging, she cast a glance at Jiang Xia below and then opened the box. What lay within elicited a flicker of astonishment on her delicate face. It was not that the box lacked a ring. On the contrary, it contained 2 rings. Looking back at Zhao Qian, she found him gazing elsewhere, seemingly indifferent to whether she donned the ring. His lack of intention to wear a ring suggested he had no desire for an engagement. This scene sparked an inexplicable sensation within Xia Ninggen. This young master Zhao is clearly uninterested in me, yet why does he persist? Is he compelled by circumstance? Is this distasteful display intentional? Thus, Xia Ninggen maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, retrieving 1 ring to place on her left middle finger before stowing the box away. Although she appeared composed, a seed of curiosity had already been sown in her heart. Contemplating this, Xia Ninggen raised her brows slightly, nodding as she approached Zhao Qian, lifting her adorned left hand for all to see. I, Xia Ninggen, am engaged today, officially becoming the fiancé of young Master Zhao. I extend my gratitude to all for your support, Xia Ninggen proclaimed loudly, her tone buoyant and evidently sincere. Only she understood that this engagement was but a farce, a spectacle wherein she alone donned the ring. No. While Xia Ninggen recognized the charade, Jiang Xia did not share her perspective. His face was a canvas of shock, resentment, and humiliation. Jiang Xia's emotions mirrored precisely what Zhao Qian had orchestrated. Zhao Qian looked down from his elevated position, silently chuckling at the howling Jiang Xia. This was merely the beginning. The grand performance had only just commenced. Chapter 6, A Frenzied Harvest, slowly leading to destruction. Why would Xia Ninggen agree to an engagement with him? Why did she proactively wear the ring and proclaim it before the crowd? Was she attempting to crush his hopes entirely? In that moment, Jiang Xia's heart turned cold, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he gazed at the lofty Xia Ninggen. Moments ago, she had stood silently, offering no words as he was belittled before all. Jiang Xia reassured himself that she feared implicating the Xia family. Later, she had even served him refreshments like a maid. Jiang Xia further convinced himself that Xia Ninggen was merely attempting to deceive Zhao Qian. But now, as she donned the ring in front of everyone, all his previous actions morphed into a farce. He was no hero rescuing Xia Ninggen from peril, but rather a jester disrupting his own wedding. Intent on harming the Xia family, the goddess he had longed for had turned away to accept another's ring, leaving his heart in tatters. Did Xia Ninggen truly remain oblivious to his intentions? Was she genuinely unaware that all his actions were for her sake? Jiang Xia's emotions had plummeted to an abyss. Had it not been for the rigorous training atop the mountain, he might have crumbled right then and there. Did Xia Ninggen not perceive the turmoil etched on Jiang Xia's face? In this farcical engagement banquet, she alone harbored the truth, and even if Jiang Xia were to misunderstand, there was naught she could do. Standing here was not merely Xia Ninggen, but she also embodied her family's legacy. Although Jiang Xia treated her with genuine affection, she was still a member of the Xia family and bore the obligation to sacrifice for her clan. Entering into an alliance with another, thereby elevating her family to new heights, was a duty she had long since accepted. Thus, she could only lower her head, evading Jiang Xia's gaze. Ninggen, today Mr. Zhao has endured quite an ordeal. You ought to go and keep him company in his room, suggested Xia Chen, keenly observing the atmosphere. Mr. Zhao had been residing at the Xia household for several days, and his orchestrated spectacle was clearly aimed at pushing matters forward. Although anxious, Xia Chen perceived Jiang Xia as an unstable variable, and the faster things progressed, the better. That depends on Miss Xia, he remarked, keenly aware of Jiang Xia's fury and Xia Ninggen's helplessness, relishing the opportunity to sow discord between the protagonists. A subtle smile graced his icy visage, as if he eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. This smile momentarily caught Xia Ningguan off guard, flushing her cheeks as her thoughts wandered. It was no surprise, for Zhao Qian had always exuded an aura of a stoic, alluring gentleman. The average charm of an ordinary person hovers around 6, peaking at 10, yet Zhao Qian's charm, owing to the system, soared to an astounding 21. With such attributes at play, Xia Ningguan's reaction was entirely predictable. However, as she grasped the implications of her father's words, her body trembled, and her complexion shifted, ultimately paling. It was all happening too swiftly, too soon. Although she had resigned herself to the notion of familial sacrifice, she had not anticipated the day would arrive with such haste, leaving her utterly unprepared, especially under Zhao Qian's gaze, which bore an air of mockery and derision. He was fully aware that this engagement was a facade, yet he spoke as if it were reality, clearly directed at Jiang Xia. Yet, she alone was privy to this knowledge. The onlookers in the hall, hearing Zhao Qian's non-rejection, displayed expressions of envy. An engagement might not signify much, but should the two consummate their union, the Xia family could indeed ascend to greatness. While Xia Ningguan remained momentarily stunned, Xia Chun was persistently signaling her. If they truly allied with the Zhao family, what significance would the small Donghai city hold? In that case, he, Xia Chun, would become the most illustrious patriarch of the Xia clan. Zhao Qian, you shameless coward, hiding behind a woman. What kind of hero is that? Fight me one-on-one. Jiang Xia, unable to contain himself, erupted with rage, his eyes aflame. Were the engagement to proceed, he could whisk Xia Ningguan away, but if she became Zhao Qian's possession, it would truly be too late. How could Jiang Xia possibly suppress his fury? This outburst piqued Zhao Qian's interest. He looked down upon Jiang Xia, saying, a hero? Fists embody strength, weapons signify power, wealth and influence are power. Thus, my woman is also my strength. Jiang Xia, you possess your own power, and I possess mine. We are not the same. Zhao Qian observed Jiang Xia with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, his tone remarkably flat. It was absurd to think he, a cultivator, could be outmatched by a mere martial artist. Though currently in the Qi refinement stage, even 10 Jiang Xias would struggle against him. The story was just beginning, and he was not foolish enough to reveal all his cards. Patience was key. Just then, Jiang Xia, overwhelmed by rage, spewed blood, his injuries manifesting visibly. In a moment, he appeared utterly weakened, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Someone, throw Jiang Xia out. Seizing the moment, Xia Chun commanded the attendants to remove him. Although the situation had taken unexpected turns, the outcome was favorable. He could not allow Jiang Xia to create further disturbances. As Xia Chun finished speaking, several security personnel rushed forward, hoisting Jiang Xia and escorting him outside. While they did not explicitly mention discarding him, it was evident he was not dead yet, and being treated as refuse was certainly fitting. Ding. Severely wounded Jiang Xia gained 400 harvest points and received a random attribute gift package. At that moment, the system's reward arrived belatedly. An attribute package? Zhao Qian's eyes lit up at the sight, recognizing its value. He promptly opened the package with his mind. Ding. Acquired attribute, charismatic leader. Charismatic leader? That sounded promising. Pondering this, Zhao Qian hastily accessed his status panel. Host, Zhao Qian. Identity, heir of the Zhao family from the imperial capital. Physique, 5. Strength, 5. Charm, 21. Cultivation, Qi refinement stage, late. Harvest points, 500. Attributes, heaven's jealousy for talents. Charismatic leader. Charismatic leader, you are a natural leader. Your words carry greater weight, and those around you are more inclined to feel positively towards you. While not entirely inconsequential, it is not particularly remarkable either, better than nothing. However, this was merely an appetizer. Once he harvested Jiang Xia's fortune fully, as per the system's indication, a grand gift package awaited. If only some useful effects could emerge. Thus, Zhao Qian mused, planning to examine the attribute panel thoroughly when time permitted. Chapter 7. Xia Chen's Dilemma. The farce orchestrated by Xia Tian had finally drawn to a close, culminating in Jiang Xia's grievous injury and Xia Ningguan's declaration. The attendees, comprising individuals of various influences, were left astounded by the day's events. First, a destitute driver showcased astonishing strength, followed by Mr. Zhao's beautiful bodyguard displaying remarkable prowess. Such was the scion from the imperial capital. However, the true extent of his family's power remained uncertain. The Zhao family's influence in the imperial capital was legendary, yet the specifics of that power were still shrouded in mystery. Given the Xia family's willingness to lay everything on the line, they were likely not to be underestimated. Most guests were eager to witness the impact of this gentleman from the imperial capital, and even before he had made a move, he had astonished everyone. After this encounter, many left with profound insights, intent on relaying the day's events to their families to reassess their relations with the Xia clan. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, they would seek to cultivate ties with Mr. Zhao. It was clear to all that with the Zhao family's support, the Xia family would undoubtedly experience a meteoric rise. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Xia Ningyan neither rejected nor responded to the insinuations of a night spent together. Instead, she navigated among the guests, toasting and fulfilling her duties as an engaged woman, while simultaneously seizing opportunities to forge connections with potential allies crucial to the Xia clan's future. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, brimming with confidence, may not have exerted much effort, yet under Zhao Qian's narrative, the attendees unanimously perceived it as Zhao Qian's overconfidence, falling into the trap laid before him. Amidst the flattery of the crowd, Zhao Qian found herself in a buoyant mood. She respectfully raised a toast to Zhao Qian, exclaiming, "Today, we owe our gratitude to young Master Zhao. Without him, we would still be oblivious to the true nature of Jiang Xia. However, I am curious about the name of the young lady who subdued Jiang Xia. It would be delightful to boast of it when I venture out." It was evident to the discerning that Xia Tian's inquiry regarding the name was merely a pretext, as her true intention was to forge a closer connection with Zhao Qian. Naturally, sycophants were abundant, and while Xia Tian's abilities were mediocre, her wit was quite sharp. Accepting the drink, Zhao Qian smiled slightly before downing it in one go, remarking, "Merely a servant." His tone remained aloof, imbued with an air of superiority, rendering it unwise for anyone to press further. Xia Tian's expression darkened momentarily, but upon witnessing Zhao Qian's consumption of the drink, her spirits lifted once more. "Indeed, I spoke out of turn. I shall pour myself another." The astute onlookers, recognizing Xia Tian's knack for flattery, were unwilling to be outdone. How ungracious of young Master Xia to toast solely to young Master Zhao. "Come, let us raise our glasses as well." With the support of young Master Zhao, the Xia family's dominance over Donghai City is surely imminent. Across the banquet, Xia Ningyan observed Zhao Qian deftly navigating through the crowd, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over her. What did this mean? Just after their engagement, he had cast her aside, not even sparing her a glance. Ningyan, her father, Xia Chun, approached her. Noticing the jealousy etched on her face as she gazed at Zhao Qian, he scrutinized her expression and then glanced back at Zhao Qian, his brow furrowing with concern. Initially, Zhao Qian had shown a marked interest in Xia Ningyan, engaging in disputes over her. Yet now he seemed utterly indifferent. "Father," Xia Ningyan bit her lip, fully aware of her father's unspoken thoughts. In Zhao Qian's eyes, even this engagement was merely a performance for others. How could he possibly harbor any genuine interest in her? Yet, she could not articulate any of this. Although the situation was contrived, she felt a pang of helplessness. She could not fathom what had caused Jiang Xia to incur Zhao Qian's ire, prompting such relentless pursuit. For the first time, she questioned her own beauty. Acutely aware that a man like Zhao Qian would undoubtedly have no shortage of flawless women surrounding him. Despite this, a sense of resentment simmered within her. "You suffer for it," Xia Chun said, his expression tinged with melancholy. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned closer to Xia Ningyan, whispering, "In truth, your grandfather lies in a comatose state. He never wished to place his daughter on the trading block, yet he has been left with no choice." The Xia family, while appearing formidable to outsiders, is acutely aware of its dwindling male lineage. "Your grandfather's health has deteriorated ever since his illness years ago. For now, we feign that he is abroad on business, but this charade cannot last. Once he passes, the Xia family will be vulnerable to predation. Moreover, Zhao Qian's background is exceedingly unique, compelling me to take this gamble. Others may remain oblivious, but I am acutely aware of the implications. It has been said that Zhao family members are born entwined with three certainties: death, taxation, and the Zhao enterprises. While this may be an exaggeration, it holds a kernel of truth. The Zhao Group is a household name in our nation. Many of our phones and computers are products of their subsidiaries. Among the four major financial conglomerates in our capital, the Zhao family reigns supreme, boasting over 90 affiliated enterprises across various sectors, including electronics, machinery, construction, finance, insurance, healthcare, and entertainment. One could argue that the Zhao family has propelled the other three financial powerhouses forward. The Zhao family conducts marriages strictly through alliances, valuing bloodlines above all, rendering it nearly impossible for outsiders to penetrate their ranks. Even with an engagement, Xia Chun remained uncertain of his ability to infiltrate that world. However, a particular rumor solidified his resolve. It was whispered that, despite their numerous offspring, the Zhao family's true heir was a singular pure-blooded descendant, long concealed from the public eye. Until now, Xia Chun believed Zhao Qian to be this very heir, the crown prince of the Zhao family. Although he was unsure of Zhao Qian's intentions in this place, He felt compelled to do everything in his power to ascend to this lofty branch. While Xia Qian did not divulge every detail, Xia Ningyan grasped enough of the situation to comprehend her father's transformation. He had always been a good father, and the extraordinary nature of Zhao Qian must have driven him to such lengths. Stealing a glance at Zhao Qian, she wrestled with her thoughts before finally steeling her resolve to visit Zhao Qian's chamber that night. After all, much of the evening's events had been set in motion by her actions. Though she had arrived early, she had long since prepared herself for the notion of an alliance. Furthermore, even if Zhao Qian had treated the engagement with indifference, she had, in the presence of witnesses, donned the ring. Whether genuine or not, she was now officially Zhao Qian's fiancée. However, as Xia Ningyan made her decision, Zhao Qian, guided by Xia Tian, proceeded to his room, preparing to rest. His earlier demeanor of cheerful acquiescence seemed almost jestful. Throughout the entire affair, he had not cast a single glance in her direction. Was Zhao Qian jesting? Certainly not. It was a ludicrous predicament. Here he was, the focal point of attention, while she contemplated frivolities. At that moment, he felt as though a sword hung over his head, robbing him of sleep. Moreover, Xia Ningyan's icy demeanor left him utterly unmoved. Though she was undeniably beautiful, with a captivating figure and exquisite attire, he found himself unable to engage with such a frigid woman. He would rather seek solace in a bar, where at least he would be surrounded by warmth. Chapter 8. The nature of humanity in Zhao Qian's room. The Xia family treated him with commendable hospitality, affording him a status akin to that of a distinguished guest. The spacious room featured a grand bed and an array of amenities, complete with numerous bookshelves. Zhao Qian casually selected a book from the shelves to peruse. Just then, a sound emerged from behind him. Without needing to look, he knew it to be Lung Xuxian returning. How did it go? He inquired, having sent her to gather intelligence on Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia has vanished, seemingly aided by someone. Lung Xuxian emerged from the shadows. Her eyes the only visible part of her, her voice melodious, yet icy. 8. Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, recognizing the pattern. The protagonist often receives assistance after a period of hardship. On my way back, I also gathered some intelligence on the Xia family. The Xia family? Do share. Zhao Qian replied with indifference. News of the Xia family did not pique his interest. Remaining concealed in the shadows, Lung Xuxian continued. It appears that old Master Xia has sustained severe injuries and is being hidden away in a hospital by Xia Qian. Zhao Qian chuckled softly. So, that explains his urgency. No wonder Xia Qian sought me out immediately upon my arrival in Donghai City. He has clearly been plotting this for some time. However, this development works in our favor. Master, why did you choose to act in such a manner? If this were in the capital, a person of his standing. Lung Xuxian, cloaked in shadows, had known Zhao Qian since childhood. She understood his character well. He could treat everyone as mere tools to achieve his ends. Yet this cold-hearted individual had refrained from retaliating against Jiang Xia's public provocation. She could not comprehend what spell Jiang Xia had cast upon him. From a tender age, Zhao Qian radiated an infinite warmth and light akin to the sun, enveloping those around him in a comforting embrace. Yet, his demeanor was imbued with an aloofness that mirrored the haughty indifference of a celestial being. Conversely, she had been born into the depths of despair, believing that a merciful demise would not be amiss. However, her fate took a turn when she encountered a boy whose brilliance rivaled the sun itself. From that moment forth, she relentlessly pursued his luminescence, emerging from the abyss of her existence, standing before him upon the remnants of her kin. Lung Xuxian pondered to herself that she would go to any lengths for him. Yet, just moments ago, he had not commanded her to take Jiang Xia's life. Zhao Qian was undoubtedly aware of her inquiry, yet his gaze remained as still as a placid lake. Jiang Xia was unique, and the time was not yet ripe. Moreover, you have mentioned that, if in the imperial capital, this world is one of narratives, and Jiang Xia is the protagonist, such sentiments could never be divulged to others. Additionally, he sought to harvest the fortune points that resided within Jiang Xia. I understand. Despite her simmering anger towards Jiang Xia, Lung Xuxian resignedly acquiesced with a nod. Zhao Qian was exceptional, the most extraordinary individual in existence. His motives must surely be laden with profound significance. However, her thoughts soon shifted to another concern. Young master, will you truly not return? The return she referred to was to the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian paused in his perusal, placing the book aside and stepping into the shadows of the room. Lung Xuxian emerged from the dimness, still adorned in her evening gown, the delicate black silk caressing her long, porcelain legs as she moved gracefully, her exquisite figure subtly revealed beneath the hem of her dress. Utterly unguarded. Frankly, Zhao Qian harbored gratitude for the Zhao family. Without them, he could not have led a life akin to that of a prince. Yet, he had reached his breaking point. Life within the Zhao household felt akin to incarceration. He was the legitimate son, the sole pureblood. His every need, from sustenance to companionship, was dictated by the family, even down to the arrangement of his partners. The countless offspring of the Zhao family, eager to bask in the glory of their lineage, ultimately became mere stepping stones for him. The sole purpose of the branch family was to augment his strength, accompanying him on his path. The statement that a family harbors an abundance of darkness and depravity rang utterly true. Within the Zhao family, he was not Zhao Qian, he was Zhao the prince. In the former, he was a person. In the latter, he was required to be an emotionless heir. Thus, he departed from home. It was not so much a flight as it was a strategic move. The Zhao family intended to expand their business into Donghai City, and he had taken it upon himself to undertake this task alone. Naturally, such expansion necessitated engagement with the local families, fortuitously resulting in an engagement, only to unexpectedly encounter the protagonist. This led to the previous scene. Zhao Qian approached Lung Xuxian, his hand slowly rising to caress her cheek. His fingers grazed her skin, and the sheer veil draping her face fell gently to the ground, revealing her breathtaking visage. Their faces drew nearer, and Zhao Qian could distinctly hear the fervent rhythm of her heartbeat, accompanied by her slightly hurried breaths. As she had wished, their lips met. A fleeting contact that left her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, while Zhao Qian leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "You will stand with me, will you not?" His voice was tender and melodic, echoing in her ear like a gentle refrain, burrowing into her heart. Empowered by his charismatic leadership trait, Zhao Qian's words possessed an indescribable potency, and Lung Xuxian found herself entranced by his murmurs. Listen to him, heed his words, she thought, feeling that there was nothing else of significance. Of course. In a daze, Lung Xuxian provided a gratifying response. Satisfied, Zhao Qian nodded and stepped back, moving towards the door. I shall sit downstairs for a while. If anyone inquires after me, simply inform them I am not present. Regardless of his lofty status or cunning intellect, he remained a youth, embodying a playful mischief. This demeanor starkly contrasted with the alluring enigma that had captivated her moments prior, yet it only served to deepen her infatuation. Lung Xuxian touched her lips, lingering in the room as she awaited Zhao Qian's departure. She knew precisely whom she was waiting for. After Zhao Qian exited, the smile upon his face gradually faded. A child? How absurd. He was a man reborn. This world was but a game. If it was a game, then there existed only victory and defeat, with only victory holding any significance. Failure rendered one utterly devoid of worth. The sacrifices made for triumph were of no consequence. All were mere instruments in his quest for victory. Lung Xuxian was an excellent tool. If she required love, why not grant it to her? As long as the ultimate victor remained himself. Chapter 9, Achievement Pack, Lottery. In the garden of the Xiao family, Zhao Qian departed the room. And from Lung Xuxian's perspective, he was undoubtedly anticipating the arrival of Xiao Ningyan. However, the reality was quite the opposite. He sought to evade Lung Xuxian. Having recently garnered a substantial amount of harvesting points, he intended to procure items from the system's marketplace. With this thought in mind, Zhao Qian accessed his attribute panel. Host, Zhao Qian. Identity, legitimate son of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Constitution, 5. Strength, 5. Charisma, 21. Cultivation, Qi training stage, late. Harvesting points, 500. Traits, heavenly jealousy of talents, charismatic leadership. Inventory, 1 achievement pack containing 500 harvesting points. Suddenly, Zhao Qian caught sight of an achievement pack. Astonishingly, the system included achievements. He briefly scanned through the various accomplishments, noting one for accumulating 1,000 harvesting points that also yielded an achievement pack. With that in mind, Zhao Qian activated the pack with his thoughts. Instantly, a golden box materialized on the panel, shimmering with radiant light. As the box opened, several items sprang forth. Ding. Gained 2 attribute points, acquired close combat technique, acquired piano skill, gained piano skill. Upon opening the box, Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback. While it was indeed an opening, it felt remarkably real. Could it be repeated? Moreover, he was already proficient in playing the piano. Well then, it seemed this round had been a wash. The attribute points could enhance strength and constitution, but not charisma. Utilizing the combat skill would grant him immediate access to relevant memories. The issue was that he was already quite adept. The piano skill was similarly absorbed into his consciousness. Soon, Zhao Qian allocated all his attribute points to strength. Ding. Due to the trait, heavenly jealousy of talents, the allocation failed. Attribute points have been forcibly converted to charisma at a rate of 50, resulting in charisma 1. Well, this was anticipated. Zhao Qian experienced no surprise at this outcome. He subsequently attempted to utilize the combat skill. Ding. Due to the trait, heavenly jealousy of talents, learning failed. close combat technique has been converted into attribute points, resulting in charisma. 2. Now, Zhao Qian was perplexed. Could skill books also be converted into attribute points? Did this mean that this book could potentially enhance strength by 2 and constitution by 2? At this realization, he understood that the system intended to mold him into a handsome figure, one who neither wielded a weapon nor engaged in martial arts. Sigh. It seemed that his martial arts training was entirely futile. Zhao Qian felt a tinge of resignation, but had no other choice. Fortunately, the skills he learned within the sect were related to cultivation, not martial arts. However, certain issues arise. The unfeeling sect specializes in swordsmanship. Yet we find ourselves in a modern metropolis where brandishing blades and firearms is evidently unrealistic. Fortunately, with the enhancement of his cultivation, his strength would inevitably increase, allowing him to conquer foes with sheer might. Ultimately, Zhao Qian's gaze settled upon the final skill, piano technique. To his dismay, he discovered that the skill book had vanished. Upon further inspection, he found that a new trait, piano, had inexplicably appeared among his attributes, and it even possessed a level. He surmised that he must have already possessed the skill at level 1, which only manifested through the elevation of his level. Beep. Due to a charm rating exceeding 25, you have attained the talent trait, T-Art LV1. T-Art. This truly left him bewildered. Was he to believe that a man engaged in T-Art? Surely, it could not be the kind of tea he was imagining. Contemplating this, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Zhao Qian. Identity, direct descendant of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Charm, 25. Cultivation level, Qi refinement stage, later phase. Harvest value, 500. Traits, heavenly jealous of talents. Leadership aura, piano LV3. T-Art LV1. Piano LV3. Proficient in piano performance. The piano is the king of Western classical instruments. And as you play, you naturally become the focal point of attention, gaining an additional charm point. T-Art LV1. With a charm level reaching the pinnacle of talent. You are undoubtedly the center of attraction within a crowd, perceived as a romantic interest by the opposite sex, thus enhancing your ability to charm women, making them more willing to cater to your whims. Upon reading about T-Art, Zhao Qian muttered to himself, I see, you wish for me to captivate the female lead. However, this piano skill was within his grasp. He had practiced diligently since the tender age of 4, and after more than a decade of effort. He had only reached level 1, yet now he had jumped directly to level 3. Zhao Qian felt a twinge of imbalance within himself and resolved to seize an opportunity to test the prowess of this so-called level 3 piano skill. Subsequently, Zhao Qian did not neglect his primary objective. He accessed the marketplace and browsed through its offerings. Random traits cost 2,000 harvest value. Trait upgrade scrolls were priced at 1,000. And attribute points also at 1,000. After much deliberation, he finally discovered an item priced at 500 harvest value, the beginner script viewer. To view scripts? Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with determination, and he promptly purchased it. The script viewer, as its name suggests, allows the examination of the current plot. Albeit the beginner version could only reveal a limited amount, at most a single sentence. Taking out the script viewer, Zhao Qian noted that the system icon resembled a book. And upon extraction, it indeed was a book. The title read script, with a small inscription in the lower right corner. Nevertheless, Zhao Qian paid no heed to its size. The ability to view scripts was a valuable asset. He then opened the script. Jiang Xia, under his master's orders, descends the mountain with the intention of seeking relatives in East Sea City. Jiang Xia encounters a beautiful woman on his way down the mountain, promising to find her at East Sea University. Jiang Xia arrives at the Xia family and takes on the role of chauffeur for Xia Ningen. While driving, Jiang Xia saves a man, earning his respect, and the man promises to assist him if needed. Jiang Xia learns that Xia Ningen is to be engaged to another, prompting him to rush to the engagement banquet where he shines brightly. The book contains simple phrases revolving around Jiang Xia, and while the narrative up to the banquet appeared normal, the subsequent lines took a turn. The text above was in white, while the text below shifted to red. Jiang Xia confronts a mysterious young master at the banquet and is grievously injured, subsequently being discarded into a garbage heap. Jiang Xia climbs out of the refuse and unexpectedly encounters the man he had previously saved. To be continued. Gazing at the script in his hand, Zhao Qian found himself at a loss for expression. He had gleaned the plot, though not entirely comprehended it. Furthermore, he speculated that the white text represented the intended storyline, while the red text indicated alterations resulting from his interference. As expected of a beginner's item, it provided scant information, merely a single line, and seemed incapable of revealing distant events. Alas, he would take his time with this. Nevertheless, he had acquired a wealth of information. Jiang Xia would undoubtedly attend East Sea University, and his savior was a person of considerable influence. Meanwhile, As Zhao Qian meticulously pondered the forthcoming storyline in preparation for what lay ahead, an unseen figure loitered just outside his residence. Chapter 10. The Protagonist's Benefactor. While the Xia household remained in lively revelry, within a luxurious mansion in East Sea City, Jiang Xia lay quietly on the bed, and 4 drip attached to his arm. Though weakened, his complexion had noticeably improved. Suddenly, like a figure awakened from a nightmare, Jiang Xia sprang from the bed, his eyes reddening as he hoarsely called out, "Zhao Qian!" After sustaining that kick, he immediately sealed his meridians, yet even so, he suffered severe internal injuries, and the ensuing rage had caused him to faint. As a celestial master, he had never endured such indignity, though scorned by many in the Xia family. He chose to regard them as ignorant fools. Zhao Qian, however, was different. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Zhao Qian surpassed him in every aspect. Yet, even so, this could not justify his appropriation of Xia Ningguan. The mere thought of Zhao Qian's haughty demeanor and of Xia Ningguan placing the ring upon her finger before an audience filled him with a suffocating frustration. "How are you, Brother Xia?" At that moment, a voice inquired from outside the room, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man. Jiang Xia was momentarily taken aback, but recollecting his current condition, he regained his composure. "I am much better now. Thank you for your help, Uncle Gao." The man, named Gao Huaqiu, though appearing haggard, exuded a robust demeanor. He was the head of one of the 5 prominent families in East Sea City, commanding 70% of the city's medical resources, encompassing everything from hospitals to various prescription medications. As fate would have it, Jiang Xia had previously assisted him, and now the roles had reversed. "Brother Xia, what has transpired? How did you sustain such injuries?" It was then that Gao Huaqiu finally had the opportunity to inquire about Jiang Xia's circumstances. While driving, he had suddenly encountered a collapsed figure in the road. Upon closer inspection, despite appearing as though he had emerged from a refuse pit, it was none other than Jiang Xia, whom he had aided not long ago. Without hesitation, he had brought Jiang Xia back, ultimately saving his life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's eyes brightened. "By the way, Uncle Gao, do you know of a person named Zhao Qian?" He still had no clear understanding of Zhao Qian's background, only that he knew the name. "Zhao Qian?" Gao Huaqiu pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Is this the same Zhao Qian who inflicted such injuries upon you?" "I am not familiar with anyone by that name among the prominent families. Though if he is an ordinary person, I cannot say. He is Xia Ningguan's fiancé." Jiang Xia gritted his teeth, and Gao Huaqiu's expression transformed as he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Jiang Xia proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Indeed, Gao Huaqiu's fury erupted in the next moment. "Are you saying that a young master from out of town, relying on his power, forcibly claimed your woman and became engaged, only to then humiliate you publicly and leave you in this condition?" "Humph. This Xia Chun is indeed no good." The Gao and Xia families were long-standing rivals, each pursuing different business ventures. The Gao family focused primarily on medical supplies, while the Xia family specialized in electronics. Though adversaries, they had maintained a semblance of peace, each respecting the other's territory. In recent years, the Xia family's foray into the realm of medical devices has directly encroached upon the territory of the Gao family. However, the Gao brothers recognized that this matter requires careful deliberation. The Xia family has experienced remarkable growth over the past few years. Although the prescription you provided a few days ago has helped us regain some ground, it is evident that we are still no match for the Xia family. Gao Huaqiu spoke with a bitter expression. Despite both families being among the 5 prominent clans of Donghai City, there exists a hierarchy, and the Gao family ranks last. Just days ago, while he was researching the prescription, he encountered Jiang Xia, who, with a mere glance, identified the flaws in the formula, effortlessly improving a problem that had vexed countless researchers. It was this caliber of insight that led him to refer to Jiang Xia as a brother. If only there were another extraordinary prescription. Gao Huaqiu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet, upon hearing this, Jiang Xia's eyes sparkled with excitement. He removed the 4 drip from his arm, swiftly turned, and stood before Gao Huaqiu with fervor. If another prescription were to materialize, could it potentially surpass the Xia family? Jiang Xia's mind raced with simple yet fervent thoughts. Since Zhao Qian had taken a hard stance, he too would respond in kind. Xia Qian deserved punishment, but Xia Ningguan was innocent. He envisioned a future where he would keep the Xia family subdued and, alongside Xia Ningguan, embark on a quest to find his own family. Jiang Xia felt himself soaring with ambition. Another prescription? Gao Huaqiu also felt a flicker of hope, only for it to be extinguished. "Brother Xia, do not jest. How could an extraordinary prescription appear so effortlessly? Such treasures typically reside with ancient masters, who, indifferent to wealth and status, pass them only to their disciples." Jiang Xia dismissed this notion with a scoff, and then, seizing a pen and paper, he swiftly penned a prescription. Take this, Uncle Gao. With this, toppling the Xia family will no longer be a mere dream. Gao Huaqiu accepted the prescription with skepticism. As he read the ingredients, grass head, white field black grass, and green bean black soy, his expression morphed into one of increasing excitement. Having dealt with herbs for decades, he could surmise their utility. Brother Xia, could this possibly be a remedy for kidney and liver ailments? Jiang Xia nodded confidently. This is far superior to the last one. Not only does it treat kidney and liver diseases, but it also has the potential to combat cancer. Cancer! Gao Huaqiu erupted with enthusiasm, his hands gesticulating wildly. A sight that brought a smile to Jiang Xia's face. However, his amusement was not directed at Gao Huaqiu. A grin spread across Jiang Xia's visage as he envisioned Zhao Qian kneeling before him. Zhao Qian, you shall await your reckoning. I will reclaim Xia Ningen and ensure you experience the humiliation I once endured. On the other side, within the Xia family, it must be said that Xia Ningen, as the female lead, was undeniably exquisite, especially after she had meticulously adorned herself for a certain someone. Her features were delicately beautiful. Dressed in a sleeveless blouse paired with a black pleated skirt, her slender, jade-like legs were gracefully revealed beneath the skirt, accentuated by pristine white thigh-high stockings that showcased her smooth skin. Most striking of all was her aura, elegantly ethereal, exuding an air of aloofness that warded off any semblance of impropriety. She was the princess of the Xia family, their radiant jewel, a gem that could ensnare countless admirers, even in the casual attire she donned for the evening. Yet, this very princess, who had turned away countless suitors, stood alone before a man's door in the stillness of the night. Chapter 11. Xia Ningen's Awakening. Xia Ningen was no fool. Throughout her life, the most frequent praise she received was for her beauty. She had wielded this beauty as her weapon, wielding it with great efficacy. Yet now, that weapon had faltered. Today, she could have been engaged, yet he had not placed a ring upon her finger. Today, they could have shared a bed, but he had not spared her a glance. Today was meant to be her moment to shine, yet he had slipped away quietly. Those who had previously interacted with her, including Jiang Xia, had been utterly captivated, dancing to her whims. But he was different. She found herself puzzled by Zhao Qian's true nature. Was he a playboy? A gentleman? A hypocrite? Yet none of this mattered. After tonight, that man would become her fiancé. She was uncertain whether they would marry, but she was confident in her allure. No one could resist her. With this thought, Xia Ningen's resolve grew stronger. Once the night passed, the submissive version of Xia Ningen would cease to exist. Although she had not wished for this course of events, she had endured it for the sake of her family. But from this moment forth, there would be no second chance. Trembling, Xia Ningen reached for the doorknob, pausing when she caught sight of the ring on her finger before gritting her teeth and pushing the door open. Zhao. The door swung open, revealing an empty room. Xia Ningen was taken aback, glancing around, only to be met by a sudden voice. He is not here. The voice was chilling, like that of a specter, echoing in the void. She could see no one. Xia Ningen understood this was Zhao Qian's guard. Where is young Master Zhao? She inquired, scanning the surroundings, still searching for the source of the voice. You should have known what awaited you here. If so, why seek him? Upon hearing this, Xia Ningen was momentarily stunned, then grasped the intent behind the words. Indeed, her presence here was largely not of her own volition. But she was curious to understand the true character of young Master Zhao. Cold Shushan scoffed, and what if you do? This left Xia Ningen momentarily speechless. If I were to know, I still have no one I fancy. If he embodies the qualities I envision, becoming his fiancé would not be unwelcome. Standing resolutely, she boldly declared this sentiment. Xia Ningen had been born into privilege, yet she harbored a singular concern. Her future felt obscured, devoid of hope. Every girl harbors a hero in her heart. Thus, she had waited for someone to guide her. However, her father's stature alone was insufficient. He needed the absolute power to extricate her from the mire. She had long felt trapped within the Xia family, waiting for her own sledgehammer to break free. In the past, she had believed that person to be Jiang Xia, but now it seemed he was not. How intriguing. Xia Ningen's words were audacious. Upon reflection, love cannot simply materialize, nor can hatred. She neither despised nor disliked Zhao Qian. Yet, he was shrouded in mystery, leaving her uncertain if he was the one she had been waiting for. Cold Shushan emerged from the shadows. Although Xia Ningen was the eldest daughter of the Xia family, she found herself overshadowed by the maid's beauty and poise. The demeanor exuded absolute confidence. Young master is in the garden below. He left a message for you. He said he is not here. With that, Cold Shushan receded into the shadows, disappearing from sight. This was a trick unique to the little maid. As soon as Lung Shushan departed, Xia Ningen could no longer contain her emotions. She pressed her forehead and let out a bitter smile. Indeed, it is true. In this world, wealth, Beauty, power, and strife could not disturb his heart. He neither courted nor conformed, his gaze solely fixed upon the path beneath his feet. He truly resembled the hero of my heart. Jiang Xia and the Gao family formed an alliance, seeking to surpass the Xia family with Jiang Xia's medicinal formula. In search of the herbs mentioned in the formula, Jiang Xia ventured to the city's traditional medicine shop on the afternoon of March 14th. While traversing a narrow alley on Binhai Road in the west of the city, he encountered a group of ruffians bullying a girl. Jiang Xia intervened, performing a heroic rescue, only to discover that the girl was none other than Yun Qianyue, whom he had met on his descent from the mountain. In the garden of the Xia family, Zhao Qian continued to examine the system. Suddenly, the script in his hand shimmered with golden light. Upon opening it, he found that the script had been updated. The earlier lines, now faded to white, indicated past events, while the subsequent lines remained black. March 14th, tomorrow. This signified that white represented the normal progression of events. Red indicated disrupted narratives, and black foretold future occurrences. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Qian grasped the essence of this script. He hadn't expected such a low-level artifact to possess such remarkable power, yet new thoughts began to emerge. With dates, locations, and names, it was highly probable that Yun Qianyue was one of the female leads. Heroic rescue? Would I allow you, Jiang Xia, to live so comfortably? At that moment, Zhao Qian abruptly tucked the script away as he sensed someone approaching. The next moment, indeed, Xia Ningen appeared in his line of sight. Zhao Qian regarded Xia Ningen with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow, his demeanor strikingly indifferent. Initially, he intended to use Xia Ningen as a mere tool, discarding her once she had served her purpose, solely because she was one of the female leads. What if, after he had painstakingly drawn her to his side, some mysterious force intervened, pulling her back to the protagonist and stabbing him in the back? His suspicions were not unfounded. One must remember, this was a narrative where anything was possible. However, with the script in hand, Zhao Qian's mind began to shift. If the female lead willingly submitted to him, aiding him against the protagonist, it would indeed create a splendid scenario. Recalling Jiang Xia's bloodied visage at the banquet, he became increasingly convinced of the feasibility of this plan. As Zhao Qian pondered, Xia Ningen had approached him, her head bowed in silence. Ultimately, it was Zhao Qian who broke the silence. It seems my little maid has spoken out of turn. So, dear Miss Xia, what brings you here? Could it be that you believe I am playing hard to get? With this, a hint of a smile flickered in Zhao Qian's eyes, yet it remained far from warm. I have come to apologize. As your fiancé, I remained silent when someone caused a commotion at our engagement banquet. Moreover, that person was a familiar acquaintance, making this incident partially my fault. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression shifted subtly, revealing a curious intrigue. He had initially presumed her to be a mere ornament of her family, yet unexpectedly, the situation had taken an interesting turn. Chapter 12. The Art of Manipulation, the Female Lead's Defection. Her friend had been grievously injured during the disruption at the engagement banquet, and yet Xia Ningen had come to offer an apology. More significantly, it seemed she had placed Zhao Qian in the position of her fiancé. This was indeed intriguing. Setting aside the apology, he did not regard her as his fiancé. Zhao Qian responded nonchalantly, yet Xia Ningen shook her head. I have publicly declared it before everyone. Regardless of the absence of a ring, from that moment onward, I belong to you. This revelation took Zhao Qian by surprise. He had perceived this as a mere game. But Xia Ningen's declaration, while angering Jiang Xia, had effectively entwined him with both the Xia family and Xia Ningen herself. Perhaps Jiang Xia could never have anticipated that Xia Ningen would utter such words. Truly, she was the female lead, effortlessly transforming lies into truth. At that moment, Zhao Qian found himself appreciating her. To harbor such cunning thoughts under those circumstances was commendable. He began to regard this woman before him with newfound seriousness. So, what is it that you seek from me? I have avoided you, yet you still approach. Do you genuinely wish to offer yourself? Zhao Qian spoke with a hint of derision. However, this reaction fell within Xia Ningen's expectations. Despite her preparation, she trembled at his words. To offer oneself. She had once thought such a phrase could never apply to her. I understand that someone like young Master Zhao has encountered countless unparalleled beauties, whose figures and skills far surpass mine. But what if we were to strike a bargain? Use me in exchange for the Xia family. The moment those words escaped her lips, Zhao Qian was genuinely taken aback. Though he had glanced at the script, he still felt a sense of pity for Xia Ningen. Indeed, if the protagonist Jiang Xia had not appeared, she would likely have met such a fate. Yet even with Jiang Xia's arrival, she remained shackled to the Xia family, fighting desperately for their sake. Xia Ningen's entire life was destined to be tied to the Xia family. The female lead proposed using her body as currency for a trade. Yet regrettably, this was not her genuine intention. Zhao Qian could not acquiesce. As Xia Ningguan gazed intently at Zhao Qian's face, hoping to discern joy, she was met with increasing coldness instead. Xia Ningguan, you overestimate your worth. Zhao Qian leaned closer, their eyes nearly touching. In Zhao Qian's gaze, Xia Ningguan perceived nothing but profound indifference. Do you believe you possess exceptional value? You propose to barter with something that every woman possesses. I could simply find someone off the street, and they would all make similar claims. Wake up, you are not special. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, Xia Ningguan lowered her head in shame. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Qian continued, forgive my candor, but the Xia family is a collection of inept individuals. Your father, your uncle, your cousin, they are all utterly incompetent. I may assist them temporarily, but do you truly believe the Xia family can rise again? With that, he posed a question. Now I ask you, Xia Ningguan, are you also inept? Zhao Qian's words held a kernel of truth, although he lacked detailed knowledge. He was aware that the Xia family ultimately faced destruction. It was ludicrous. They were a family that could not even elevate the protagonist. Xia Ningguan's eyes darkened momentarily, yet her mind began to whirl with thoughts. If she were to refuse, why would he elaborate so much? With that in mind, she lifted her gaze to Zhao Qian. What do you mean? Seeing Xia Ningguan's intelligence, Zhao Qian smiled with satisfaction. Consider this, Xia Ningguan. Today, encountering me has spared you from familial coercion into an unwanted marriage. But what about next time? Think about your future. You are not a man. You cannot control the Xia family. You will be wed to a foolish yet affluent noble heir, living in a moderately wealthy household, free from worries. But your life will always feel limited. You will find yourself catering to a simple-minded husband, eventually giving birth to children. You will distance yourself from your family, aligning with your husband to disparage everything about the Xia family. You will be assimilated into his world, cursing over the rising prices of cabbage at the market, sweating over your child's mischief, and shouting in outrage over your husband's secret affair. This is the inevitable fate of Xia family's heiress, Xia Ningguan. The conversation had reached its conclusion, and Xia Ningguan clearly understood what Zhao Qian intended to convey. Her complexion turned ashen, her lips trembled, and her body quivered slightly. A bittersweet expression etched upon her face. Then what do you suggest I do? What should I do? Zhao Qian's lips curled into a smile, and she felt as though she were gazing at a bird trapped within a cage, its door ajar, yet the bird remained oblivious to where it could soar. One day, you shall stand before all with an air of cold authority, gazing up at the expansive sky, surrounded by towering skyscrapers, with countless employees behind you. Their eyes filled with reverence and trepidation as they chant your name. President Xia, the new head of the Xia family, leading it to unprecedented heights. No one shall dare to challenge your authority. In but a few sentences, Zhao Qian had painted a mesmerizing vision. Xia Ningguan abruptly turned her head, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. She had never envisioned herself at the helm of the Xia family, yet Zhao Qian's words stirred an inexplicable yearning within her. Indeed, how splendid such a scene would be. Xia Ningguan, take care of your own well-being, yet I propose another transaction. As he spoke, Zhao Qian leaned closer to her ear, quickening her heartbeat. I shall assist you in ascending to the position of head of the Xia family, and in return, you must eliminate Jiang Xia, subsequently serving my interests. Of course, the notion of serving his interests was merely a facade, ostensibly. Xia Ningguan was to prove her sincerity by eliminating Jiang Xia, but Zhao Qian's true objective was solely Jiang Xia. He harbored no interest in the Xia family. Me? Just Xia Ningguan? She had never considered governing a family or a business. She could not comprehend why Zhao Qian had set his sights on her. It was not her beauty that captivated him, but rather her essence, her capabilities. Zhao Qian nodded, chuckling softly, correcting her as they walked side by side. It is the head of the Xia family, Xia Ningguan. Ding. The protagonist's mindset has undergone a transformation. Jiang Xia's harvest value is 100. Upon hearing this notification, Zhao Qian's smile deepened. Keep a close watch on the Gao family. Surely there are corporate spies. Send someone to investigate, particularly regarding the medicinal formula. By the way, Jiang Xia is connected to the Gao family. You'd best be prepared. This is also a test. And I shall not intervene. I shall be satisfied. The Xia family will ascend, and you will be the new head. With that, Zhao Qian departed. Xia Ningguan remained rooted in place, absorbed in Zhao Qian's recent words, murmuring to herself, the head of the Xia family, Xia Ningguan. Having never had a goal, she was now informed that she was to become the family head. This was the hero who could guide her. As for Jiang Xia, they had only interacted for a mere few days. If she could elevate the Xia family to new heights, what harm was there in using him as a stepping stone? Zhao Qian could never have anticipated that the wheels of fate had begun to turn. Chapter 13. The little girl in the ditch also gazes up at the noble prince. The wheels of destiny commenced their rotation, and the hourglass of time began to tilt. Zhao Qian had never imagined that he had set Xia Ningen upon a path that would exceed everyone's expectations. For the sake of the Xia family, she was willing to forsake everything. The girl named Xia Ningen, before a young man, embarked on her first step toward conquering the world due to a pact. After bidding farewell to Xia Ningen, Zhao Qian walked back to his room, a smile lingering on his lips. He eagerly anticipated the moment when Jiang Xia would joyfully concoct a medicinal formula, believing it would restore the Gao family's fortunes. Yet, he could never have guessed that his adversary was none other than Xia Ningen. What could be more riveting than the rivalry between the male and female leads? However, as he pondered, Zhao Qian's expression grew indifferent. You have done something unnecessary. As he walked, it seemed he was speaking to himself. The young master should indeed have a woman by his side. The response came from Lung Shuxian, whose intentions were rather straightforward. How could the scion of the Zhao family not have several women around him? Yet, her master had always maintained an ascetic demeanor. However, she had her own ulterior motives. Once Zhao Qian developed an interest in women, she could seize the opportunity, intruding into matters that did not concern her. Zhao Qian scoffed at this, having lived 2 lives. He had long surpassed the age of being captivated by a beautiful woman. Presently, he was burdened with a looming sword of fate, plagued by insomnia. Jiang Xia, the hero, would save the damsel in distress. The heroine he rescued would undoubtedly be a wealthy and beautiful woman, aiding Jiang Xia in flaunting his prowess. Zhao Qian had witnessed such tropes countless times. Knowing that the protagonist would encounter opportunities, he could not allow the protagonist to have it too easy. Jiang Xia would trigger the plot in the afternoon, while Zhao Qian would be wandering in the western part of the city by noon. Was there really a Binhai road? The streets were bustling with people, and despite his prolonged search, Zhao Qian had yet to catch sight of Binhai Road. Local residents claimed to have never heard of it. Zhao Qian pondered deeply, beginning to suspect whether some mystical force was at play. How could there be no such road? Is it truly a singular opportunity for the protagonist? If only Zhou Yi were here. Zhao Qian muttered to himself before heading toward a nearby alley, seeking a stroke of luck. Zhou Yi had been his good friend since childhood, and Donghai City was his hometown. He had ventured there largely due to their connection. They had planned to meet in Donghai City, yet unforeseen circumstances had prevented their rendezvous. Initially, Zhao Qian had no intention of venturing into the alley, deeming it inefficient. Nevertheless, he had no choice. Dressed in a casual, airy outfit that stripped away the seriousness of his usual attire and added a touch of amiability, he stood for some time. His remarkable charm of 25 points causing passers-by to whisper among themselves. Sisters, this is the food street I mentioned. Later, I will take everyone to see the restaurant I often brag about. Donghai City boasts numerous pedestrian streets, and Zhao Qian had come to this particular one, renowned as a food street. With the rise of live streaming, many students engage in it as a side gig during their holidays or breaks. Among them was Shao Yener, an active participant in the online streaming world, currently introducing her favorite restaurant to her fans on camera. Suddenly, the barrage of comments in her live stream erupted into chaos. Wait, I just saw something. Shao Yener, turn around. Oh my heavens, I thought I was mistaken, but so many people noticed it. I thought I was the only one who saw it. Turn around. Quickly, turn around. In an instant, the comments in the live stream united in a singular plea, urging Shao Yener to look back. Turn around? By this time, Shao Yener had already taken several steps forward, and upon turning back, she saw nothing, her face clouded with confusion as she inquired, what is going on? Was there something behind me just now? Don't move. Raise your phone. Turn left. Turn. A little more. Yes, walk forward a bit. In the midst of the lively chatter and camaraderie of her viewers, Shao Yener discerned a figure materializing within her camera's frame. It was a strikingly handsome youth clad in casual attire, tilting his head as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of direction. Yet, his eyelids drooped languidly, exuding an air of relaxed charm. His tall and slender form, paired with ebony eyes that sparkled like precious gems, captivated the gaze of onlookers. Under the sun's radiant glow, his exquisitely chiseled features shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, evoking admiration for his flawless beauty, akin to a divine creation. More importantly, his demeanor was remarkable. Though he stood amidst the clamor of the bustling street, he appeared untouched by the chaos, his eyes clear and bright, focused solely on the path beneath him. Every movement he made radiated an aura of grace and purity. Suddenly, as if he had found his way, a subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes curving ever so slightly, revealing a hint of restrained joy, the slight upturn of his mouth drawing attention like a magnet. Alas, after 2 decades of solitude, today was the day I fell head over heels. Why does the screen seem a bit smeared? Let me give it a lick. That expression was perfect. Did anyone manage to capture a screenshot? I can't shake the feeling that he stepped right out of a fairy tale, moving with a leisurely elegance. Shao Yener, record this moment. Momentarily frozen, she only snapped back to reality upon noticing the barrage of comments. Hastily, she took a photograph with her phone. Yet, upon glancing at the image, she was struck by the realization of why she was even taking the picture. With her thoughts racing, Zhao Qian tightened her grip on her phone. Why did she feel so socially anxious? Because of her family's financial struggles and her own insecurities. From a young age, Lu Lianer had been without a father, left with only a gravely ill mother, who soon passed away as well. She grew up relying on the kindness of strangers, earning a scholarship to a relatively accessible film academy. Although her recent foray into live streaming had improved her circumstances, deep down she knew that the seemingly glamorous persona she projected online was a facade, concealing her utter lack of resources. The live stream was rife with noise. Yet Lu Lianer's mind drifted far from the broadcast. What did it matter if she could stream? What did it matter if she earned money? What did it matter if she achieved her dreams? She and that kind of person were destined to remain parallel lines, never to intersect in this lifetime. Burdened by unarticulated emotions, Lu Lianer turned her head and feigned a smile. How about this wave of benefits? Everyone, let those little fingers dance. For now, let us momentarily forget about the handsome stranger and dive into today's culinary segment. Forget. No one saw it, but Lu Lianer clenched her phone tightly. Could she truly forget someone so mesmerizing? Memories may fade. Deleting the photo could facilitate that. Yet the question remained, would Lu Lianer actually delete it? Chapter 14, The Twist. Following the path of the protagonist. What do you intend to do? As Zhao Qian strolled through the alley, he was suddenly startled by a gasp. He turned to find 3 men surrounding a girl after passing a corner. Oddly enough, it was already afternoon, and he hadn't spotted the protagonist. Moreover, upon entering, he noticed a sign indicating Binjiang Road. The dim lighting of the alley obscured the girl's features, but even if he could see her clearly, he wouldn't know if she was Yun Xianyu. Do you not know who I am? Just as Zhao Qian was momentarily lost in thought, the girl spoke again. Her voice was frigid, like a chilling breeze that sent shivers down one's spine. Though the young woman's tone bore an air of authority, it was regrettable. The 3 adult men surrounding her, clad in flamboyant, yet impractical attire reminiscent of rogues, bore expressions of icy resolve and imposing physiques that clearly signaled they were not mere common thugs. They had come prepared. Of course, we know who you are. Someone has paid to trouble you. Rest assured, it's merely a few days of confinement and some videos to shoot. One of the men spoke, but suddenly, another noticed Zhao Qian. Boss, someone intends to stir the waters. The 3, seasoned in confrontation, regarded Zhao Qian with caution. Although he made no move and uttered not a word, 2 of them kept their eyes fixed on the girl, while one approached Zhao Qian directly. They clearly considered him an adversary. To this, Zhao Qian let out a scoff. He had no time to play the hero. It was already afternoon, and he still needed to find Jiang Xia. You're blocking my way. Zhao Qian's expression was icy, showing no fear in the face of the trio. It wasn't he about rescuing the girl. They were genuinely obstructing his path. The alley was narrow, with the girl pressed against the wall and 2 adult men standing side by side, effectively blocking the route. Hey, big guy. It seems this kid wants to play the hero. The man standing before Zhao Qian laughed as he approached. Clearly, he mistook Zhao Qian for an impetuous youth eager to save the damsel in distress. Kid, heroism is commendable. But remember not to stick your neck out next time you leave the hospital. Some things are beyond your comprehension, and some individuals are not to be trifled with. As soon as he said this, even the 2 serious-looking men behind him couldn't help but chuckle. Huazi, we're still in the city. So don't go too hard. At least let him last until he reaches the hospital. Hurry up, or reinforcements will arrive. Despite their cautious demeanor, they clearly did not regard Zhao Qian as a genuine threat. After all, to any observer, he was merely a youth under 20. What impact could he possibly have against 3 grown men? As the burly man approached Zhao Qian with an intimidating gait, Zhao Qian smiled. Interesting. Allow me to share a saying. Some roads cannot be obstructed. He had changed his mind. What is a villain? He was determined to respond to violence with violence. Humph. The unbridled youth fears no tiger. I've worked as a mercenary abroad. The muscular man named Huazi stepped closer to Zhao Qian, swiftly throwing a punch. Expecting the frail youth to be sent sprawling, he was taken aback when an unexpected force surged forth, and his most confident blow was effortlessly thwarted by Zhao Qian's palm. It felt as though his fist had been ensnared by some invisible force, rendering it immobile despite his attempts to exert strength. What were you doing abroad? I'm waiting for you to finish speaking. Zhao Qian's expression remained unchanged as he spoke with nonchalance. In contrast, Huazi began to sweat profusely. Hey, Huazi, what are you stalling for? When did you become so lenient? Under the scrutiny of his companions, Huazi's cold sweat intensified. No, this kid is a bit strange. Hearing this, Zhao Qian tilted his head slightly. Is that all your parting words? With that, Zhao Qian freed himself from Huazi's grasp swiftly gliding into his embrace. His seemingly small hands unleashed an astonishing grip, directly seizing the burly man's neck. In the next instant, to the astonishment of the other three, this frail-looking youth hoisted the towering man, slamming him headfirst into the ground with a thunderous crash, rendering the man unconscious with eyes rolling back. How much does an adult weigh? 200 pounds? A seemingly unmuscular, scrawny boy had single-handedly lifted such a robust man, leaving the remaining two, along with the girl, utterly stunned. Had he learned some martial arts to leverage strength? This was a pure display of raw power. I have no time, step aside. Zhao Qian adjusted his clothing as if the earlier altercation were merely a trifling matter. In a world where energy techniques exist, they are mere rudimentary methods of self-cultivation. A person trained in energy techniques could already confront multiple foes with ease. Zhao Qian, however, was cultivating true celestial arts. Not to mention, he was in the late stages of qi cultivation, having assessed that the peak of qi cultivation could yield powers tenfold that of an ordinary person. His own strength surpassed the average by 7 or 8 times. A mercenary? No matter how much you practice, how can martial arts ever compare to the path of immortality? You are courting death. The two individuals behind him finally reacted, one of them rushing towards him with great speed. Setting aside the fact that his actions were undoubtedly nefarious, they believed Zhao Qian's remarkable skills could not be a mere coincidence. He had clearly come for them. Despite the imposing figure before him moving swiftly, the outcome remained unchanged, futile. Zhao Qian made his move, his speed surpassing that of his adversary, and, just like he had done with the first man, he seized the opponent by the throat and forcefully slammed him down onto the ground. As he had stated, he had no time to spare, utilizing the quickest method available. Be careful. The girl was momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, but then noticed another individual using the narrow alleyway to leap towards Zhao Qian from the wall. Kid, die for me. The burly man, his legs dangling in the alley, timed his jump perfectly, exuding a palpable aura of murder. I told you it's futile. Zhao Qian remained stationary, yet it was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped and, as his opponent descended, grasped his face and forcefully drove it into the ground. In an instant, the same technique had rendered 3 burly men sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. But if they were dead, so be it. It mattered little. Having resolved the matter, Zhao Qian strode towards the alley, not sparing a glance at the girl. As he passed her, her astonished gaze followed him, reflecting his earlier words. He wished to remain uninvolved, but they had obstructed his path. However, just as Zhao Qian had taken a few steps away, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Zhao Qian. The voice was laced with fury, and Zhao Qian recognized it instantly. It was Jiang Xia. He then turned his gaze towards the girl beside him. What is your name? The question bore an irresistible charm, prompting the girl to instinctively respond. Yun Qianyu. Chapter 15. The male and female leads turn against each other. Although the prescription Jiang Xia provided earlier is regarded as quite rare in the present day, the herbs used are relatively common, and the efficacy is unstable. He understood that in order to rival the Xia family, he needed to produce an extraordinary formula. He had the formula, but it had yet to be tested, and one ingredient was exceedingly rare. Thus, during the Xia family's preparations, Jiang Xia ventured out to seek the necessary herbs. While searching, he suddenly heard the girl's startled exclamation, followed by several loud crashes. Setting aside his inclination to assist, the familiar sound of her cry reminded him of a girl he encountered on his descent from the mountain. As he approached the source of the noise, he was unexpectedly confronted by his greatest enemy, Zhao Qian. The moment he laid eyes on Zhao Qian, a surge of rage welled up within him. He could not forget the humiliation Zhao Qian had inflicted upon him that fateful night. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Yun Qianyu? At this moment, Zhao Qian finally realized the implications of his actions. A beam of light illuminated the alley, revealing the dazzling figure of the girl. Her shoulder-length, straight black hair framed a pair of striking eyes that sparkled with brilliance. She wore a white off-the-shoulder dress that accentuated her fair neck and collarbone, exuding an alluring charm. The dress clung elegantly to her curves, effortlessly outlining a breathtaking silhouette, while the flowing hem revealed enticingly slender legs adorned in white stockings and a pair of white athletic shoes. Although Zhao Qian had never seen Yun Qianyu before, her beauty was undeniably that of a leading lady. He couldn't help but be taken aback. The protagonist who rescued the damsel in distress was none other than himself. However, Zhao Qian's gaze drifted between Jiang Xia and Yun Qianyu, and a new idea began to form in his mind. Miss Yun? Jiang Xia? Yun Qianyu and Jiang Xia exchanged a glance, clearly recognizing one another. Zhao Qian, what do you intend to do to Miss Yun? In the deserted alley, with a lone man and woman amidst 3 fallen brutes, the scene appeared peculiar, especially considering one of them was Jiang Xia's nemesis. What am I doing? Zhao Qian retorted. mirroring Jiang Xia's inquiry. A wealthy young man cornering a girl in an alley. What do you think I am doing? With that, Zhao Qian approached Yun Qianyu, taking her hand before kissing her in front of Jiang Xia, who was taken aback by the audacity of the act. Zhao Qian, you despicable wretch. Jiang Xia seethed with anger. Setting aside their previous encounter, it was evident that Yun Qianyu was not a willing participant, and Zhao Qian's actions mirrored those of that night. Jiang Xia charged forward. Though injured, he could not afford to make any reckless moves, so he attempted to shove Zhao Qian aside. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qian was sent flying backward, as if struck by a freight truck, clearly affected by the impact. Zhao Qian stumbled to his feet, yet oddly winked at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia was perplexed by the sudden surge of strength Zhao Qian displayed, but soon realized he was conveying some sort of signal. Just as Jiang Xia was lost in thought, he was unexpectedly shoved aside by a tremendous force, causing him to fall to the ground. Turning in confusion, he found Yun Qianyu glaring at him with furious eyes, flames of rage igniting within. You're in cahoots with him. What cahoots? Jiang Xia grimaced in pain from his injuries, yet he was determined to inform her of Zhao Qian's true character. Miss Yun, this man is slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Qianyu raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The force was so great that it knocked the bandages covering his wounds loose, causing fresh blood to flow. Jiang Xia was left utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian observed the unfolding drama with amusement, his attire untouched, devoid of any trace of disarray. Yun Qianyu's eyes widened as she glanced between Zhao Qian and Jiang Xia. No wonder I found it so strange. As soon as the bodyguard left, 3 people appeared. And then you effortlessly lifted that enormous man as if it were a circus act. It turns out this was all a self-staged rescue. With this realization, she reflected on the earlier incident at the station when a thief had snatched her belongings, only for Jiang Xia to swoop in and retrieve them. Had he been keeping an eye on her since then? Just moments ago, as the 3 brutes were subdued by that young man. She was about to express her gratitude when Zhao Qian revealed his true colors, followed closely by Jiang Xia's arrival. Was this not a performance? Yun Qianyu dared to assert that the 3 burly men lying on the ground were merely feigning unconsciousness, completely unharmed. A performance? Jiang Xia was bewildered. While he could sense something was amiss, the sheer absurdity of it all was overwhelming. However, upon reflecting on the signal Zhao Qian had sent him earlier, he suddenly understood. Zhao Qian, you scheming bastard. This was evidently Zhao Qian's ploy, and he had fallen right into the trap. Zhao Qian merely shrugged, tilting his head playfully as he remarked, oh dear, she figured it out. As the 2 engaged in their back-and-forth exchange, Yun Qianyu's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated nearly falling victim to their ploys twice. At that moment, 4 bodyguards clad in black approached from outside the alley. Miss, are you all right? The lead bodyguard was perspiring profusely, all of this stemming from their mischievous young mistress's desire for a stroll, leading her to wander aimlessly through the narrow passage, inadvertently evading them. If they were to return now, they would surely face severe reprimand. However, Yun Qianyu had no inclination to concern herself with such matters. Her voice was frosty as she declared, Jiang Xia, you have underestimated me. Subdue him. At her command, the 4 bodyguards surged forward, and the injured Jiang Xia was no match for them. He was quickly pinned to the ground. Miss, please listen to me, sob. Jiang Xia attempted to explain, but Yun Qianyu showed him no mercy, placing her foot firmly on his head, pressing it into the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. You are the first to dare mock me. Though dressed in a seemingly innocent manner, her actions were brutally forceful as she persistently stepped on Jiang Xia's head. Had she been wearing high heels instead of sneakers, the scene would have been even more striking. Ding. The protagonist's mentality has shifted. Jiang Xia's harvest value, 50. The system's notification arrived belatedly, though the points were somewhat meager. Zhao Qian speculated that the lack of points was likely due to the insufficient rapport between Yun Qianyu and Jiang Xia. Miss, how shall we proceed? After venting her frustration, Jiang Xia was nearly rendered senseless under her foot, prompting 1 bodyguard to inquire. Once her anger had subsided, a faint smile finally appeared on Yun Qianyu's previously sullen face. She suddenly grinned, and, with an exceptionally sweet voice, instructed, bury him. Chapter 16, Unpredictable Yun Qianyu. Bury him. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Qian found himself reassessing Yun Qianyu. He had not expected her to possess such a ruthless disposition. No, Yun Qianyu. Murder is a crime. You cannot. Although Jiang Xia's consciousness was muddled from the pressure, the notion of being buried alive jolted him awake. A crime? Yun Qianyu's previously cheerful demeanor instantly turned frigid. That won't do, Jiang Xia. You assaulted me without even conducting a proper investigation. Jiang Xia's remarks elicited laughter from Zhao Qian. Before arriving, he had conducted some inquiries about the prominent families in Donghai City. noting that the Yun family was among the most powerful, and Yun Qian, you was the heir of that family. For her, taking a life truly held little weight. Ding. Zhang Xia's harvest value, 100. Zhang Xia's luck has been harvested, 750-1250. With another forceful step, it appeared Zhang Xia had succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Qian clicked his tongue in approval, commending her actions. However, given Zhang Xia's resilience, he surmised that he would likely recover within a day. Zhang Xia had suffered an unwarranted calamity, and after dealing with him, Yun Qianyu turned her gaze towards Zhao Qian, clearly not intending to spare him, her accomplice. Your face looks rather pleasing. Have you seen his fate? Kneel down and plead for mercy with that handsome visage of yours, and I may let you go. Yun Qianyu tossed her hair back, her eyes sharp as she stared at Zhao Qian. To think that one would beat their ally to near death, yet require only a plea for mercy to be spared. Her charm, rated at an impressive 25 points, seemed to have some effect. However, he was Zhao Qian. Such an occurrence was destined to be impossible. The matter seemed concluded at this point. And Zhao Qian had no intention of engaging further with her words. The protagonist need not always align with him. A rift between the male and female lead would suffice. Contemplating this, Zhao Qian merely cast a dismissive glance at Yun Qianyu, remarking, the young lady of the Yun family? Not all that impressive. Nevertheless, he conceded that she was competent as a tool. The events of the day were unforeseen in his plans, yet fortunately, Yun Qianyu's actions remained as he had anticipated, proving to be quite fruitful. Humph. Ridiculous. Yun Qianyu scoffed at Zhao Qian's words. For no one could so brazenly disregard her. You don't think you can escape from right under my nose with these 3 lackeys, do you? She gestured towards the 3 men sprawled on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, mistakenly considering them to be Zhao Qian's accomplices. Get them up. With an angry shout from Yun Qianyu, the bodyguards advanced towards the trio. However, one guard hesitated as he examined one of them, glancing back at Yun Qianyu before moving on to the next. After inspecting all 3, the bodyguard's expression shifted dramatically, and he hesitantly spoke. Miss. There is only one survivor left. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianyu's expression changed as well. It dawned on her that something was amiss. Just moments ago, Zhao Qian had shown no mercy. Had the last individual's positioning not been poor, he too would have met the same fate as the first 2, with his spine shattered and face down. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian passed by her with a smile, whispering in her ear, you were merely a pawn in their game. And you remain oblivious. How amusing. Yun Qianyu's expression fluctuated. One might expect her to seethe with indignation, yet instead, she burst into laughter. She then waved her hand, prompting her bodyguards to quickly retrieve a vehicle to transport the 3 men and Zhang Xia, followed by another car that halted at the alley's entrance. The vehicle was a luxurious black business car, its doors wide open, clearly intended for Zhao Qian. Raising an eyebrow, he was momentarily perplexed by her intentions. What? Are you implying that with your skills, you fear I might consume you? Yun Qianyu fixed her gaze on Zhao Qian, her eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light. It was a simple provocation, yet fortuitously, he was in need of someone to escort him back to the Xia family. Zhao Qian stepped forward and slipped into the car. The sedan had been modified, featuring an opaque partition separating the rear seat from the driver's seat, with ample space in the back divided into 2 rows facing one another. He casually chose a seat, and Yun Qianyu entered as well, taking a seat opposite him. The door was closed by the bodyguards, who unexpectedly did not join them, but instead boarded the vehicle behind. Once inside, Yun Qianyu adjusted her dress and elegantly draped her long legs over the adjacent seat, exuding an air of comfort. As Zhao Qian's gaze fell upon her beautiful legs, he initially presumed she was wearing tights, only to discover they were white thigh-high stockings. The contrast between the stockings and her dress created a tantalizing visual appeal. Yet, this left Zhao Qian uncertain about her intentions. Do you like it? Yun Qianyu reclined partially on her seat, half-lidded eyes studying Zhao Qian, her hands modestly resting on her abdomen. Noticing his silence, she continued, shifting her long leg to rest upon Zhao Qian's knee. I can be yours, as long as you tell me how to enter that world. Upon this revelation, Zhao Qian began to grasp the nature of her character. He was certainly willing to accept the generous offer, and as he caressed Yun Qianyu's silky, white-stockinged legs, he feigned ignorance. Indeed, it was evident that Yun Qianyu was no stranger to physical activity. Her long legs bore no excess flesh, feeling delightful to the touch, especially coupled with the luxurious fabric of her stockings. Zhao Qian's response was anticipated by Yun Qianyu, who slightly shifted her position, propping her head with one hand. Your attire suggests you are not an ordinary individual. Do you not find this world rather dull? Yun Qianyu spoke, her eyes sparkling with intensity. From the moment I drew breath, I possessed everything, wealth, status, connections, all within my grasp. If one were to perceive this world as a game, the ordinary would toil and struggle, leveling up against challenges in pursuit of the finish line. Yet I am different. I arrived at the finish line the moment I was born. For me, this game has already been completed, rendering all my actions utterly mundane. Do you not feel the same? Her gaze was imbued with a longing for understanding, convinced that Zhao Qian would grasp her sentiment. Alas, the thoughts of individuals often diverge. Zhao Qian, without hesitation, unfastened Yun Qian's white sneakers and reveled in the exquisite contours of her legs. I do not, he replied, judging by her height, which surely exceeded 170 centimeters without heels. Her legs likely measured 105, her physique approaching the pinnacle of human proportions. The unique texture of her stockings combined with her warm, elongated limbs, accentuated by her striking features, was a true delight. Yet, how unfortunate. This was merely a facade. Indeed, in the next moment, Yun Qianyu unveiled her true self. Pretending to shift, she swiftly drew a handgun from beside her seat, aiming it at him. If you do not feel fear, then you might as well perish. Chapter 17, Her Secret. Yun Qianyu's thoughts were straightforward. She surmised that Zhao Qian possessed extraordinary abilities or belonged to some enigmatic organization lurking in the shadows of this world. In essence, after living in the mundane for so long, she yearned for excitement. Zhao Qian had once entertained similar notions in a previous life, but having lingered in this realm, he found solace in the ordinary. While it was evident that this world harbored unspeakable secrets, he held no interest in them. His singular aim was to hunt down the protagonist. On the other hand, fully aware of Zhao Qian's speed and strength, Yun Qianyu refrained from summoning her bodyguards. Realizing their presence would be futile, for no matter how exceptional his abilities, provided he was not invincible, a gun could certainly end his life. Her mind raced as she sought to escape the banality of her existence. Yet Zhao Qian's refusal was anticipated, especially after he had been jolted by Jiang Xia. If gentleness would not suffice, she would resort to force. The pampered princess of the Yun family, Yun Qianyu, would stop at nothing to obtain what she desired. To her surprise, Zhao Qian exhibited no trace of fear, nor even a hint of desire, continuing to toy with her delicate legs. This behavior was perplexing, prompting her to ask, "Aren't you afraid?" At this juncture, no one could question the authenticity of the handgun. Yet, inexplicably, Zhao Qian remained unperturbed. The next moment, Yun Qianyu comprehended the reason for his composure. "Driver, please take us to the Xia residence," Zhao Qian instructed, tilting his head slightly toward the chauffeur. "Now that you are in my grasp, you wish to issue commands?" Yun Qianyu intended to scoff, but unexpectedly, the vehicle made a sharp turn, causing her to stumble unsteadily. Remarkably, Zhao Qian neither moved nor attempted to seize her weapon, maintaining an air of unwavering confidence. "Hey, what are you doing?" Yun Qianyu cursed at the driver, but regrettably, she received no reply. "Miss Yun, it would be wise not to raise your head too high. Otherwise, you may face dire consequences." Zhao Qian remained seated, his expression indifferent. Slowly, she turned her head, only to see a Japanese blade extending from the passenger seat, its edge piercing through the partition, poised menacingly behind her. Through the small gap, she caught sight of the driver, slick with cold sweat, and beside him sat an unseen figure. Turning back to Zhao Qian, he appeared unchanged, still toying with her slender legs, exuding an air of nonchalance as if all unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. The individual in the passenger seat was none other than Lung Shu Xian. At that moment, Yun Qianyu grasped the situation. Gradually, she lowered her weapon. She had lured him into a trap, yet she had not anticipated that she herself would be ensnared. So close, yet so far. You nearly met your demise the moment you drew your gun. Thankfully, your finger on the trigger remained steady. That was your only wise decision, Zhao Qian remarked, his hand continuing its exploration from her calf to her smooth thigh. Yun Qianyu, the sole heiress of the Yun family, orphaned and under the pretense that your grandfather governs the family. In truth, you have long assumed control over the family business, which has not only thrived but flourished. Nevertheless, you possess a ruthless nature, eschewing male company, and are known to punish your subordinates harshly. Those who cross you may find themselves severely beaten or worse, cast into the river. Having led a charmed life, you disdain the mundane, constantly seeking out various supernatural occurrences. Am I not correct, Miss Yun? Zhao Qian laid bare her entire history with dispassionate ease, causing cold sweat to cascade down her brow. You investigated me? No. Such knowledge cannot be gleaned through mere investigation. Who are you? She was not afraid of Zhao Qian uncovering her deeds. Rather, she was terrified by the depth of his knowledge, which seemed utterly implausible. In response to her panic, Zhao Qian sighed lightly. He had not conducted an investigation. Characters in novels often had their details laid bare. I am Zhao Qian of the Zhao family. Do not be alarmed. Our encounter was purely coincidental. After I am delivered to the Xia residence, our paths shall diverge. As for the other world you seek, perhaps an interaction with Jiang Xia might yield new discoveries. Having experienced the preceding events, Yun Qianyu found it difficult to trust Zhao Qian. She regarded him with suspicion. Jiang Xiao, I have already dealt him a grievous blow, leaving him for dead in the river. Just then, her phone rang, shattering the tension. In her current state, she hesitated to act rashly, but seeing Zhao Qian's indifference, she answered the call. Miss, the man has escaped. He pretended to be dead. Upon hearing the initial statement, Yun Qianyu hung up, unwilling to hear any further excuses. Zhao Qian had overheard the conversation, but was unfazed. How amusing. This is the protagonist of a story. If he meets his end so easily, what is left to be played out? Have you had your fill of this? Not quite. But there is little I can do. It ultimately does not belong to me. As he spoke, Zhao Qian released Yun Qianyu's legs and casually helped her put on her shoes. Yun Qianyu felt utterly discontent, her expression a stormy shade of fury as she glared at Zhao Qian. This was her first taste of defeat. Zhao Qian was unmoved by her allure, aware of her identity and secrets, absurdly using her as a pawn, only to dismiss the day's events as mere coincidence. She had never encountered anyone like Zhao Qian. His demeanor was as frigid as her own, yet he remained even more inscrutable. The vehicle finally arrived at the Xiao residence, and like the wind, Zhao Qian departed, along with the enigmatic figure in the passenger seat. Strangely, she had not caught a glimpse of that individual throughout their encounter. Aside from the blade's puncture, everything felt dreamlike. Miss, we have arrived late. Are you unharmed? The bodyguards arrived, albeit belatedly. What harm could I possibly have? Yun Qianyu retorted coldly, genuinely astonished by how decisively Zhao Qian had exited. Find me information on a man named Zhao Qian. Open his mouth for me. I must ascertain who possesses such audacity. Upon finishing her command, Yun Qianyu strode into the car with her long legs. Only after taking her seat did she realize that she was trembling, her hands quivering without her prior notice. Miss. At that moment, a bodyguard noticed Yun Qianyu's unusual demeanor and inquired with concern. Unexpectedly, Yun Qianyu seized the gun she had previously discarded on the seat and pointed it at the bodyguard's head, exclaiming, "Get lost." Finally, she was alone. After displaying an expression of indifference, Yun Qianyu's demeanor shifted, a faint smile gracing her lips. Delicately, she caressed her thigh, reminiscent of Zhao Qian's earlier touch, and the mere thought of her thigh now ignited a warmth within her. At long last, she had found someone of substance. With one hand on her thigh and the other on her face, a peculiar smile curled at the corners of her mouth. She harbored a secret. The vibrantly colored world perceived by others appeared to her as a dull and drab reality. Every doctor had deemed it a psychological affliction, one without remedy. Yet, when Zhao Qian felled the first assailant with sheer force, her world suddenly burst into color, hues emanating from Zhao Qian himself, ultimately staining her surroundings. Otherwise, how could she have warned him of the ambush? Such a proud individual, she had never uttered a sound even when threatened, yet she had nearly cried out for him. However, that kiss had been an unexpected occurrence, fortuitously landing within her favored territory. Chapter 18. Visitors from the Zhao family. Yun Qianyu's noble lineage became increasingly evident following the demise of her parents. Every member of the Yun family revered her as a deity, having experienced a lifetime surrounded by those who bowed before her, from the servants who cleaned to the bodyguards tasked with her protection, and even her relatives who gazed at her with awe and trepidation. Yun Qianyu had developed an utter disinterest in men. To her, those who groveled were hardly worth a second glance. Thus, from a young age, she vowed that her future partner must be a proud conqueror, not a subservient commoner. Regrettably, she had never encountered such an individual. Yet unexpectedly, she found Zhao Qian to be remarkably suitable, unmoved by beauty, willing to employ any means for his goals, shrouded in mystery, and possessing formidable strength. This was the kind of man who could dominate her, acting with reckless abandon like a ruler, elevated like a deity. Returning to one of her family's enterprises, a smile adorned Yun Qianyu's face, inciting astonishment among onlookers as she ascended the stairs. As she passed an office area, a few individuals couldn't help but engage in hushed discussions. Do you think President Yun has encountered some good fortune? I've been here for so long, and this is the first time I've seen her smile. The Yun family owned numerous enterprises, making it impossible for Yun Qianyu to oversee them all daily. Yet even those who had only glimpsed her could tell something was amiss. Really? You must be mistaken. How could President Yun possibly smile? Yes, I saw it too. Don't let her usual icy countenance fool you. She is a university student. I'm certain she must be in love. As the chatter continued behind her, Yun Qianyu felt no inclination to reprimand them today. She was eager to return to her office, for Zhao Qian's information had finally arrived. Wearing platform sneakers that accentuated her height, she walked with an air of confidence, her aloof and proud visage drawing attention as she made her way, surrounded by adoring eyes. akin to a deity descending upon the earth until she reached the end of the corridor. With a resounding bang, Yun Qianyue entered her office and closed the door behind her, while several bodyguards stood vigil outside. Inside, a bespectacled woman awaited her arrival. She was her grandfather's secretary, known for her decisiveness. Without delay, the woman handed Yun Qianyue a stack of documents. Although she maintained a calm exterior, her hands trembled as she perused the materials. At long last, she would uncover the essence of his character. Curiously, as she flipped through the pages, her expression darkened. The speed of her reading quickened, impatience mounting within her, until she abruptly hurled the documents to the floor. Why isn't this Zhao Qian's information? After rifling through the stack, she discovered it was filled entirely with information on Jiang Xia. The records detailed Jiang Xia's arrival in the city and his various activities, all meticulously documented. After assisting him at the station, she learned he was also a student at Donghai University, and her interest in him had prompted her to arrange a meeting at school. However, that interest paled in comparison to the tenfold, hundredfold allure of the individual who had now emerged. She had no desire to lay eyes on that country bumpkin again. I've discovered that there is only one person named Zhao Qian in the world. His records were included in the stack. The secretary understood Yun Qianyue's temperament well, showing no surprise as she bent down to retrieve a single sheet of paper from the floor and handed it to her. How much can be written on one sheet? Yun Qianyue mused as she took the paper, her eyes widening in disbelief. She stared at the secretary, incredulous. Regrettably, the secretary nodded, indicating that this was indeed Zhao Qian's information. Name, Zhao Qian. Gender, male. Family, Zhao family. The paper was densely packed with information, and aside from what was written, it was all about the Zhao family. The Zhao family mentioned referred to one of the 4 major financial conglomerates in the capital, and Zhao Qian seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with the only recent record indicating he resided with the Xia family. The documents had been obtained directly from the National Archives, unencrypted, yet surpassing any encryption. Yun Qianyue's expression shifted as she held the paper. Are you telling me that besides a name, you have nothing else to provide? The secretary nodded helplessly. Zhao family. Zhao Qian. Yun Qianyue had some knowledge of the Zhao family, yet they were a powerful financial entity in the capital, while she was merely a local force in Donghai. Their connection tenuous at best. Although she was aware of their status, she had never delved deeply into the Zhao family. Initially believing her own Yun family to be sufficiently powerful, she had not arrogantly assumed the ability to alter national archives. This was the extent of the Zhao family's influence, transcending the very definition of family. No wonder he introduced himself with the Zhao family name at the forefront. Hey, who are you? No outsiders are allowed in here. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Miss, she had intended to inquire, but the secretary's sudden glance out the window changed her expression, prompting her to urgently call out to Yun Qianyue. They were currently on the 23rd floor, and as Yun Qianyue leaned closer to the window, she saw a dozen police cars below, officers erecting a long cordon to keep pedestrians at bay, effectively surrounding the building she occupied. If they were not coming for her, it would have been better. Yet, this entire building belonged solely to the Yun family enterprises. Yun Qianyue's mind raced as she contemplated who might be targeting her. It was highly likely to be the same group that attempted to abduct her earlier. However, she could not fathom the logic behind bringing the police if the abduction had failed. Was it an investigation into her accounts? The Yun family's finances were impeccable. Just as Yun Qianyue pondered these matters, a loud crash echoed as the door swung open. Astonishingly, the figure approaching was not a formidable man, but rather a woman. She appeared to be in her early 30s, clad in a sleek, form-fitting skirt, and gracefully making her way forward on elegant high heels, flanked by men in black. Her hair was styled high, reminiscent of Yun Qianyue's height, yet her demeanor exuded an air of unrelenting arrogance. Adorning her exquisite face were gold-rimmed glasses, and her refined gait produced a sharp, commanding sound with each step on the ground. Are you Yun Qianyue? Upon seeing Yun Qianyue, the woman's haughtiness diminished slightly. After receiving a nod from her, the woman produced her phone and, with a click, captured a photograph of Yun Qianyue. Don't mind it. It's merely part of my work. Well, I suppose you qualify, just barely. Subsequently, she fiddled with her phone as if she had accomplished a particularly arduous task, before casually seating herself in the chair beside Yun Qianyue. And you are? Yun Qianyue was bewildered, uncertain whether this encounter was one of hostility or camaraderie, as the woman had barged in solely to take a photograph. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Hui Ro, and the young master has always referred to me as Ro E. You may call me that as well. As you can see, I am a member of the Zhao family. Hui Ro sat comfortably, her smile contrasting sharply with the gravity in her eyes, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. To say I am a member of the Zhao family is somewhat misleading. More accurately, I am akin to a steward of the Zhao household. Initially, I had no intention of making this trip personally, but those above insisted on a first-hand look at the individual interacting with the young master. However, there is no need for concern. Your performance is, well, passable. You see, the young master has yet to find a woman who could challenge us. Huairou casually remarked, speaking in a manner that Yun Qian Yu found perplexing. Nevertheless, one thing was clear to her. She had come for Zhao Qian. What if I fail to meet expectations? Yun Qian Yu inquired. Her curiosity piqued, but her interlocutor merely smiled enigmatically. You wouldn't want to know. After all, there are many ways for a fly to meet its demise. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. This is a search warrant. Someone has accused you of stealing state secrets, Huairou stated, retrieving a document from one of her subordinates and placing it on the table. State secrets? Yun Qian Yu exclaimed, incredulous. When had she ever stolen state secrets without her knowledge? Well, this document is right here. Huairou picked up a sheet of paper from the table, the very one Yun Qian Yu had left there earlier, detailing Zhao Qian's information. Aside from the name, everything else on this paper pertains to the Zhao family. Is this truly a state secret? Yun Qian Yu was baffled, yet soon received clarification. However, you must understand. This is merely a pretext. One requires an excuse to take action. My superiors hope you will cease any inquiries regarding Zhao Qian. It is not that they fear you might uncover something, but rather that once one person stirs the pot, others will follow suit. You see, they too wish to observe you. My subordinates have noted that your rapport with our young master is quite favorable. A group of old-timers is eagerly awaiting grandchildren. Yet they fear that a prospective daughter-in-law might not measure up, thus sending me to evaluate the situation. Does this clarify things for you? Huairou's expression held a hint of surprise as she scrutinized Yun Qian Yu from head to toe. Your appearance is commendable, though your demeanor leaves something to be desired. Yet, it is noteworthy that the young master has never touched another's leg before. It was evident that Zhao Qian's every action was under the watchful eye of the Zhao family, including Yun Qian Yu's recent endeavors. This exchange brought an unsettling realization to Yun Qian Yu, her countenance darkening as she comprehended the extent of Zhao family's entanglement with the relentless machinery of the state. Zhao Qian was far more enigmatic than she had imagined, and the Zhao family was more powerful than she had anticipated. This was the financial titan of the imperial capital, the illustrious Zhao family. However, she also gleaned a crucial piece of information. Zhao Qian was indeed the heir of the Zhao family. A sense of obsession washed over her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she contemplated the truth. They were of the same ilk, both born with the world at their feet. Only he could truly understand her. But what is the world like through your eyes? The steward of the Zhao family, Huairou, arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, encircling the Yun family building and leaving a formidable impression before imparting a warning, snapping a photograph, and then vanishing. Each of her actions embodied the Zhao family's modus operandi, powerful, domineering, and shrouded in an intoxicating mystery. Meanwhile, the Xia family was anxiously awaiting news. Xia Chun and Xia Ninghan were tense with anticipation, as Xia Ninghan reported that their archrivals, the Gao family, had acquired an exorbitantly priced prescription that could potentially disrupt the pharmaceutical industry. At first, Xia Chun had been skeptical. If the Xia family truly possessed such a treasure, they would not have been continually overshadowed. However, upon hearing the name Zhao Qian, he felt compelled to believe. He promptly dispatched someone to investigate, and to his astonishment, they uncovered substantial information. The Gao family had indeed secured a mysterious prescription with remarkable effects, though the specifics were still being scrutinized as they awaited further details. Found it. At that moment, Xia Ninghan's uncle, Xia Zhengming, entered with a briefcase in hand. Without delay, he retrieved documents and photographs from within. Xia Ninghan furrowed her brow as she examined the images, which depicted workers engaged in the drug production process, with Gao Huaqiu overseeing, clearly indicating that this was the Gao family's trump card, one that Gao Huaqiu regarded with utmost seriousness. This is the Gao family's new drug, yet to be named, but internally referred to as a tonic. Some even call it a cancer treatment, Xia Zhengming announced, pulling out a document detailing the workers' pharmaceutical techniques. Though it was evident that external investigations had their limitations and the methods were incomplete. A cancer treatment? Xia Chen's expression darkened considerably. In a city with so few individuals, akin to a single cake, it mattered not how many were sharing it. The cake itself remained finite. Now that the Xia family had finally penetrated the Gao family's market, if this drug proved effective, it would undoubtedly receive robust support from the state, propelling the Gao family to unprecedented heights. Moreover, how do you know they possess only this one drug? Zheng Ming arranged for some thugs to infiltrate the Gao family's factory and cause destruction. Then send someone in to steal the prescription. If stealing proves unfeasible, ensure everything is destroyed. Every critical piece of pharmaceutical equipment must be obliterated, Xia Chen asserted. his gaze fixed intently on Xia Zhengming. Execute it cleanly, and be cautious not to leave any traces. Xia Qian's strategy was superficial. While it could delay the Gao family's drug release, it merely postponed the inevitable. His approach was simple: to perpetually sabotage their efforts, ensuring the drug never saw the light of day. Methodical by nature, Xia Qian refrained from taking risks, which is why the Xia family remained stable under his stewardship for so many years, neither advancing nor retreating. Meanwhile, Xia Ninghan observed the exchange between the two Xia family leaders in silence, perusing the documents in her hands, while Zhao Qian's words echoed incessantly in her mind. Your father, your uncle, your cousin, they are all ineffectual. I can assist them temporarily, but do not naively believe the Xia family can truly rise. His words rang true. She had to concede that under her father's leadership, the Xia family would indeed struggle to progress. Xia Ningyan, having attained clarity, felt a sense of relief wash over her. With an expression devoid of emotion, she gazed at her father, the man she once held in the highest regard, and addressed him. Father. The way she uttered this term felt somewhat distant. She continued, I will handle this matter. You will handle it? Xia Qian looked at his daughter, and to be truthful, ever since the night of her engagement, he had sensed a certain estrangement in her demeanor. Yet, he had never anticipated that she would utter such words. My dear niece, do not jest. Are you truly capable of managing this situation? Xia Zhengming interjected with a scoff. Indeed, you discovered this issue, but that does not imply you can resolve it. The Gao family is currently making a grand spectacle of it. Their entire lineage is invested in this venture. How do you intend to contend with them? Faced with their skepticism, Xia Ningyan did not rush to respond. Instead, she meticulously etched their faces into her memory. This was the tumult of familial strife, a precarious dance. Yet it stirred within her a subtle thrill. She met their gaze with unwavering confidence in her eyes. This is also the directive from young Master Zhao. Chapter 20. The Transformation of the Protagonist. Xia Qian wished to voice further objections, yet his lips parted only to fall silent. At that moment, he comprehended the profound shift that had transpired within his daughter. Before her engagement, she was the cherished young lady of the Xia family, every move under his watchful eye. However, post-engagement, she had become like water spilled from a vessel, her every utterance entwined with young Master Zhao's name. Though this was ostensibly a positive development, the Xia Ningyan before him felt strikingly unfamiliar, as if she had suddenly pierced through a veil of ignorance. And how do you propose to address this issue? Ultimately, Xia Qian acquiesced, and even Xia Zhengming dared not voice dissent. The mere mention of a name was enough to intimidate the two men in power. This was her fiancé. Although he had anticipated their reactions, a curious sense of pride blossomed within Xia Ningyan. Look, her fiancé's name alone had reduced her usually imperious father to this state. The sparkle in her beautiful eyes intensified. It was her first experience of such a feeling, no longer a mere pawn in a transactional game, but rather a sense of dominion over her circumstances. Despite being framed as a test, she mused, since you are my fiancé, it is only fitting that I invoke your name, is it not? With that thought, Xia Ningyan fixed her gaze upon the two men, exuding an odd sense of authority. Today, she donned a pristine white dress, complemented by white stockings, and her long, luminous legs were adorned with a pair of 7-centimeter white-heeled sandals. Taller than those she wore at the banquet, her posture erect, towering over Xia Qian by half a head. Such an image of purity. Yet, with this innocent facade, the corners of Xia Ningyan's eyes curled upwards, emanating an aura of unspoken authority. Unbeknownst to Xia Qian, the little girl who once hid behind him had morphed into this formidable presence. The Gao family, despite being pressed down by the Xia family in recent years, appeared unscathed, which raised suspicions. It was time to foster an alliance with the Gao family, subsequently seizing the opportunity to investigate their nefarious dealings. Do you suspect they are engaging in fraudulent accounting? Xia Qian, ever astute, grasped the implication immediately. Fraudulent accounting, tax evasion, and the like, could lead to dire consequences if uncovered. However, one could not definitively ascertain their guilt. This strategy was precarious. And what of the Gao family's medication? Xia Ningyan's eyes sparkled, as if she had everything under control. She chuckled lightly. Of course we must manage it. For the Gao family's medication to be produced, they must conduct trials. Once it is officially launched, they will undoubtedly boast about it. We must cultivate a positive relationship with them while discreetly identifying the individuals involved in the trials, compelling them to expose the toxicity of the Gao family's medicine. This way, what they believe to be a life-saving remedy will transform into their own death knell. Xia Qian and Xia Zhengming exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback by the audacity of Xia Ningyan's proposal. Was this plan sound? Indeed, if executed successfully, it could lead to the Gao family's downfall. Yet, it was undeniably an act of defamation, devoid of any semblance of justice. Had this strategy been proposed by Xia Zhengyang, a A man seasoned by life, no one would have been surprised. Yet, one must remember that until yesterday, Xia Ningguan was but an unworldly child. Should this scheme succeed, the Gao family would face utter ruin. The mere thought sent a shiver down Xia Qian's spine. It was utterly terrifying. For the first time, he recognized the formidable nature of his daughter. Zhao Qian had indeed unleashed a Pandora's box. So, father, uncle, what are your thoughts? Do you agree, or do you disagree? Xia Ningguan fixed her gaze upon them, her eyes glimmering with mirth. Did Xia Qian truly have any choice? Very well, let us proceed as such. I will contact Gao Huaqiao to arrange a dinner meeting. The Xia and Gao families were sworn enemies. Any notion of alliance or collaboration would be met with staunch resistance from the Gao family. However, Xia Qian possessed a trump card. His father's illness could be leveraged to fabricate a narrative suggesting the Xia family's decline. In such a scenario, the Gao family would undoubtedly lower their guard. Upon returning home, Xia Ningguan received a call from her brother, Zhou Yi, who informed her that matters had been resolved, and he would soon arrive in Donghai City. The Zhou family had once dominated Donghai, but Zhou Ye's father had since sought opportunities in the capital, leading to their long-standing friendship since childhood. Although the Zhou family was merely a second-tier clan in the capital, their affiliation with the Zhao family granted them a notable position, having abandoned Donghai to establish themselves in the capital, a testament to Zhou Ye's father's foresight. As she entered the Xia residence, Xia Ningguan was surprised to find herself waiting in the hall, seemingly anticipating his arrival. In the brief interlude, she had changed her attire. Xia Ningguan's figure was statuesque. Resembling a model, she wore a white V-neck long-sleeve top paired with a black pleated skirt and strappy 7-centimeter high-heeled shoes. The short skirt accentuated her long, flawless legs, akin to jade, and upon closer inspection, she wore flesh-toned tights, with her hair cascading down and a smile gracing her lips. She embodied the very essence of a refined lady. Should Xia Ningguan step out in such an ensemble, she would likely attract the gaze of every passerby. However, this also marked a shift in her fashion sense. Previously, her skirts had scarcely reached her knees, yet now her attire was decidedly more daring. When their eyes met for a fleeting moment, Zhao Qian detected an unexpected warmth in Xia Ningguan's gaze. Warmth? He was taken aback and inquired, Miss Xia, what has brought about this change? Unexpectedly, Xia Ningguan approached him, gracefully adjusting his attire with her delicate hands. It is nothing. I simply feel that the world is filled with fascinating experiences. Her ambiguous response left Zhao Qian uncertain of her thoughts. Previously, Xia Ningguan had exuded an air of rigidity, resembling a character straight out of a novel. But now, she was different. One could discern the myriad thoughts concealed within her eyes. Yet, Zhao Qian found himself too preoccupied to delve into her transformation. After hanging up the phone, he intended to return to his room. He wished to see if there were any updates in the storyline. Initially, he thought Xia Ningguan had something to convey, yet, remarkably, she merely smiled and watched him depart. Any observer could discern that the current Xia Ningguan was not quite herself. Just days before, she had appeared like a resentful woman, her face etched with grievances. However, now it seemed as though she had come to some profound realization. Chapter 21, A Heartfelt Exchange. Zhao Qian's conjecture was accurate. Xia Ningguan had indeed found clarity. Given that they were destined to marry, why not seek out someone appealing to her now? The encounter between Xia Ningguan and Zhao Qian was far from fortuitous. At first, she was captivated by his striking beauty but held back, fearing the brilliance emanating from him might wound her, and wary that beneath that radiance lay a murky darkness. After all wealthy young masters are the same, lecherous, gambling, wasteful, and unsightly. This was her initial thought as she awaited Jiang Xia's timely intervention. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that he was unlike anyone else. With merely a glance, one could perceive all the beauty that the world had to offer in him. He was pure, refreshing, indifferent, and flawless. All men were lustful, including Jiang Xia, each gaze directed at her imprinted in her mind. Yet, he was an exception. It was this flicker of curiosity that drew Xia Ningguan's attention to him, culminating in his words providing her with a sense of purpose. Ningguan, all you need to do is wear beautiful clothes and stand by my side, at the entrance of the Xia family, and that will suffice. Before meeting Zhao Qian, Xia Ningguan had always been instructed by her father in this manner, and she had complied without question. She had never been afforded a choice. No one had ever given her one. Yet, Zhao Qian was different. He offered her options, allowing her to traverse the path she genuinely wished to take. Jiang Xia suffered severe injuries due to a misunderstanding with Yun Qianyue, and during his escape, he inadvertently stumbled upon a rare medicinal herb. Upon learning that Xia Ningguan's grandfather was gravely ill, Jiang Xia promptly prepared. When several physicians found themselves at a loss, Jiang Xia stepped forward, utilizing the precious herb he had previously acquired to miraculously save the elderly man, astonishing everyone. In Zhao Qian's room, he was engrossed in a book, though in truth, he was perusing a script. Jiang Xia's escape was an event that had already transpired, while the subsequent rescue was a future unfolding in the narrative. It was rather intriguing. After all, Jiang Xia was now affiliated with the Gao family, so how could he be summoned for healing? Zhao Qian remained unaware of the Xia and Gao families' intended collaboration. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, followed by its opening. In walked Xia Ningen, still clad in her previous attire, exceedingly alluring. As she cradled a steaming bowl of soup. Just in time, what transpired between the Xia and Gao families? Zhao Qian had no interest in consuming soup. His sole concern was the plot. Xia Ningen let out a quiet sigh, glancing at her own attire before observing Zhao Qian's inquisitive gaze. With a soft chuckle, she smiled, a rare, cool, and reserved smile. It was indeed amusing that she entered his room dressed so revealingly, and he chose to inquire about this. Some things have occurred. I will recount them to you gradually, she stated, placing the hot soup down and seating herself beside Zhao Qian, her ring glimmering brilliantly under the light. She then unveiled her plan. So, the Xia family and the Gao family are ostensibly forming an alliance, and the Gao family has heard of your grandfather's illness, leading them to send a renowned physician tomorrow for treatment? Zhao Qian asked incredulously. Perhaps the treatment is merely a facade. The Gao family likely wishes to ascertain the veracity of my grandfather's ailment, Xia Ningen interjected. Even Zhao Qian couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Such a ruthless strategy. Was it truly something the protagonist could employ? The so-called renowned physician sent by the Gao family was undoubtedly Jiang Xia. Upon absorbing this information, Zhao Qian felt a slight relaxation wash over him, a gentle smile gracing his features. This was the process of witnessing the protagonist's transformation. It was worth noting that in the narrative, even when Jiang Xia faced downfall within the Xia family, he had never been able to claim Xia Ningen. How interesting. To be frank, after arriving at the Xia family, I thought you might flee. Zhao Qian began to engage in casual conversation, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed. Oh, now I am curious, Xia Ningen responded. Who is Zhao Qian? A member of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. How could he entertain such concerns? A fiancé has descended from the heavens, a wealthy second-generation heir, and yet girls yearn for a romantic encounter. Aren't there countless scenarios like this in novels? As Zhao Qian spoke, his eyes began to glaze over. To be honest, when I first traversed to this realm, I could hardly distinguish between reality and fiction. And even now, I still bear some remnants of that confusion. After all, this is a reality within a novel, not a true story. I found myself pondering. Perhaps she had fled from her wedding. Xia Ningen arched her brows and smiled. Then it seems that Zhao Qian is indeed overthinking. Individuals like us are fated not to choose those we love. I have long accepted my destiny. However, it appears that the outcome is not so unfavorable. From my perspective, it is you, Zhao Qian, who should be fleeing, becoming engaged to a woman of unknown origin upon arriving in Donghai. As she spoke, Zhao Qian's gaze gradually became distant. He raised his left hand, as if something once resided there. I did indeed escape. Had I not, it would not merely have been a matter of engagement. You are remarkably resilient, Zhao Qian remarked, his tone tinged with a subtle melancholy, leaving Xia Ningen momentarily uncertain of his sentiments. Zhao Qian, she began, wishing to elaborate further, but was interrupted. From now on, just call me Zhao Qian. I am weary of the title Zhao Gongzi. He turned his profile toward Xia Ningen, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him, her gaze inadvertently lingering on his side profile, gradually ensnared by the melancholy in his eyes. Xia Ningen's fingers involuntarily tightened, her mind consumed by a singular thought. What sort of person could evoke such an expression from you? This notion, once birthed, spiraled uncontrollably, like encroaching darkness, swiftly enveloping her heart. Indeed, Zhao Qian had escaped. Though he practiced the path of indifference, it did not imply he was devoid of emotions. The Zhao family placed great emphasis on lineage, resulting in him being bound by numerous betrothals from a young age. His childhood was spent surrounded by his contemporaneous fiancées, devoid of any freedom, where even the simplest play was conducted with the caution of a negotiation. He could not endure such a life, akin to imprisonment. Fortunately, he was granted a second chance at life. As a child, he skillfully maneuvered his way through various relationships. Upon maturing and gaining the means, he annulled as many engagements as possible. Yet, some remained unresolvable, prompting his flight. This was the true reason behind his departure from the imperial capital. Zhao Qian was no celestial being. He could not endure everything. The family's strictures, regulations, the mindless adulation of his peers, the myriad of rituals and schedules, all of it drove him to escape far and wide. However, despite everything, he was still a member of the Zhao family. His ability to leave was solely due to the Zhao family's leniency, and he understood that this indulgence came at a cost, perhaps a year, or perhaps two. Ultimately, he would still have to leap into the unfathomable abyss from which there was no return. Chapter 22. Zhao Qian's official fiancé in Donghai City. Zhao Qian was fully prepared, awaiting the commencement of the unfolding narrative. Meanwhile, far from Donghai, the imperial capital was rife with tumult and intrigue. In the imperial capital, at the Longgong Villa, built by the illustrious Long family, one of the four great financial conglomerates, the villa stood as a monumental testament to opulence, symbolizing the epitome of power and privilege. Within the Longgong estate lay a particularly lavish enclave, the residence of the Long family themselves. The villa's corners were adorned with columns of white Han marble, while the walls were intricately constructed from white stone bricks. Golden roses, exquisitely sculpted, bloomed vibrantly among the white stones, and crimson silk curtains billowed gracefully in the breeze, epitomizing the true essence of Longgong's grandeur. The floors were laid with polished black marble, the tiles gleamed like mirrors, and the lavish crystal chandeliers hung elegantly overhead. Glass tables crafted from pure black wood and imported designer armchairs complemented the exquisitely carved bookshelves, rendering the entire room beyond description. Upon entering the villa, one would immediately be struck by the extravagance of the grand hall. The ornate light fixtures cast a stark, chilling brilliance, while the towering walls loomed over the plush carpet, casting somber shadows. Progressing through the spacious yet desolate corridor, one arrived at an even more sumptuous chamber, where a woman reclined gracefully on an opulent long couch. Clad in a scarlet robe, her demeanor was cool and aloof. Her phoenix-like eyes were elegantly arched, and her crimson lips bore a dangerously alluring hue. Her long, slender legs were bare, with delicate feet casually resting on the couch, adorned with a tiny bell suspended from a red thread around her ankle, jingling softly with her movements. The aura she exuded was one of regal elegance, her eyes reflecting disdain, as if to imply that all mortals were mere ants in her presence, unworthy of gazing upon her countenance, destined only to prostrate at her feet. This formidable woman was none other than Zhao Qian's fiancée in the imperial capital, Long Riyue. Did he truly refrain from uttering any other words? Long Riyue inquired, her phoenix eyes slightly raised as she questioned the young man kneeling before her. The youth, bearing a wry smile, was none other than Zhou Yi, Zhao Qian's brother. Surely you heard my call, dear sister. Can it be that my brother would employ code during our conversation? Zhou Yi remarked, his expression troubled. Indeed, he said nothing. He reiterated, his brow furrowed. Zhou Yi had known Zhao Qian since childhood, and thus, the illustrious Long Riyue was regarded as a sister figure. However, it was evident that a rift had formed between the two, as Zhao Qian had departed in silence, leaving Zhou Yi to face her interrogation alone. Nothing at all. Long Riyue echoed, her exquisite face marred by confusion as she fixated on a box resting on the table before her. This box had been delivered by Zhou Yi at Zhao Qian's behest. While the delivery had initially appeared mundane, upon discovering its contents, Long Riyue had become frantic, refusing to let him depart. Dear sister, if I do not leave now, I shall miss my chance to reach Donghai by tomorrow, and my brother may grow suspicious. Zhou Yi implored desperately. There was no persuading her. Although he had learned a few tricks from Zhao Qian, he was no match for her formidable presence. A queen among peers since childhood, commanding all. Only Zhao Qian had the ability to elicit a civil conversation from her. Anyone else would find themselves kneeling in submission. Long Riyue remained silent, gently lifting the box's lid. Inside lay a ring, devoid of diamonds, yet shimmering with a brilliance surpassing that of ordinary rings. As she held it, she examined it closely, revealing engravings on the inner band. No one may possess this but me, and this object belongs solely to me. Such words were imbued with a potent assertiveness, serving as both a warning and a vow. This was their engagement ring. Long Riyue possessed an identical ring on her left hand. As the princess of the Long family, she was a true royal, born with a silver spoon. Just like Zhao Qian. From a young age, Long Riyue had exhibited remarkable talent, effortlessly securing top ranks in every examination and dominating sports competitions, consistently assuming leadership roles, and even being dubbed the ultimate life form. Yet, unbeknownst to others, she had secretly learned the art of engraving, solely to inscribe her personal vow on the ring she intended to gift to her beloved boy. Without uttering a word, she returned the engagement ring, vanishing without a trace, leaving the Zhao family bewildered. From their first encounter, Long Riyue found Zhao Qian to be an enigma. Despite years of companionship, the reality had delivered a shocking revelation, and the ring seemed to whisper, "Behold, he remains an enigma. You have never truly understood him." As she gazed at the ring, an unnameable fury surged within her. With a sudden motion, she hurled the box across the room, where it ricocheted off the walls and ultimately shattered a glass panel before coming to rest. Yet, She retained a semblance of attachment, refraining from discarding the ring itself. This was not the fault of others. It was she who had inadvertently nurtured Zhao Qian into her own Achilles heel. Zhou Yi knelt quietly, head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. This was the overwhelming presence of Long Riyue. Enough, she mused, her thoughts racing as she grappled with Zhao Qian's intentions, ultimately deciding to cease her contemplation. You shall take the ring to Zhao Qian and convey my message, she commanded, her tone shifting to one of grave seriousness. I shall seek him out personally. The gravity of her words left no room for negotiation. Zhou Yi, recognizing the shift in her demeanor, promptly accepted the ring from her hand with utmost reverence. Before departing, he contemplated retrieving the box, but upon glancing back, he discovered it had become ensnared amidst the debris, with Long Riyue's piercing gaze following him like a blade. With a silent lament for the box, Zhou Yi hurried away. He had lingered in this daunting place long enough. Only upon exiting the Long family estate did Zhou Yi dare to exhale deeply. Good heavens, I truly cannot fathom how my brother manages to placate her. Young Master Zhou. He heard from outside, where others awaited. With a grin, Zhou Yi waved his hand. Onward. Back to our homeland. Destination, Donghai City. Chapter 23. The facade is shattered. Awaiting the spectacle. The following day, Xia Qian summoned everyone to the hospital under his purview, where the elder had been settled. Many were already aware of the impending events. Yet it was evident that many within the family harbored dissent. How could the Gao family have thrown so many obstacles our way, only to suddenly ally with us? Indeed, an alliance is one thing, but what if they harbor ulterior motives? The majority of the family remained oblivious to Xia Ninggen's plan and expressed their discontent to varying degrees. This was my idea, Xia Ninggen interjected amid the clamor. What matters most now is to cure my grandfather's ailment. As she boldly addressed the assembly, her resolve bore an intensity rivaling that of her father, silencing the crowd. In this moment, Zhao Qian observed Xia Ninggen in silence, pondering her unwavering confidence. Why on earth are you dressed like that? Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the hospital room. As the crowd turned to investigate the source of the commotion, they beheld a man clad in a disheveled robe, haphazardly fastened and smeared with an array of unsightly black stains. His hair resembled a messy nest, and anyone observing him standing idly in a corner would undoubtedly deem him a beggar. Attire mattered little. Yet it was evident this man sought to enter the room occupied by Xia Ninggen and her companions, a VIP area that would not permit such an intrusion. Consequently, this beggar-like figure was swiftly intercepted. Ninggen. The commotion drew the Xia family outside, where the man, initially growing impatient with the reprimand, abruptly lifted his gaze upon spotting Xia Ninggen, his eyes sparkling with intensity. This beggar was none other than Jiang Xia. Let him through, Zhao Qian interjected. Although he had anticipated Jiang Xia's arrival, he was utterly unprepared for his disheveled appearance. The nurse hesitated at Zhao Qian's command until Xia Ninggen nodded, allowing her to step aside. With no further obstruction, Jiang Xia dashed forward, his eyes still ablaze with anger directed at Zhao Qian, but softened considerably when he regarded Xia Ninggen. Jiang Xia was not always in such a state of disarray. He had been engrossed in formulating new medicines, which had led to his current appearance. Initially resigned to his fate, he was taken by surprise when the Xia family sought an alliance with the Gao family. Learning of Xia Ninggen's grandfather's illness, a golden opportunity to win their favor. Thus, he hurriedly brought his newly concocted medicine. Isn't that the driver from that day? What's he doing here? Hasn't he been beaten enough by young Master Zhao? At that moment, someone recognized Jiang Xia, which provoked unwelcome memories for him. Zhao Qian. Upon seeing Zhao Qian, Jiang Xia straightened up, locking eyes with him, brimming with confidence. I concede. I cannot rival you in power, but in the realm of medicine, I am a genius. Indeed, Jiang Xia had proven to be a prodigy in the field of medicine, and his declaration incited a flurry of murmurs among the onlookers, who began to question his credibility. This driver is purportedly a medical expert? How absurd. If a driver possessed such medical prowess, why would he remain a driver? Jiang Xia was accustomed to the crowd's scornful jests. He nervously assessed Xia Ninggen, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp her arm. Ninggen, are you all right? Did that Zhao fellow do anything to you? You initiated this, didn't you? I knew you still cared for me. It was evident that Jiang Xia had much to say. I'm fine. Please maintain decorum in public, Xia Ninggen replied, subtly evading his touch. She discreetly glanced at Zhao Qian, relieved to see no unusual expression in his eyes, and exhaled a breath of relief. Apologies, I was too hasty, Jiang Xia said, a sheepish smile replacing his earlier bravado as he withdrew his hand. Why are we still standing here? At that moment, Gao Huaqiao arrived. Though aware of the animosity between Jiang Xia and Zhao Qian, he remained oblivious to the depths of the situation. Can this beggar truly heal the old master? From within the crowd, Xia Tian chimed in. You all need not worry. This gentleman is my Gao family's benefactor. Even the latest medicine I developed was thanks to him. Gao Huachao's words elicited surprise in the crowd's gaze towards Jiang Xia, but only Zhao Qian and Xia Ningen remained unfazed, having long recognized Jiang Xia's abilities. Knowing that this medicine could very well endanger the Gao family. Then let us proceed. We shall see the old master. Gao Huachao, a figure of considerable repute among those present, spoke with authority, especially given his current alliance with the Xia family. Upon entering, they found the old master's ward spacious, separated by a massive glass partition. A few hospital staff members were also seated behind, there to observe the treatment process. Jiang Xia, upon entering, ceased his ruckus and quietly gazed through the glass, presenting an air of a true healer. How is it? Gao Huachao inquired softly of Jiang Xia. It is indeed severe. He is not feigning, Jiang Xia replied, prompting Gao Huachao to nod in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his face as he patted Jiang Xia's shoulder. How is the old master's condition? Do you feel confident? Gao Huachao's smile concealed his inner thoughts. The gravity of the old man's illness indicated the Xia family's genuine desire to ally with the Gao family. His visit aimed to dispel his own doubts. It was merely a transient alliance. He intended to produce the medicine during this period of safety and, once released, would swiftly cast the Xia family aside. I will do my utmost, Jiang Xia asserted, stepping into the old man's room before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Doing your utmost? This young man is quite self-assured. An elder seated among the observers remarked. He was the head of the hospital, known as Zhang Lao, a member of the Xia family. He recognized that even he was powerless against this illness, yet this youth spoke confidently of his efforts. Inside, Jiang Xia carefully extracted a cloth bag from his robe, revealing 14 silver needles arranged meticulously. He first placed an unknown pill into the old master's mouth, then diligently disinfected the needles before proceeding with the acupuncture. Xiao Yang's 14 needles. Zhang Lao, having lived for decades, immediately recognized Jiang Xia's technique. The existence of such a method was rare in contemporary practice. What are the Xiao Yang 14 needles? Someone inquired. Zhang Lao, observing Jiang Xia's technique, nodded approvingly before elucidating, using Qiao Yang grass as a conduit. Needles are inserted at 14 specific meridians of the human body. While the technique is not inherently difficult, Qiao Yang grass has long been extinct. This youth might indeed possess the ability to heal the old master. Through the glass, the onlookers witnessed Jiang Xia methodically placing each needle. Before long, he had inserted 13. But a sudden mishap occurred with the last needle. Alarms blared from the equipment beside the old master as his blood pressure surged, and within moments, his countenance twisted in agony, blood spilling from his mouth. In an instant, Jiang Xia was rendered speechless. Everyone present shared his bewilderment. Chapter 24, The Grandest Show of Hubris. Inviting the harshest condemnation. Despite alternative plans, the old master remained Xia Ningen's grandfather. Upon witnessing her grandfather spitting blood and his face contorted in pain, Xia Ningen rushed forward, forcefully shoving Jiang Xia aside, her voice sharp with urgency. If anything happens to my grandfather, I will not spare you. Everyone step back. At that moment, Zhang Lao could no longer remain passive. Approaching the bedside, he observed the old master's condition deteriorating in an instant. After a moment of scrutiny, he shook his head. He had already been powerless against this illness, and now it seemed hopeless. Jiang Xia, I suspect your intentions are nefarious. Indeed, he is nothing but a complete fraud. The crowd erupted in righteous indignation, while Gao Huachao positioned himself protectively in front of the overwhelmed Jiang Xia, attempting to calm the crowd. Everyone, please do not act impulsively. This is merely a minor mishap. Jiang Xia is still capable. If the old master were to perish at the hands of those brought by Gao Huachao, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Jiang Xia, who stood in shock. How could this be? It shouldn't have gone wrong. Jiang Xia's mind erupted with the doubts that had plagued him. Yet, as he recalled Zhao Qian scheming in the alley, his anger flared, and he directed an accusatory gaze at Zhao Qian. Was it you who orchestrated this? After an arduous quest to procure the rare herb, an opportunity that should have unfolded seamlessly has now devolved into chaos. In Jiang Xia's eyes, this can only signify that someone is meddling in affairs. Ding. Jiang Xia's harvest value is 50. Zhao Qian's gaze darkens. The protagonist is indeed adept at casting blame. Under normal circumstances, with the Gao family's medicine, Jiang Xia would be doomed, and Zhao Qian would merely await his rewards, rendering any interference unnecessary. He had anticipated that Jiang Xia would put on a grand performance, yet was taken aback by his failure. It seems the protagonist's fortune has waned, compounded by the negative emotions from previous events that erupted in this moment of failure. A protagonist blessed with high fortune enjoys success and admiration, while one burdened with misfortune experiences the opposite. Zhao Qian can only rationalize it in such a manner. Zhao Qian. Jiang Xia's anguished call reverberates, his disheveled appearance portraying utter disarray. If Zhao Qian would only step forth to defend himself, there would be room for explanation. Yet he maintains his nonchalant demeanor. Is everything truly unfolding according to his design? Jiang Xia, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Xia Ning's cold gaze pierces through Jiang Xia. Her disappointment palpable. The medicine he personally concocted, administered, and the needles he himself prepared, Zhao Qian merely observed from behind a glass barrier. Anyone with discernment could identify Jiang Xia's blunder. Yet, at such a critical juncture, he seeks to deflect blame onto Zhao Qian instead. It appears Jiang Xia is nothing more than a charlatan, now having his grandiose claims shattered. He merely sought to draw the attention of the young lady. And now he finds himself in dire straits. As events spiral further out of control, Jiang Xia continues to lay blame on young Master Zhao, revealing his true character. Zhao Qian, having been previously ensnared by him, harbors doubts, but upon reflection, he acknowledges that Jiang Xia's reasoning is indeed lacking. After this exchange, Jiang Xia's complexion pales. His fingers tremble. He cannot bear the accusation of plotting against Elder Xia. The Xia family members converse amongst themselves, while Gao Huqiu's face turns ashen. He casts an exasperated glance at Jiang Xia, knowing that Elder Xia must not suffer harm. Any misfortune would jeopardize their alliance with the Xia family, prompting him to urgently exclaim, "Everyone, cease your clamoring. We must devise a plan swiftly." At this proclamation, silence envelopes the crowd, each person casting furtive glances, searching for a solution. Finally, someone, unable to endure the tension, speaks up. We should summon Old Master Zhou. There may still be hope. Old Master Zhou is renowned as the foremost medical expert in Donghai City, often hailed as a modern-day medical sage, akin to the legendary Hua Tuo. Underscoring the extent of his prowess, eyes widen with intrigue, yet quickly dim with despair. It's futile. Old Master Zhou has long since ceased to offer his services, and no one can persuade him. Moreover, it is said he has not been seen in Donghai for quite some time. Finding him is impossible. Following this exchange, the atmosphere sinks back into despondency. Indeed, while Old Master Zhou possesses the skills to save lives, the challenge lies in locating him, for if he were accessible, the Xia family members would not be idly waiting. The situation has taken an unexpected turn, and Zhao Qian watches with keen interest to see how Jiang Xia will navigate this predicament. However, just then, his phone buzzes. Upon checking, he finds an unfamiliar number. Frowning, Zhao Qian answers, knowing he has few acquaintances to call. Zhao Qian, a melodious voice greets him. To his surprise, it is Yun Qianhua. I am aware of your current predicament. Let me be candid. Old Master Zhou is with me, but I require a trade. It appears Yun Qianhua has been keeping a close watch on him, leaving no room for privacy. However, her proposition piques his interest. Zhao Qian counters. But I am not the one in crisis. Why should I engage in a trade with you? You are engaged to Xia Ning, which aligns you with the Xia family's interests. Gaining Elder Xia's support is essential for your ambitions in Donghai City. Is that reason not sufficient? It is not an insurmountable request. There is an ancient martial arts exchange event tomorrow, and all she asks is for him to accompany her. Yun Qianyue's intentions are clear. She seeks to unveil Zhao Qian's secrets, for the skills he displayed in the alley undoubtedly belong to the realm of ancient martial arts. This ancient practice is far from extinct, and her position allows her access to such gatherings. She aims to investigate further, draw closer, and ultimately emulate his remarkable abilities. Ding. Side quest Ancient Martial Arts Exchange activated. The side quest is an independent narrative, distinct from the main storyline, and while it cannot harvest the protagonist's fortune, successful completion will yield rewards based on performance. Zhao Qian has never contemplated expanding into Donghai City. His sole desire is to eliminate the protagonist. However, rescuing Elder Xia may indeed influence Xia Ning, and coupled with this side quest, Zhao Qian deliberates before agreeing. Understood. Bring your people over. Expecting Yun Qianyue to take some time to arrive, he is taken aback when she speaks again on the phone. Turn around. As he does so, he sees her standing at the doorway, gradually lifting her gaze to meet his. After a moment, she tilts her head, her large eyes sparkling with mirth. Enveloped in a soft mist of allure, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Surprised? Her smile is enchanting, almost ethereal. Chapter 25. The Divine Healer bows down. It is truly not my intention to show off. Among the crowd, some observe Zhao Qian's transformation and glance toward the entrance. There stands Yun Qianyue, accompanied by a group, with an elderly man behind her. Old Master Zhou. Isn't that Miss Yin? What brings her here? Murmurs one. And who is that behind her? Old Master Zhou. Who summoned him? It's one thing to see Old Master Zhou, but the presence of Miss Yun, known for her capricious temperament, adds to the intrigue. It was young Master Zhao, A single phone call summoned Miss Yun, whispers another, causing gasps of astonishment to ripple through the crowd. It is well known that the Yun family commands tremendous influence in Donghai, and Miss Yun's unpredictable nature has led to dire consequences for those who misstep in her presence. Though they acknowledge Zhao Qian's high status, they never anticipated that he could summon such a proud and formidable figure as Miss Yun, alongside Old Master Zhou. What sort of power does he wield? Old Master Zhou. Please, Yun Qianyue gestures invitingly. It is understood that Old Master Zhou is notoriously resistant to persuasion. Even getting him to attend requires significant effort. Yet, every sacrifice is worthwhile if it means unraveling the mystery of Zhao Qian's abilities. Upon her command, Old Master Zhou steps forward, and the crowd parts to allow him passage for his examination. Old Master, it is an honor, the hospital director calls out, eager to greet him. Among those present, the director and Old Master Zhou share a peerage, both being luminaries in the medical field. If anyone possesses the right to engage with Old Master Zhou, it would be the director. As anticipated, once the director speaks, Old Master Zhou moves forward to greet him. However, unexpectedly, Old Master Zhou does not approach the director or Elder Xia. Instead, he bypasses the director altogether, leaving him momentarily stunned. Is it possible that Old Master Zhou is solely focused on saving lives? The spectators ponder, yet the next moment reveals an unforeseen spectacle. Old Master Zhou neither heads toward the director nor Elder Xia. To everyone's astonishment, he approached Zhao Qian. Upon reaching his side, he suddenly bent down and performed a grand bow. I have met young Master Zhao, he proclaimed. Old Zhou, having saved countless lives, is a highly esteemed figure in the medical community. There is no one who could compel him to bow. Yet here he was, lowering his head. This act of deference conferred upon Zhou an immense honor. Oh, who might you be? Zhao Qian was equally taken aback by this scene, and upon reflection, he could not recall having met such an elder. Old Zhou looked at Zhao Qian, his expression brimming with joy, and with a hint of excitement in his voice. He said, "It is I, Old Zhou, the one who treated you in the Zhao family." Old Zhou's voice carried a sense of urgency, as he desperately wished for Zhao Qian to remember him. At this revelation, Zhao Qian's memory was indeed jogged, due to the peculiar affliction that plagued him in his youth. The Zhao family often hosted numerous physicians, and this Old Zhou was among them. However, the passage of time had dulled his recollections, leaving only a vague memory of the eccentricities of the old man. "It is you, old madman." The term old madman was undeniably an insult. One could have expected Old Zhou to be incensed and perhaps storm out in a huff. To everyone's surprise, however, Old Zhou did not take offense. Instead, he chuckled and nodded repeatedly. "Initially, I intended to study your peculiar ailment in detail, young master, but alas, my lack of skill led to my expulsion from the Zhao family. Fortunately, thanks to your guidance, I have managed to carve out a respectable existence for myself elsewhere," he said, sheepishly scratching his head. The Zhao family had only recruited prodigies of exceptional medical prowess, and Old Zhou had hoped to secure a title among them, only to be unceremoniously dismissed soon after. To admit this was a source of great embarrassment. Guidance. Does young Master Zhao also possess medical expertise? How could someone of Old Zhou's caliber have been cast aside? The crowd was taken aback. If Zhao Qian were indeed skilled in medicine, their astonishment would not have been so pronounced. But if even someone like Old Zhou had been ousted for lack of skill, how many other medical geniuses resided within the Zhao family? Old Zhou, hearing the murmurs of the crowd, shook his head. "In my early days, I threw myself into the study of medicine, toiling day and night, earning the moniker of madman. Yet even so, I remain but a frog at the bottom of a well, for there are countless individuals far more accomplished within the Zhao family. As for young Master Zhao, it is truly remarkable. He was hailed as a prodigious talent from a young age, possessing an extraordinary ability to retain the knowledge of any medical text he encountered, and even capable of deducing incomplete prescriptions. The number of individuals seeking his guidance nearly trampled down the threshold. As Old Zhou spoke, his gaze drifted into reminiscence, reflecting on how, without Zhao Qian's occasional counsel, he would not be where he stood today. Thus, his current aspiration was to enhance his medical skills and once again return to the Zhao family. Given Old Zhou's esteemed reputation, his words were met with unquestioning reverence, and the crowd's eyes shifted towards Zhao Qian. Xia Ninggen's gaze sparkled with mirth, while Yun Qianyue's eyes gleamed with an understanding that seemed all too evident. Yet the most striking reaction came from Jiang Xia, whose eyes blazed with barely contained fury. It was as if he were saying, "You, Zhao Qian, are well-versed in medicine, yet have merely watched like a clown from the sidelines." Jiang Xia nearly shouted in outrage. Old Zhou, noticing Jiang Xia's outburst, retorted, "Who are you to speak? Setting aside your insult towards young Master Zhao, how could one of his esteemed stature engage in the same labor as us?" Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, if young Master Zhao had any medical skill, It could only be attributed to his genius, yet given his noble status, how could he possibly play the role of a mere physician? With this realization, the crowd's ire turned towards Jiang Xia. I believe you are simply envious. Bah. Yes. Such a person cannot bear to see others excel. They exclaimed in unison, denouncing Jiang Xia. At that moment, Zhao Qian stepped forth. Old Zhou, let us proceed. If this continues, it shall lead to an endless cycle of bickering, and you have unearthed old grievances. Heaven and earth bear witness. He truly had no intention of flaunting his prowess. It must be said, Zhao Qian's words carried significant weight with old Zhou. He approached the bedside of elder Xia. Showing no signs of delight from the surrounding admiration or scrutiny, he fixed his gaze on elder Xia, his brow furrowed and expression grave, as he diligently examined various instruments, carefully scrutinizing the 13 needles inserted by Jiang Xia. After a considerable time of examination, old Zhou's brow remained deeply furrowed, seemingly more troubled than before. Who administered these needles? The sudden query pierced the silence of the room, sending the crowd instinctively glancing at Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and shrank back into the corner, rendered mute. It was Jiang Xia. He was the one. Someone pointed out, mockingly calling out his name. Old Zhou's gaze hardened further as he recognized Jiang Xia as the one who had earlier disparaged Zhao Qian. Did you employ the Chaoyang 14 needles and administer a potion derived from Chaoyang grass? Old Zhou inquired, his voice laced with skepticism. Jiang Xia's face paled further. His tone strained as he replied, Yes, I used Chaoyang grass mixed with some herbs to open the meridians and administered it to elder Xia. Chaoyang grass, a rare herb thriving under the sun, blooms in daylight and withers with the night, a miraculous cycle. The fact that he had managed to procure a mature specimen was a stroke of fortune. He had even tested the potion beforehand to ensure its safety. Convinced that his needlework was flawless, old Zhou pondered for a moment before continuing. This individual was afflicted with aflatoxin poisoning. If my suspicions are correct, he must have had a penchant for nuts, which contain trace amounts of aflatoxin that can lead to poisoning if consumed excessively. This young man's application of the Chaoyang 14 needles was indeed appropriate for detoxification. However, the issue lies with the Chaoyang grass. Ailments from aflatoxin poisoning can be counteracted with camellia flowers, but the patient's meridians have been disrupted by the Chaoyang 14 needles. And since the 14th needle has yet to be inserted, it is causing a surge of energy and escalating blood pressure. Impossible. The Chaoyang grass I prepared was not singular. I took some myself, so why is it only elder Xia who is experiencing complications? Jiang Xia protested vehemently. By heaven's witness, he indeed consumed it. But the question remains, Jiang Xia, why is it only elder Xia who is in distress? The earlier mockers began to jeer once more. Gao Huakue grew anxious, fearing that they might be unjustly accused of plotting against the old master. We were unaware of the circumstances. He interjected. Unaware? Xia Ningen shot an accusatory glare at Gao Huakue. Setting aside your family's eagerness to treat my grandfather, you sent this ignorant Jiang Xia, who only knows how to drive, without any foresight. You may treasure Jiang Xia, but if he dares to harm my grandfather, I will not show mercy. There were lingering doubts surrounding Jiang Xia's allegiance to the Gao family, and it was now suspected that he might have been a spy planted by them from the onset. Xia Ningen showed no mercy in her accusations. Gao Huakue opened his mouth to respond, but no words emerged. Though he felt urgency, he was also curious to see if the elder truly would fall. As accusations flew, Jiang Xia, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted, The issue is not with the Chaoyang grass. I tested it thoroughly. There is absolutely no problem. Old Zhou asserted. The problem lies within that grass, yet you still refuse to accept it? Xia Ningen regarded Jiang Xia coldly, still nursing a grudge from their prior encounter at the banquet. What do you think you are? Jiang Xia. Even Xia Ningen, with her typically gentle demeanor, could no longer restrain her frustration. Who was old Zhou, after all? He treats ailments without regard for status or wealth, relying solely on personal inclination. In the presence of the esteemed Dr. Zhou, Jiang Xia dares to be obstinate despite the issues at hand. Having faced relentless oppression, the resentment within Jiang Xia has become unbearable. He is determined to vindicate himself and demonstrate his innocence, aiming to strike a harsh blow to the arrogant faces of these privileged youths. Have you inquired of him whether the issue truly lies with the Chaoyang grass? Upon hearing these words, Dr. Zhou shook his head and spoke slowly. To be precise, it is indeed not a matter concerning the Chaoyang grass. Rather, this herb ought not to have been cultivated in the mountains, but rather in the city, where it has undoubtedly been subjected to some degree of pollution. It is evident that Dr. Zhou is deliberately placing Jiang Xia in a precarious position. He is a keen observer who can easily discern the animosity between Jiang Xia and Zhao Qian, thus intentionally setting him up. Jiang Xia, filled with indignation, could only glare at Zhao Qian, powerless to act. Then, may I ask, Dr. Zhou, what has caused this pollution, and is there a remedy? Xia Ningyan interjected. Her urgency palpable. Clearly, her grandfather holds a significant place in her heart. What exactly has caused this contamination? Dr. Zhou fell into a brief silence, not out of theatrics, but because he genuinely did not know. Were he aware, he would not be standing there idly. Although numerous hypotheses exist, none are substantiated by evidence. As a physician, one must not act recklessly without certainty, for it could endanger lives. Jiang Xia's smile revealed his satisfaction at Dr. Zhou's furrowed brow. The documentation regarding the Chuyang grass has long been lost. Having extensively studied medical texts, he naturally knows what could taint the efficacy of the Chuyang grass. His earlier reticence stemmed from a desire to gauge whether Dr. Zhou could discern this. Now, it appears that the esteemed medical sage is not as formidable as he seems. Now is the opportune moment for Jiang Xia to assert himself. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Ningyan, who could no longer tolerate Zhao Qian's presence, pointed at Jiang Xia and declared, "Drag him out. I refuse to gaze upon this charlatan any longer." Indeed, the Xia family had long harbored disdain for Jiang Xia. After all, what right does a mere driver, deemed unattractive, have to masquerade as a miraculous physician? Realizing that his hard-won opportunity was slipping away, Jiang Xia shouted, "You self-proclaimed elites, even the so-called miraculous doctor cannot identify the root cause of the ailment. I suspect you are simply afraid of being exposed by someone as inconsequential as a nameless driver." Jiang Xia entirely forgot that this tumultuous scene was of his own making. Showing no concern for the impropriety of raising his voice in a hospital setting. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Qian stepped forward, blocking the crowd. "How can you be so certain that the Chuyang grass is without fault?" This provoked Jiang Xia, who produced a pill from his pocket to display to the assembly. "I consumed one on my way here, and I have another in my possession. If you doubt me, feel free to test it." He continued, addressing the crowd. "Only one substance can contaminate Chuyang grass, and that is carbon ash. However, I have examined this specimen and found no traces of pollution." After asserting this, Jiang Xia gazed confidently at the gathering, relishing their speechlessness. Zhao Qian sighed deeply and replied, "Indeed, carbon ash can compromise the efficacy of Chuyang grass. However, the real issue is that this is not Chuyang grass at all. If I am not mistaken, you must have found it in a perpetually dark location, correct?" At this revelation, Jiang Xia felt as though struck by lightning, instinctively retreating a few steps, unable to believe what Zhao Qian had just said. It was true. He had been abducted by Yun Qianyue's men and had seized an opportunity to leap from a bridge on the highway, fortuitously discovering the Chuyang grass beneath. But how could Zhao Qian possibly know this? Observing Jiang Xia's incredulous expression, Zhao Qian, now exasperated, elaborated. The medicinal properties of Chuyang grass are recorded in only a handful of ancient texts, and these are often in fragments. However, many are unaware that the only complete medical compendium in existence also states that Chuyang grass is actually a dualistic herb. Chuyang grass thrives by day and withers by night. While dew grass withers in daylight and flourishes at night, Chuyang grass is hermaphroditic, growing in tandem, yet the two varieties propagate through the wind, with only an infinitesimal chance of encountering one another to form a dualistic entity. They appear nearly identical, and since dew grass grows at night, the world knows only of Chuyang grass, unaware of dew grass. Dew grass is harmless. However, if utilized as a medicinal catalyst, it can lead to complications. Chapter 27. Far more powerful than one could imagine. Initially, Zhao Qian had no intention of targeting Jiang Xia. Yet the latter had unwittingly placed himself squarely in Zhao Qian's line of sight, inviting confrontation. "Impossible," Jiang Xia exclaimed, his voice betraying his disbelief. Zhao Qian's prowess and lineage surpassed his own. Could it be that his medical expertise now eclipsed Jiang Xia's as well? Impossible? Then place this herb in the shadows and observe. Dew grass grows at night, and even if harvested for medicinal use, it will emit wisps of white smoke in the shade. Defying superstition, Jiang Xia stood in the shadows, scrutinizing the herb, only to be met with a shocking revelation. The pill in his hand was indeed emitting white smoke. He had sensed this phenomenon earlier, attributing it to the herb's peculiar nature, never realizing it was not Chuyang grass at all. At this juncture, Jiang Xia was left speechless, leaning against the wall in a daze. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhou, an aficionado of medical science, observed this extraordinary spectacle with wide eyes. "Well then, young Master Zhao, how shall we treat this? Moreover, how did you come to possess such knowledge?" The depth of Zhao Qian's knowledge transformed Dr. Zhou's demeanor, further solidifying the assertion that Zhao Qian was a medical prodigy. Zhao Qian glanced at him, then casually remarked, "Simply extract the needles in reverse order, and then open the windows to let Elder Xia bask in sunlight." It is quite straightforward. As for how I know this, he paused, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, continued, the aforementioned complete medical compendium is in my room. Gasp. The director and Dr. Zhou were genuinely astonished. While others may be unaware, these two authorities recognized the significance. Such ancient medical texts, even in fragments, would typically be enshrined in museums. And rare is the individual who could glimpse them, yet Zhao Qian possessed an entire volume. This underscores the Zhao family's immense power and status, transcending mere wealth. If one were to convert that book into money, it could be said that Zhao Qian has lived amidst riches since childhood. But what of even more precious tomes? The two men dared not ponder further. The Zhao family had surpassed all expectations. Although the two were awash in astonishment, it did not diminish the reverence in the gazes directed at Zhao Qian. As for Xian Ningyan, her admiration was palpable. Even Yun Qianyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. When others looked at Zhao Qian, her chin lifted proudly, as if to declare, "Behold, this is the man I have chosen." With his impeccable lineage, striking appearance, wealth, and medical acumen, could Zhao Qian truly be so flawless? With this newfound understanding, Dr. Zhou immediately set to work, and soon, Elder Xia's pain dissipated. Shortly thereafter, the director dispatched someone to fetch camellia flowers for Elder Xia to consume. In a matter of moments, Elder Xia's condition stabilized. "Young Master Zhao, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance this time." Xian Ningyan approached, her face radiant with relief, having endured the emotional roller coaster of her grandfather's fluctuating state. Zhao Qian's gaze fell upon Xian Ningyan, yet his attention drifted toward Jiang Xia. Seeing the simmering fury in the latter's eyes brought an amused smile to his lips. "And why do you still address me as young Master Zhao? You need not be so formal." Xian Ningyan felt a surge of joy, then sweetly called out, "Zhao Qian, Zhao Qian." As Jiang Xia beheld his goddess fall into the clutches of another, a pang of sorrow pierced his heart, soon followed by Zhao Qian's piercing glare. It was all because of him. Everything had been perfectly fine until his arrival disrupted the equilibrium. "Jiang Xia, what are you still doing here? Are you waiting for us to throw you out?" Zhao Qian sneered. "I expected the Gao family to send someone of greater caliber, but this is all they could muster. If it weren't for young Master Zhao's presence, you would be in dire straits." Quack. Bah. A wave of righteous indignation surged through the crowd, and Yun Qianyue stepped forward. She gazed down at Jiang Xia with an air of superiority. "Last time, I mistakenly judged you, but alas, I find myself disliking you even more now. You truly are a pathetic coward." With that, she delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Xia's face. Initially, she had harbored some feelings for him, but after witnessing his grotesque side during this incident, her sentiments had soured. She was Yun Qianyue, and she struck those she found displeasing without reason. After executing her disdainful act, she tossed her hair over her shoulder, leaving Jiang Xia with nothing but her retreating figure and a lingering glance towards Zhao Qian as she exited. She had already been treated to enough surprises for one day. First, Zhao Qian's acquaintance with the esteemed Elder Zhou, then witnessing Zhou's obsequious demeanor, and finally, Zhao Qian showcasing his brilliance. "Miss Xia, we shall take our leave." Now, animosity towards Gao Huqiu and Jiang Xia permeated the air. Gao Huqiu could no longer remain composed, and promptly dragged Jiang Xia away. "Young Master Zhao, the patient is no longer in critical condition. I shall take my leave as well." Elder Zhou offered a slight bow to Zhao Qian before following in Yun Qianyue's wake, as he had matters to discuss with her. Ding, Jiang Xia has gained 150 harvest points. Ding, the heroine's mindset has shifted, gaining 50 harvest points. Ding, the heroine's mindset has shifted, gaining 50 harvest points. As the events concluded, the system's rewards arrived. Zhao Qian contemplated the implications of these rewards. He intended to ensnare the Gao family and Jiang Xia once the Gao family's medicine was released. With Jiang Xia's current fortune, it was possible to eliminate him entirely. Zhao Qian stroked his chin thoughtfully, having devised a plan in his mind. Outside the hospital, Elder Zhou finally caught up with Yun Qianyue, calling out to her, "Miss Yun." She turned back, puzzled. "Miss Yun?" One would think he had been less reverent when she had sought his assistance. It was remarkable how quickly his address had transformed. "Miss Yun, I cannot accept this," Elder Zhou said, pulling out a cloth bag from his pocket. Yun Qianyue recognized its contents, a century-old ginseng, aged over 500 years. This had been a gift from a powerful figure to her grandfather, which she had given to Elder Zhou to secure his assistance. It was well known that someone of Elder Zhou's stature was impervious to wealth and status, yet he had little resistance against such treasures, especially one as rare as a 500-year-old ginseng. "Cannot accept?" Yun Qianyue's gaze sharpened, tinged with confusion. "Is it that this item lacks sufficient value?" Hearing this, Elder Zhou was taken aback, then chuckled wryly. "Miss Yun, you jest. Not only did I fail to assist significantly in this matter, but I also inadvertently caused young Master Zhao to intervene. Regardless, it is thanks to you that I am able to see young Master Zhao again. So I feel compelled to present you with a gift. He then produced a business card, saying, "Here, this is my number. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call." Yun Xianyue accepted the card, her heart fluttering in disbelief. What was this? The esteemed elder Zhou, who even her grandfather could hardly summon, was now at her beck and call. Chapter 28. A revelation in public. It was difficult to fathom that the proud Miss Yun would exhibit such a look of astonishment. She was unaware of the Zhao family's influence. If she could forge a connection with them, her status would be elevated beyond measure. Elder Zhou advised earnestly, "You should know that I have reached the pinnacle of the medical field, yet I have discovered that this world encompasses more than mere science. There are ancient techniques practiced by extraordinary beings, and such individuals abound within the Zhao family. They represent a threshold, cross it, and you enter another realm." Elder Zhou pondered over Yun Xianyue's attitude towards Zhao Qian and hesitantly remarked, "Miss Yun, you wouldn't be developing feelings for young Master Zhao, would you? Is that a problem?" Yun Xianyue replied coyly, her tone sweet. The icy and aloof Miss Yun, known for feeding those who displeased her to the fish, displayed a rare side of innocence. If those who knew her were to witness this, they would be utterly astonished. Truth be told, you have yet to witness young Master Zhao in his youth. He was unlike any other. His mindset, tactics, and learning abilities far surpassed anyone I have known. Today, after meeting him again, I am even more certain that he has become more astute and elusive. When I first encountered him at 12, he was proud and unyielding. 7 years have passed, and he has only grown stronger, concealing his innate arrogance and ambition. Yet, he remains the unparalleled genius, Zhao Qian. Such a person will only advance, relentlessly forging ahead without pausing for anyone. Elder Zhou's words were veiled, yet their meaning was clear. Abandon hope, for a person like Zhao Qian is beyond your reach. One might have expected Yun Xianyue to feel disheartened, but instead, she tossed her hair back with confidence, declaring, "Why should he stop? He is destined to advance, soaring like a deity, and I shall pursue him. He is precisely the kind of person who dazzles, shining brighter than anyone else, in a sea of faces. He is the one who catches the eye first. If he were not so captivating, how could he have drawn my attention?" Elder Zhou's expression darkened. He was not concerned with whom Zhao Qian would end up with. His intention was merely to caution Yun Xianyue that Zhao Qian was already betrothed. He vividly recalled the most impressive figure at the Zhao family gathering, Zhao Qian, but also the most intimidating presence of a girl named Long Riyue, whose cold demeanor radiated danger. Each time he treated Zhao Qian, she would fixate on him with an unwavering gaze. One day, unable to contain herself, she confronted him, haughtily declaring, "Do not touch my people." It was clear to Elder Zhou that Long Riyue regarded Zhao Qian as her possession. He believed that, after waiting so long for Zhao Qian to mature, she would never relinquish her claim. Who could rival someone like Long Riyue? Yet, seeing Yun Xianyue's expression, Elder Zhou chose silence, handing over the ginseng before sighing and departing. There was no point in saying more. Jiangxia's harvest points had reached 1,000, just 250 points shy of completion. Following Jiangxia's abysmal display, the Gao family had significantly lowered their stance, now awaiting the release of their medicine to apprehend them all. With that settled, Zhao Qian would undoubtedly seek out Yun Xianyue to explore the so-called ancient martial arts exchange meeting. After arranging to meet Yun Xianyue, Zhao Qian found himself waiting at the entrance of the Xia family residence, only to unexpectedly encounter someone he hadn't anticipated. A pale purple, elongated Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a halt outside the villa, and as the door swung open, a young lad emerged. Upon spotting Zhao Qian, the boy strode over with exuberance. "Hey, bro, it's about time I saw you." This was Zhou Yi, the scion of the Zhou family, a second-tier family in the capital, and a vassal of the Zhao clan. Zhao Qian and Zhou Yi had grown up together. Their initial acquaintance was marked by playful rivalry. But Zhou Yi was soon awestruck by Zhao Qian's capabilities, affectionately dubbing him Big Brother. This endearing title had persisted for over a decade. Naturally straightforward, Zhou Yi lacked any pretense, always expressing his thoughts candidly and showing genuine concern for Zhao Qian, motivated solely by friendship rather than any desire to climb the social ladder. Given Zhao Qian's illustrious background, his circle of friends was limited, and Zhou Yi was among the few. "Wow, bro, how come I've never seen you drive this car?" Zhou Yi exclaimed, his face a mixture of awe and disbelief. "What is this vehicle?" "A Rolls-Royce Phantom Orchid Edition, long version," Zhao Qian replied with a smile. Although Zhou Yi hailed from a wealthy family, his upbringing was strict, allowing him a few sports cars. Yet this particular model was in a league of its own. Purchases were strictly regulated, and the Orchid Edition was something he had never encountered before. Zhao Qian chuckled. "It's nothing special. Do you expect me to flaunt it? In the capital, He was always chauffeured around and had no inclination for ostentation. As such, even the finest vehicles would gather dust. Impressive. Zhao Yi could only give a thumbs up, then mused, "You really have it good, bro. Luxury cars at your disposal. And someone to drive you around." As he peered into the car, he noticed Aunt Ro descending from the vehicle, bowing slightly to Zhao Qian before standing at attention beside the car. I've just arrived in Donghai City, and I was so astonished that I forgot to post on social media. This is my first time in such a vehicle." Zhao Yi suddenly realized, a look of regret washing over his face. He understood his brother well and knew this car would likely remain idle, as Zhao Qian's wealth and status often led to such possessions gathering dust. Zhao Qian recognized Zhao Yi's yearning for luxury vehicles. Affluent individuals often had a penchant for cars and watches, but Zhao Yi had a particular fondness for automobiles. With a mysterious smile, Zhao Qian said, "Just wait, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to post later. Come along with me to a place." He was genuinely fond of Zhao Yi and spoke to him in a notably gentler tone. While reading novels, he had noted that even in the stories where Zhao Qian faced ruin, Zhao Yi remained steadfastly by his side, ultimately meeting a tragic fate. To him, Zhao Yi had long since become a cherished friend. "Awesome," Zhao Yi exclaimed, his excitement akin to that of a child. He continued to pester Zhao Qian with questions about their destination, but Zhao Qian merely smiled enigmatically. Shortly thereafter, Yun Qianyue arrived. She emerged from her sleek black business vehicle, which, despite its luxury, paled in comparison to the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Her first words were, "Whose car is this?" In Chapter 29, the Rolls-Royce Phantom Orchid, Yun Qianyue was dressed in sporty attire, a brown short-sleeve top paired with thigh-high shorts and white sneakers, complemented by knee-high white socks and a stylish ponytail, presenting a visually appealing image. Although not particularly interested in cars, she was aware that the Rolls-Royce Phantom was worth at least 15 million. A vehicle only the true elite could afford. "Is this your car?" she asked Zhao Qian, her expression slightly perplexed. However, upon noticing Aunt Ro beside him, she quickly deduced the truth. It indeed belonged to Zhao Qian. "Get in. Just tell me where to go." Zhao Qian had previously struggled to find Binhai Road, ending up at Binhang Road instead. It turned out that Donghai City had undergone rapid development, resulting in many name changes. The original Binhai Road had been renamed Binhang. Now wary of wandering aimlessly, he summoned Aunt Ro to drive. Zhao Yi hopped into the car with uncontainable energy, while Yun Qianyue, unfamiliar with such vehicles, instructed her bodyguard to drive her own car, opting instead to join Zhao Qian. Once both were seated, Aunt Ro pressed the button to close the door, which then shut automatically. "This is Zhao Yi, my brother, and this is Yun Qianyue, my friend." Zhao Qian introduced them briefly as the intermediary. Zhao Yi's attention was fixated on the car, while Yun Qianyue showed little interest in Zhao Yi, leading to a polite exchange of greetings. "Would you like something to drink?" Zhao Qian inquired, sensing the atmosphere was somewhat dry. "I'll have soda," Zhao Yi replied cheerfully, though he felt a bit bashful. Glancing at Yun Qianyue before leaning closer to Zhao Qian to whisper, "My family doesn't allow me to drink it. They say it affects fertility." Upon hearing soda, Aunt Ro, now at the driver's seat, shot Zhao Yi a surprised glance, clearly taken aback by his comment. Even Yun Qianyue cast a disdainful look in his direction. After all, those who drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom were typically heads of prominent families. How could such a vehicle possibly contain soda? Unfazed by their stares, Zhao Yi simply smiled in silence. "Aunt Ro, please," Zhao Qian said, contrary to Yun Qianyue's expectations that he would refuse. To her surprise, he instructed the formerly haughty woman to fetch the drinks. "Understood, young master," she replied, and to everyone's astonishment, she exited the vehicle, shedding any remnants of her previous arrogance. This piqued Yun Qianyue's interest. Did Zhao Qian truly possess such magnetism? It seemed she had yet to witness the full extent of his charm. "I didn't dare move while sitting earlier. But now can I take some photos for social media?" "Of course, I can send them to you too, big brother." Zhao Yi excitedly rubbed his hands together. Although he feigned reluctance, he had yet to take out his phone, waiting for Zhao Qian's cue. "Sure, but there's no need for photos. It's my car. Why would I need pictures?" Zhao Qian chuckled, bemused by Zhao Yi's whimsical logic. With his approval, Zhao Yi eagerly retrieved his phone, yanking the car window curtain to capture the view of the car's exquisite orchid-patterned roof. "This is automatic," Zhao Qian interjected, preventing Zhao Yi from being overly rough. He pressed a button beside the window, causing the curtain to rise gracefully. "Wow, bro," Zhao Yi exclaimed. After the curtain was drawn, the interior remained illuminated, emanating a gentle glow from the ceiling. Yun Qianyue then noticed the grand orchid design adorning the roof, delicate yet strong, beautifully elegant, and radiating an ethereal light, creating a surreal atmosphere. Seeing their awe, Zhao Qian chuckled softly. Many were aware that Rolls-Royce offered a starlit ceiling customization. Yet few knew that other designs could be tailored as well. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Orchid featured an interior adorned with orchids, symbolizing a spirit that flourishes despite changing circumstances. The ceiling boasted an ethereal orchid design, appearing almost dreamlike. The starlit ceiling customization cost around 400,000, while the orchid ceiling was priced at 700,000, nearly double. The bespoke seats alone exceeded 1.2 million, with the overall quality and cost far surpassing that of a standard Rolls-Royce. Even the curtains were valued at 100,000, and the floor mats and seat cushions matched that price, forming a complete luxurious ensemble. It can be said that many components within the car far exceed their apparent value, surpassing that of comparable models. However, both Zhou Yi and Yun Qianyue are unaware of this. Those unfamiliar with Rolls-Royce would certainly be ignorant of the intricacies within. Zhao Qian would undoubtedly refrain from exposing this, allowing the two to indulge freely in their musings. After a multitude of photographs, Zhou Yi eventually uploaded them to his social media, resembling a car salesman. His caption read, "My brother's car is truly remarkable, especially this roof. I will undoubtedly acquire one in the future." Despite Zhou Yi being from a second-tier family in the capital and maintaining a close relationship with Zhao Qian, those unable to connect with Zhao Qian would inevitably target Zhou Yi. No sooner had he posted than responses began to flood in. "Miss Sun, is this Zhao Xiao's car? Fengyan bien sure you, oh my. A Rolls-Royce Phantom? This beauty is worth around 20 million. Zhou Gu, please consider supporting me. Shilong bu Shilong. Zhou Gu. Where are you? Is Zhao Gu with you? Dai with Chu Shan. Zhao Xiao is indeed Zhao Xiao, hiding such a vehicle. You deserve this praise. Old man, where have you run off to? Stay close to Zhao Xiao." Zhou Yi chuckled as he scrolled through the myriad of comments. At that moment, he experienced the sensation of being admired, which was quite enjoyable, particularly from Shilong bu Shilong, who was none other than the beautiful Cheng Riyue, albeit still quite young. Just as he was about to reply, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar name. Cheng Riyue replied to Shilong bu Shilong, "Always with Zhao Gu. I told you not to call me that. What are you doing here instead of studying?" Cheng Riyue, remember to give him the things. This revelation startled Zhou Yi considerably. Who was Cheng Riyue? The ultimate life form. She would scarcely glance at his hundreds of social media posts, yet when it came to Zhao Qian, she was more enthusiastic than anyone else. Everyone in the wealthy elite feared her, and her friends, upon witnessing her comment, fell silent. While others continued to engage with Zhou Yi. With this turn of events, Zhou Yi dared not look at his phone again. What if, at any moment, she called and demanded, "Make Zhao Qian speak"? In that case, he would find himself in a most uncomfortable position. As for the items, he had kept the ring securely. But under Zhao Qian's indifferent gaze, he felt the moment was not right. Chapter 30. The essence of a wealthy young master is undeniably revealed. Initially intending to set his phone aside, Zhou Yi suddenly exploded upon reading a particular reply. "Oh, my explosive temper. What happened?" Zhao Qian inquired with a smile. Having grown accustomed to Zhou Yi's antics. "Brother, someone actually questioned my credibility, suggesting that I was pretending to have wealth and that the car is rented." Zhou Yi fumed, his indignation mounting. Who was he? The young master of the Zhou family. When had he ever been so underestimated? Who is it? What are you planning to do? The mere mention of it incensed him further. It was that brat, Pang Jingping. "Oh, brother, you have no idea. He's a wealthy young master from my circle, always concocting ways to oppose me, and his underlings keep doubting me." As Zhou Yi vented his frustration, a plan suddenly struck him. "Oh, brother, you know I often get into trouble and end up confined at home, right? Given the popularity of live streaming these days, I've been playing around with it while at home. Do you think I could start a live stream to show them and slap their smug faces?" Zhou Yi's tone softened, and despite his previous bravado about taking photos and posting on social media, he felt a tinge of guilt over the idea of live streaming. Zhao Qian chuckled. "Why keep those who oppose you? But a live stream isn't a bad idea. I'll agree to it." Zhou Yi's desire to show off was one facet, but Zhao Qian understood that Zhou Yi was not merely seeking attention. He maintained a low profile in the capital, and his notoriety often stemmed from Zhou Yi's antics. Yet, Zhao Qian was indifferent to this. He simply allowed Zhou Yi to bask in his moments of perceived achievement. At that moment, Aunt Ro returned with a plethora of canned beverages, distributing one to each of the three of them, placing the rest in the car's ice bucket. She opened the curtains, lowered the back seat, adjusted the footrest, and activated the built-in massage feature of the seat, signaling Aunt Ro to start driving. The car began to glide smoothly towards the destination mentioned by Yun Qianyue. Zhou Yi, observing Zhao Qian reveling in this moment, could not help but grin. "My brother certainly knows how to enjoy life. I shall do the same." He mimicked Zhao Qian's actions. Meanwhile, Yun Qianyue remained seated quietly, not even sipping her soda. It was apparent that while she found the car fascinating, she had little interest in anything else. After exchanging a few messages, Zhou Yi finally opened the live stream, and a considerable audience began to flock in. My goodness, is the host sitting in a Rolls-Royce? Streaming from a Rolls-Royce? This can't be a gimmick, can it? A group of skeptics chimed in. The host is indeed seated in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the rarest of the rare. It's completely silent. While Zhou Yi had initially streamed for fun, without any thought of profit and with little belief that anyone would regard him as wealthy, the scene quickly changed as he cleverly set the photos he had just taken as the live stream's cover image. A rare edition? My goodness. While I may not comprehend it fully, I can already sense the scent of wealth from across the screen. This host is quite amusing. He claims to be a wealthy second generation, but looks nothing like one. Are they now renting cars? Zhou Baobao is so desperate for money. Come here, let me support you. Zhou Yi could no longer contain his laughter at the barrage of comments, being unable to curse in the car, resorting only to witty comebacks. Just because I have money. Zhou Baobao, get lost. I don't need your support. Once a sufficient number of viewers had joined, Zhou Yi finally spotted a familiar username enter the room and commenced his performance. Rented? I apologize, but while this car isn't mine, it belongs to my brother. Zhou Yi proclaimed proudly, tilting the camera slightly towards Zhao Qian, revealing half of his face. My goodness, who is this handsome young man? Is he the brother the host speaks of? Does your brother need any accessories? Show us more. The comment from laughing silently was from Zhou Yi's arch-nemesis, who, from afar in the capital, was left unable to question whether Zhou Yi was indeed renting the car. In that moment, Zhou Yi's vanity soared. He grinned widely, reveling in his satisfaction. Widow village is empty. Sent a rocket. Commented, let me see that again. Youthful ignorance of wealthy women. Sent a satellite. Commented, host. If you show us that handsome guy next to you, I'll send 10 satellites. Both noble and lovely. Sent an airplane. Commented, host. Let that handsome guy next to you say something. Thanks to the generous donations from the affluent, the room filled rapidly with viewers eager to see Zhao Qian's face. Despite Zhou Yi's relentless efforts, he had struggled to attract attention, but now, with Zhao Qian's appearance, the atmosphere transformed entirely. Zhou Yi, witnessing this, felt no discouragement. Instead, he was elated. Indeed, a striking figure like his brother should grace the world with his presence more often. Oh brother, while we have this opportunity, could you tell us how much this car cost? What is the price of that roof? This is a question that many viewers are eager to ask. And it is also the one that Zhou Yi is most curious about, as he wishes to have a clear understanding for future reference when acquiring a vehicle. Zhao Qian responded casually, the roof is custom-made, costing an additional 700,000. Upon hearing the figure, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had anticipated a base price of 400,000, only to find it had doubled. This can't be right. Isn't this a limited edition? Why the extra 700,000? The majority of the audience shared his surprise. After all, this was already a collector's item. So shouldn't it come with such features as standard? Zhao Qian shook his head slightly, stating, the true excellence of Rolls-Royce lies not in its opulence, but in the meticulous attention to detail present in every aspect. The roof is indeed standard, yet it possesses the ability to extend, retract, and rotate, allowing for a panoramic view without any obstructions. Furthermore, the curtains you just adjusted, along with the seat cushions and floor mats, form a cohesive set. They may appear unremarkable, but they feel exquisitely soft and carry a subtle floral fragrance, so mild that even those allergic to pollen would hardly be aware of it. Additionally, this armrest is not merely decorative. All the armrests conceal storage compartments lined with genuine leather. As for this ice bucket, while it may seem unassuming, observe how the vehicle glides smoothly, devoid of any tremors. These are the details that matter. Although Zhao Qian had initially hesitated to elaborate, Zhou Yi's excitement prompted him to provide a brief overview. Wow, this is the epitome of a true, affluent young man. I haven't even seen him in person, yet his explanations have enlightened me. He truly embodies the essence of wealth. Were it not for his youthful voice, one might easily mistake him for a certain wealthy heir. The audience was captivated by Zhao Qian's composure. This is what true refinement looks like, an elegance unattainable by ordinary individuals. Moreover, what stood out was his utter lack of ostentation, as he purely shared knowledge. Suddenly, a dazzling special effect appeared on the screen. Long Ruyu sent 99 satellites and left a message, camera on him. Chapter 31. The weight of a single sentence. The young aristocrat calls for mercy. Oh my, a godly wealthy figure has emerged. At 1,000 yuan per satellite, the maximum one could send was 99. If the limit were any higher, I would believe this big shot could send them all. Let us go. Let us go. 10,000 just vanished like that? How did Long Ruyu even know he was live streaming? Knowing is one thing, but to directly shower 10,000 as a show of dominance is another. Zhou Yi felt conflicted. Yet, after some contemplation, he realized that Zhao Qian's appearance was unlikely to incite trouble. No one would dare confront him. However, if he were to provoke Long Ruyu, she might very well come to confront him directly. Unless his brother intervened, he would surely be unable to handle the consequences. Not wanting to take any chances, Zhou Yi, despite ignoring earlier calls from the viewers, shifted the camera to Zhao Qian at Long Ruyu's behest. Sitting by the window with the breeze tousling his dark hair, sunlight bathed his profile, imbuing him with an almost divine aura. Casually glancing at the camera, his eyes reflected a serene coldness. He sat upright, his posture impeccable, with a slender neck and an air of dignified composure emanating from him. His gaze resembled a still lake, undisturbed by any ripples. Such a demeanor is unattainable by mere imitation. This visage of ethereal restraint, complemented by a tear mole at the corner of his eye, was utterly captivating. In that moment, he appeared sacred, flawless. A photograph taken would require no retouching, as it could be sold as is. Meanwhile, Yun Qianyu discreetly captured a snapshot, nodding in satisfaction as she set it as her phone wallpaper, an unexpected delight. Zhao Qian, glancing at Zhou Yi's phone, caught sight of the gleaming name, Long Ruyu. Suddenly recalling something, he addressed Zhou Yi. By the way, you still have that item, right? Zhou Yi paused in confusion before realizing what Zhao Qian was referring to. He retrieved a box containing the ring he had once given Zhou Yi, which had recently been returned by Long Ruyu. Zhao Qian slid the ring onto his left middle finger, deliberately showcasing it to the camera. As the orchestrator of these events, Zhao Qian appeared nonchalant, as if everything had unfolded as anticipated. Without uttering a word, he returned the ring, only to wear it again as if nothing had happened. The live chat erupted once more. What the heck, an engagement ring? Ah, my man has entered another's embrace. I thought it was merely flaunting wealth. But it seems there's a plot twist. The live chat descended into chaos, yet Zhao Qian remained unfazed. He mused that Long Ruyu was likely in a state of destruction at that very moment. Indeed, in Long Ruyu's room, the young lady was in disbelief as her maid watched her shatter her phone with considerable force, reducing it to smithereens. Bring me another phone. After the destruction, Long Ruyu regained her composure, yet her exquisite face bore a look of perplexity. What exactly was Zhao Qian planning? Was returning the ring an indication of breaking their engagement? And what did it signify that he wore it again without a word? Contemplating this, she helplessly hugged a plush doll of Zhao Qian and lay on her bed. Zhao Qian, what are you truly scheming? What are your intentions? You need to tell me. How can I assist you if you don't? Even now, Long Ruyu's thoughts were consumed by Zhao Qian. In his youth, even amidst a bustling crowd, he possessed the ability to step back, observing others with cool detachment. His beauty and grace were undeniable, yet at times, he seemed like a stranger to her. When his gaze fell upon her, the ever-proud Long Ruyu found herself entranced. Indeed, she was enamored with this version of Zhao Qian. From their childhood, she had fallen for him at first sight, and that sentiment endured. This infatuation had ensnared her heart, rendering her unable to escape its grasp. As for Zhao Qian, he harbored no affection for Long Ruyu, not in the slightest, and had no fondness for the Zhao family either. Marrying Long Ruyu would effectively bind him to the Zhao clan, and his seemingly whimsical actions were merely a test. Long Ruyu's failure to confront him directly indicated that she still held feelings for him. When one is favored, they often feel invincible. Yet if he wished to depart from the Zhao family, there was but one way. Long Ruyu herself was the key to shattering this stalemate. As Zhao Qian donned the ring on his middle finger, the live chat continued to flood with comments, predominantly a barrage of ellipses, though a few remarked, "What a husband. How splendid." Displaying an engagement ring before a multitude was quite the prank. After executing all this, Zhao Qian recalled that Zhou Yi was live-streaming not merely for the sake of entertainment, but to provoke his rival, and so he casually inquired, "Who did you say that rival belonged to? The one you mentioned renting a car from?" Zhou Yi's irritation flared at the mention of the young man. He belongs to the Peng family, quite active in the second-tier wealthy circles, though of course, he cannot compare to someone like you. Zhao Qian nodded, not bothering to defend himself, yet Zhou Yi was his friend. Aunt Ro, investigate and issue an appropriate warning. Understood, young master. Zhou Yi was still live-streaming from the driver's seat, and the chat exploded in response. Oh, that damned man, that arrogant, sweet-talking fiend. Where can I find his contact information? The fluidity of his speech made it abundantly clear that he was indeed a scion of a prominent family. Oh my, this is a member of the Zhao family. The unparalleled Zhao family of the capital. There are photos online. This is Zhao Qian. Indeed, it is quite unsettling. Although the information is scant, it is perhaps even more terrifying. Could it be that an entire family could vanish with but a single sentence? Zhao Qian had scarcely finished his remark when Zhou Yi's phone began to ring. Upon checking, he discovered it was that fellow with the surname Peng. With Zhao's words ringing in his ears, Zhou Yi dared not remain seated. He promptly called Zhou Yi instead. To his surprise, the young man immediately began to flatter Zhou Yi, leaving him momentarily speechless. Alas, brother, this lad has submitted. He has even started to plead with me. Let us let this one slide. Zhou Yi chuckled, amused by the thought that his brother could be utilized in such a manner. Next time, wouldn't it be swifter to invoke his name directly? Zhao Qian observed Zhou Yi with a smile, fully aware of his thoughts and opting to indulge him. Although he maintained an aloof demeanor, Zhou Yi had an uncanny ability to elicit laughter from him. Bestowing upon him certain privileges mattered little. Furthermore, Zhou Yi would never truly exploit his name for mischief. He possessed discernment. Thus, the matter concluded here, with Zhou Yi laughing heartily while Zhao Qian regarded him with a gentle smile, creating an illusion of harmony. However, Yun Qianyu harbored different thoughts. She had just conducted a brief investigation and discovered that while the Pang family wielded moderate power, they were by no means insignificant. The Pang group boasted a net asset of approximately 11 billion, and although the Yun family prided themselves on being the foremost family in Donghai, they were not far behind the Pang family. The fact that a mere word from Zhao Qian could compel the son of the Pang family to beg for mercy spoke volumes. What did this signify? It suggested that the amiable young gentleman sitting beside her could, with a mere utterance, orchestrate the downfall of the Xia family. Much like their first encounter, she realized she had never truly comprehended Zhao Qian. Chapter 32. The quest begins. All are but the wretched. Zhao Qian, you shall one day become a figure of great importance. An omniscient being, unperturbed by emotions, and embodying absolute impartiality. In the vehicle, Zhao Qian drifted into slumber. He found himself revisiting childhood memories. A silhouette materialized before him, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall the visage. However, the individual's words reverberated incessantly in his mind. He inquired with his family, but those privy to the knowledge remained silent, merely hinting that it was a prophecy. What constitutes a prophecy? Whose prophecy? Despite being the scion of the Zhao family, he had yet to grasp the entirety of their legacy. He suspected that some within the Zhao family had already touched upon the other side of the world, the extraordinary realm, hidden among the masses, yet transcending them. He sensed that certain individuals within the Zhao family were conducting perilous experiments, and all of this seemed intricately linked to the prophecy. Brother, we have arrived. Zhao Qian awoke. While Yun Qianyu rested nearby, and only Zhou Yi remained animated. He glanced outside, observing that they had arrived at a secluded location, surrounded by a throng, with guards stationed at the entrance. Clearly, it was a private venue. Aunt Ro opened the car doors, and after Yun Qianyu alighted, she began her introduction. This is an abandoned airport, acquired and repurposed by a certain magnate. It is touted as an exchange meeting, but in truth, it is a contest of martial prowess. There are no restrictions on styles or numbers. It's a wheel battle, and the last one standing is declared the victor, earning a reward from the enigmatic benefactor. However, underhanded tactics are prohibited, as there will be judges. As Yun Qianyu spoke, Zhao Qian nodded repeatedly on the surface. Yet his inner thoughts diverged. It sounded akin to a gathering of petty rogues. With Yun Qianyu leading the way, they ventured inside. Ding. Quest initiated, completion rate 0. Settlement upon completion. Within the expanse of the airport stood a sizable square structure, seemingly a repurposed building. Upon entering, they discovered it had been transformed into a grand arena, divided into 4 smaller platforms, with a multitude of spectators bustling about, while several individuals engaged in combat atop the platforms. Yun Qianyu's companions had long awaited her arrival and hurriedly approached to present her with a protective guard and a sword. It was anticipated that she would participate in the contest, yet her proficiency with the sword came as a surprise. Noticing Zhao Qian's gaze, Yun Qianyu explained, "There are those who wield swords, guns, and fists. The martial arts of the world are rich and diverse. I have loved swords since childhood. They are so elegant." Zhao Qian observed closely, noticing that this pampered young lady bore calluses on her hands, evidence of her training. If you also wield a sword, there are weapons available. Noting the story-like expression on Zhao Qian's face, Yun Qianyu gestured towards a nearby weapon rack, displaying an array of sharpened instruments. "Brother, it seems that one can participate at any time. One only needs to stand until the end." As the two conversed, Zhou Yi returned from his exploration, bringing with him a sword. The weapon was chilling to the touch, and upon drawing it, the blade gleamed with a smooth edge, while the hilt bore irregular engravings. It was indeed a fine sword. "How does it feel?" Zhao Qian inquired in return. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment before lifting his head, revealing a mischievous smile. "They are all but wretched." Yun Qianyu was busy adjusting her attire, preparing to showcase her skills to Zhao Qian. Ever since they met, he had been the one displaying his prowess. Now, it was her turn. Upon hearing Zhou Ye's remark, she looked up in astonishment. This Zhou Yi was clearly a pampered second-generation rich kid. How dare he speak so boldly? Several individuals standing not far from the arena overheard his words. "Hey kid, Quite the bravado, aren't you? Care for a demonstration? Indeed, a burly man atop the platform took offense, pointing at Zhou Yi. The surrounding crowd wore expressions of disdain. It was well known that those who practiced martial arts often possessed a certain pride, for only the proud could wield a fist, and being mocked would incite anger in anyone. Very well, I shall give it a try. Zhou Yi, undeterred, strode towards the platform. Has he practiced martial arts? Yun Qianyu was taken aback. Could this individual, who had been acting like a monkey in front of a vehicle, truly be a martial artist? Zhao Qian merely smiled, observing Zhou Yi. Not just practiced. In truth, Zhou Yi was also affiliated with the unfeeling sect, albeit with lesser talent, having only recently entered the mid-stage of Qi training. However, unlike Zhao Qian, who could not grasp defensive techniques, Zhou Yi had a penchant for boxing and kicks. When comparing a group of martial artists to cultivators, it was evident that the former were but wretched. Zhao Qian found the movements of those on the platform to be lackluster and banal. Thus, he turned to Yun Qianyu. Who among them is the most formidable? Zhao Qian's thought process was straightforward. He intended to eliminate the strongest contender swiftly and depart, lest he waste time lingering here. Yun Qianyu was momentarily speechless. They had only just arrived, and he was already inquiring about the strongest. What sort of individuals were they? Just then, a group approached. Is this not Miss Yin? It has been a while. Last time, you secured a place in the top 10. We look forward to your performance this time. The leader, a middle-aged man dressed sharply in a suit, had a robust stature and an air of authority, clearly a martial practitioner. As he spoke, he seemingly nonchalantly glanced at Zhao Qian. Miss Yin has brought along company. I see. May I inquire who this gentleman is? My friend, Zhao Qian. This is Mr. Qin Bai, the person in charge here. Qin Bai cast a glance at Zhao Qian, his expression tinged with disdain. Not everyone possesses the martial prowess of Yun Qianyu. Most likely they are merely here for amusement, are they not? Despite his inner contempt, a semblance of a smile adorned his face. It seems that young Master Zhao is also skilled with the sword. Earlier, you sought out the most formidable opponent. Did you not? It appears that you and your friend share exceptional talents. His words, laced with barbs, were not entirely unwarranted. Zhou Yi had entered the scene, dismissing others as mere rotten fish and shrimp, while Zhao Qian had bluntly inquired about who was the strongest, exuding an impatient demeanor eager to conclude the bout. However, Qin Bai's remarks were tinged with jest. The man behind him, Huang Sui, age 32, towered over Zhao Qian, not to mention he had clinched victory for 7 consecutive years. The disparity in strength and speed between a seasoned adult and a youthful contender was indisputable, hence he merely intended to instill a sense of humility in Zhao Qian. Yet, he never anticipated that the youth before him would not flinch but instead step forward, locking eyes with both men and declaring, "Very well." This proclamation left the onlookers momentarily stunned, while Zhao Qian, unfazed by the collective gaze, bore an expression that seemed to challenge. I said yes. Do you dare? Chapter 33, My Sword, Unsheathed. Here stood a towering champion amidst a gathering of martial artists, and before him, a boy barely 20. The physical disparity rendered any contest devoid of suspense. When shall we commence? Zhao Qian inquired, his tone languid as he observed the dazed Qin Bai. This encounter proved more tedious than anticipated, and he yearned for its swift conclusion. After a brief moment of stupor, Qin Bai regained his composure, his keen gaze scrutinizing Zhao Qian. He could not deny the boy's confidence, yet there was a hint of capability that made him hesitate. Today's youth are indeed audacious. Very well, let us ascend the arena. Repeated provocations met with Qin Bai's silence, yet Huang Sui could no longer contain himself. He sought to impart a lesson to Zhao Qian. Yun Qianyu observed the hesitance on their faces. Setting aside Zhao Qian's abilities, his status presented a significant concern. If anything were to befall him, it would spell disaster. Her gaze wandered, seeking someone to dissuade Zhao Qian. Suddenly, she spotted Aunt Ro, who had driven them, standing nearby. Her expression neutral, devoid of worry. Perhaps he truly possessed the capability to prevail. An unexpected thought surged within Yun Qianyu. She had only witnessed Zhao Qian display his prowess in the alley, yet she felt an inexplicable confidence in his victory. Then please follow me, Qin Bai said, noting Zhao Qian's resolute demeanor, and he took the lead towards the arena. By now, the platform was crowded, as they awaited the outcome of battles. Brother, will you join the fray? Zhou Yi called out, engaged in a spirited exchange with a burly man in his 30s, who was significantly more robust than Zhou. Surprisingly, he could not easily overpower Zhou, and though it was somewhat embarrassing, the contest appeared evenly matched. Observing Zhou Yi's casual demeanor as he chatted with the audience, while his opponent began to sweat, the disparity in skill became evident. Enough of this. Let us conclude swiftly, Zhao Qian remarked nonchalantly, indifferent to the throngs around him. Although the two were momentarily matched, Zhou Yi consistently evaded capture, One misstep could lead to a severe injury. Who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. Yet Zhao Qian's calm demeanor amidst the unfolding drama left many questioning his sanity. Oh, such bravado. Does he dare to challenge Huang Sui? The spectators found humor in the audacity of both youths, each more boastful than the last. The realm of ancient martial arts indeed required the wisdom of experience. And youth was often impulsive. Laughter erupted among the crowd, Zhou Yi included, but soon their mirth was silenced. With a resounding crash, Zhou Yi's expression shifted as he seized an opening, delivering a powerful punch that landed squarely on his opponent's nose. The towering man, standing at nearly 2 meters, crumpled under the force of a single blow from the young fighter. Such a tale would surely elicit laughter if told elsewhere. Yet, reality stood before them. And in the astonished silence, Zhou Yi descended from the platform, maintaining a serene smile, leaving only the silhouette of his triumph. The crowd was rendered speechless. Most astonished of all was Yun Qianyu, who had perceived Zhou Yi as a naive youth, his wonderment akin to that of a child venturing into the world. She had dismissed him as weak, unworthy of even a greeting. Yet now, with a single punch, he had solidified his reputation. The wise often blend into society, hidden among the masses. This thought flitted through her mind, juxtaposed with a lingering question. If Zhou Yi was so formidable, just how powerful was Zhao Qian? What level of strength had he displayed in the alley? Contemplating this, Zhao Qian had already stepped onto the platform to face Huang Sui. Witnessing the prior exchange, Huang Sui's mocking expression faded, replaced by one of solemnity. Your friend demonstrates considerable skill. However, I am curious to see how you fare. You had best showcase your true abilities, for I shall not hold back. Huang Sui's demeanor was serious, revealing his intent to show no mercy. Hold back? Don't make me laugh, Zhao Qian replied, his face calm, yet his words dripping with sarcasm. It is evident that you have triumphed over many, filling your heart with arrogance. Despite witnessing the earlier spectacle, you instinctively believe that someone like me cannot possibly be formidable. Such behavior is beyond your control. This arrogance and underestimation may lead you to show restraint, but I, for one, do not wish for this encounter to end so swiftly. Therefore, let me declare, my sword shall remain sheathed. What had Zhao Qian just uttered? To proclaim that his sword would not be drawn in a duel against a swordsman was a bold statement. At this, Huang Sui seethed with fury. With a resounding clash, he unsheathed his sword, its blade gleaming with a luminescent sheen. In the next breath, he pointed it menacingly at Zhao Qian, bellowing, "Draw your sword." Zhao Qian, gripping his weapon, did not unsheath it, calmly retorting, "Let us see how you perform." How audacious! The onlookers murmured, intrigued by the youthful bravado. Indeed, there was a hint of youthful recklessness in his demeanor. The crowd buzzed with excitement, many expressing their astonishment at his audacity. Boldness? Undoubtedly. To declare one's intention not to draw a sword against those far larger and older was a statement that would appear ludicrous from anyone else. Yet, inexplicably, when uttered by this youth on the platform, it resonated with an undeniable charm. Do you believe yourself so formidable that you can defeat me without drawing your sword? At this moment, Huang Sui was consumed by indignation. For a swordsman, the sword is akin to one's own limbs. To fight without it is as if one were devoid of hands and feet. How then can you hope to overcome me? Zhao Qian, draw your sword. Huang Sui spoke again, his heart ablaze with fury, yet he awaited Zhao Qian's response. As a swordsman, his pride would not allow him to derive any honor from vanquishing an opponent who refrained from unsheathing their weapon. Zhao Qian shook his head, his expression unchanged. He had already stated his intention not to draw his sword. Then I shall compel you to do so. Huang Sui thrust forward with a chilling strike. However, this attack was too straightforward. Even with his eyes closed, Zhao Qian could evade it. Despite the failure of his initial assault, Huang Sui pressed on, launching a tempestuous flurry of attacks, each skill deftly neutralized by Zhao Qian's yet unsheathed sword. The two were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. It was no small feat to contend so effectively with a sword still in its sheath. Yun Qianyu mused. The weight of the scabbard was considerable, yet Zhao Qian wielded it with remarkable finesse. If he were to triumph over Huang Sui, he would undoubtedly need to draw his sword. Yet, she harbored a selfish desire to witness the sight of Zhao Qian wielding his blade. Draw your sword. Huang Sui shouted once more, his voice ringing through the air. Today, he was determined to force this young man to unsheath his weapon. I understand now. Suddenly, Zhao Qian planted his sword before him. Chapter 34. You step onto the stage. Huang Sui's thrust was anything but ordinary. It was arguably his most formidable strike. Named Lone Wolf, the attack embodied its title, exuding an aura of irrevocable intent. As Zhao Qian proclaimed his understanding, the onlookers anticipated that he would finally draw his sword. Yet, to their astonishment, he inexplicably lowered it instead. Do you comprehend my strength? Huang Sui bellowed, but this strike could not be retracted. The lone wolf's attack surged forth like a solitary wolf racing through the winds, producing a sound that sliced through the air, accompanied by a chorus of sword cries that captured everyone's attention. Yun Qianyu raised her hand and unsheathed her own sword. The danger of this technique was palpable. She had encountered Huang Sui employing it before, and had she not been prepared, she would have sustained serious injury. Zhao Qian was under her protection, and she intended to ensure his safety, even if it meant disrupting the match. Suddenly, a pair of hands rested upon her shoulders. Yun Qianyu whipped around to find Aunt Ro, who had silently approached from afar. Dressed in professional attire, Aunt Ro wore a black blouse with an open collar that revealed a hint of her alluring collarbone. Below, she sported a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her curves, complemented by black high heels and sheer tights. While Yun Qianyu considered herself no less beautiful, she could not deny that Aunt Ro exuded a ripe, peach-like allure that was unmatched. Aunt Ro's eyes, inherently captivating, bore a serious demeanor when necessary, yet possessed an alluring charm at other times, her gaze mesmerizing. Though her hand rested on Yun Qianyu's sword, her eyes were fixated intently on Zhao Qian, leaving not a shred of attention for Yun Qianyu. It was their first encounter at such proximity. We are of the same kind. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Yun Qianyu realized that this woman shared her admiration for strength. Aunt Ro's eyes gleamed with fervor, her body trembling with anticipation. How fortunate it is for a mere ordinary person to witness our young master's divine visage. Fortunate? Yun Qianyu, of her nature, could scarcely fathom what was transpiring with Zhao Qian. Clang! A sudden sound of a sword resonated through the air. It was not merely a sword's chime. The sound was difficult to describe, reminiscent of a sword's cry yet more ethereal, piercing the heart directly. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Who had drawn a sword? Clang! The sound reverberated again, this time more pronounced, as if an extraordinary sword was being unsheathed. It resembled a grand, yet nimble blade gracefully sliding from its sheath. As the spectators listened closely, they discovered that the sound emanated from Zhao Qian himself. Though his sword remained sheathed, it resonated with a series of ethereal chimes. This sound was formless, yet it seemed to radiate ripples from Zhao Qian, appearing gentle, yet effectively countering Huang Sui's attack. What is this? Yun Qianyu found herself momentarily entranced. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? A swordless hand, yet a sword's cry? At that moment, Zhou Yi, witnessing the spectacle, excitedly whistled and remarked, "Have you ever read a martial arts novel? This is the essence of swordsmanship. A hand without a sword, yet a heart filled with one. That is sword intent. Sword intent, sword intent." Yun Qianyu murmured to herself. Could such a thing genuinely exist? Was it not a mere fabrication? To deflect another's attack with an invisible sword, was that even possible? The scene before her was astonishingly surreal and breathtaking, leaving her profoundly impacted. Yun Qianyu was still young. She had a long path ahead of her and many more people to encounter. Yet she was certain she would never meet anyone as striking as Zhao Qian. In comparison to the boy on the stage, everyone she had seen before, and all she would meet henceforth, would appear utterly mundane and inconsequential. Impossible. Huang Sui was taken aback. How could such a thing occur? He felt as though his most ferocious strike had been nullified by an invisible force. Huang Sui's heart raced, his body trembling. This could not be right. He had once pursued the so-called sword intent, but after a brief period, he had abandoned that notion, deeming it impossible. Yet now, this youth had delivered a resounding slap to his face. Huang Sui then unleashed a flurry of attacks, holding nothing back. Now, his strikes were truly merciless. But alas, it was all in vain. Each of his blows was thwarted by an unseen force, and Zhao Qian's aura only grew more intimidating, causing Huang Sui's hair to stand on end. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 5 strikes, 6 strikes. Huang Sui had lost count of how many blows he had delivered. Suddenly, he faltered, losing grip of his sword, which flew from his hands and embedded itself in the ground below the stage. Staring blankly at his weapon, Huang Sui understood all too well what it meant for a swordsman to lose control of their sword. A gentle breeze swept by, and Zhao Qian had already closed the distance, standing before Huang Sui. "You have lost." Zhao Qian, devoid of any sorrow or joy, rendered judgment upon Huang Sui, still wielding the sword that had yet to be unsheathed. "I have lost," Huang Sui repeated, his face ashen, unsure whether he was reassuring himself or announcing it to the audience below. He then descended from the stage in a daze, lacking even the courage to meet Zhao Qian's gaze. This was not the shame of an adult losing to a child, but rather the acknowledgement of a swordsman defeated in a duel, unable to maintain control of his own blade. Indeed, he conceded that Zhao Qian was a swordsman, and that his skill far surpassed his own. They existed on entirely different planes. After Huang Sui departed, Zhao Qian surveyed the onlookers, who lowered their heads in trepidation, fearful of attracting his attention. Losing was not shameful. The true disgrace lay in being bested without drawing a sword. But was this the end? No. After surveying the crowd, Zhao Qian's gaze settled on the imposing figure of Qin Bai. He pointed his sword at Qin Bai and spoke plainly. You, step onto the stage. The voice was unassuming, yet undeniably firm. The crowd was truly taken aback. Who exactly was Zhao Qian? Defeating Huang Sui was not enough. Now he was audaciously provoking the master of this place. It is well known that Qin Bai has always operated from the shadows, rarely taking action, yet he remains Qin Bai, a peerless master whose prowess commands universal respect. His boxing technique is exceedingly fierce, thus he seldom demonstrates it. However, not long ago, he showcased his might by striking a robust bull with a single blow, sending the creature sprawling, motionless after a brief struggle. What does this imply? This is not a martial arts novel. It is inconceivable for a mere mortal to attain such physicality to confront a bull head-on through mere training. Yet, Qin Bai's soft punches managed to slay the bull charging towards him. Could it be that this young man is more formidable than the bull itself? Qin Bai chuckled, astonished to witness the legendary sword intent. Yet in the next moment, he found himself being summoned to the stage by a child pointing at him. A surge of unnameable wrath erupted within him. Having strength and confidence is commendable, but it does not grant one the right to be arrogant. Me? With that, Qin Bai ascended the stage, confronting Zhao Qian. Very well, it has been a while since I last fought. It is indeed time to stretch my limbs. Qin Bai moved about on the stage, but soon observed that Zhao Qian had yet to draw his sword, suppressing his anger as he spoke. Child, while your sword intent is indeed impressive, I am not a swordsman. I practice boxing and kicking techniques. Your sword intent may appear daunting, yet I perceive it as of little consequence to me. A swordsman must create openings, but as long as I close the distance, victory will belong to me. I advise you to draw your sword. Qin Bai recognized Zhao Qian's capabilities, yet he maintained his composure. Thus, as he stated, he offered but a single piece of advice. Naturally, Zhao Qian's countenance remained unchanged as he reached for his sword. The formidable Qin Bai before him was undeniably strong, and he indeed needed to draw his weapon. However, what none in attendance anticipated was that the moment Zhao Qian's hand touched the hilt, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. Chapter 35, Drawing the Sword. Yet, this sword feels wrong. The instant Zhao Qian's hand grasped the hilt, his movements halted, not in the conventional sense, but rather, it was as if a monumental shift was about to occur. Suddenly, the wind began to stir. This was an enclosed space where one would not expect a breeze, yet the reality before everyone was that the wind had indeed risen. The gust surged forth abruptly, akin to the prelude of a tempest, causing the crowd to hold their breath in anticipation. Yun Qianyue stood transfixed, allowing the wind to touzle her ponytail. Zhao Qian remained unmoved, yet at that moment, his hair billowed and his garments fluttered, as if he were at the eye of a storm. However, she felt that it was not Zhao Qian merely standing at the center of the tempest. Rather, this wind had arisen because of him. Suddenly, Zhao Qian stirred. He straightened his posture, lifting his head. The boy was still the same boy, yet inexplicably, Yun Qianyue sensed a profound transformation. He had become strikingly unfamiliar and fearsome, yet simultaneously, he ignited a fluttering in her heart. One nurtures the sword, and the sword nurtures the person. This was the first lesson imparted by her swordsmanship master, a tenet she had always cherished, diligently caring for her blade. Yet, Yun Qianyue realized she had been gravely mistaken, beyond comprehension. Why? Though the sword in Zhao Qian's grasp remained sheathed, he emanated an aura of sharpness. It seemed that what was about to be unsheathed was not merely a sword, but the very essence of the individual. A sword is a sharp instrument, necessitating a sheath. Within its confines, its brilliance is subdued. Yet once drawn, it dazzles the world. Previously, Zhao Qian was restrained. Though merciless, he still bore a gentleness. When conversing with others, he would meet their gaze, embodying kindness. But what of now? He had shed his sheath, revealing his true brilliance. Now he was domineering, unrelenting, and exalted above all. An inexplicable sensation surged within Yun Qianyue, intensifying as time passed. She sensed that at the moment Zhao Qian drew his sword, an extraordinary spectacle would unfold, transporting her to another realm, delivering an irreversible shock to her understanding of reality. Zhao Qian's gaze now resembled a still pond, devoid of ripples, as if, upon grasping the sword, he had transformed into an entirely different being. Yun Qianyue pondered what had transpired within him. What thoughts occupied his mind? What would he do next? Who exactly was he? The crowd held their breath, scrutinizing the young man's every movement, while Qin Bai, drenched in cold sweat, dared not stir. Just then, a flicker of life returned to Zhao Qian's seemingly stagnant gaze, rippling with a hint of tumult. He finally spoke. This sword feels wrong. The surrounding winds bore down upon the spectators like a weighty shroud, rendering them breathless, and the sudden gusts came and went in an instant. What? Yun Qianyue was intently observing Zhao Qian, yet the oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant. She even experienced an illusion that he was about to unleash an earth-shattering strike, almost convinced that he would cleave the venue in twain. Yet, amidst this tension, Zhao Qian uttered the perplexing words, "This sword feels wrong." Zhao Qian casually flicked his wrist. The sword indeed fell off. Of course, it was not that the sword itself was flawed. Rather, it simply did not suit him. What was amiss with the sword? And why was it unsuitable? No one present dared to voice such inquiries. Instead, they all relaxed, exhaling deeply, not just Yun Qianyue, but everyone in attendance finally felt the tension lift, daring to breathe freely once more. Among them, the most anxious was undoubtedly Qin Bai. He retrieved a handkerchief, delicately wiping the cold sweat from his brow. As the master of this domain, he had the upper hand over Zhao Qian, naturally waiting for him to make the first move. Thus, he remained still. This was the consensus among the crowd. Yet only Qin Bai wore a grave expression, for he alone understood the gravity of the moment. Initially, he had intended to wait for Zhao Qian to draw his sword, but he had not anticipated the sudden surge of overwhelming pressure that nearly compelled him to act against Zhao Qian instinctively. However, he soon found himself frozen in place. Why? It was merely a premonition that had warned him. Had he dared to move, he would have met his demise in an instant. This was no exaggeration. It was an instinct honed through countless battles. Amusingly, he had believed that as long as he approached Zhao Qian, victory would be assured. Yet he had not expected to be rendered immobile even before the boy had drawn his sword. Should he voice this, others would surely find it laughable. Fortunately, none in attendance discerned his predicament. "Brother Zhao, what do you mean by this sword feels wrong? Is it not to your liking?" Qin Bai now wore a forced smile. To onlookers, the duel had yet to commence. However, only Qin Bai recognized that the contest had already concluded. If the sensation he had experienced was not a mere illusion, then he and the young man before him existed in entirely different realms. If it were not an illusion, his intuition was remarkably accurate, compounded by the peculiarity of this youth. It was time to find a way out of this predicament. "I have other swords. Would you care to try a different one, Brother Zhao?" Yet these swords were mostly similar, likely difficult to appease his discerning taste. Qin Bai lamented, "Encounters between warriors are indeed rare. Yet if a sword does not feel right for a swordsman, there is little that can be done, is there? Use this one of mine." Yun Qianyue hastily extended her sword, her eagerness palpable as she yearned to witness the nature of Zhao Qian's techniques and the true extent of his prowess. She had anticipated that Zhao Qian would accept her sword, if only to assess its quality through a display of skill. To her astonishment, however, Zhao Qian shook his head and, with unwavering gaze, addressed Qin Bai. "I possess a sword. But where is your sword?" The onlookers scanned their surroundings, perplexed, for no unclaimed sword was in sight. Just as confusion reigned, a young girl emerged from the shadows of the arena, revealing her presence beneath their very noses. Lung Shushuan's ebony hair cascaded elegantly, framing a visage of remarkable beauty. Clad in a black ancient-style strapless gown that exuded an otherworldly charm, her exquisite features, sunken eyes, pronounced nose, and delicate collarbone were reminiscent of the cold and striking beauty shared with Zhao Qian. Her obsidian eyes were fixed solely upon him, as she stepped in high-heeled shoes. Her flawless bare feet were revealed, and her statuesque figure of 174 meters accentuated the gown's alluring silhouette. Yet, the most significant aspect was the sword she cradled in her hands, a long, jet-black blade adorned with golden patterns, its scabbard etched with enigmatic designs, and the hilt inscribed with the character Qian, emanating an aura of antiquity and mystery. The mere presence of this sword, though still sheathed, resonated with a haunting melody, echoing the sounds Zhao Qian had previously emitted. This was the epitome of a person nurturing a sword. The harmony between the girl and her weapon was strikingly seamless. The black gold sword remained sheathed, yet no one dared to underestimate either the sword or its bearer, nor did anyone dare to belittle Zhao Qian standing upon the platform. In Chapter 36, One Sword Westward, severing all, Zhao Qian accepted the sword, while the girl retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. This sword was named Junqiu, a name that resonated with authority and recognition throughout the land. "My sword," he stated, the declaration reverberating powerfully, leaving the audience astonished. Among them, Yun Qianyue was the most taken aback. Could it be that Zhao Qian was truly her destined counterpart? Her childhood dream had always been to marry an unparalleled swordsman. Yun Qianyue's pride stemmed from her martial prowess and her affinity for the sword. No matter how illustrious one's lineage or how formidable one's power, all would fall beneath her blade. After immersing herself in the world of ancient martial arts, the value of human life had diminished in her eyes, and wealth and power had become mere wisps of smoke. Thus, her pride soared, eclipsing all others. Yet now, Zhao Qian's actions shattered her illusions. The enigmatic maid. The extraordinary sword that radiated a palpable energy even from a distance, and a seemingly ordinary youth. Zhao Qian, oh Zhao Qian. How much more surprise do you have in store for me? Yun Qianyue's gaze towards Zhao Qian grew increasingly entranced, her fascination deepening. Now that you possess a sword, Brother Zhao, let us commence. Qin Bai, realizing retreat was not an option, steeled himself and assumed a stance. Regardless of Zhao Qian's youth, he was battle-hardened. And even if Zhao Qian was peculiar, he believed he could exploit a flaw in the boy's technique. As Zhao Qian grasped the sword, he placed his hand upon it. The crowd anticipated another moment of deliberation, reminiscent of earlier. However, to their surprise, the sword was swiftly drawn. The motion appeared languid to the spectators, as if time had slowed, yet they watched in awe as the black gold sword emerged, accompanied not by the expected clangor but by a harmonious song of the blade. The crimson edge glided from its sheath, emitting an incredible sound, a timeless battle hymn, heralding victory, narrating triumph. Suddenly, the song ceased, and a tempest arose. The gentle breeze transformed into a ferocious gale, swirling around Zhao Qian as he raised his sword high above his head, then directed it toward Qin Bai. What trickery is this? Though Zhao Qian's display was grand, it lacked the oppressive force of before. What did he mean by striking from afar? The onlookers were bewildered. Yet their confusion was short-lived. The wind intensified, coalescing around Zhao Qian into a luminous sword light. Despite its colorlessness, its visibility was undeniable. As the sword wind gathered momentum, an eerie stillness enveloped the air, and with a resounding impact, Zhao Qian unleashed his strike. The gathered sword light sliced through the air at an unimaginable speed towards Qin Bai. Though he was prepared, all Qin Bai could do was sweat profusely, evading it. The blade would reach him in the blink of an eye. With a deafening crash, the sword grazed Qin Bai's arm before embedding itself in the wall behind him, trailing a comet-like arc of sword energy. This radiant light streaked past Qin Bai, carving a long trench into the ground, shimmering with mist and a spectral glow that lingered. The sword energy pierced through the oppressive atmosphere of the arena like sunlight streaming through a window. As the echo of the strike faded, the spectators stood in stunned silence. And Qin Bai was rendered motionless. He felt the sword's power more acutely than anyone else. Zhao Qian had known he could not withstand the blow and had intentionally aimed aside. Thankfully, he had remained still. Otherwise, he would have been obliterated by that strike. In the aftermath, Qin Bai pondered, was this truly still a sword? Sword energy? Glimmering sword energy? In this modern era, rife with firearms, could such a phenomenon exist? A mere youth? Ah, Brother Zhao, you truly are a hidden gem. I wonder from which master you hail? Trembling from his narrow escape, Qin Bai, as the founder and leader of the assembly, forced himself to maintain a facade of composure. Otherwise, his hard-won authority would crumble. The more he contemplated, the more he found Zhao Qian's strike to be breathtakingly beautiful. Look, the sword light illuminated the entire chamber. Qin Bai chuckled awkwardly from the platform. The venue was completely enclosed, with lights hanging overhead. Yet now, Zhao Qian's sword had cast sunlight into the space. Is this boy even human? While humorously critiquing Zhao Qian's otherworldly prowess, he jested. No one responded to Qin Bai's remarks. He was left bewildered, contemplating whether the shock had finally subsided. Then, Huang Sui turned to him, swallowing hard before slowly stating, Mr. Qin, the light is not from the sword. What do you mean it's not from the sword? I just witnessed it glide past his head. He had been too astonished to notice earlier, believing everyone focused on him. But as he regained his composure, he realized the crowd's gaze was fixed behind him. Qin Bai turned, and the sight before him rendered him speechless. The sword energy Zhao Qian had casually unleashed grazed his hair before embedding itself in the ground. Initially, he had envisioned it as such. However, now before him stood a gaping hole in the wall, the sword energy extending for hundreds of meters, having obliterated everything in its wake. It is not the glimmer of a sword that illuminates the house, but rather the brilliance of the sun. Zhao Qian wielded his sword with such ferocity that he nearly obliterated an entire wall. At that moment, the security personnel outside, drawn by the sound, entered through the breach in the wall, exchanging bewildered glances with those inside. Those who were oblivious might have mistaken it for an explosion. Yet those who understood were left in stunned silence, regarding Zhao Qian with expressions akin to reverence for a celestial being. Could this truly be the extraordinary power of a mere mortal? This is the modern era. The onlookers offered no boastful claims, no exuberant shouts, but simply regarded Zhao Qian with awestruck eyes. As for the wall, should I compensate for it? At this juncture, Zhao Qian had sheathed his sword. Despite the chaos being the result of his own actions, he maintained an expression of utter indifference, revealing not a hint of emotion upon his countenance. Aunt Ro, perceiving the situation, approached him, ready to draft a check at a mere suggestion from Qian. No, no, that's unnecessary, Qian hurriedly gestured, glancing in astonishment at his own palm. It was only then that he realized that, despite never having experienced sweaty palms before, his hands were now slick with perspiration. What a jest! Although Zhao Qian appeared to be a man of ample means, would he dare to accept payment after such an incident? Not only would he refuse any monetary compensation, but he would also feel compelled to present Zhao Qian with a gift, escorting him out with utmost respect, bowing and nodding in deference. Such was the treatment he received. Chapter 37. He stood there, captivating the hearts and minds of all. In truth, I have long harbored dissatisfaction with your attitude. Yun Qianyu remained entranced by the radiance of Zhao Qian's sword, while Zhou Yi had, at some point, found his way to her side. Dissatisfaction? Yun Qianyu, recovering from her astonishment, felt a surge of confusion. Indeed, Zhou Yi replied with a smile, nodding as he continued. It is evident that, even during our journey here, you have not regarded Zhao Qian with the seriousness he commands. You merely perceived him as an eccentric scion of wealth, approaching him with the intent of conquest. I hold a profound aversion to such individuals, none at all. Zhou Yi spoke gently, as if he had transformed from an ignorant heir into a man of great learning, a transformation both strange and remarkable. Or perhaps this was his true essence. What do you think? Not pursuing the topic further, Zhou Yi turned to Zhao Qian and posed the question to Yun Qianyu. What do you think? He is undoubtedly the best among all I have encountered. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Qianyu provided her response. Yet Zhou Yi shook his head in discontent. The best? He has transcended the need for such superficial accolades. Or perhaps he has never cared for them at all. His words, though seemingly directed at Yun Qianyu, possessed a tone that suggested he was also speaking to himself, imbued with an unmistakable reverence and admiration. You hold him in high regard? Yun Qianyu inquired tentatively. Zhou Yi, taken aback, nodded with a smile. He stands as the pinnacle among many of us, an almost divine figure in our midst. Before him, all talent and effort seemed like mere jest. As he spoke, nostalgia glimmered in his eyes. He simply stood there, doing nothing, yet captivating countless souls who yearned to draw near. Zhou Yi reminisced about his time at the Heartless sect, recalling his youth. Did you know? He began, chuckling softly. In my childhood, I was most intolerant of Zhao Qian. He excelled at everything, without exception, yet bore an air of nonchalance, as if it were his due. Initially, I was astonished, questioning whether he was truly human. But upon realizing he was just like me, my envy bubbled forth. How could there be such a disparity between us? Thus, I endeavored to catch up to him. Yet with each interaction, I sensed the terrifying depth of his abilities, until I was left with nothing but helplessness and admiration. Unbeknownst to us, we became friends, and that bond persists to this day. He is our pride, while you appear as one utterly oblivious, foolishly attempting to conquer a figure whose back we may never glimpse in our lifetime. Tell me, how could I not be enraged? As Zhou Yi spoke, his teeth clenched, his face clouded with genuine fury, a far cry from pretense. Yun Qianyu reflected on the past. Is that truly the case? Indeed, he affirmed. She had sought to conquer Zhao Qian, to unveil the secrets he possessed. But what of the present? In her earlier self, she had resembled a jester. Who did she aim to conquer? Was it the illustrious Zhao Qian standing upon the platform? Did she deem herself worthy? As she pondered, Zhou Yi's anger became justifiable. He was remarkably exceptional, surpassing all others, yet she contemplated how to subjugate him, oblivious to the fact that they belonged to entirely different realms. The arrogant frog, brazenly standing beside the clouds, fancied itself capable of conquering the very essence of the skies, yet remained blissfully unaware of the tempestuous thunder concealed within. Are you still in pursuit of him? Yun Qianyu keenly discerned a seemingly trivial detail within Zhou Yi's words. Zhou Yi paused, momentarily taken aback, then fell silent, merely smiling. It was only after she posed her question that she realized the folly of her inquiry. If he were not in pursuit, how could he stand in this place? She had indeed asked a foolish question. I understand now. Yun Qianyu inhaled deeply, speaking with solemnity. She had grasped the implications of her previous inquiry, and likewise, Zhou Yi's response. She now comprehended the true nature of Zhao Qian, and her attitude towards him would no longer be marked by arrogance and capriciousness. The events of today had shattered her pride into fragments. Zhou Yi departed, while Zhao Qian remained on the platform. Clad in his usual attire, simple yet elegant, he emanated an aura of cleanliness and charm. She had never envisaged that a day would come when she would find herself drawn to a boy, yet the truth lay before her. Every gesture of Zhao Qian tugged at Yun Qianyu's heart. This boy shone like the sun, blindingly radiant, yet bore a dispassionate demeanor, as if a celestial being surveying the world from on high. Yun Qianyu observed from below, etching every nuance of his performance into her memory, cherishing the captivating moments. envisioning herself standing alongside Zhao Qian on that stage. In stark contrast, her suitors seemed to lack something vital. Was it the audacity to summon another to the stage despite the skepticism of the crowd? Or perhaps the effortless pride with which he dismantled a wall, unperturbed? Yun Qianyu could not ascertain. However, upon deeper reflection, it appeared that both qualities were absent. Her counterpart should embody such attributes. Yet, with the emergence of a suitable match, did she truly deserve him? Lost in contemplation, Yun Qianyu gazed at the unsheathed sword in her hand, succumbing to silence. The answer was glaringly evident. No. Presently, she, much like Zhou Yi, could only admire Zhao Qian's silhouette from afar, forever striving to chase after him, yet never destined to stand by his side. The most absurd part was that not long ago, she had proclaimed that even someone as brilliant as Zhao Qian was within her reach. And now, what she had mistaken for a flickering firefly was, upon closer inspection, revealed to be the moon, aloft in the heavens, an existence forever beyond her grasp. Ding. Side quest completed, completion rate 140. Acquired 400 harvest points. Due to your exceptional completion of the instance, you have earned an additional 100 harvest points. Total remaining harvest points, 1,000. Upon reaching 1,000 harvest points, an achievement has been unlocked, granting you a random trait chest. Once all matters were resolved, the system began dispensing rewards. Initially, one would assume that such an instance would yield scant rewards, yet it was beyond expectation to receive additional bounties. Zhao Qian, without a moment's hesitation, opened the chest. Immediately, the chest trembled, and after a burst of golden light, an object emerged. Ding. Reward obtained. Enchanting tear mole. A tear mole? Zhao Qian was taken aback. Could this truly be considered a reward? He promptly opened his panel. Host, Zhao Qian. Identity, heir of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Charisma, 25. Cultivation, Qi refinement stage, late. Harvest points, 1,000. Traits, heavenly jealousy of talents, leadership aura, piano, LV3. T-art, LV1, enchanting tear mole. Enchanting tear mole, you possess an immensely powerful allure. Your appearance and demeanor are capable of repelling others, yet this is misguided. A competent superior should navigate between different genders, compelling them to serve your purpose. This trait directly affects your physique, enhancing your attractiveness to the opposite sex. This value is a hidden attribute. Chapter 38. How can I catch up to you? Astonished. The system indeed had no benevolent intentions. It aimed to transform him into a weapon of war. Previously, it had subtly bestowed upon him a modicum of charm, but now, seeing its futility, it directly equipped him with external enhancements. In this era, even the system no longer allows one to maintain an aloof demeanor. Zhao Qian's display of power truly astonished all present, for no one anticipated witnessing a scene where a single sword strike could rend the heavens and earth asunder in modern times. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Zhao Qian's sword strike appeared effortless, a mere casual flick, yet it exuded such formidable might. One could only ponder the consequences had he unleashed his full strength. Hiss. Those present dared not dwell on the implications, fearing it would shatter their understanding of reality. However, many perceptions had indeed been irrevocably altered that day, in a confrontation between a swordsman and a gunman, who would emerge victorious. Prior to this day, anyone posed with such a question would have emphatically declared the sword wielder a fool. Yet, in the aftermath, should one dare to voice such a query, they would undoubtedly receive a resounding slap and the retort, "You know nothing of the sword." Zhao Qian, while engrossed in pondering the significance of the tear mole, was abruptly roused by a voice at his side. Turning, he beheld Yun Qianhua. Perfect timing. Do you notice any changes in me? As he spoke, Zhao Qian spun around, eagerly awaiting her response. To his surprise, he observed the previously troubled expression of Yun Qianhua gradually morphing into a rosy hue upon her cheeks. Had something indeed changed? Yun Qianhua scrutinized Zhao Qian closely, initially finding nothing amiss. Yet, peculiarly, his visage seemed to have grown more handsome. As she observed intently, she found herself nearly entranced. Upon further examination, she noted that the tear mole at the corner of Zhao Qian's eye appeared to have become more pronounced, not so much larger, but rather more conspicuous. The former Zhao Qian was flawless, his appearance resembling that of a divine being, evoking no sense of irreverence. However, now, with the prominent tear mole, that perfection had been decisively marred. It was akin to a pristine white canvas, which one could only frame and admire from a distance, fearful of tarnishing its purity. Yet now, a droplet of black ink had fallen upon that canvas. While the artwork remained beautiful, it was no longer perfect. The former incarnation evoked no sense of irreverence, whereas the latter could be held and toyed with at will. In contrast to the Zhao Qian who had just been on stage, she could not shake the feeling that he now exuded a hint of allure. With this thought, Yun Qianhua hastily shook her head. How could the resplendent Zhao Qian possibly display such allure? After composing herself, she feigned nonchalance and remarked, "It's nothing, just that your tear mole seems to have become larger." As she spoke, Yun Qianyue procured a mirror from a bodyguard and handed it to Zhao Qian. Upon inspection, he indeed confirmed her observation. The tear mole, once the size of a sesame seed, now appeared akin to a grain of rice. Relieved, Zhao Qian thought to himself that a larger tear mole would pose no detriment. Little did he know, Yun Qianyue, having spent considerable time with him, had developed a degree of resistance to such effects, and her thoughts had not ventured in that direction. Previously, Zhao Qian could stand on the street without anyone daring to approach him, whereas now, he would likely be besieged by a throng of admirers. "Zhao Qian, I have a question for you." Yun Qianyue, displaying remarkable composure, swiftly adjusted her mindset. A burgeoning thought within her intensified, nearly bursting forth. With utmost seriousness, she regarded Zhao Qian, her demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier attitude, and earnestly inquired, "What must I do to become like you?" Yun Qianyue spoke, and honestly, her words did not take Zhao Qian by surprise. It was evident that her interest in him stemmed from a desire to transcend her ordinary existence. This was not a matter of love. Her motives were simple. She wished to be different. Hence, Zhao Qian had always viewed her with an open mind, even daring to touch her thigh. With furrowed brows, Zhao Qian's thoughts remained inscrutable before he finally replied, as a scion of a wealthy family, "You should understand that people are inherently different. In times past, you must have looked down upon the less fortunate, mocking their lack of ambition. Yet now, you find yourself among the very individuals you once scorned, seeking to ask me for ridicule?" Zhao Qian's words were blunt. The poor strive towards the wealthy, while the affluent mock the impoverished for their audacity. Yet now, Yun Qianyue had become the very person she once looked down upon. Zhao Qian was effectively stating that it was impossible. Upon birth, one's societal status is largely predetermined. Yun Qianyue was acutely aware that as an ordinary heiress, she could never penetrate the world that Zhao Qian inhabited, a world vibrant and multifaceted. Yet, she felt powerless. Yun Qianyue could not restrain herself. It was all Zhao Qian's fault for revealing such possibilities to her. After witnessing that singular sword strike, how could she remain indifferent? How could she not yearn for it? "Zhao Qian, I implore you, tell me, how can I catch up to you?" Yun Qianyue lowered her gaze. Indeed, the lofty Miss Yun had bowed her head. Even her proud demeanor had yielded. She was utterly desperate to match Zhao Qian's pace. After all, a person like him was rare, and she did not wish to be left behind as he distanced himself further. In the past, she had scoffed when someone told her that love would render a girl humble. She had been quick to dismiss it with a slap, vowing she would never become such a person. But now, externally, Yun Qianyue sought to enter Zhao Qian's world. Yet, in truth, she simply longed to stand alongside him. She craved it profoundly. Zhao Qian observed the once proud and now humbled Yun Qianyue with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. To speak candidly, Zhao Qian indeed possesses a method to strengthen Yun Qianyue. Sending her to the sect would suffice. However, the indifferent sect currently exists in a state of seclusion, akin to a hidden entity. Revealing its presence would be unfavorable. As long as emotions are absent, any decision he makes will undoubtedly be the right one. This, he should decline. Yet inexplicably, Zhao Qian hesitated. He clearly understood that rejecting her now was the correct course. His mind rationally conveyed this truth. Nonetheless, he faltered. To extricate himself from the Zhao family would necessitate external assistance, and perhaps Yun Qian, you could serve that purpose. This was the first time he had ever sought an excuse for himself. Ultimately, he spoke, "There are countless individuals who aspire to surpass me, yet among them, none can truly catch up. If you genuinely wish to become stronger, you must defeat me rather than merely chase after my shadow." As he spoke, Zhao Qian removed a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Yun Qianyue. "This is the insignia of my sect. As long as you wear it, should a fated individual come across you, you may enter my sect for cultivation. The indifferent sect remains hidden from the world, with no path to seek it. However, disciples venture out for training, and if they encounter a promising candidate, they may bestow this pendant upon them. Should you happen upon an elder of the indifferent sect, then you may enter the sect. Receiving the pendant is one challenge. Being found while wearing it is another. This cannot be deemed easy." Yet Yun Qianyue smiled as she traced the character Qian engraved on the pendant, feeling its warmth. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Qian inexplicably felt a sense of relief, pondering to himself, "It seems I am not as devoid of emotions as I believed." Chapter 39. The chives have matured and must be cut. In truth, Zhao Qian was not truly emotionless. The methods of the indifferent sect can indeed render one devoid of feelings, but the impact is merely subtle. Zhou Yi stands as a testament to this. Primarily, having lived 2 lives, Zhao Qian had long seen through the vicissitudes of human emotions, and after enduring the various dark deeds of the Zhao family, He had become the person he was now. He had witnessed far more of the world's ugliness than its beauty, making it difficult for him to maintain optimism like Zhou Yi. It was exhausting. Finally, the matter concluded, and the crowd made their way towards the carriage. At that moment, Zhou Yi, with a furtive expression, approached. "Hey, brother, you truly gave her the pendant." Zhou Yi seemed to have anticipated this. "Did you foresee this? Are you that idle?" Zhao Qian shot him a sidelong glance, his expression stern. "You never engage in proper affairs." "Oh, I even wagered with those on the mountain whether you would give away the pendant, and a whole group was convinced you wouldn't. Now, when we return to the mountain, my meals for a year will be covered. The pendant of the indifferent sect is not merely a trinket. It is reserved for those who have made significant contributions to the sect, and bestowing the pendant is more than a simple mark. It conveys a sense of protection over that individual." Incidentally, Zhou Yi had never qualified to receive a pendant. "What a coincidence, wagering on me. What of it? Shouldn't I get half the benefits?" Zhao Qian scoffed. "Come now, won't those two sisters of yours kill me?" As the conversation ended, the two laughed as they walked toward the carriage, with Qin Bai naturally bowing and sending them off. Aunt Rou smiled, observing the harmonious interaction between the two. The focal point was Zhao Qian's face, adorned with a gentle smile. Aunt Rou did not wish for her young master to turn into an ice block. Thus, witnessing their banter was the only time she felt he still possessed the spirit of youth. Meanwhile, Yun Xianyu lingered slightly behind, feeling somewhat isolated. She still found it challenging to integrate with Zhao Qian's circle, yet opportunities remained. Contemplating this, she tightened her grip on the jade pendant. On another front, the Gao family was in a state of exhilaration. "It's done, young Master Jiang. It's accomplished." Gao Huaqiu excitedly entered Jiang Xia's medicinal chamber, clutching a stack of documents. Although the mishap at the Xia family hospital had left Gao Huaqiu scorned, fortunately, the elder of the Xia family had emerged unscathed and was still willing to collaborate. Even though Jiang Xia had faced setbacks that day, his extraordinary talent in subsequent drug development had garnered heightened attention from the Gao family. At last, the results from the patient trials had arrived. "What do you think?" Jiang Xia inquired, though his focus remained on his work, clearly uninterested in the drug's performance. Of the 10 cancer patients who received the drug, 6 exhibited immediate signs of recovery, while 2 had halted further progression of their illness. It was evident that reactions were merely a matter of time. The remaining 2 showed no effects, likely due to individual constitution. Nevertheless, even with these setbacks, the drug's performance exceeded expectations. In stark contrast to Jiang Xia's calm demeanor, Gao Huaqiu was practically ecstatic. How could he not be thrilled? Although the Gao family was regarded as prominent figures in Donghai City, they had always lingered at the bottom, oppressed by the Xia family since his grandfather's generation. Now, the family legacy would flourish under his stewardship. With the trial successfully concluded, once government certification was obtained, public sales could commence, and at that point, the Gao family would soar to new heights. The Xia family? Merely a facade of alliance. Once the drug was released, they would be nothing more than a stepping stone to be discarded. Gao Huaqiu aimed to elevate the Gao family above all others. "Be cautious. I've heard that spies have infiltrated your company to scrutinize your accounts." Jiang Xia had no doubts about his drug, following the previous incident. He had resigned himself to his feelings for Xia Ninghan, returning to his former state. His thoughts were no longer consumed by the Gao family's impending drug release. He now aspired for greater ambition, working on another drug. His goal was to propel the Gao family to prominence while he ascended, akin to a deity. To overshadow Zhao Qian and exact revenge for past grievances. "Brother Jiang, you are indeed prudent. The certification might arrive within days. I will prepare for the drug launch, and I would appreciate your presence on stage to say a few words." "I will," Jiang Xia replied, eagerly welcoming the opportunity. He yearned to demonstrate to Xia Ninghan the caliber of the person she had cast aside. While the Gao family thrived, the Xia family was not idle either. In a room within the Xia residence, news had already spread that the Gao family would announce their findings in 2 days. "It appears they are well prepared." Xia Chun furrowed her brow, remarking that the Gao family was far swifter than anticipated. "Speaking of which, niece, is our plan to leak news about stealing Gao Huaqiu's account books truly feasible? Is it even possible to execute such a theft?" At this moment, Xia Ninggen's uncle was somewhat apprehensive. The Gao family is currently riding high, and anyone with discernment could see that they were heavily invested in their fortunes. It is well known that merchants detest seeing others thrive. They would undoubtedly spread rumors to undermine him, as anything less would seem peculiar. But have the testers been prepared? If Zhao Qian were to witness this, he would certainly be taken aback, for Xia Ninggen was presently seated in a position of authority. Her demeanor had undergone a radical transformation, exuding an aura of command that even surpassed that of her father. It is worth noting that Xia Ninggen had leveraged Zhao Qian's name to propose numerous constructive suggestions for the Xia family, effectively rendering her a surrogate for Zhao Qian, whose prowess was undeniable, leaving them with no choice but to heed her. It could be said that the Xia family was now largely governed by Xia Ninggen's will. The testers had been arranged by her uncle, who was quite steadfast in this regard. Everything had been prepared in advance. The Gao family mistakenly believed that selecting individuals at random would conceal their intentions, unaware that more than half of the testers were in fact under Xia Ninggen's influence. The remaining individuals would soon be bribed, leaving the Gao family with no recourse. Very well. With that, Xia Ningen rose, her expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Entirely indifferent to the devastation her plans might bring upon others, bearing a semblance to Zhao Qian himself. Prepare swiftly. The presentation in 2 days will mark the end of the Gao family. With a casual assertion, Xia Ningen had effectively issued a death sentence to the Gao family. Chapter 40. The increasingly mysterious Xia Ningen. Prior to Zhou Ye's arrival in Donghai, he had already secured accommodations for Zhao Qian, yet unexpectedly, he found him residing at the Xia household. Remaining there was not a sustainable arrangement. Thus Zhou Yi contemplated inviting Zhao Qian to stay with him. Zhao Qian had similar intentions, but unexpectedly, Xia Ningen would not permit it. She asserted with remarkable forcefulness that the annihilation of the Gao family was imminent, and Zhao Qian ought to remain at the Xia residence for the time being. To be frank, this was the first time Zhao Qian had encountered such an assertive side of Xia Ningen, and a subtle sense of accomplishment washed over him, akin to nurturing a pristine white lotus into a shadowy, formidable entity. However, it was undeniable that the downfall of the Gao family would signify the loss of a stronghold for Jiang Xia, making the operations at the Xia household decidedly more manageable. Hence, he proposed that he would depart from the Xia residence post the Gao family's demise, to which Xia Ningen acquiesced. Thus, Zhao Qian settled back into the Xia household, albeit not without reservations. To be candid, there were peculiarities surrounding Xia Ningen of late. In Zhao Qian's room, he gazed at Xia Ningen, who was seated upon his bed, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Xia Ningen was in his quarters. Although she had visited before, this time she lingered for an extended period. Initially, Zhao Qian had perceived Xia Ningen and Yun Xianyue as polar opposites. Xia Ningen was meek, while Yun Xianyue was haughty. Yet, it was unclear when their attitudes had undergone such dramatic shifts. Since that fateful day, Yun Xianyue's demeanor towards him had softened considerably, while, conversely, Xia Ningen had become increasingly proud and assertive. What are you looking at? Perched on the bed, engrossed in a book of uncertain content, Xia Ningen noticed Zhao Qian's gaze, turning to him with curiosity rather than confusion, as if intrigued by what had captured his attention. Dressed casually in a light ensemble of a pink short-sleeved top and black shorts that barely reached her thighs, she was barefoot, curled up on the bed, her expression inscrutable, leaving one to wonder about her thoughts. Is there something particularly fascinating? Yet, she, too, had grown increasingly enigmatic. Initially, her frequent visits had evolved into an insistence on his company, and lately, she would even casually sit close to him. Zhao Qian, seated on a chair with a book in hand, observed as Xia Ningen approached barefoot, settling on the armrest of his chair. Unintentionally, she slipped and found herself nestled against him. The chair was sufficiently spacious to accommodate two, yet he pondered whether her proximity was unintentional or deliberate. As he regarded her, leaning in to glimpse the book in his hands, a question arose in his mind. Ah, this book. I have read it. It indeed contains intriguing passages. Yet, observing her thoughtful expression while reading, it seemed she was genuinely absorbed and not merely feigning interest. After what seemed like a playful interlude, Xia Ningen stood, as if to take her leave. Before departing, she turned to Zhao Qian with a smile. Isn't it time? Aren't you going to escort me out? Would the former Xia Ningen have ever uttered such words? Zhao Qian found himself intrigued, but still accompanied her out. Upon her departure, he was astonished to discover her shoes remained in his room. Surely, one wouldn't forget the shoes they were wearing, he mused, yet deemed it a normal occurrence for the day. However, to his surprise, the following day, Xia Ningen returned, claiming she was searching for her shoes. Clad in a pink sundress, she seemed to have grown accustomed to their interactions. To be honest, Zhao Qian harbored no particular feelings towards Xia Ningen. Yet, unexpectedly, today she seemed to possess a newfound boldness. She could nonchalantly sit upon his lap, and suddenly, like a domineering CEO, she lifted his chin with one hand, her frigid gaze roaming over his face. Have you changed in some way? Xia Ningen too noted his transformation. Just as he was about to explain, she interjected, never mind. It doesn't really matter. Her tone suggested a complete lack of interest in him. This fluctuation between warmth and coldness had become quite apparent to her. Zhao Qian, genuinely perplexed by her behavior, found Yun Xianyue's changes predictable, yet Xia Ningen's transformation was utterly baffling. Fortunately, the 2 days passed with relative swiftness, and soon it was time for the Gao family's presentation. The Xia family had been invited to attend. Within the Gao family premises, They were evidently pulling out all the stops. Not only had they invited the esteemed representative from the medical field, old Zhou, but also the mayor, prominent families, and even Mr. Qian from the ancient martial arts association of Donghai City. The Gao family's sole objective was to amplify their reputation, aiming for nothing less than grandiosity. The venue was expansive, teeming with reporters and over 100 security personnel to maintain order and ensure safety. A testament to the extravagance of the event and the considerable investment made by the Gao family. It was common knowledge that the Gao family's standing had always been precarious. Many attendees were beyond their reach, thus Gao Huaqiao had nearly exhausted his resources for this occasion. Without such efforts, he would never have been able to extend an invitation to someone of old Zhou's stature. Standing on the stage, Gao Huaqiao surveyed the crowd, feeling as though the Gao family were poised above all others, gazing down upon them. The realization of his aspirations for the Gao family surged within him, and he could scarcely contain his excitement. At this moment, the Xia family had yet to arrive. However, the release of the drug would render their attendance inconsequential. With this thought, Gao Huaqiao seized the microphone on stage and began to speak. Esteemed guests, please, silence. Gao Huaqiao ascended the stage and began to speak, and indeed, the murmurs of conversation below diminished significantly. The moment he opened his mouth, silence enveloped the crowd. Witnessing such a scene, an exhilarating thrill nearly broke through his composed facade. How presumptuous of him to regard himself as someone of consequence. Master, why have you come to this place? A young man beside old Zhou, unable to contain himself, spoke up. He was Zhou's disciple, a prodigy in the art of medicine. It was evident to any discerning observer that most of those gathered were not to be trifled with. Yet Gao Huaqiao maintained an air of superiority that was utterly intolerable to him. This was the first time he had encountered someone so arrogant in old Zhou's presence. Sit down quietly, he chided, eliciting an eye roll from old Zhou. I am not here for that person on stage. He is merely a jester. The events at the hospital have completely soured my opinion of Gao Huaqiao, yet I still came for one reason only. I heard that Zhao Qian would also be present. At my age, I have reached the pinnacle of medical knowledge, and I sense that continued association with Zhao Qian could potentially shatter this ceiling, revealing what lies beyond the realm of medicine. Meanwhile, at the other end of the seating arrangement, Mr. Qian, accompanied by Huang Sui, voiced his skepticism. Gao Huaqiao is merely a businessman. Why would you accept his invitation? Qianbai had long been established in Donghai City, wielding considerable influence, comparable to old Zhou, albeit in a different field. Shu, do not speak, Qianbai instructed, casting a glance towards Yun Qianyue and her entourage, who represented the Yun family. He then closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. He was not here for Gao Huaqiao either. After that day, he sought to connect with Zhao Qian but found no way in, thus resorting to contacting Yun Qianyue, who, regrettably, was also unavailable. Upon learning that she would attend this presentation, he hurriedly made his way here. Qianbai's true purpose was not to partake in Gao Huaqiao's exposition, but rather to engage Yun Qianyue in a conversation after the event to discern the origins of Zhao Qian's expertise. Chapter 41. He said, continue. Old Zhou came to seek Zhao Qianbai to connect with Yun Qianyue in the hopes of reaching Zhao Qian, and Yun Qianyue had come for Zhao Qian. Gao Huaqiao was on stage, expounding upon his grand dreams of unifying Donghai, utterly unaware that the many dignitaries present were not there for him. Although many regarded Gao Huaqiao as a fool, he continued to elaborate on the future plans of the Gao family, blissfully ignorant of their impending doom. I have shared all I wish to convey, and I am certain many of you are eager to learn about the miraculous properties of our newly developed medicine. I now invite my brother Jiang Xia to elaborate further. After Gao Huaqiao concluded, he stepped aside to welcome Jiang Xia to the stage with applause. The audience, somewhat bewildered, had no idea who Jiang Xia was, yet followed suit in applause, as Gao Huaqiao had done. In a moment, the hall was filled with clapping, and Jiang Xia slowly ascended the stage amidst the applause. His eyes were resolute, and his fair visage betrayed no emotion. Upon reaching the stage, he did not immediately speak. Instead, he scanned the faces in attendance, committing their expressions to memory. Among them, he spotted Xia Tian, who had once attacked him at the Xia residence, as well as the guests who had mocked him during the banquet. Some recognized Jiang Xia, their eyes widening in unabashed astonishment. They were taken aback that the driver from the Xia family had transformed into an unparalleled pharmacist of the Gao family, astonished by his capabilities, and even more so that the once impoverished youth now stood in a position of superiority before them. Jiang Xia absorbed their astonishment, keenly aware of their disbelief. At that moment, he wished to shout, "Did you ever envision that the boy you once underestimated would ascend to this height?" He yearned to unleash this proclamation, but he restrained himself. Why? Because Jiang Xia understood that these individuals were merely short-sighted, driven by the allure of superficial grandeur. His singular objective remained to claim Zhao Qian from Xia Ningguan. Yet, Jiang Xia could not entirely dismiss his feelings for Xia Ningguan. He had been observing her from afar. Though reluctant to concede, he recognized that since her encounter with Zhao Qian, she had undergone a transformation. She had become domineering, merciless, and even more captivating. The Xia Ningguan of yore had belonged to him, but now, had Zhao Qian not intervened, he would have been the one by her side. Not to mention the slight humiliation Zhao Qian had inflicted upon him, which was clearly directed at him. Without the Gao family's backing, Jiang Xia would not have risen so swiftly. However, he was presented with such an opportunity. Reflecting on this, Jiang Xia redirected his attention to the present proceedings. Unfortunately, Zhao Qian was absent. He pondered, harboring an internal conflict. He needed to prove that he was superior to Zhao Qian. Yet, with Zhao Qian's absence, his enthusiasm waned considerably. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention here. This is the new medication introduced by the Gao family. Just as Jiang Xia began to speak, a sudden screeching sound of tires grinding against the pavement pierced the air, followed by the incessant screeching of brake pads. The audience collectively turned their gaze towards the entrance. Gao Huaqiao had chosen the ground floor of the Gao family's office building for this press conference, a venue already bustling with attendees. However, as the sounds of braking echoed, the reporters outside hastily cleared a path, revealing a pale purple Rolls-Royce Phantom. Wasn't that Zhao Qian's ethereal presence? First to exit the vehicle was Mei, the driver, who respectfully opened the rear door. A pair of exquisitely long legs, adorned in black crystal stockings and equally striking heels, first graced the ground, the sound of heels clicking against the tiles resonating through the hall. Following this, a young lady emerged from the vehicle, her long black hair cascading down and partially obscuring her delicate features, yet failing to conceal her noble and aloof demeanor. The corners of her eyes were raised, reminiscent of a regal little bird. It was Xia Ningguan. Her figure was elegantly accentuated by a fitted black dress that highlighted her alluring silhouette, showcasing her noble essence in full splendor. Most striking was a black ribbon encircling her neck, adorned with a lace bow, presenting an image of both purity and seduction as it resembled a tamed pet. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xia Ningguan immediately glanced back inside, her rare, long legs impeccably proportioned and enticing beneath the black tights. She then gracefully spun around, her enchanting curves extending down to her ankles, and reached back into the car, seemingly to welcome someone. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Qian was momentarily taken aback. When had Xia Ningguan learned such captivating maneuvers? She was a natural at this. Reluctantly, Zhao Qian extended his hand to her. Xia Ningguan gently pulled him out, and in an instant, all who had never seen Zhao Qian before gasped in astonishment. The weather was perfect, and a beam of light illuminated Zhao Qian as he stepped out, as if the sun itself were paving the way for him. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path. What manner of youth was he? A gentle breeze wafted through, causing Zhao Qian's gaze to become languid in the warm air. Yet his demeanor remained effortlessly elegant, refined as jade. As he traversed the path, he cast a seemingly inadvertent glance at Yun Qianyu. But within those eyes lay a void, akin to a tranquil lake, untouched by the tumult of the world, focusing solely on the road beneath his feet. He walked ahead, with Xia Ninghan trailing closely behind, perpetually a half-step slower, followed by Zhou Yi, and lastly, Aunt Ro. Soon, he paused before Jiang Xia's podium, and Yun Qianyu's gaze fell upon Zhao Qian. At that moment, she realized that he was not clad in a suit nor his usual casual attire, but rather adorned in a deep purple robe. The sleeves of the robe were embroidered with golden cloud patterns, and his tousled hair was gathered behind with a band. This attire did not evoke the image of a modern individual, but resembled that of an actor from a historical drama. Strangely enough, Zhao Qian appeared remarkably suited to this garb, as if it had been tailored exclusively for him. Rather than appearing comical, he exuded an air of chilling elegance. In this moment, Zhao Qian appeared even more aloof and ethereal, reminiscent of a being not of this world. Yet, the beauty mark at the corner of his eye radiated a peculiar and seductive charm, rendering it impossible to avert one's gaze. This attire, unfamiliar to Yun Qianyu, inexplicably penetrated her heart. Zhao Qian's cold gaze swept across Jiang Xia on the stage, yet he regarded him with indifference, as if no one else mattered. Not out of arrogance, but rather as if it was only natural. He did nothing but stand there, emanating a serene composure that others could not replicate, further accentuated by his fantastical attire, creating an otherworldly ambience. Zhao Qian stood before Jiang Xia, positioned in the center of the aisle, under the scrutiny of the crowd. Subsequently, Xia Ninghan brought forth a chair, and Zhao Qian took his seat amidst the collective gaze of onlookers. Yet, that was not all. Seated, he casually propped one leg up, resting his elbow on the armrest, chin in hand, lazily observing Jiang Xia on stage as he uttered the words, "Continue." The crowd was taken aback. Merely 2 words, yet they carried a divine arrogance. Chapter 42. The stars gather around the moon in the presence of the crowd's gaze. Zhao Qian seemed oblivious, seated before them in his splendid attire, his demeanor relaxed. Xia Ninghan, clad in a form-fitting, alluring dress, her voluptuous legs adorned with high heels, gracefully turned her ankle and stepped closer to Zhao Qian. A singular thought resonated within the minds of all present, a match made in heaven. The two appeared to be perfectly suited for one another, as if those 4 words had been crafted specifically for them. Who was he just sitting there? I don't know. But his car must be expensive. He is probably from some prominent family. Is he from the Xia family? That one beside him is Xia Ninghan. She's stunning. But why does she look so subservient? Only a select few were aware of Zhao Qian's significance. Those who did not know him began to murmur. Some were perplexed, while those who had attended gatherings of the Xia family smiled knowingly. They thought Jiang Xia had momentarily stolen the spotlight. Yet they all recalled the scene of him being carried out before Zhao Qian. You may not know, but this gentleman is the scion of the Zhao family from the capital. He has recently become engaged to Miss Xia. They are betrothed. Indeed, this lad once sought to provoke young Master Zhao, but guess what? He was carried out, not walking. Oh, so he's the one who was carried away. He looked somewhat familiar. Is that so? I once saw old Zhou bowing to this lad in the hospital, looking quite respectful. As Jiang Xia took the stage, he was still unrecognized by many, but with Zhao Qian's entrance, all of Jiang Xia's embarrassment surfaced. Some remained confused, while those who understood exchanged glances filled with derision. One could not help but note how a perfectly mundane presentation turned into a leadership briefing the moment young Master Zhao appeared. His simple command to continue astonished many. Indeed, he disrupted your speech, interrupted you, and then brazenly stood before you, instructing you to continue. Look at Jiang Xia's face. It has turned a shade of green. Not just him. Gao Huaqiu looks equally pale. This is hilarious. The crowd buzzed with lively chatter. Meanwhile, Jiang Xia's expression darkened, but he refrained from lashing out, instead turning his attention to Gao Huaqiu, who also wore a grim countenance. The Xia family had allied with the Gao family. What kind of farce was being played out now? And where was Xia Qian? Why had he sent his daughter instead? Gao Huaqiu's mind swirled with thoughts. Addressing the mockery of the crowd was manageable. He could simply ask for Zhao Qian to be removed. Yet the crux of the matter was that he could not expel Zhao Qian. Not only could he not remove him, but even if Zhao Qian were to take the stage, he would still be compelled to watch. He had witnessed it that day in the hospital. This youth could elicit a bow from old Zhou. Who was old Zhou? A figure beyond Gao Huaqiu's reach had bowed to a mere youth, indicating the immense power behind him. He had kept an eye on the Xia family, and upon learning of Xia Ninghan's engagement to an unknown individual, he had felt a sense of glee, but he had never anticipated the depth of this youth's influence. He had conducted a discreet inquiry, only to discover that Zhao Qian belonged to the Zhao family, with everything else remaining shrouded in mystery. Moreover, Zhao Qian had done nothing but sit a tad further forward than everyone else. Yet, this maneuver was insurmountable. Such stratagems revealed that this youth was far from ordinary. Having come to this realization, Gao Huaqiu signaled Jiang Xia to proceed. Regardless of the Xia family's intentions, even if the king himself were to attend, this presentation must succeed. Perhaps, fortuitously, Zhao Qian's domineering presence would garner even more attention for the Gao family. Jiang Xia glanced at Zhao Qian, quickly averting his gaze. Just that fleeting glance renewed his awareness of Zhao Qian's formidable nature. He had initially believed only Xia Ninghan had undergone a transformation. Yet Zhao Qian had changed as well, becoming even more daunting. On that night at the Xia family gathering, Zhao Qian had remained hidden behind everyone, cloaked in obscurity. At the hospital, he stood at the back, similarly concealed within the crowd. But now, it was different. For the first time, Zhao Qian stepped into the limelight. No longer shrouded, but rather radiating brilliance. The coldness emanating from his gaze sent a chill down Jiang Xia's spine. What was even more infuriating was Xia Ninghan. Since entering, she had not once cast her gaze upon Jiang Xia, remaining close to Zhao Qian, her head bowed. Her eyes lowered as if fixated on the seated Zhao Qian. Jiang Xia had all but forgotten his vengeful intentions. He had fantasized about bestowing humiliation upon Zhao Qian. Yet now, with Zhao Qian before him, he dared not even breathe audibly. However, Jiang Xia harbored alternative thoughts. Although Zhao Qian was indeed formidable, the Gao family's plans were already set in motion. Zhao Qian could only watch helplessly as he ascended in prominence. With this realization, Jiang Xia's demeanor relaxed slightly, and he began to unveil the curtain he had long prepared, introducing his medicine. Now, everyone, please direct your attention this way. Jiang Xia was a bundle of nerves on stage, while below, a tempest of intrigue brewed. The temper of Miss Yun was well known, and many seats around her remained vacant. Zhou Yi, seeing only one familiar face in the crowd, effortlessly took a seat beside her, casting a teasing glance at Zhao Qian. Look at my brother's seat. TSK, 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 how come I can't exude that same sense of unparalleled superiority in this chair? As he spoke, Zhou Yi fidgeted in his chair, yet, as he himself admitted, he could not emulate even a hint of similarity. Yun Qianyue cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yi's childish antics. But the moment she recalled the events that transpired with him in the outskirts, she fell silent, her gaze fixated on Zhao Qian. She was eager to witness what astonishing act Zhao Qian would unveil. Meanwhile, old Zhou's apprentice had been meticulously observing Zhao Qian, who sat before the crowd. Alas, master, is this the renowned Zhao Qian you spoke of? Indeed handsome, yet I can't shake the feeling that he lacks any other remarkable qualities, he mused. Just as he uttered this thought, he recalled Zhao Qian's earlier demeanor and added, though he does exude a certain domineering presence. His calm and collected manner suggests he is accustomed to being the center of attention, in a gathering of nearly 1,000. While others might manage to stride confidently to the forefront, none could embody the effortless poise Zhao Qian displayed. Such composure could only stem from a person of profound refinement. He, for one, was certain he could not achieve such grace. Accustomed, old Zhou, who had been intently scrutinizing Zhao Qian, chuckled at his apprentice's words. He regarded Zhao Qian, fully aware that he was among the few in Donghai City who understood the true nature of the Zhao family. Memories surged within old Zhou as he pondered. It is not mere habit. The Zhao family wields immense power, and this particular Zhao Qian is uniquely exceptional. It is no exaggeration to say he was born to be revered. With thousands present, such a trivial gathering was merely a routine affair for someone of his stature. Mr. Qin, it's Zhao Qian. Huang Sui, seated nearby, was equally taken aback by Zhao Qian's unexpected appearance at such an event. As one who had previously crossed swords with Zhao Qian, Huang Sui had grasped the depth of his strength, a prowess that both fascinated and inspired him. For the first time, he realized a swordsman could possess such formidable might, igniting within him a grand ambition to become a force like Zhao Qian. I see it, Qin Bai remarked, casting a resigned glance at Huang Sui. Did he truly believe Zhao Qian's commanding entrance could go unnoticed? Then, an undercurrent of excitement coursed through him as he looked towards Zhao Qian. This chance encounter with Zhao Qian was a delightful surprise. Being a seasoned individual, he delved deeper into his thoughts. Zhao Qian, with such formidable strength, still chose to attend a business press conference, evidently with a strong ulterior motive. His gaze shifted to Jiang Xia on stage. Was there a feud between Zhao Qian and the young man up there? After mulling it over, Qin Bai formed a conclusion. He had devised a strategy to curry favor with Zhao Qian. However, he knew he must observe how events unfolded. For those of great strength often detest interference in their affairs. Yet, as Qin Bai contemplated Zhao Qian's unfazed demeanor seated before the crowd, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Recalling the moment when Zhao Qian had once pointed a sword at him, demanding he take the stage. Such was his style. Jiang Xia, under pressure, was explaining the medicine, initially assuming Zhao Qian would disrupt him. Surprisingly, Zhao Qian merely sat there, silent and motionless, as if genuinely interested in observing the Gao family's new drug. Although the intentions behind Zhao Qian's presence remained unclear, Gao Huaqiu and Jiang Xia felt a sense of relief. Jiang Xia, though nervous, found the explanation proceeding smoothly. He was nearing the conclusion of his presentation. Regardless of how eloquently he spoke, the ultimate test lay in the efficacy of the medicine, and soon he would present the patient's recovery progress to conclude the speech. As for Zhao Qian, he had no intention of intervening. To put it plainly, he harbored no plans. Who was he? The son of the Zhao family, Zhao Qian. Frankly, if he wished to deal with Jiang Xia, there were countless ways to do so. He could have acted long ago. Yet, he refrained. Why? It was simple. He was born superior, affluent, and handsome, and had no need to personally confront someone as insignificant as Jiang Xia. Indeed, Jiang Xia was a minor character. Initially, Zhao Qian had feared the protagonist might possess extraordinary abilities, but after some interaction, he realized the truth. The protagonist was not an invincible superhuman, but merely human. Jiang Xia was indeed the protagonist, yet he too was a penniless youth, descending from the mountains, utterly alone. With this understanding of their relationship, Zhao Qian's wariness of Jiang Xia diminished significantly. Thus, it was Xia Ningen who orchestrated Jiang Xia's affairs. The crowd believed him to be the main character, but in truth, it was Xia Ningen who held the reins. He had come today and deliberately chosen a front-row seat to witness Jiang Xia's downfall. As the audience harbored their own thoughts, Jiang Xia concluded his presentation. Turning to face the audience, he was devoid of the earlier bravado, cautiously glancing at Zhao Qian before proceeding with the next segment. Now, please turn your attention to the screen for a video showcasing our clinical trial results. With that, Zhang Xia signaled the staff to begin playing the video. The video presented a montage of 10 cancer patients who had taken the medication, showcasing their recovery processes. It was evident from the footage that all 10 patients exhibited varying degrees of improvement, with the most remarkable case appearing completely free of any signs of having suffered from cancer. The moment the video aired, a wave of excitement rippled through the audience. My goodness, is this truly a miracle cure for cancer? A mere pill can do this? They were astonished by the drug's apparent efficacy, pondering the costs involved. Cancer had long been a terrifying affliction, with no known cure to date. The shockingly powerful footage sent the audience into a frenzy, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, as they felt they might be witnessing the dawn of a new era. Zhang Xia observed the audience's astonished expressions, although Zhao Qian maintained an inscrutable demeanor. The response from the crowd was promising, and he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a cry of pain erupted from the venue. Zhang Xia's heart raced, and he scanned the room, only to discover that the sound emanated from the venue's loudspeakers. Given the importance of the video, Gao Huaqiu had installed 15 speakers and 3 side screens throughout the venue, causing the anguished cry to resonate across the entire assembly. Zhang Xia turned back to the screen behind him, which, instead of going dark after the video, flickered back to life, now displaying an unfamiliar clip. The footage featured the same patients from earlier, but now they showed no signs of recovery, instead writhing in agony, some even coughing up blood. It was evident they were suffering from some adverse effects of the medication. Shut off the video, Gao Huaqiu bellowed, his face pale as he rushed onto the stage, yanking at the cables behind the screen. The video abruptly ceased, yet the damage was done. The earlier footage was irretrievable. At this moment, Gao Huaqiu glanced down, only to find the audience regarding him and Zhang Xia with scrutinizing gazes. Gao Huaqiu is an astute individual. He is acutely aware that someone is attempting to frame him. He has never witnessed any after effects afflicting the patients. Surely, those individuals ought to have returned home with their remuneration. Despite his inner uncertainties, accustomed to such scenarios, Gao Huaqiu promptly severed the connection. And what of Zhang Xia? He stood frozen, utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Ah, yes. Those patients, once deemed cured, suddenly erupted in blood. Some collapsing to the floor, their fates uncertain. Even Zhang Xia, no matter how slow to react, must now comprehend the gravity of the situation. This is nothing short of a malicious setup. Ahem, Director Gao, perhaps you should provide an explanation. The mayor of Donghai City, a man in his 50s named Zhang, rose to his feet with a cough, the venue enveloped in silence. If anyone possessed the authority to speak, it was undoubtedly him. It was evident to any discerning observer that the Gao family had been targeted, yet the content of the video warranted scrutiny. All eyes were fixed on how the Gao family would respond. Both Gao Huaqiu and Zhang Xia stood upon the stage, their faces pallid in the face of Mayor Zhang's inquiries, particularly Zhang Xia, who, after a moment of stupor, erupted in fury, his face flushed with rage, features contorted, as if fire were about to burst forth from his eyes. He strode towards Zhao Qian, pointing an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming loudly, "Zhao Qian, you are the one orchestrating this." Chapter 44. The source of Zhang Xia's fear, Zhao Qian. Zhang Xia descended from the stage, stepping right before Zhao Qian, continuing to point at him. Zhao Qian, however, exhibited no trace of anger, speaking coldly. "I do not appreciate others standing in my way." His voice remained frigid, and while Xia Ningen had once believed no one could elicit a response from him, Zhao Qian's tone was exceptionally chilling, a bone-deep coldness. She sensed his anger simmering beneath the surface. Gazing at his face, he maintained a placid expression, yet his words conveyed a seriousness unmatched by any before. Yin Qianwei, standing behind, also noted Zhao Qian's unusual demeanor. The tone seemed eerily familiar. Upon reflection, she recalled their first encounter in the alley, when Zhao Qian had initially intended to ignore her, but ultimately intervened because they had obstructed his path. The statement, innocuous at first, now carried a weighty implication. He truly despised others standing before him. Both Yin Qianwei and Xia Ningen mused inwardly. Zhao Qian was an enigma, each piece of information about him exquisitely precious. Only Aunt Ro, observing from a distance, exhibited a fleeting flicker in her gaze, revealing her awareness of Zhao Qian's motivations. Zhao Qian exuded an air of intimidation, and this pressure intensified when one stood beside him, particularly as he cast a glacial glare at Zhang Xia. The latter faltered. He had been bested by Zhao Qian too many times. Fear had taken root within him. Tentatively, Zhang Xia shifted his stance, no longer standing in front of Zhao Qian. Ding! Zhang Xia has earned 100 harvesting points, remaining 11001250. The system's notification flashed, underscoring his genuine fear. The scene had taken on an absurd quality. Zhang Xia, filled with bravado, had intended to confront Zhao Qian but was instead intimidated into retreat by a single remark. It was indeed comical, yet none present could muster a laugh. Ultimately, it was Gao Huqiao who stepped forward. Brother Jiang, do not act rashly. While he anticipated others employing underhanded tactics, he had not foreseen such filthiness. However, he did not believe Zhao Qian was behind it. Were it truly Zhao Qian's doing, he would have left no room for rebuttal. Clearly, this was the work of another. Moreover, even if, hypothetically, Zhao Qian were involved, such violence would only exacerbate the situation. Gao Huqiao, a seasoned individual, understood the intricacies involved. As he stated, there remained a chance for redemption. The medicine was present, and numerous experts from the medical field were in attendance. If they could verify its efficacy or even conduct a trial, demonstrating that it bore no side effects, then the scenes depicted in the video would naturally collapse. Though this maneuver was devious, it was not a dead end. There was still room to counter, unlike the schemes of that old fox, Xia Chun. As Gao Huqiao contemplated, he glanced at Xia Ningen beside Zhao Qian, harboring an incredulous thought. Could it be her? Nevertheless, stabilizing the situation was paramount. Gao Huqiao immediately rose and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, my family's medicine has been in operation for so long without issue. It is evident to all that this is a blatant slander against the Gao family, an attempt to undermine us. While I do not know who is responsible, I can assure you, the content of that video is unequivocally fabricated." Gao Huqiao's eloquence was in stark contrast to his earlier ostentatious demeanor. As he presented himself in this light, some took the opportunity to deride him. Such fine words. Anyone can speak, but the crux lies in providing evidence. Indeed, perhaps many of your medicines are problematic, merely undisclosed thus far. To accuse Jiang Xia directly, this seems rather excessive. Does it not? Jiang Xia's character leaves much to be desired. Who knows if the medicine bears any issues? A chorus of condemnation ensued, directed at Jiang Xia. Setting aside the identity of the perpetrator, to point fingers at another in such a public forum was a grave misstep. Jiang Xia, naive to the ways of the world, found himself ensnared in a verbal trap. Gao Huqiao shot an admonishing glance at Jiang Xia, signaling him to refrain from exacerbating matters further. He then turned to Elder Zhou. "Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed medical sage, Elder Zhou, is present. The medicine is here. If there are any issues, Elder Zhou will ascertain them. Should Elder Zhou declare that the medicine is flawed, I, Gao, will accept it. However, if he finds no issues and you still refuse to believe, I shall consume it before you all." With that, Gao Huqiao gestured to Elder Zhou, inviting him to proceed. "Elder Zhou, please." The pressure now rested upon Elder Zhou, along with the scrutiny of everyone present. Elder Zhou found himself in a dilemma. Truth be told, assessing the medicine was not challenging. Yet, it was evident to any observer that Zhao Qian and Jiang Xia harbored animosity, and judging by Gao Huqiao's demeanor, the medicine was likely sound. However, if he wished to curry favor with Zhao Qian, he would have to assert that there were issues with the medicine, even if there were none. Yet, uttering such claims could ruin his reputation if later disproven. With these thoughts in mind, Elder Zhou ultimately wore a pained expression as he rose. He had no choice. The eyes of all were upon him. Let us examine it first. Thus, Elder Zhou ascended the stage under the watchful gaze of the audience, while Gao Huqiao instructed someone to bring forth a sealed box of medicine, raising it to signify it had remained untouched before opening it in front of everyone. Inside lay a single blister pack containing 4 pills. Gao Huqiao extracted one and handed it to Elder Zhou. With furrowed brows, Elder Zhou accepted the pill, cautiously glancing at Zhao Qian to gauge any indication. Yet, to his surprise, Zhao Qian wore an expression of calm indifference, as though he were uninvolved. Elder Zhou, resigned, scrutinized the pill in his hand. It appeared to be an ordinary medication, encased in a coating that concealed any abnormalities. He then broke off a small piece, examining it closely, inhaling its scent before tasting it, ultimately inspecting the fracture for any issues. Nothing seemed amiss. Jiang Xia and Gao Huqiao gazed at the unfolding scene, their hearts racing. Yet they found solace when they noticed the slight relaxation of Elder Zhou's brow. However, their relief was short-lived. The furrow in Elder Zhou's brow stemmed from his concern for Zhao Qian, as he feared the medicine might be flawed. Conversely, if his brow were to unfurl, it would indeed signify a serious issue with the medicine. To their astonishment, Elder Zhou was genuinely startled. At first glance, the medicine appeared perfectly normal, but upon closer scrutiny, he discerned troubling signs. Immediately, he raised the half-tablet in his hand and declared loudly, "This medicine is without fault. I have just consumed it and have not experienced any of the violent reactions depicted in the video." At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Jiang Xia, whose anxiety had been palpable, finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. To be honest, He had been genuinely apprehensive that Elder Zhou might declare his medicine defective in favor of Zhao Qian, leaving him utterly defenseless. Unexpectedly, the old man exhibited a commendable sense of medical ethics. As these thoughts flitted through Jiang Xia's mind, he felt increasingly resolute, lifting his chin with a newfound pride as he cast a glance at Zhao Qian, as if to say, "Your plans have unraveled." Yet, to everyone's surprise, Elder Zhou spoke again at that moment. Chapter 45. As a villain, sowing discord is quite customary. Jiang Xia had just begun to feel elated when Elder Zhou continued, raising the medicine with a serious demeanor. The medicine itself poses no inherent threat, but it is not to be consumed. Elder Zhou's words carried immense weight and commanded the audience's respect. It was evident that he had only begun his explanation, and the crowd awaited further clarification. However, Jiang Xia was displeased. Elder Zhou was tarnishing his medicine's reputation, and moreover, during their previous encounter at the hospital, he had sided with Zhao Qian, who could ascertain whether the medicine truly had defects or if Elder Zhou was merely attempting to curry favor with Zhao Qian. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Xia interjected vehemently, "You are talking nonsense. How can something without issues be inedible? This medicine has undergone countless internal trials." His outburst immediately incited discontent among the onlookers. How dare this brat shout at Elder Zhou? Is he seeking to ruin his own future? Does he believe he surpasses Elder Zhou? The youth of today, indeed. Why was Jiang Xia so incensed? This medicine was primarily a restorative, the first formula he learned during his time in the mountains. Being a tonic, he had consumed it in abundance while in the mountains and had conducted numerous experiments on it at the Gao household, rendering it ostensibly flawless. Jiang Xia was utterly convinced that the medicine could harbor no flaws. Elder Zhou, undeterred by Jiang Xia's outburst, continued to elucidate, if this medicine is consumed in isolation, it poses no danger. However, what happens when it is ingested alongside common foodstuffs? As he spoke, Elder Zhou's piercing gaze fell upon Jiang Xia, laden with scrutiny. Caught off guard, Jiang Xia momentarily faltered. Yes, it seemed he had overlooked this critical aspect. But after a moment's reflection, he reasoned that since he had consumed it for so long without issue, others might also escape harm. He stubbornly retorted, "That's impossible. I have consumed this medicine since childhood, and I have never encountered any problems." Elder Zhou's expression shifted to one of bemusement as he stroked his beard and replied, "I have heard of you, Jiang Xia, who descended from the mountains a month ago. If you have not encountered any issues after prolonged consumption, have you considered that the substances capable of interacting with this medicine may not be found in the mountains, but are present in the city?" Jiang Xia fell silent. Truth be told, he had been so absorbed in his work, delegating various tests of the medicine to Gao Huaqiu, who, eager to prove himself yet lacking in medical expertise, had neglected this crucial aspect of experimentation. He glanced at Gao Huaqiu, who was now drenched in cold sweat, clearly having just realized that they had failed to test the interactions between the medicine and common food items. Noting Zhao Qian's silence, Elder Zhou snorted coldly and addressed the audience. "This medicine is indeed safe when taken alone, but one of its herbal components reacts with the monosodium glutamate commonly found in households. The consequences are precisely as depicted in the video you all witnessed: esophageal rupture and profuse hemorrhaging." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. While they marveled at Elder Zhou's medical expertise, they simultaneously scorned Jiang Xia's toxic concoction. Jiang Xia, upon hearing this revelation, felt as if his mind had come to a screeching halt. He could scarcely fathom that the medicine he had consumed for so long could react with a mere seasoning. Yet, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. He had resided in the mountains where having salt was a luxury, let alone monosodium glutamate. Gao Huaqiu's face drained of color as he realized that the medicine could indeed have adverse reactions with such a trivial ingredient, and that the video was not a fabrication. Had it been anyone else on stage, they might have dismissed the claims as unfounded and demanded further investigation, allowing the matter to fade away. However, with Elder Zhou, a paragon of the medical community, there was no room for defense. Xia Ningguan observed the expressions of both men below the stage, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, all of this was part of her scheme. Initially, she had intended to bribe several patients to testify falsely. But with the Xia family's spies infiltrating the Gao household and obtaining access to the pharmacy, they meticulously researched and uncovered this medicine's fatal flaw of interacting with monosodium glutamate. The video was genuine, but merely a ruse. When the public questioned the video, the Gao family would inevitably summon Elder Zhou to the stage, precisely as she had anticipated, leading to the Gao family's condemnation. As long as Gao Huaqiu invited Elder Zhou to authenticate the claims, the Gao family would find themselves inescapably trapped, devoid of any chance of redemption. As she observed her former driver reduced to this pitiful state, Xia Ningguan chuckled softly, her lips curving into an exquisite smile as she leaned closer to Zhao Qian and whispered, "Do you like it?" The tone of her voice was intoxicating, a stark contrast to the demeanor she once held. Zhao Qian cast a peculiar glance at Xia Ningguan. Truth be told, her capabilities were remarkable. It was hard to imagine how far she could ascend in the future. However, it was now his turn to take center stage. The atmosphere in the hall was rife with commotion, as no one had anticipated that the Gao family's medicine could possess such side effects, rendering it utterly unfit for sale. Zhang Xia and Gao Huaqiu were as frantic as ants on a hot stove, desperately brainstorming ways to defend themselves. Yet at that moment, Zhang Xia noticed Zhao Qian rising to his feet, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Zhao Qian had remained silent until now. Had he been biding his time for this opportunity? How could this be? Was everything part of his grand design? Zhang Xia's mind raced with a torrent of thoughts, but Zhao Qian was unfazed. He stood up, wearing a relaxed expression as he regarded Gao Huaqiu. The Gao patriarch has truly shown an abundance of kindness. As he began to speak, the audience was left in a state of bewilderment, including Gao Huaqiu, who was momentarily at a loss for Zhao Qian's intent. Observing the perplexed expressions on Zhang Xia and Gao Huaqiu's faces, Zhao Qian chuckled softly before addressing the audience. This Zhang Xia was once a driver for the Xia family, but after causing a scene at a banquet, he was expelled from the Xia household. Subsequently, the Gao patriarch compassionately took him in. This was indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune for him. Yet, Zhang Xia was not content. Emboldened by his rudimentary medical knowledge, he resorted to trickery and deception, even feigning medical expertise while treating Elder Xia in the hospital, nearly resulting in a fatal incident. Only Elder Zhou's intervention prevented disaster. Despite Zhang Xia's conduct, the Gao patriarch continued to harbor him, providing him with an opportunity to showcase his talents. What else could this be but an act of kindness? Alas, it is unfortunate that Zhang Xia was destined to be like a stubborn weed that cannot be nurtured, almost dragging the Gao patriarch down with him. As Zhao Qian spoke, a look of pity adorned his face, and the audience began to conjure vivid images in their minds. Zhang Xia, relying on his medical prowess, stirred up trouble wherever he went, while Gao Huaqiu consistently cleaned up after him. Upon reflection, it seemed that this matter might not have originated from Gao Huaqiu at all. As this thought crossed his mind, the gazes directed at Zhang Xia brimmed with disdain. In an instant, voices condemning Zhang Xia filled the air. Zhang Xia is truly despicable. I always wondered why the Gao family, which has operated so successfully for years, would suddenly find itself embroiled in such a scandal. It turns out there's a jinx among them. Indeed, I witnessed Zhang Xia causing the elderly patriarch of the Xia family to spit blood at the hospital. A person like him deserves to be arrested for attempted murder. As these words fell, Zhang Xia felt himself falter. Chapter 46. The Gao family has no connection to Zhang Xia. Zhang Xia had offered this prescription out of sheer goodwill and had voluntarily contributed to numerous drug improvements for the Gao family without any compensation. Yet these individuals were entirely unaware of that. Fortunately, a glimmer of hope remained in Zhang Xia's heart. Gao Huaqiu was well aware of his contributions and would surely stand by him. However, as Zhang Xia glanced at Gao Huaqiu, he had expected unwavering support, given all he had done for the Gao family. To his astonishment, a flicker of hesitation appeared on Gao Huaqiu's face. It was evident that he was grappling with an internal struggle. Gao Huaqiu stood there, his gaze wavering between Zhang Xia and Zhao Qian, indecisive. Any discerning observer could see that Zhao Qian's actions were aimed at eliminating Zhang Xia, with the benefit being the Gao family's escape from disaster. Nevertheless, Zhang Xia's abilities were indeed remarkable. Having someone of his caliber by his side could allow the Gao family to rise again, even if they fell. Gao Huaqiu pondered this, but felt a sense of reluctance. If he chose to protect Zhang Xia, the reputation of his vast business empire would be irreparably tarnished in a single day. The pharmaceutical sector's good name would be shattered, and the Gao family's wealth, status, and power would slip away. Conversely, if he chose not to protect Zhang Xia, the Gao family would remain intact, albeit somewhat weakened. After much deliberation, Gao Huaqiu ultimately made his decision. As long as the Gao family stood strong, they would inevitably encounter another Zhang Xia. Gao Huaqiu was not an ungrateful scoundrel, but he had no choice. He had family and employees to consider, and, to put it plainly, he was not willing to part with his life of luxury and power. With this in mind, despite his inner turmoil, Gao Huaqiu solemnly declared, "Indeed, as young Master Zhao has stated, this anti-cancer drug was entirely developed by Zhang Xia. To ensure the confidentiality of the prescription, he did not involve a single member of the Gao family throughout the entire process. Even I did not witness the drug production, nor did I see any trials, as he conducted everything himself." This revelation sent another wave of shock through the crowd. The Gao family was indeed sacrificing the pawn to protect the king. However, this was anticipated by many, for Gao Huaqiu could not genuinely abandon the Gao family. Their gazes towards Jiang Xia grew increasingly sardonic, as if to say, "You are finished." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Xia's complexion drained of color. He could hardly believe that the very Gao Huaqiu who had once rescued him from the trash heap would turn so cold-hearted. After Gao Huaqiu's statement, it was as though he had branded Jiang Xia as the mastermind, casting all blame upon him. Jiang Xia stared blankly at the multitude of eyes upon him. Although Zhao Qian had not taken direct action, he was the mastermind behind the entire scheme, orchestrating events from the shadows. "Zhao Qian," Jiang Xia roared, his voice escalating from a murmur to a thunderous bellow, his face flushed and neck taut, hands clenched so tightly they cracked. What was Zhao Qian doing at that moment? He was engaged in conversation with Elder Zhou, who was bowing and nodding, while Zhao Qian appeared disinterested, occasionally nodding in response. This nonchalant demeanor pushed Jiang Xia over the edge. Suddenly, he sprinted towards Zhao Qian. Having learned from his previous lesson, he was faster than ever, convinced that he could seize Zhao Qian before the mysterious woman appeared and escape unscathed. Yet, Jiang Xia's hopes were dashed. Zhao Qian simply stood his ground, watching Jiang Xia charge towards him, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. There were no shadows nearby, making it difficult for Lung Shuxian to conceal herself. So she remained at a distance in a corner of the venue. Even so, regardless of Zhao Qian's capabilities, a martial arts expert was present. A resounding crash echoed as Qin Bai positioned himself before Zhao Qian, using a deft strike to send Jiang Xia sprawling. Now on the ground, Jiang Xia struggled to prop himself up, glaring furiously at Zhao Qian, but Qin Bai's immense strength left him unprepared, rendering him nearly speechless. Ding! Jiang Xia's harvest value increased by 100, total harvest value remaining 1200-1250. Unable to rise, Jiang Xia lay there, the system's notification blaring in his mind. My heavens! Even Elder Zhou is one thing, but Mr. Qin actually intervened on behalf of this young Master Zhao. Who on earth is he? Mr. Qin owned a martial arts arena in the outskirts, where only the most exceptional practitioners resided. Yet this Mr. Qin was willing to act for a mere youth? He was indeed Zhao Qian, the heir of the Zhao family from the capital. In an instant, murmurs erupted throughout the gathering. There were only 3 heavyweight figures present: Elder Zhou, Qin Bai, and Mayor Zhang. Yet what did they witness? Both Elder Zhou and Qin Bai had aligned themselves with Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian had stormed into the venue in a Rolls-Royce Phantom. And while everyone knew he was domineering, they had not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant youth could command such respect from both Qin Bai and Elder Zhou. A singular thought raced through the minds of the onlookers. This young Master Zhao is likely far more than just a member of the Zhao family. Little did they realize that Zhao Qian was the sole heir of the Zhao family. Young Master Zhao, are you all right? Qin Bai, accustomed to compliments, had never felt so embarrassed as now, his expression awkward as he looked at Zhao Qian. Was this a jest? Others might be unaware, but he knew that the young man before him possessed extraordinary strength. Should he take things seriously, everyone present would be rendered powerless in an instant, leaving no room for him to steal the limelight. Ahem, everyone, since the matter has concluded, shall we? Gao Huaqiu no longer cared for wealth and status. He simply wished to end this ordeal. By shifting all blame onto Jiang Xia, he knew he would still face suspicion, yet once the storm passed, he would return to being the Gao Huaqiu everyone knew. However, there were those present who were not inclined to let him off the hook. Indeed, it was Xia Ningguan. Suddenly, a person approached Xia Ningguan, delivering a box. She casually opened the box and tossed it to the ground, revealing it to be filled with a multitude of documents. She picked up one and directed her gaze at Gao Huaqiu. Though the matter regarding Jiang Xia as counterfeit drugs has concluded, we, as partners, must address the hidden accounts you've concealed from us. The box contained evidence of Gao Huaqiu's tax evasion, and Xia Ningguan's intent was singular, to target Gao Huaqiu directly. In that moment, he realized that all the alliances were merely a facade. The Xia family had been investigating him from the shadows. Fake accounts? Surely not. I've heard that the Gao family's drug sales have not been particularly successful. Absolute nonsense. Are you not aware of how many pharmacies belong to the Gao family in the city? As soon as Xia Ningguan spoke, the room filled with business magnates immediately grasped her intent. Mayor Zhang, this. Although Gao Huqiu had anticipated the arrest for falsifying accounts and tax evasion, he never expected it to occur so swiftly. He contemplated defending himself, but was rendered speechless in the next moment. Why? The woman who had been driving for Zhao Qian had taken a seat beside Mayor Zhang, engaging him in conversation, with a subtle hint of flattery visible on the mayor's face. At that instant, Gao Huqiu comprehended the situation, casting a glance at the indifferent Zhao Qian. You clearly stated earlier, Zhao Qian had appeared to suggest that revealing Jiang Xia would spare his life. Yet now it was evident that Zhao Qian intended to eradicate all witnesses. Head of the Gao family, this is a matter of accountability. If you wish to assign blame, direct it toward Jiang Xia. Without Jiang Xia, I would not have waded into these murky waters. All of this turmoil stems from him, and this is no baseless accusation. After Zhao Qian's declaration, Gao Huqiu indeed directed his gaze towards Jiang Xia. If looks could kill, Jiang Xia would have perished countless times over. It was now clear that Gao Huqiu and Jiang Xia were on the verge of a complete rupture. Jiang Xia could hardly bear this injustice, glaring furiously at Zhao Qian, ready to speak, but was overwhelmed by a surge of blood and ultimately collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Ding. Obtained 50 harvest points from Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's fortune has plummeted to its lowest value. Total harvest points are now full and ready for collection. Zhao Qian's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He glanced at Jiang Xia, then surveyed all present, before lowering his eyes slightly. The moment had arrived. Chapter 47. Zhao Qian's twin disciples, Chu Yunyan and Chu Yunyue. In the end, Gao Huqiu and his associates from the Gao family were escorted away by the police on charges of producing counterfeit drugs. The medications they had marketed were found to be in violation of safety regulations, and videos surfaced showing individuals suffering from severe side effects after consumption. They were undeniably destined for incarceration. The Gao family's curtain had fallen, implicated in the production and promotion of toxic substances, as well as tax evasion. However, amidst it all, a name had etched itself into the minds of the crowd: Zhao Qian, the enigmatic scion of the imperial capital, wielding immense power. The esteemed elder Zhou of the medical community, Mr. Qin of the martial arts world, and even Mayor Zhang exhibited signs of attempting to curry favor with him. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhao Qian's name would become widely recognized in high society for some time to come. Jiang Xia found himself in custody, and Zhao Qian had no intention of lingering, promptly departing the venue alongside Xia Ningyan and others. Although he could act against Jiang Xia now, the circumstances were still fresh, and with so many eyes around, Zhao Qian resolved to wait for a more opportune moment. The most unfortunate was Yun Qianyue. Upon seeing Zhao Qian exit, she hastily followed, only to witness Zhao Qian's Rolls-Royce speeding away in the next instant. At that moment, Qinbai also approached, bombarding Zhao Qian with inquiries. In response, Yun Qianyue merely shot him a disdainful glance. Ridiculous. She herself was still trying to decipher what Zhao Qian was truly like. How could she possibly share that information with him? However, she had to entertain him, as Qinbai was a figure of the same caliber as Elder Zhou. After managing Qinbai, a considerable amount of time had passed, and the venue was now deserted. She prepared to leave. Are you not aware that some things should not be taken? As soon as Yun Qianyue stepped into her vehicle, she heard a youthful voice behind her. Turning, she discovered two young girls standing there. They appeared to be high school students, clad in JK uniforms. The upper half was a white shirt, while the lower half featured a short skirt with a blue gradient. Their long, slender legs were devoid of any excess flesh, accentuated by sheer black stockings, enhancing their alluring curves. The skirts swayed gently in the breeze, while the black stockings enveloped their long legs, captivating every onlooker. With flat, yet subtly contoured figures, slender waists, tall and graceful silhouettes, perfect thighs, and stunningly beautiful faces, the two girls resembled exquisite dolls. What stood out most were their appearances: superb physiques, striking looks. With hair of a deep blue hue and golden-toned irises, the two bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, seemingly identical twins, save for their hair accessories. One tilted left and the other right. At that moment, the girl on the left was gazing wide-eyed at Yun Qianyue, seemingly questioning her motives for theft. Theft? How amusing. Yun Qianyue sighed. She was already fatigued and had no desire to engage with the two. She waved her hand, signaling her bodyguards to usher the two seemingly foreign girls away, and proceeded to enter her vehicle. But then she froze. A sudden gust of wind brushed past her, and she felt something slip from her waist. The jade pendant that Zhao Qian had gifted her had vanished without a trace. "Sister, it truly is Senior Brother Zhao's jade pendant," exclaimed one of the girls. Indeed, Senior Brother Zhao's pendant is a uniquely warm jade carving that glimmers in sunlight. It only appears unremarkable when worn by him. Anyone else who dons it instantly becomes overshadowed by its brilliance. The two young girls scrutinized the jade pendant in their hands, and from their words, Yun Qianyue sensed something amiss. Suddenly, she recalled Zhao Qian's words. If his sect discovered his jade pendant, she could enter Zhao Qian's sect for cultivation. "Are you members of Zhao Qian's sect?" In a moment of excitement, Yun Qianyue exclaimed. Her statement was somewhat absurd, but she had no choice. She didn't know the name of Zhao Qian's sect. "Zhao Qian?" The left girl spoke again. Yun Qianyue observed that the girl on the left appeared more assertive. After scrutinizing Yun Qianyue closely, she shook her head. "Though I do not know how you came to know this name, nor how you acquired this item. You should disappear now if you wish to keep your life." Upon finishing, the two girls turned in unison, intending to depart. While it was somewhat ludicrous for a high school student to utter threats, Yun Qianwei understood that she must indeed be a member of Zhao Qian's sect, and her words were not mere bluster. However, after waiting so long for this opportunity, how could Yun Qianwei let it slip away? Moreover, the jade pendant that Zhao Qian had gifted her was still in their possession. Without hesitation, Yun Qianwei swiftly stepped forward, blocking their path, and declared loudly, "This is a gift from Zhao Qian." He said, "If his sect members find this jade pendant, I can enter the sect for cultivation." Fortunately, at that moment, the venue was empty. Otherwise, others might have thought her mentally unstable upon hearing her declaration. Cultivation? In modern times, speaking of cultivating immortality? But only Yun Qianwei knew that she spoke the truth. The twins exchanged glances, and then the girl on the right spoke. Originally, she had assumed this one to be of a weaker disposition, but was surprised to find her words explosive. With a cold glare directed at Yun Qianwei, her cute little face scrunched up. "He gifted it to you? You dare to claim that? Though you are an outsider, I must inform you that this jade pendant holds more significance than you can imagine. According to the rules, you may indeed enter our sect, but you are unaware of the weight this pendant carries. With your talent, you would only bring shame to senior brother Zhao. Within the ruthless sect, Zhao Qian's status was akin to that of an elder, granting him the right to accept disciples. Entering the sect through his jade pendant would naturally signify her as his disciple. However, an urban dweller without any foundational cultivation would only tarnish Zhao Qian's reputation upon entering the sect. Yun Qianwei was utterly oblivious to Zhao Qian's esteemed status within the heartless sect, where he was revered like a deity. Yet, Yun Qianwei remained unperturbed by concepts of humiliation or worthiness. All she comprehended was that if she were to pause here, she would never catch up to Zhao Qian. Therefore, she resolutely obstructed the two individuals, proclaiming, "I only heed Zhao Qian's words. I have vowed to surpass and defeat him." Zhao Qian had insisted that merely chasing him was insufficient. One must vanquish him, and she held this as her ambition. Initially, Yun Qianwei hoped to sway the two with her sincerity, but when she timidly lifted her gaze, she found them both staring at her in bewilderment. Upon noticing her gaze, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Did you hear that, sister? Someone claims they will defeat senior brother Zhao." "Indeed, sister. This is the first joke I've heard all year." After their laughter subsided, they regarded Yun Qianwei with peculiar expressions, and the girl to the left spoke. "You possess the jade pendant given by senior brother Zhao. Thus, according to protocol, you may naturally enter our sect. However, do forget the joke you just mentioned. I am Chu Yuyan, and this is my sister, Chu Yunhua. Welcome to the Heartless Sect." Despite their strange smiles, Yun Qianwei felt a sense of satisfaction at having her wish fulfilled. Yet, recalling Chu Yunhua's earlier words and the odd expressions on their faces, she could not help but inquire a joke. Upon hearing this, a trace of mockery flickered in the golden eyes of Chu Yunhua and Chu Yuyan, their brows arching slightly as cold smiles graced their lips. They leaned closer to Yun Qianwei and spoke in unison, "Because senior brother Zhao is invincible." Blinking, Yun Qianwei committed their playful demeanor and words to memory. She sensed that Zhao Qian's previously imagined strength was indeed formidable, and she was drawing ever closer to him. Ultimately, Yun Qianwei resolved to follow the two to the sect for her cultivation. She had assumed that since Zhao Qian was cultivating immortality, his fellow disciples would surely possess similar celestial qualities. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sight of two girls, raised in a family of cultivators, casually strolling the streets in JK uniforms. These girls, like Zhao Qian, were also prodigies with the privilege to descend the mountain freely. And it seemed they had some urgent task at hand. They hastened to return to report, and thus the three set off promptly. Before departing, Yun Qianwei made one final phone call to Zhao Qian. Chapter 48, The Child of Destiny's First Kill. At this moment, dusk had settled, and Zhao Qian was contemplating his next plan when he received a call from an unknown number. The last time he had received such a call, it had been from Yun Qianwei. "Excuse me, I need to take this call," he explained to the person seated across from him before pressing the answer button. "Hello?" The next instant, a voice rich with magnetism resonated through the phone. Upon hearing this voice, Yun Qianwei felt her eyes welling up with emotion. She had countless things to convey to Zhao Qian, such as her impending journey into cultivation, her determination to catch up to him, and that she was one step closer to him. A torrent of words swelled within her, yet in the end, she uttered nothing. Zhao Qian, recognizing that it was Yun Qianwei on the line and noting her silence, immediately surmised that someone must have seen her jade pendant. She was here to bid farewell. "Be safe," he said before hanging up. Yun Qianwei found his words nearly brought her to tears. Entering another world had been her lifelong aspiration. Yet it was not merely this that stirred her emotions so deeply. Be safe. This was a phrase that, throughout her life, had only been uttered to her by her deceased parents. "Let us go?" After her conversation with Zhao Qian, Yun Qianyue's resolve solidified. She turned to Chu Yuyan and Chu Yunyue, speaking with determination. The trials ahead are mine to face. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, after ending the call, turned his attention back to the individual seated before him. All right, let us continue. In a police interrogation room, Zhao Qian sat face-to-face with Jiang Xia. Jiang Xia's previously youthful visage now bore the marks of fatigue, his expression ashen as he gazed at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, why do you insist on opposing me? They were at an impasse. Jiang Xia had long anticipated encountering Zhao Qian after his arrest, for he possessed that capacity. He finally posed the question he had pondered for so long. Zhao Qian had persistently toyed with him, yet had refrained from engaging him directly in combat. What could be the reason behind this? Opposing you is not entirely inaccurate. Zhao Qian scrutinized Jiang Xia intently. To be honest, he had refrained from confronting Jiang Xia directly for a reason. Why? Jiang Xia was far too weak, truly, exceedingly weak. He lacked the qualities of a protagonist. Though he possessed medical skills, martial prowess, and proficiency with firearms, his medical knowledge was insufficient to alter the situation. His martial abilities paled in comparison to Zhao Qian's. And having just arrived in Donghai, he had yet to acquire a firearm. Zhao Qian comprehensively overshadowed him. Presently, Jiang Xia resembled a protagonist from the opening chapters of a book, displaying no growth whatsoever. Yet even so, he should not have been this feeble. Zhao Qian felt as though he were using a cannon to swat a fly, devoid of any sense of achievement. Moreover, the script only mentioned Jiang Xia. What would happen to the world if this protagonist were to perish? He had harbored such doubts, which had prevented him from engaging Jiang Xia in a direct confrontation. He had believed that as a protagonist, Jiang Xia would ultimately possess a trump card capable of overturning everything. Thus he had remained cautious. Yet, in the end, he discovered that this was the entirety of Jiang Xia's strength. He had been battling wits with thin air to no avail. However, as Jiang Xia had now fallen to such depths, it would be remiss not to kill him. He then fixed Jiang Xia with a serious gaze. I oppose you without any particular reason. If I must state one, it is simply that I am the villain, acting as I please, and that is all. The assertion of being a villain offered little in the way of explanation. Jiang Xia scoffed. I may be an apprentice. Zhao Qian sat in his chair, gazing at Jiang Xia, until a notification echoed in his mind, prompting him to rise. The sinner, Jiang Xia, a healer who had fabricated counterfeit medicine, thus succumbed to suicide out of guilt during interrogation. From his lofty perch, Zhao Qian declared the cause of Jiang Xia's demise, subsequently placing the death certificate on the table before departing the room. With his considerable power, Jiang Xia had scarcely entered the precinct when, in the blink of an eye, his death certificate was already in Zhao Qian's possession. Outside the room, Xia Ningguan stood tall against the corridor wall, with Aunt Ro by her side. Upon seeing Zhao Qian emerge, Xia Ningguan blinked and directed her gaze towards him, her eyes, as gentle as autumn waters, resting upon his figure. A slight smile gracing her delicate lips. Satisfied, it was evident that Xia Ningguan bore no regret for Jiang Xia's death. If her previous actions against him were to prove her own worth, then all of this was merely a means to curry favor with Zhao Qian. Hearing this, Zhao Qian shook his head, remaining silent. Yet, he was, indeed, rather displeased. Trouble awaits, Aunt Ro. With that, Zhao Qian strode towards the exit, closely followed by Xia Ningguan. Upon hearing his words, Aunt Ro slightly bowed before entering Jiang Xia's interrogation room to attend to the aftermath. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian wore a frown as he traversed the corridor. Why? Simply due to the system's reminder. Ding. Protagonist, Jiang Xia, has perished. Due to the full harvest value upon Jiang Xia's elimination, an additional reward of 12,500 for Jiang Xia's total fortune has been granted, leaving a total harvest value of 13,750. Received a tenfold gift package once. Completed the novice tutorial. The Celestial Master Descends. Acquired a random trait plunder voucher from Jiang Xia. System upgrade function now available, allowing harvest values to be spent on system upgrades, which will add new marketplace items and enable enhancements for certain item traits. Jiang Xia's harvest value totaled 1,250. Yet upon his elimination, Zhao Qian unexpectedly received a tenfold bonus, far exceeding previous meager rewards. Initially, he believed that eliminating Jiang Xia would mean the absence of a protagonist. But now Zhao Qian realized that his journey through this world was not merely a singular narrative. He had entered a parallel universe composed of myriad stories. No wonder Jiang Xia appeared so weak. After engaging him in a battle of wits, Zhao Qian had nearly driven him to madness, only to discover that Jiang Xia was merely a novice boss. His journey through the narrative had just begun. Chapter 49, Inventory of Spoils. That evening, upon returning to the Xia residence, Zhao Qian dismissed Lung Shuxian. Having received such an abundance of rewards, it was time to unveil them. sitting upon his bed. He gazed eagerly at the tenfold treasure chest in his inventory. He then opened the shimmering chest. A burst of golden light flickered, revealing 10 luminous orbs, several of which were particularly dazzling. Ding. Acquired the trait, Innate Destiny. Gained 100 harvest points. Acquired the item, Chi Gathering Pill. Gained 50 harvest points. Acquired a one-time item. Next. Acquired the trait, Affinity. Acquired the item Trait Fusion Scroll. Gained 50 harvest points. Gained 50 harvest points. Acquired the item Trait Upgrade Scroll. Several golden lights emerged from the tenfold draw, prompting Zhao Qian to smile, although the harvest points were slightly lacking. Some items held immense utility. The Chi Gathering Pill, when used during the Chi refinement stage, could enhance cultivation. Zhao Qian's face brightened at the sight of this pill, which he had long coveted but had been priced at 5,000 in the marketplace. He never expected to draw it directly. He then clicked on several items to review their descriptions. Next item. Upon use, it allows the user to view partial information about the next protagonist, after which it vanishes. Item Trait Fusion Scroll. Upon use, it can merge 2 traits into a higher level effect. Item Trait Upgrade Scroll. Upon use, it can elevate a trait with a level by 1. These items were rather formidable. Just as Zhao Qian marveled at this, another achievement notification popped up. Ding. First kill of a protagonist, achievement reward trait, Protagonist Hunter. This was evidently impressive. Zhao Qian promptly opened his panel to examine the newly acquired traits. Host, Zhao Qian. Identity, heir of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Charm, 27. Cultivation, Chi refinement stage, later phase. Harvest value, 14,000. Traits, heavenly jealous of talents. Leader's charisma, piano LV3. T-art LV1. Bewitching Terre Mole, innate destiny. Affinity, protagonist hunter. Innate destiny, you are exceptionally handsome, with well-defined features and a remarkable presence throughout your life. You have encountered no obstacles. You are the chosen one, destined for greatness. Charm 2. Luck 5. This is a hidden attribute. Affinity, though you appear aloof, you possess a formidable will. A portion of individuals will be drawn to you, instinctively harboring goodwill. Protagonist hunter, you are the nemesis of protagonists, an adversary to them. A force of destruction, protagonists inherently harbor hostility towards you. When wearing this trait, eliminating the next protagonist yields additional rewards. Zhao Qian stared blankly at these 3 traits. While they were indeed beneficial, they seemed to offer little in terms of enhancing his strength. The charm stack could certainly be stacked. Suddenly, Zhao Qian recalled that he had forgotten to utilize another item. He promptly opened his inventory and discovered the Jiangxia Random Trait Plunder Voucher. Jiangxia Random Trait Plunder Voucher allows the user to randomly acquire one of Jiangxia's non-max traits. This item appeared promising. Without hesitation, Zhao Qian opted to use it. Name, Jiangxia. Script, the Celestial Master descends protagonist. World system, ordinary urban. Status, deceased. Traits, Heavenly Calamity Lone Star, LV9. Protagonist, buff, LV9. Resurgence, medical skills, martial arts, firearm proficiency. To his astonishment, this usage directly revealed Jiangxia's panel. It turned out Jiangxia also possessed traits, and aside from the 2 LV9 traits, the others were illuminated, indicating that one could be randomly selected from the remaining traits. Did this imply that the stronger the protagonist, the stronger he would become in the future? As Zhao Qian pondered, a cursor began to hover among the various traits. Firearm proficiency seemed to be the most advantageous. Just as Zhao Qian contemplated this, the cursor halted, eventually settling on Peach Blossom. Ding. Acquired trait, Peach Blossom. Peach Blossom. This person's fortunes are likely tied to the opposite sex. Not particularly useful. Zhao Qian sighed in frustration. However, he soon recalled the fusion scroll in his inventory. Frankly, both the affinity trait and this Peach Blossom trait seemed rather lackluster. As his charm increased, others would naturally take a liking to him. Thus, he resolved to fuse these 2 inconsequential traits to see what might emerge. He then utilized the fusion scroll, selecting the 2 unremarkable effects. The 2 traits radiated light as they merged, culminating in a more brilliant explosion of light. Ding. Lost traits, Affinity, and Peach Blossom. Acquired trait, Blue-Faced Seducer. The enigmatic charmer. You are an unparalleled beauty, a veritable harbinger of calamity. Your allure enhances your charm by 3-fold, adept at capturing the attention of the opposite sex, and capable of rendering a minuscule fraction of them utterly irrational, as if to toy with their very sanity. Astonished, Zhao Qian glanced at his panel, discovering he possessed an astonishing 30 points of charm. Truly, he was a harbinger of disaster. He decided to reserve the upgrade scroll for a trait that would bolster his combat prowess. Subsequently, Zhao Qian's gaze fell upon an item that could unveil the next protagonist, and he activated it. Name, Yi Feng. Script: the enigmatic immortal in the urban realm Protagonist. World system: supernatural campus. Status: awakening destiny value 05200. Traits: detailed script. In his previous life, Yifeng was a downtrodden individual, struggling through the urban jungle. Despite his tumultuous existence, he managed to marry and father a daughter. However, an unforeseen disaster whisked him away to a realm of cultivation, where both his wife and daughter met tragic fates. In his rage, he awakened a system. Though he sought vengeance, he ultimately perished. Yet, through the system, he was resurrected, inhabiting the body of a student named Yifeng at Donghai University. Determined not to repeat his past mistakes, he vowed to ascend to the pinnacle, leveraging the system to dominate all. With a destiny value of 5,200, Zhao Qian furrowed his brow upon noting that Jiang Xia had merely over 1,000. This implied that Yifeng was equivalent to 5 Jiang Xias. Nevertheless, Zhao Qian remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it was precisely as it should be. Let us see how well you can amuse me. Meanwhile, within the hallowed halls of Donghai University, though the name may seem ordinary, it is revered as the premier institution in Donghai, even regarded as a prestigious academy, primarily attended by the progeny of the affluent and powerful. To put it bluntly, the students who gain admission here are extraordinary in their own right, or hailing from remarkable backgrounds, destined for significant achievements. The faculty is esteemed, with many high-ranking officials emerging from its ranks. However, due to recent policies, not all students are from illustrious lineages. At this moment, within a classroom, a teacher glared furiously at a young man sprawled across his desk in slumber. After multiple unsuccessful attempts to rouse him, she finally lost her patience and called out his name loudly. Yifeng. Chapter 50. The Resurgence of the Strong, Supernatural Campus. Yifeng. The teacher bellowed with ire. Yet he remained motionless, his head resting on the desk. The entire class, composed of the elite, observed the sight of the young man slumbering and began to taunt him. This wastrel Yifeng, a special recruit from a poor background, fails to take his studies seriously. I simply cannot fathom how such a policy allows individuals like him to attend this institution. Ah, what a spectacle. If we put it nicely, he is a poverty-stricken student. If we're blunt, he is merely a specimen for us to examine what the less fortunate look like. It's a shame for President Yi. If she were to witness him in this state, she would surely be gravely disappointed. The mockery was rife. It was not that they were cruel. Rather, Yifeng's behavior was insufferable. While he had previously conducted himself adequately, in recent days, he had adopted this lethargic demeanor, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber. His plight was unfortunate, but he had an elder sister. Yifeng's sister, Yi Ningqin, a third-year student and president of the student council, was known for her care towards her peers. Donghai University had no recognized campus beauty until Yi Ningqin emerged, earning the title for her striking youth and beauty. Though often icy, she possessed a gentle disposition, combining intelligence with an enchanting allure. Unsurprisingly, she attracted a multitude of admirers. Yet, Yi Ningqin was dedicated to her studies, avoiding interactions with males, which led to her being dubbed a high-altitude flower. In stark contrast, Yifeng was merely a special recruit regarded as a failure, living in the shadow of his sister's brilliance. In this environment, he had become a figure of notoriety. Noticing that Yifeng remained in a stupor, a fellow student beside him gave him a sharp shove. The sudden jolt startled Yifeng awake. Ah, if I, Yifeng, were to live again, you shall all pay. Yifeng roared, initially fierce, but as he surveyed his surroundings, confusion washed over him, as though he were still ensnared in a dream. Where's this place? Who are you? He asked, bewildered. The surrounding students erupted in laughter at his bewilderment. Live again? Have you read too many novels? Ha! Which mountain deity are you? They jeered. This wastrel Yifeng has brought his dreams into reality. Yifeng's expression shifted as he registered their mockery. And just as he was about to retaliate, he abruptly restrained himself. Yifeng, you may take your seat now. If your mind is unclear, I shall summon your sister to escort you. The teacher, on the verge of her own outburst, sighed upon witnessing Yifeng's dazed demeanor. She could hardly hold a grudge against a fool, could she? I see now. Yifeng sat down, gradually recalling the memories flooding his mind. After some time, he finally processed it all. I am Yifeng, a student at Donghai University. My parents perished in my childhood, and my sister and I grew up in an orphanage. Recently, we were reunited after being adopted by different families, he murmured. The students around him dismissed his mutterings, believing him to be unwell. I never imagined I would truly have the chance to live again at my peak, Yifeng reflected, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Indeed, the current Yifeng is no longer the useless version of the past. He is the revered Yifeng. In my previous life, I traversed the world of supernatural beings, seeking vengeance for my slain wife and child, ultimately being honored as a celestial being. only to meet betrayal and demise. I am grateful to the system for this second chance at life. Seizing the remnants of a celestial soul and inhabiting the body of a mere university student is hardly a challenge. In his former world, powerful supernatural beings could lift entire buildings with mere thought, a feat that would be considered superhuman in this realm. And now, armed with a system, his ascension would be remarkably effortless. I shall dominate this world first, then devise a plan to return and exact my revenge. The thought alone raised the corners of Yi Feng's mouth into a confident smile. Looked down upon by family and classmates, fear not. As a dignified celestial being, his rise to power is merely a matter of time. He will inevitably confront each of them in turn. Possessing a desire for his alluring sister? Worry not. In this realm, only strength dictates fate. Once he becomes powerful, how could any woman escape his grasp? Bloodlines? Siblings? Such trivialities shall not bind a celestial being. Once he attains strength, these matters will be inconsequential. Yi Feng, are you still lost in laughter? Did you comprehend what I said? There is an exam next week. Failure to pass may result in expulsion. Observing Yi Feng's continued disruption of the class, the teacher could no longer contain herself. She had already shown him considerable leniency. After all, he was her student, yet he consistently managed to score abysmally. This was no longer a matter of academics. It was evident that he genuinely lacked mental acuity. An exam? Oh. In the previous moment, Yi Feng was still filled with confusion regarding the nature of examinations, but soon after, a confident smile graced his lips. An exam is merely a trivial matter. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly secure the top position. Yi Feng remarked nonchalantly, his eyes radiating disdain and self-assurance. It is essential to recognize his identity. He is a celestial sovereign. In comparison to the trials faced in his past life amidst perilous flames and treacherous mountains, how could such a mere examination pose a challenge to him? In the classroom, upon hearing Yi Feng's declaration, laughter erupted among the students. Even the teacher shook his head in disappointment, feeling a sense of futility. On one hand, they believed Yi Feng was still half asleep. On the other, they deemed it unethical to mock a fool. However, Yi Feng observed their expressions with a sense of contempt. How amusing it was. As a dignified celestial sovereign, how could he not attain first place in such a trivial exam, lest he tarnish his illustrious name? Moreover, as he pondered, he discreetly lowered his head and quietly summoned. System. Summer house, Zhao Qian's room. Today marked what could be considered the final evening at the summer residence. After organizing his rewards, he took a shower, intending to rest before heading to Zhou Ye's place the following day. Yet, upon emerging from the shower, he encountered an unexpected visitor in his room, Xia Ningen. Clad in the same attire from the venue, Xia Ningen exuded an air of sensuality, elegance, and opulence. She appeared unfazed upon seeing Zhao Qian, merely casting a casual glance and inquiring, "Finished with your shower?" Zhao Qian found himself momentarily bewildered by her intentions. To be honest, Xia Ningen's transformation was somewhat drastic, prompting him to maintain a sense of vigilance, wary of her potential shift into a leading role. This concern, however, dissipated with the arrival of Yi Feng, the true protagonist. Zhao Qian couldn't shake the feeling that Xia Ningen might be under his spell. Noticing his silence, she gracefully approached him, her long legs gliding across the floor. With her noble demeanor, striking features, and alluring attire, she commanded an overwhelming presence. Just as Zhao Qian emerged from the shower, droplets of water clinging to his hair, Xia Ningen remained in her exquisite ensemble. The form-fitting black dress accentuated her figure, while a contrasting black ribbon adorned her neck beneath her regal, cold eyes. Her towering stiletto heels elevated her stature, and the black stockings accentuated the graceful movements of her long legs. As she approached him, she gave him a fleeting glance before suddenly leaning in, burying her nose in his hair and inhaling deeply, as if savoring his scent. This unexpected gesture sent a shiver down Zhao Qian's spine, prompting him to step back and regard Xia Ningen with a perplexed expression. He now understood her intentions. She was drawn to him, unfazed by his retreat. Xia Ningen stepped closer, her head held high with an air of pride. "I have resolved your issues with Jiang Xia, and this is the attitude you present to me?" The rapidity of her advances left him taken aback. He was no monk, he understood her desires. Yet the pace of her affections was alarmingly swift, a stark contrast to the aloof persona she had previously exhibited, engaging in a battle of wits with the atmosphere. Zhao Qian couldn't help but question whether Xia Ningen was truly captivated by him, or if some external force had altered her will. Too fast, she countered, inching closer until she was nearly pressed against him, even lifting his chin like a domineering CEO. The preceding days felt like a dream, during which he had been aimless, merely following others' whims, akin to a marionette. However, upon her arrival, the dream shattered. Her transformation into this captivating figure was entirely due to him. Yet now, He dared to claim it was too rapid? As she closed the distance, Zhao Qian retreated step by step until he found himself at the edge of the bed, where a gentle push sent him sprawling onto the mattress, and she ascended upon him, hands bracing his face. "Your feelings toward me seem amiss," he remarked coolly, his eyes devoid of panic. With his heightened allure bolstered by various enhancements, he wished to avoid anyone falling for him due to the system's influence. Just as he voiced his thoughts, Xian Ningen unexpectedly flashed a smile before crashing her lips against his. Upon pulling back, a trace of blood stained the corner of her mouth. "I am quite right now, more so than ever before." Xian Ningen's assertiveness was unwavering. If their lips collided forcefully enough to draw blood, it could hardly be classified as a kiss. Having reached this juncture, for Zhao Qian to deny any further would be unmanly. However, he still asserted, "I cannot be held responsible." After all, he belonged to the Zhao family and was destined to return home, making it impossible for him to be accountable for Xian Ningen. Upon hearing this, she let out a haughty laugh, offering no reply as she gracefully rose, dimmed the lights in the room, and turned on the bedside lamp. Subsequently, she advanced upon him once more. In the dimly lit room, illuminated solely by the bedside lamp, Zhao Qian beheld Xian Ningen, her long legs swaying in the shadows, her tight dress accentuating her allure. Suddenly, he watched as she unzipped the back of her dress with one hand and leaned in closer. Zhao Qian had always possessed remarkable self-restraint, yet now, it was Xian Ningen who was ignited by desire. Through the soft glow of the lamp, he discerned the flames of longing flickering in her eyes. And then, the bedside lamp extinguished. In the blink of an eye, as the sun rose high in the sky, a beam of sunlight filtered into Zhao Qian's room. The bed was in disarray, particularly the striking black dress of Xian Ningen, which lay conspicuously on the floor. Her form-fitting attire, undergarments, and other intimate garments were strewn carelessly about, with some appearing to be torn. On the bed, Xian Ningen lay nestled in the sheets. Resembling a small kitten, even in slumber, she curled closer to him. The traces of tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes, which were now red and swollen, suggesting she had wept for an extended period the night before. Now, she was tightly entwined around Zhao Qian, her slender legs clinging to him as though she feared his disappearance. Zhao Qian slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Xian Ningen, then at the tear stains on her face. A smile crept onto his lips as he recalled the events of the previous night. Despite her assertive demeanor, she had overestimated her first experience and, unwilling to concede, had ultimately wept as they reached the conclusion. As Xian Ningen stirred awake, she furrowed her brow, casting a jealous glance at Zhao Qian, unconsciously pouting as if to say something. Yet, in the end, she remained silent, merely tightening her embrace around him. Awake? Zhao Qian concealed a smile. After a night had passed, Xian Ningen no longer exhibited her previous assertiveness. Her voice was now hoarse as she continued to hold him close. Attempting to rise, Zhao Qian nudged her gently, but to his surprise, she did not relent. Instead, she clung even tighter, her demeanor now soft and frail. A stark contrast to her earlier boldness. "Where do you think you're going?" Her tone bore a hint of reproach. "I need to get dressed," Zhao Qian replied, being a cultivator who had never before slept in so late. "No," Xian Ningen softly insisted, her tone still firm yet gentle. Ultimately, after much persuasion, Zhao Qian managed to convince her to rise and take a shower, and afterward, they both settled into a comfortable silence. As the moments passed, Xian Ningen entangled Zhao Qian in helping her dry her hair. In this regard, Zhao Qian was quite adept, skillfully using the hairdryer to tend to her locks. As he lifted his hand, he inadvertently noticed a ring adorning his middle finger, one of the two he had once gifted Xian Ningen, which she had stealthily placed on him when he was oblivious. She had worn that ring ever since. With a gentle sigh, Xian Ningen assumed she was about to receive a reprimand and quickly glanced away, only to be surprised when Zhao Qian picked up the hairdryer and began to dry her hair, uttering not a word about the ring on his hand. Subsequently, both fell into a comfortable silence, enveloped in tranquility. However, no matter what Xian Ningen did, he was ultimately destined to depart. Soon, they began dressing, with Xian Ningen being the swiftest. The reason for her haste was that many of her clothes no longer fit. Fortunately, they were at the Xiao residence, which alleviated the issue. As she retrieved her clothes, a striking crimson stain on the bedspread became conspicuously apparent, causing Xian Ningen to blush as she hurriedly folded it under Zhao Qian's watchful gaze. Afterward, she assisted Zhao Qian in dressing and casually remarked, "I will occasionally come to find you." Throughout her speech, her face remained flushed. The implications of her intentions were clear to both. And although Zhao Qian practiced a path devoid of emotions, he was not averse to his desires. This moment served to draw their relationship closer. Chapter 52, The Objective. Donghai University. Xian Ningen's actions were both within reason yet unexpected. Her display of dominance and possessiveness revealed the depth of her feelings. though it was likely that her affection for Zhao Qian was not love, but rather blind admiration. As the night passed, Zhao Qian ultimately had to leave. "Brother, let's go," Zhou Yi called as he arrived to pick up Zhao Qian in a teal Maserati MC20, a vehicle worth 3 million, yet still quite impressive. "Let us go?" Once in the car, Zhao Qian activated the system to explore upgrade options. Indeed, there was an upward arrow beside the panel. Upon clicking it, he discovered that it required 10,000 harvesting points, but the benefit was the ability to upgrade items from low to medium tier in the marketplace, including those already purchased. Without altering their prices, he decisively opted for the upgrade, and his script viewer transformed into a medium-tier version, though upon inspection, it displayed only a few lines of text. Demon Lord in the Urban Realm. To be continued. Clearly, the narrative had yet to commence. Rubbing his temples, Zhao Qian glanced curiously at the visibly excited Zhou Yi. "Why do you look so pleased?" Zhou Yi's mouth curved into a broad grin, indicating something was amiss. "Huh, do I?" He rubbed his face, his smile widening even further. Leaning in with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he whispered, "Actually, I just bought this car. My father wouldn't have given me that much money, but when he heard I was with you, he insisted I shouldn't lose face. So he bought me this car." "Ah, so that was the source of his joy." Zhao Qian noted the gleaming teal Maserati MC20, featuring fully digital interiors, genuine leather seats, and butterfly doors. Nothing innovative, yet it had all the essentials. It appeared to be in excellent condition, revealing itself to be a new vehicle. Contemplating, Zhao Qian decided that although the plot had yet to unfold, visiting Donghai University was undoubtedly a prudent choice. He then inquired of Zhou Yi, "How is it at your university?" "Not much, just the usual fun. For wealthy youths like them, university life was exceedingly comfortable." "Then let us transfer to Donghai University. We can handle the paperwork today." "What?" Zhou Yi was taken aback, bewildered by Zhao Qian's sudden decision. However, after a moment's contemplation, he shrugged it off with a carefree smile. "It's just a transfer." "All right," he readily agreed. Zhao Qian nodded and subsequently dialed Aunt Ro. "Aunt Ro, I wish to transfer to Donghai University. Could you assist me? Is there an exam?" "No problem." It was surprising that Donghai University, as a key institution, required examinations. A detail Zhao Qian recalled was absent in his previous life. Perhaps that was a narrative convention. "An exam?" Zhou Yi casually inquired. "Yes, it seems to coincide with this time." After stating this, Zhao Qian leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Some believed that wealth negated the need for education. But that was merely the perspective of ordinary affluent individuals. True heirs, while enjoying privileged backgrounds, did not live without worries. At the very least, both Zhao Qian and Zhou Yi had excelled in their former university, the prestigious Tianqian University in the capital, renowned as the finest elite institution. It seemed Zhao Qian's name had even been bestowed by the university's president. Zhao Qian and Zhou Yi planned to head to their residence first, before determining their next steps regarding school. Meanwhile, news had already reached Donghai University. Donghai University Conference Hall. As the premier university in Donghai, its conference space was grand, surpassing the confines of a mere meeting room to become a conference hall. Donghai University not only stood as the foremost institution in Donghai, but also ranked first among several neighboring provinces, boasting exceptional teaching standards and quality. Beyond academics, the school had invested significantly in fostering student interests, with nearly 300 clubs, over 100 of which, such as archery and basketball, had participated in national competitions and garnered awards. Excelling in these clubs promised a bright future post-graduation. This was precisely why Donghai University had risen to prominence as the area's finest institution. The competition to gain entry was fierce, hence the necessity for examinations. This notion was encapsulated in the university's motto, "Strength is paramount, the best shall be chosen." At that moment, the conference hall was filled to capacity, not with ordinary individuals, but with the university's stakeholders and board members, the least of whom were department heads or academic directors, all of whom were deemed unworthy of entry. Whispers of concern filled the air. "What is going on? What is the situation? Indeed, why has the president summoned us so urgently? Is a notable figure coming to inspect?" Though there were only a little over 100 individuals present, they represented the lifeblood of Donghai University, wielding absolute authority. Their expressions were grave as they gathered. To speak candidly, each person present could stir a commotion in Donghai City with a mere stomp of their foot. Yet, they were all convened here due to the president's urgent call, even interrupting business trips, indicating a significant matter was at hand. Typically, the atmosphere would not be so tense. But who was Donghai University's president? Yu Yuanzhou. What sort of figure was he? In his youth, he could incite upheaval in Donghai City with a mere stomp. Even since taking office as president, he had rarely made public appearances, yet now, he was personally calling each one to gather. As discussions ensued, Yu Yuanzhou entered the room. Mr. Yu. Sir, may we inquire what urgent matter requires our presence? Yu Yuanzhou, silent, was 56 years old and had aged somewhat, yet as he passed by, everyone addressed him with utmost respect. Only they understood the weight of that title. As the crowd clamored with questions, Yu Yuanzhou, unusually, did not interrupt, allowing the noise to persist. After a while, noticing their silence, he finally spoke. His hands trembled, and an unusual light flickered in his eyes, revealing his profound agitation. What event could possibly incite such a reaction from the usually composed principal? Yu Yuanzhou, his voice quivering, announced. The reason for gathering you all today is to discuss a matter of great significance that could impact Donghai University. To be precise, it is not merely a matter, but a person who possesses the potential to influence Donghai University. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the entire conference hall. A person capable of affecting Donghai University? The assembly was struck with astonishment. Some faces depicted disbelief, while others exhibited shock. What was Donghai University, after all? Could an individual truly wield such influence over an entire institution? Was it someone from the Ministry of Education? From the nation? After some contemplation, their thoughts were quickly dismissed. Such scenarios seemed implausible. How could this be possible? Setting aside the fact that there were individuals from the Ministry of Education present, could one person truly contend with an entire university? The connections intertwined with Donghai University were countless. It seemed inconceivable that they could be swayed by a single individual. Although skepticism lingered, the attendees gazed at Yu Yuanzhou, awaiting his subsequent remarks. After all, being Yu Yuanzhou, his words undoubtedly carried weight. As the audience's anticipation brewed, filled with doubt and incredulity, Yu Yuanzhou once again spoke. He feigned calmness as he said, Chapter 53, Zhao Qian's Profile, 5 S's. Please take a seat and review the materials before you. Yu Yuanzhou suppressed the tremor in his voice. At that moment, the attendees noticed several documents laid out on their usual tables. Though still perplexed, all present complied and settled down, picking up the materials to peruse. The documents were few. Initially, they speculated about the contents, but to their surprise, they were met with a transfer student list. This revelation only deepened their confusion, prompting some to inquire. Isn't this merely a list of transfer students? While scarce, it's hardly extraordinary. Indeed, have you heard of this Zhou Yi? One person chimed in. I recall the Zhou family was quite renowned in Donghai City 2 decades ago, and their scion was named Zhou Yi. The documents in their hands unmistakably detailed Zhou Yi's transfer application, which outlined his performance at his previous school, encompassing not only his academic achievements, but also his character evaluation. Some attendees expressed admiration upon reviewing Zhou Yi's profile. An elderly man, over 70 and a department head, dismissively tossed aside his document, displaying a lack of respect. His straightforward demeanor propelled him to state, Zhou Yi is indeed impressive. 3 of his 5 indicators are A's, and 2 are B's. Plus, he hails from the prestigious Tianjin University in the capital, which certainly adds to his appeal. However, that's rather average, isn't it? It hardly merits our collective attention. The audience nodded in agreement, recognizing that Donghai University quantified student data, scoring them across 5 dimensions: virtue, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor. Although Zhou Yi boasted 3 A's, there had been instances of students achieving all A's or even S ratings in the past. Compared to the multitude of prodigies, Zhou Yi could only be classified as an exceptionally bright individual. His only notable distinction was his origin from Tianjin University, a true top-tier institution that overshadowed Donghai University by several leagues. While the attendees expressed skepticism, Yu Yuanzhou remained silent, lost in thought. Eventually, someone remarked, There's another profile beneath this. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanzhou's brows lifted with excitement as he exclaimed, while Zhou Yi may not influence Donghai University, pay attention to the individual beneath. He is the true heir apparent. Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian? The name elicited puzzled expressions among the crowd. They furrowed their brows as they flipped through Zhou Yi's profile, discovering indeed another entry, this time for a Zhao Qian. However, the information was surprisingly scant, leading to its previous oversight. What? How can this be? Are we certain it's not a printing error? The audience was momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of skepticism. Yu Yuanzhou observed their astonishment, a smirk of amusement gracing his features, as if he were receiving compliments. The gathering was composed of influential figures in the education sector, accustomed to witnessing remarkable occurrences, yet the data before them was unprecedented. Name, Zhao Qian. Virtue, S. Intellect, S. Physique, S. Aesthetics, S. Labor, S. Upon encountering such statistics, it was inconceivable for them not to question. In their routine evaluations, Donghai University would assign scores to each individual, revealing the final results only at graduation. While an S rating was not unheard of, It typically pertained to a singular category. Moreover, these scores held substantial weight. An S in virtue could exempt a student from interviews with the police department. Such ratings carried immense influence. To have an individual with a perfect score of 5 S's presented before them was unprecedented in the history of Donghai University. The mere existence of such a profile was extraordinary. Even double S ratings were exceedingly rare. Principal Yu, could there be a mistake? Someone inquired, raising doubts. Yet, Yu Yuanzhou simply smiled and shook his head affirmatively. Observing his reaction, the audience began to ponder. 5 S's. If this individual truly possessed such credentials, it could indeed etch his name into the annals of Donghai University, causing considerable upheaval. Therefore, the rationale behind his transfer required further investigation. If feasible, they should strive to retain such a promising talent. Perhaps an offer of a scholarship could be extended? As discussions ensued regarding how to secure this promising candidate, another voice emerged, questioning. Even a full set of S's seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't he? How could one student sway us? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into contemplation, acknowledging the validity of the concern. However, someone with a good memory spoke up. Isn't this Zhao Qian the same Zhao from the Zhao family? The Zhao family? Given their distance from the capital, someone inquired, which Zhao family? Upon hearing this, others gazed at the questioner as though he were a fool. Which Zhao family? The Zhao group, of course. Check the brand on your phone. This revelation sparked a moment of clarity among the attendees. They recognized the significance of the Zhao family. However, shock soon followed. As someone turned to Yu Yuanzhou and inquired loudly, could this Zhao Qian be the son of a certain branch of the Zhao family? The mere suggestion sent a chill through the crowd. If that were the case, it would indeed be plausible. The Zhao family was vast and influential, with its main lineage shrouded in mystery. Even the branches of the family were exceedingly illustrious. If Zhao Qian were indeed the legitimate heir of a branch, extending extra care would be prudent. Branch heir? Yu Yuanzhou chuckled as if he had heard a most absurd jest. Observing the puzzled expressions surrounding him, he slightly raised his head and looked down at the crowd. 19 years ago, the Zhao family welcomed a pure-blooded heir, an event that sent ripples through the imperial capital. The venerable patriarch of the Zhao family extended invitations to esteemed scholars and literati, seeking to confer a name upon his grandson. I was fortunate enough to receive such an invitation. Recollecting that occasion, I remember being surrounded by luminaries whose names I had only dared to dream of, all of whom vied to curry favor with an infant, each devising creative names. Ultimately, the patriarch returned home with satisfaction, hosting a grand banquet. I even had the honor of cradling the young heir of the Zhao lineage. Yuanzhou spoke with palpable pride. How could he not be proud? To have held Zhao Qian as a child is an unparalleled honor. The crowd fell silent upon hearing this, their eyes widening in disbelief at the inscription 19 years old next to Zhao Qian's name. Could he truly be the one? Yuanzhou nodded affirmatively. Hiss. Zhao Qian, the scion of the Zhao family. The attendees felt the icy documents in their hands transform into something akin to molten heat, and upon noticing his 5 S's, they readily accepted the truth. This was the epitome of a noble scion. The family's influence transcended all, and as the legitimate heir, Zhao Qian was naturally beyond the realm of ordinary mortals. Yet, a more pressing dilemma confronted them. How should they proceed with this esteemed young master Zhao? Chapter 54. An examination? I shall take the examination alongside them. What to do? Yuanzhou scoffed, remarking, it is akin to the arrival of a crown prince. We must ensure he feels utterly at home. At home? In a university? For a student? This seemed almost ludicrous, yet surprisingly, no one dared to dissent. Thus, with a decisive clap of his hands, Yuanzhou resolved the matter concerning Zhao Qian. A moment later, at the entrance of Donghai University, numerous figures stood waiting. Among them were department heads and junior class advisors, all of whom had taken the time to welcome the arrival. Since the Zhao family had initially invited scholars to name Zhao Qian, they had established a stronghold over all educational institutions, including Donghai University. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that without the Zhao family's intervention, Donghai University might not exist today. The Zhao family wielded such influence. Thus, the elaborate reception for Zhao Qian seemed well justified. Noticing Zhao Qian's delayed arrival, Yuanzhou solemnly instructed, young master Zhao dislikes ostentation. Please refrain from disclosing his identity within the campus. Some in the crowd, still bewildered by the unfolding events, nodded in confusion, while those who comprehended the situation wore expressions of grave seriousness. Just then, a teal Maserati sped toward Donghai University. To reach the university's entrance, one must pass through a gate that only permits vehicles belonging to faculty and staff to prevent students from bringing their cars into the campus and inciting competition. However, the Maserati driven by Zhou Yu was clearly not a faculty vehicle, prompting a security guard to lower the barrier. Yet, Just as the guard was about to press the button, he was halted by a nearby captain, who sternly exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Did you not see the recent notice? Look at the license plate. If you stop this car, our careers will effectively be over." The captain's words, though somewhat exaggerated, carried a semblance of truth. Zhou Ye's vehicle bore an imperial capital license plate, and not just any plate, but a black and white direct access plate, emblazoned with 3 zeros. To impede this car would not only jeopardize their careers, but could very well end their livelihoods. The journey was smooth, and soon the two arrived at the entrance of Donghai University. Zhou Yi executed a flamboyant drift, parking directly in front of the gathered crowd. Accompanying him were only Zhou Yi and Zhao Qian. Although Aunt Ro intended to join, a last-minute obligation prevented her, though she had ensured that all matters were thoroughly addressed. Among those present was a familiar face to Zhao Qian. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhao Qian spotted a familiar figure. Indeed, Yuan Zhou had once been a prominent figure at Donghai, and due to various circumstances, he had frequently visited the Zhao household. They had crossed paths a few times, though their acquaintance was not deep. Addressing him as uncle was entirely appropriate. Zhao Qian alighted from the car and surveyed the crowd, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the number of people there to greet him. This was not an act of pretense. Aunt Ro had only mentioned that Uncle Yu was present, and he had not anticipated such a grand welcome. Yuan Zhou appeared delighted by Zhao Qian's respectful address, nodding enthusiastically before ushering him inside, with the throng following closely behind. Along the way, Yuan Zhou shared insights about Donghai University. But Zhao Qian remained disinterested, his gaze wandering, while Zhou Yi was animatedly engaged, peppering Yuan Zhou with questions. Suddenly, Zhao Qian recalled something and inquired of Yuan Zhou. Have there been any peculiar individuals in the freshman or sophomore classes recently? As the plot was just beginning, it would be advantageous for the protagonist to navigate the school as an underclassman to showcase his prowess. Yuan Zhou hesitated, his expression turning troubled as he stammered, It seems there are none. What a jest. As a principal, how could he possibly keep track of the underclassmen? However, he recalled one oddity. There was a student in the Department of Philosophy who dozed off in class yesterday, claiming to be reincarnated, and asserted that he would rank first in the next exam despite being among the lowest in his class. I believe his name is Yi Feng. Just as Zhao Qian finished his inquiry, a department head chimed in. This was not mere chance. It was the class advisor's belief that Yi Feng had some issues and thus relayed the information. Zhao Qian nodded thoughtfully. Freshman philosophy. With such a high destiny value, he was undoubtedly gifted, unlike the previous Jiang Xia, who had descended from the mountains with merely medical skills. Contemplating this, Zhao Qian maintained a stoic demeanor, concealing his thoughts. As the group walked on, Zhao Qian's expression remained impassive, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings. This left Yuan Zhou in a quandary. However, soon, a look of joy spread across his face as a crowd gathered, drawn by the sight of two young men amidst a throng, particularly due to Zhao Qian's striking features, which caught the attention of several girls. Spotting a girl standing some distance away, Yuan Zhou waved her over. Though she was unsure of the situation, she approached without hesitation. President Yi, this is a new student who just transferred here. After the written examination, please show them around. Yuan Zhou instructed Yi Ningqin, before turning to Zhao Qian to introduce her. This is Student Council President Yi Ningqin, an exemplary student. She will guide you both around. Peers are often more approachable. Yi Ningqin responded affirmatively, and Zhao Qian, sensing that this girl was extraordinary, casually asked, What is your relationship with Yi Feng? He is my younger brother. Yi Ningqin replied candidly, with nothing to conceal. Zhao Qian nodded, then proceeded onward, walking ahead of the group. The girl possessed a cascade of lustrous black hair, elegantly tied into a high ponytail, while a sleek black athletic tank top clung to her upper body. Her fair skin revealed a slender abdomen adorned with defined abdominal muscles, and her long, alluring thighs were clad only in a pair of black athletic shorts. Her delicate feet were adorned with a pair of white sneakers, exposing her slender ankles, which exuded an air of mystery that invited further observation. Her perfect physique, complemented by a subtle flush that suggested she had just finished exercising, showcased her luminous skin. Such beauty was beyond the belief of Zhao Qian, the protagonist. Before long, the group arrived at the admissions office, where the admissions officer was absent, and they were greeted by the principal himself. Young Master Zhao, I have already been informed of your arrival. You wish to pursue a degree in finance, Yuan Zhou stated, retrieving a test paper. However, Zhao Qian unexpectedly interrupted, declaring, I wish to enroll in the philosophy department. This statement left Yuan Zhou momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, undeterred by the situation, chimed in, then I shall go as well. Yuan Zhou, feeling helpless, glanced at a director standing nearby, who understood the cue and exited. Young Master Zhao can choose whichever department he desires. However, The philosophy department is currently administering an examination, and the class supervisor is overseeing it. So I must ask you to wait a moment. In response, Zhao Qian, feeling bored, flipped through the test paper before stating, an exam? How fortuitous. Bring me a copy, and I shall take it alongside them. This proclamation left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded. Chapter 55, The Entrance of the Second Protagonist. I shall take it alongside them. Who was Zhao Qian? He was not even a student of this discipline and lacked any relevant knowledge. Furthermore, it had been over 3 months since the new students had enrolled. Attempting to sit for the same exam as them would surely lead to embarrassment. Yuanzhou exchanged glances with the directors behind him. Then, noting Zhao Qian's languid demeanor, reluctantly conceded, very well, go fetch a test. Moments later, the director returned with a set of examination papers, and Zhao Qian nodded approvingly. He then casually inquired, this counts as a proper examination, yes? Will my score be included in the rankings? Zhao Qian was referring to the rankings of the philosophy department. It should be that way, he mused. After all, Yi Feng was vying for the top position. This opportunity was perfect for delivering a lesson to him. The director hesitated, glancing at Yuanzhou, uncertain of how to respond. After all, Zhao Qian had not yet officially enrolled. He was not considered part of the school, and even if he scored perfectly, his results would not be counted. Of course it can. Yuanzhou quickly nodded fervently. Ridiculous. In my eyes, the moment Zhao Qian steps into this school, he becomes one of us. As long as he does not cheat, his score will undoubtedly be valid. The notion of him not being enrolled is utterly absurd. My superiors have made it clear. Zhao Qian must be admitted today. Not only will he not be turned away, but even if he were a day late, he would still face consequences. Satisfied with this affirmation, Zhao Qian nodded and proceeded to find a desk and chair to begin his examination, while Zhou Yi, feeling he had not yet reached Zhao Qian's level, tackled the ordinary entrance exam questions at a normal pace. Although the entire set of questions was predominantly objective and not particularly difficult, achieving a high score was a challenge, albeit the quick turnaround made it manageable. In no time, Zhao Qian completed his test. Yuanzhou glanced over it briefly, nodding repeatedly. It was evident that Zhao Qian was both confident and capable. Yi, why don't you take the two of them on a tour while we grade the papers? It will take some time. But my intention is for the young people to interact and for Zhao Qian to develop a positive impression of Donghai University. Certainly, Yi Ningqin replied with a gentle smile, gesturing for them to follow her as she led the way. It was clear that, perhaps due to Yuanzhou's influence, she was aware of Zhao Qian's extraordinary background and thus exhibited a degree of respect. Zhao Qian nodded and beckoned Zhou Yi to follow. The three of them exited the admissions office and made their way to the playground. Yi Ningqin, she introduced herself, extending her soft, fair hand. Zhao Qian, recognizing the gesture, respectfully shook her hand. Zhao Qian, standing in the sunlight, the girl appeared strikingly beautiful as she adjusted her hair. He noticed that a few strands glimmered with a reddish hue in the light. Initially perceived as a demure girl, it was surprising to see her sporting playful highlights, which gave her an adorable charm. You seem quite impressive, Yi Ningqin remarked, a hint of astonishment in her voice as she blinked and smiled softly. This is the first time I've seen the principal behave that way. It's merely due to a bit of family wealth, Zhao Qian replied nonchalantly, though he found Yi Ningqin's contrasting demeanor intriguing. Initially, he had assumed she was a quiet, studious type, but now she appeared rather mischievous. Just a touch of wealth, he reiterated. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to tease Zhao Qian relentlessly. Yi Ningqin tilted her head slightly. Let us consider it that way then. With a playful smile gracing her lips and a twinkle in her eyes, she added, I really hope we can get along. Perhaps we could become good friends. Zhao Qian returned her smile, fully aware that such sentiments typically indicated a desire for platonic camaraderie. However, he recognized that to truly engage with the protagonist, one must begin with those closest to him. Dressed in athletic attire, a shirt paired with a windbreaker, Zhao Qian pondered before removing the windbreaker and draping it over Yi Ningqin's shoulders. She paused in surprise, but he continued. It must be uncomfortable to be dragged into labor right after exercising. His words, devoid of any direct mention of the clothing, subtly conveyed that she deserved this as a form of compensation for her discomfort. This gesture left Yi Ningqin with no room for rebuttal. Sure enough, the next moment, the sparkle in her eyes intensified. Indeed, perhaps we truly can become very good friends. At that moment, freshly emerged from the classroom after completing his exam, Yi Feng stepped outside for some fresh air, only to unexpectedly encounter an unforeseen individual. Initially filled with joy, his expression soured upon noticing the striking man beside her, igniting a fierce irritation within him. As the esteemed Yi Feng, he had faced countless storms in his past life. How could he allow jealousy to provoke anger? This feeling surged from deep within, not truly reflecting his intentions. Thus, the word sister slipped from his lips. Yifeng understood that this was due to the lingering remnants of the previous soul within his new body, which could be described as an obsession. In his childhood memories, he had always been subjected to endless oppression, with his sister standing as his unwavering protector, fostering a peculiar sentiment towards her from a young age. This emotion had blossomed into an imposing tree over the years. Now, as they reunited in university, his once perfect sister remained flawless, while Yifeng had been a mere underachiever since childhood, enduring a lifetime of humility. The scene before him ignited the flames of his anger, causing the repressed obsession within him to erupt. Fear not. Your sister cannot escape. After finally suppressing this obsession, Yifeng turned his gaze towards Yiningqin, disregarding Zhao Qian entirely. What a jest! Who is he? The celestial sovereign. In his previous life, he was the leader of all extraordinary beings. How could he possibly gaze directly at an ordinary person? However, it must be acknowledged that Yiningqin is indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Even the celestial sovereign Yifeng found himself captivated. Fueled by this obsession, he has resolutely decided to include her in his harem. Yet, fate had other plans. Yifeng initially had no intention of paying attention to the youth beside her, but strangely enough, an invisible force drew his gaze towards the lad, accompanied by a palpable aura of hostility. This boy is an adversary. Oddly enough, Yifeng's heart conveyed this notion directly. The hostility was indeed unexpected. He lowered his head, continuing to play the role of this timid youth, ensuring no one detected anything amiss as he walked past. He yearned to observe this boy closely, to discern what peculiarities he possessed. As Yifeng approached step by step, a more bizarre sensation enveloped him, a chill running down his spine with each stride, intensifying to the point where he found himself unable to close the distance of 5 paces. A premonition gripped him. To advance further would mean death. What manner of identity does this youth possess? Zhao Qian, witnessing the dazed Yifeng standing before him, chuckled softly, and then spoke. You are Yifeng? His cold visage bore an expression devoid of sorrow or joy, yet his words resonated with an unspoken authority that sent a tremor through one's heart. How could this youth exude such formidable pressure? Yifeng was startled, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Qian possessed a system and the unique trait of being a protagonist hunter. This trait not only instilled animosity in the protagonist, but also incited fear when faced with Zhao Qian. Like a fish on the chopping block, it was destined. How could he not feel fear? Yifeng was no longer merely feigning timidity. He was genuinely portraying it. Why, yes, it is I? Yifeng now felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, baffled as to why a mere youth could impose such immense pressure upon him, rivaling the oppressive sensation of confronting ancient beasts in his past life. Zhao Qian nodded, his demeanor casual, before suddenly changing the subject. I have heard of you. Coincidentally, I am also from the philosophy department. I look forward to your guidance. On the surface, Zhao Qian appeared entirely at ease, yet inwardly, he had already assessed Yifeng. This individual seemed to possess no extraordinary traits. He was either gifted with powers or had a system which warranted caution. However, it was a stroke of luck that he had stumbled upon him directly, thus saving him a great deal of effort. With 5,000 points of luck, this protagonist was certainly remarkable. Indeed, we are of the same department. Yifeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, eager to conclude the conversation and depart. So we shall be classmates. I wonder how your academic performance is, classmate? To be candid, I seem to have heard some unfavorable rumors regarding you. Zhao Qian's expression was calm, yet he subtly steered the topic towards examinations. What a jest! If the protagonist did not boast first, how could he ever humiliate him? Speaking of which, Yifeng found confidence in his words. Grades? I wasted precious time in ignorance before, but from this day forth, I shall be first. You need not doubt. A significant examination shall occur today, and the results will speak for themselves. As he spoke, Yifeng's demeanor became increasingly animated. What a jest! He possessed a system. Could he not simply have the knowledge directly copied into his mind? Academic performance was not something to boast about, yet Zhao Qian, with his seemingly superior background and striking looks, provided an opportunity for Yifeng to brag. Moreover, this was occurring under Yiningqin's watchful gaze. If he could earn her favor, that would be splendid. Yet, to his dismay, Yiningqin did not even smile, maintaining a neutral expression as she regarded him. Zhao Qian nodded thoughtfully. Here it comes, the protagonist's declaration of victory. Had he not arrived today, this pretentious individual might have truly managed to impress him. However, alas. With this thought, Zhao Qian turned to Yiningqin. Then, could you kindly show us around, President Yi? With that, Zhao Qian took the lead. Feeling it pointless to linger with the protagonist, he would await the results. Yifeng, however, had no intention of following. He stood still, waiting for Zhao Qian and his companions to walk away. Once Zhao Qian had departed, Yuan Zhou and others approached from behind, nodding frequently at Zhao Qian's retreating figure. Principal, what is the identity of that youth? Yuanzhou inquired, flanked by several others, though many were still unaware of Zhao Qian's true status. Leading Yuanzhou to follow closely in his wake, Yi Feng, standing nearby, discreetly pricked up his ears to listen. Regardless of anything else, the youth's presence was overwhelmingly imposing. Gathering more intelligence could only prove beneficial. Yuanzhou had no reason to conceal such information. After all, knowing would not alter the fact that Zhao Qian belonged to a different world than theirs. He smiled gently. This young man is the heir of a financial magnate from the imperial capital, destined to control everything in the future. His surname is Zhao, named Qian. He was nominated by the president of Tianqian University in the imperial capital. If you encounter him on the road, a greeting may be in order, should he be pleased. Our Donghai University could soar to new heights. A financial magnate from the imperial capital? An heir? The future ruler of all? If he were pleased, Donghai University could soar? What a concept. No wonder even the esteemed Yuanzhou held him in such high regard. With such a background, it was hardly surprising. At this moment, the crowd felt a twinge of reverence for the enigmatic youth. What is a financial magnate? That is a being capable of influencing the direction of a nation. This individual's origins are so grand. Could it be that there exist extraordinary beings in this world as well? Behind the crowd, Yi Feng's expression shifted slightly upon overhearing Zhao Qian's background. He felt a sense of resignation creeping in. This youth might possess some extraordinary power. His instincts were rarely misguided. However, his expression soon returned to calm. Had he been the benevolent person of his past life, he might have sought to befriend Zhao Qian and grow stronger with his assistance. Yet, having endured the harsh realities of life, Yi Feng was no longer inclined to such notions. Despite the inherent risks, he was convinced Zhao Qian would act against him. He sensed that Zhao Qian possessed treasures of immense value, treasures that could evoke such astonishment. Having been a celestial sovereign in a past life, how could he not handle a mere youth? Moreover, Yi Feng inwardly called out, "System, how long until I can summon?" Ding. Summoning cooldown, 285,223. 28 hours. Upon hearing this duration, Yi Feng felt a surge of excitement, deeming it perfect. In his previous life, he had acquired something known as the Celestial Sovereign Cultivation System, and its primary ability was to summon entities to safeguard his growth, which would also evolve alongside him, growing stronger with each battle. Most splendidly, these summoned entities could even be human females. Regrettably, in his past life, he had summoned a beast, yet this time, he was confident he could summon a peerless beauty. Obedient and not only powerful, but also capable of providing warmth at night. The mere thought sent Yi Feng into a reverie. As he contemplated warmth, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yi Feng's eyes. He nearly forgot about the sister of this body. How could he possibly overlook such a stunning beauty? Though he was never short of beautiful women, what he craved was the exhilaration of conquest, a noble and aloof beauty who would be enamored with him, allowing him to toy with her at will. This allure held immense appeal for Yi Feng, who had been a mere impoverished boy in his past life. The highborn and icy demeanor of Yi Ningqin was precisely what he yearned for. Contemplating this, Yi Feng decisively followed the direction in which Zhao Qian and his companions had departed. Since he had already deemed Yi Ningqin to be his forbidden fruit, he could not allow anyone else to encroach upon her. He had to thwart any intentions Zhao Qian might harbor towards her. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian and his companions strolled through several academic buildings before arriving at a wooded area. Sensing the atmosphere shift, Zhou Yi made an excuse to discreetly slip away, leaving Zhao Qian and Yi Ningqin in solitude. In the woods outside the teaching buildings, Zhao Qian and Yi Ningqin ambled together. Yi Ningqin appeared relaxed, a fact that somewhat surprised Zhao Qian. After all, she was merely an ordinary student, and if she were to excel, it would only be due to her family's modest wealth. Yet, after witnessing such a scene earlier, she remained composed. She harbored secrets. Zhao Qian's instincts suggested that this woman was far from simple. Nevertheless, despite her mysterious aura, his primary focus was Yi Feng, and he sought to inquire about him during their leisurely stroll. "Do you know that person, Yi Feng?" Zhao Qian intended to ask, but unexpectedly, she spoke first. Following her gaze, he noticed Xia Ningguan, clad in a pure white dress, standing atop one of the teaching buildings and observing him, her eyes glinting with a hint of jealousy. After a brief moment, she departed amidst a throng of admirers. "Xia Ningguan? So you do know her," Zhao Qian admitted candidly. However, their acquaintance extended beyond mere recognition. They had shared a bed. "Oh," Yi Ningqin nodded, somewhat bewildered, before a realization struck her. "Xia Ningguan from the Xiao family? So it was you behind the recent uproar concerning the Gao family?" Zhao Qian did not conceal his actions, nor was there any need to. Information about him was easily accessible. Thus, it was not surprising that Yi Ningqin was aware of it. He nodded affirmatively. This revelation caused Yi Ningqin to regard him with newfound respect, for the Gao family was a prominent name in the medical field. However, due to the machinations of this enigmatic Zhao family scion, the Gao family had now fallen from grace, and it seemed they would soon fade from public consciousness. With this knowledge, Yi Ningqin began to discern the nature of Zhao Qian, and she actively began to introduce him to the surrounding architecture, sharing various anecdotes about the school. Their conversation was filled with laughter, their smiles punctuated by bursts of cheerful giggles. Yet, beneath her jovial exterior, Yi Ningqin harbored her own thoughts. She keenly observed Zhao Qian's demeanor, his actions, erudition, expressions, and manners, all of which he exhibited with remarkable finesse. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him perfect. Though adopted, she had encountered many scions of affluent families, none of whom could rival Zhao Qian's brilliance. Compared to him, they paled into insignificance. It was evident that Yi Ningqin was developing a fondness for Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, however, simply wished to smile. Indeed, it was true that women often judged by appearances. Bolstered by the system, his allure had reached new heights, and with the enchantment of the demon's tear, even the most frigid of beauties would succumb to his charm. Seizing an opportune moment, Zhao Qian casually inquired about Yi Feng. Yi Feng and I grew up together in an orphanage, later adopted by different families. My current parents are relatively affluent, while those who adopted Yi Feng were merely migrant workers. He was inherently timid, but with the added pressure of his adoptive parents, he became even more so. However, after our brief encounter earlier, I sensed something different in him. Though he still appeared timid, his gaze had sharpened. He was no longer the same person. Indeed, Yi Ningqin divulged everything under Zhao Qian's probing. Merely observing the system was insufficient. Only by hearing that Yi Feng was entirely different now could he confidently draw his conclusions. Yi Feng had indeed been possessed, and the entity that had taken over him was no ordinary being. It possessed the acumen to remain concealed. As they conversed, Zhao Qian's eyes narrowed, and he inadvertently glanced towards a secluded corner, keenly aware of someone lurking there. It was Yi Feng. Although he was well hidden, he had still made a slight misstep before a cultivator like Zhao Qian. Is that so? You also believe he has changed? Zhao Qian inquired, placing particular emphasis on the term waste when he spoke of Yi Feng's past. Yi Ningqin, unaware of any peculiarity, continued, his gaze is indeed different from before. And he was undeniably a waste, consistently at the bottom since enrollment. It was not that Yi Ningqin harbored disdain for her brother, but rather that Yi Feng had been labeled a waste so frequently that she had grown immune to it. Zhao Qian's intentions were straightforward. He sought to make Yi Feng aware that he, Zhao Qian, stood as an obstacle, the first to suspect that he was not the original Yi Feng. This would undoubtedly prompt Yi Feng into action, which was precisely the outcome Zhao Qian desired. Speaking of which, Yi Feng claimed he would secure first place in this exam. Didn't he? What a coincidence. As you observed earlier, I am taking the same exam, and the results should be out soon. Would you care to accompany me to check? Zhao Qian proposed, inviting Yi Ningqin. Typically, as a junior, she would not concern herself with the results of a freshman, but given Yi Feng's demeanor, it was evident he cared deeply for his sister. Zhao Qian aimed to ensure Yi Feng would embarrass himself before her. Of course, she agreed readily to the trivial matter of checking the results. With that, the pair made their way toward the philosophy building. Meanwhile, not far behind them, concealed in the grass, Yi Feng's expression darkened as he observed Zhao Qian's departure. He had no doubts about his ability to remain undetected. His confidence in his stealth skills was unwavering. However, what troubled him was the fervent jealousy ignited within him upon witnessing Zhao Qian and Yi Ningqin's apparent intimacy. Their exchanged glances igniting a burning envy within him. His sister, who typically exhibited an air of cold, noble grace towards everyone, was smiling like a demure maiden before Zhao Qian, which was enough to incite his jealousy. Moreover, this was their first meeting, and she was draped in Zhao Qian's attire, an unmistakable sign of their closeness. This jealousy weighed heavily on him. Had he not restrained himself, he might have confronted them. However, part of his hesitance stemmed from his inability to comprehend this enigmatic Zhao Qian. As a distinguished cultivator, he found it bewildering that he could not decipher a mere urban youth. If this were to be divulged to his former comrades, they would undoubtedly find it laughable. Regrettably, he had only awakened the divine speed ability, which merely enhanced his running speed without imparting any combat prowess. Otherwise, the mere suspicion of him attempting to usurp his territory would have sufficed to send Zhao Qian to his doom. Yi Feng glared at Zhao Qian's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. He possessed 5 abilities, but with the system still dormant, he was unable to utilize most of them. He merely awaited the full awakening of the system, and with the addition of his summoned beings, this mysterious youth would inevitably meet his demise. Yet, Yi Feng soon regained his composure and pondered Zhao Qian's earlier words, a smile creeping onto his face. Checking the results, is it? I refuse to believe you can surpass my system. Now is the moment for me to exhibit my machismo and make Yi Ningen regard me with newfound respect. Yi Feng envisioned the scene of his victory and felt a surge of pride as he leisurely whistled and strolled toward the direction where Zhao Qian and the others had departed. Chapter 58. The Villain's Exam. A perfect score is just basic. Ah, isn't that the illustrious Yida? What brings her here? It seems so. Who is that strikingly handsome gentleman behind her? If only he were from our department. Dream on. Zhao Qian and Yi Ningqin arrived at the philosophy department, where a crowd had gathered around a bulletin board, eagerly awaiting the announcement of their results. Upon spotting the duo, they began to murmur among themselves. The academic performance at Donghai University is of considerable significance. During major examinations, the top scorer in each subject is awarded a substantial bonus. Due to the grading system, even scions of wealthy families strive to achieve high scores. This is one of the reasons Donghai University stands out among numerous institutions. Greetings, everyone. This is your new classmate from the philosophy department, and there is another who is not present at the moment, but you will meet them in due course. Hello. I am Zhao Qian. He introduced himself with a gentle smile, his handsome features and graceful demeanor instantly captivating a throng of female admirers. Oh, I'm swooning. So handsome. He is indeed from our department. He must have an impressive background. Regardless, welcome. The world has always been inherently unfair, with attractive individuals consistently drawing the spotlight. Zhao Qian observed the crowd's adulation with a smile, yet his eyes betrayed no joy. Although he had no intention of befriending these individuals, they could still serve as instruments in dealing with the protagonist. Thus, he maintained a congenial facade. Otherwise, how could Zhao Qian, the son of the Zhao family, ever display such gentleness? He typically regarded others with indifference. Ah, Yi Feng, what is this? Can't wait to see your ranking. Just as the crowd surrounded Zhao Qian, peppering him with inquiries, Yi Feng pretended to pass by, and an astute observer immediately spotted him and called out. The first being referred to was Yi Feng's prior proclamation that he would secure the top position in this examination, laced with a hint of mockery. It was evident that this individual sought to amuse himself at Yi Feng's expense. Indeed, were you not quite exuberant the last time? How fortuitous that the esteemed Yi is here to witness your results. The crowd jeered, reveling in Yi Feng's plight, who had been a target of bullying since his enrollment. Their amusement was palpable, for school life is often mundane, and Yi Feng had become their source of entertainment. First, who knows? Despite the jibes, Yi Feng's confidence only grew, and he proclaimed resolutely, "The first position is undoubtedly mine." His assertion, delivered with unwavering certainty, belied his previous status as the lowest performer. First, good heavens. Yi Feng must truly be delusional. The laughter echoed around him. Seizing the moment while the crowd's attention was diverted, Zhao Qian discreetly glanced at Yi Ningqin. Her expression was devoid of emotion. Neither anger at her brother's ridicule nor agreement with the other's jeers. She offered no defense for him. It was as if Yi Feng were merely a stranger to her. There is indeed something amiss. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, recognizing that while he sensed an anomaly, he was still uncertain of Yi Ningqin's true nature. If Yi Feng were a reincarnated protagonist, then his sister must possess some uniqueness as well. Oh, I heard from the principal that Zhao has also participated in this examination. How about we compare results? Zhao Qian was pondering when Yi Feng suddenly redirected his attention toward him, fabricating an excuse to undermine Zhao Qian based on their scores. Perfectly timed. He sought to humiliate Zhao Qian before the gathered crowd. Blame it on your proximity to my woman. Yi Feng thought maliciously, though he maintained a congenial exterior. He was no mere youth. He was a reincarnated soul with a cunning mind. Would Zhao Qian engage in a wager with him? No. The reasoning was simple. It was devoid of significance. Zhao Qian casually remarked, drawing the attention of those around him. His words were not mere pretense. It was evident he genuinely believed the wager held no value. His nonchalance was both elevated and disdainful. This only served to infuriate Yi Feng further. This fellow is rather astute. Though he mentally berated Zhao Qian, he outwardly preserved his facade and commented, "Indeed. I do wish to hear that Zhao was not previously studying philosophy. It is only natural that he would fail to surpass me. Truly, it lacks significance." The pieces on the chessboard were set once more. Zhao Qian could barely contain himself at this juncture. Fortunately, a teacher approached and affixed the results sheet to the bulletin board. The results are out. The crowd turned their attention, scrutinizing the board for their scores. Alas, I made a slight improvement. What a pity, though, I do not see Zhao's name. Yi Feng remarked. Nor do I. The crowd soon realized something was amiss. Typically, one would see Yi Feng's name among the top scores, but this time, it was conspicuously absent. Impossible. Not even in the top 10? I see the third place with a score of 523, and now the second place with 565. As Yi Feng squeezed through the throng, he discovered to his astonishment that he had indeed placed second. This cannot be right. Donghai City generally has 6 subjects, each scored out of 100. The third-place score was 523, while his was 565, far exceeding the third place, yet he could only claim second? Yifeng glanced at the unperturbed Zhao Qian, only to find that Zhao had secured first place. His score was not 590 or similar, but a perfect 600. A perfect score? How could a philosophy department yield such an anomaly? Philosophy, being a liberal arts discipline, should inherently preclude the possibility of perfect scores. Even Yiningqin displayed a glimmer of surprise. She had observed Zhao Qian's answering process, which had taken less than half an hour. The strongest connections had been born. The crowd gazed at Zhao Qian, astonished. Even the most naive could deduce his extraordinary background, transferring schools, not even having attended a single class, and yet achieving a perfect score. The expressions directed at Yifeng were tinged with a mix of confusion and disbelief. Although Yifeng had demonstrated remarkable prowess, irrespective of whether he had cheated, he was overshadowed by Zhao Qian's brilliance. His actions had not only failed to redeem his reputation, but had also elevated Zhao Qian to a pinnacle of acclaim. Regarding his connections, Zhao Qian made no effort to deny them. Indeed, this was his achievement. The Zhao family's education was exceedingly rigorous, refined to the point of perfection. Thus, he had a modicum of proficiency in various disciplines. As Zhao Qian's gaze met Yifeng's, it was devoid of emotion. Just as he had stated, it was meaningless. He has always achieved perfect scores, and wagering against someone like him is utterly devoid of significance. Moreover, given the simplicity of this examination, Zhao Qian has not yet reached the point of self-congratulation upon merely attaining a perfect score. To put it plainly, this endeavor holds no benefit for him. Yet he undertakes it solely to deliver a resounding slap to Yifeng's face in front of the crowd. Simultaneously, it serves as a declaration of his stance. Yifeng, I am your adversary. Ding. The female protagonist's attitude has shifted, gaining 100 harvest points. Ding. Gained 100 harvest points from Yifeng. Chapter 59. Yifeng takes action. It's time to reap the benefits. No more stealthy maneuvers. No more feigning camaraderie with the protagonist while plotting behind their back. Such behavior was beneath Zhao Qian's dignity in the past, and it will remain so in the future. This is who he is, proud, immensely proud, to the point of arrogance. It must be this way. I stand before you, declaring that I am your enemy. And what can you do about it? Zhao, you are truly remarkable. I thought this time would be my moment to shine, yet you have completely overshadowed me. Yifeng feigned admiration, though the veins on his forehead betrayed his true feelings. If not for the visible anger on his face, one might have believed he was sincere. Jiang Xiao, a young man fresh from the mountains, lacks versatility and is easily manipulated. However, Yifeng is different. It is evident he possesses cunning and intellect. Naturally, Zhao Qian accepts Yifeng's feigned praise but retorts. You are quite impressive as well, Yi. I heard from others that you were once the bottom of the barrel, yet now you've risen to second place. Remarkable indeed. If one were unaware, they might think you had been possessed by some entity. Zhao Qian spoke casually, but his words caused Yifeng to break into a cold sweat. He truly had been possessed, and if anyone were to discover this, he could face dire consequences, perhaps even dissection. Fortunately, the very nature of possession is so implausible that none believed it. Instead, they resorted to their usual mockery. It is not in Yifeng's character to endure provocation without retaliation, and he cast a disdainful glance at his sister conversing with Zhao Qian, contemplating his next move. This Zhao fellow incessantly mentions possession, inevitably sowing seeds of doubt in others' minds. Moreover, it is clear he is targeting me, likely intending to eliminate me to usurp Yiningqin. Following this incident, Yifeng has come to understand that Zhao Qian is his enemy, and he has never been one to harbor grudges overnight. He discreetly touched the dagger concealed beneath his clothing, dark thoughts swirling in his mind. He resolved that today would be the day he would eliminate Zhao Qian. Interestingly, although the previous incarnation of Yifeng was deemed a failure, he was not devoid of wit. Frequently bullied, he concealed a dagger on his person, yet absurdly. This failure never utilized it until his last breath. It seems only fitting that he should be the one to shed blood with this dagger. Empowered by his abilities and armed with a dagger, the Zhao lad is undoubtedly doomed. With this thought, Yifeng cautiously approached Zhao Qian, who was happily engaged in conversation with Yiningqin, and said, "By the way, Zhao, don't you have a friend? I believe I saw him arguing with someone over there earlier. They might already be fighting." Zhou Yi is arguing with someone. Who would dare provoke him? Zhao Qian mused internally, though a hint of concern flickered across his face. Oh, where? One must admit, Yifeng's performance was quite convincing. He clearly had ulterior motives. Zhao Qian realized that his examination ploy was intended to provoke Yifeng into action. Individuals who have been reborn are exceedingly cautious. They would never act without revealing some flaw. Only by provoking him could Zhao Qian ascertain his true nature. Unlike Jiang Xia, whose background was easily traceable, Yifeng had no discernible information. Sensing Zhao Qian's naivety, Yifeng secretly rejoiced, yet maintained a calm facade as he gestured toward a direction, feigning genuine concern. This way, he indicated, his expression betraying just the right amount of worry. I understand. Well then, Yi, I shall take my leave for now. We can continue this conversation later. With that, Zhao Qian bid farewell to Yi Ningqin and headed toward the direction Yifeng had indicated. Regardless of whether Yi Ningqin wished to follow, Yifeng would undoubtedly find a way to deter her. It was better for him to create an illusion of having no defenses. In a narrow alley between the teaching buildings, Zhao Qian walked alone at a deliberate pace, his sole reason being that Yifeng was trailing behind him. Concealed in the shadows, Yifeng donned a stolen mask and gripped a dagger in his hand. Indeed, he intended to assassinate Zhao Qian right here. What better opportunity could there be? Zhao Qian undoubtedly possessed treasures, and in this secluded spot devoid of surveillance, no one would suspect a mere failure like him. Should Zhao Qian prove to be skilled, he could always escape, especially while masked. Even if suspicion arose, there would be no evidence. Although Yifeng appeared youthful, he had lived a former life and had long since learned to regard human life as inconsequential. He had become adept at the art of assassination. With this in mind, Yifeng stealthily approached. He held his breath, inching closer, feeling the peculiar pressure emanating from Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian remained oblivious. Closer. 10 steps, 5 steps, nearly there. When he was merely 3 paces behind Zhao Qian, Yifeng silently declared, "Now is the moment," and activated his abilities. With a single leap, bolstered by his powers, he almost instantaneously closed the distance. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng raised the dagger, which sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, emboldened by his abilities. At such a short range, he was confident that Zhao Qian would not react in time. Boom. Suddenly, just as Yifeng swung the dagger down, a long leg appeared beside him, moving with astonishing speed. A powerful kick landed on his ribs, sending him crashing against the wall. Damn it, there are hidden guards. Yifeng had no time to assess his injuries. He hastily activated his abilities and fled. His speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed out of the alley. Young master. Lung Xuxian emerged, her brow slick with cold sweat. The earlier assault had not been as straightforward as anticipated. While Yifeng's stealth had been expected, Zhao Qian had instructed her not to intervene. However, as Yifeng drew closer, his speed had suddenly surged. Almost as if he had taken flight. She had genuinely panicked for a moment. It's fine. Zhao Qian stared in the direction Yifeng had fled, offering reassurance. To be truthful, the encounter had slightly exceeded his expectations. While his physique resembled that of an ordinary person, he could manipulate the flow of energy within his body to enhance his strength. Yet, sheer power alone was insufficient. Had it not been for Lung Xuxuan's prior arrangements, he might not have escaped unscathed. However, possessing a sword changes everything. He was a swordsman. With a sword in hand, he was invincible. His abilities were intriguing. He undoubtedly possessed more than one. Let's follow him. He won't get far. Zhao Qian mused as he set off in pursuit. There were ample opportunities to capitalize on this situation. He was well aware of Lung Xuxuan's capabilities, even if Yifeng's body had been robust in his previous life. The current vessel was merely that of an ordinary college student. After receiving such a kick, it was likely that a few ribs had been fractured, and he would not be able to run far. Although he cannot physically confront him, it is always possible to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 60, Summon. The exquisite and cold-looking lowly. Outside the dormitory of Donghai University, Yifeng was running while cursing. How on earth could this brat have a shadow guard? Who exactly is he? A shadow guard, as the name suggests, is a protector who operates in secrecy for their master. In his previous life, Yifeng had encountered such individuals. They typically hailed from families of unimaginable wealth. What astonished him even more was the sheer strength of that kick he had just received. He could now distinctly feel several of his left ribs had been fractured. Those long legs, could it possibly be a woman? To train a woman into such a formidable figure, his family must be extraordinary. To put it bluntly, that Zhao Qian's skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Clutching his ribs, Yifeng ran frantically, his mask having long since fallen off during his flight, leaving him utterly defenseless. To his shock, he realized that no matter how fast he ran, he could always hear footsteps pursuing him relentlessly. Damn! Yifeng was filled with regret. He had thought Zhao Qian merely wielded a bit of power, enough to sway the principal, and that such individuals could be dealt with easily. But now, without his mask, should Zhao Qian catch sight of his face, given his influence, it was entirely possible that by nightfall, someone would come to collect his life. Could it be that I am destined to perish so soon after my rebirth? Yifeng lamented internally, yet his legs did not falter. Fortunately, his extraordinary abilities still served a purpose. Although he had no idea how Zhao Qian was keeping up with him, there remained a distance between them. Calm down. Stay composed. As Yifeng passed another alley, he peeked in and saw it was a dead end, with only a trash bin inside. Zhao Qian would never suspect he was hiding there. With that thought, Yifeng dashed inside, concealing himself beside the trash bin. Seconds ticked by, and he had expected Zhao Qian to merely pass by, but to his dismay, the footsteps slowed and seemed to draw nearer. Damn it, system. If you don't assist me now, I will surely meet my end here. The woman's strength could easily kill him. Regardless of whether Zhao Qian dared to commit murder in modern society, deep down, he knew that if someone attempted to assassinate him, he would undoubtedly make the other party wish they were dead. Not to mention someone like Zhao Qian. Beep. Do you wish to overdraw 300 heavenly sovereign points to complete the summon cooldown? Overdraw? Yifeng's eyes lit up. He had completely forgotten he had a summoning item. He quickly shouted, overdraw, overdraw. Summon the being immediately. Zhao Qian was doomed now. He was well aware of the immense capabilities of the summon. In his past life, his summoned entity could effortlessly eliminate powerful ability users. If he could summon it now, regardless of its form, it would surely suffice to take a life. Linking now. A voice resonated in his mind, and Yifeng suddenly felt a lightness in his body, as though his soul had been extracted by the system, transforming into a small point of light in an unknown realm. The point of light drifted in the darkness, surrounded by countless other shimmering points. Some glowed brightly like suns, nearly overwhelming him with their brilliance. Yifeng quickly grasped the system's intention. These points represented living beings, and he needed to choose among them. In no time, under the system's guidance, Yifeng's point of light extended 3 slender white threads toward the 3 largest and brightest points in the space. Beep. Link successful. Synchronizing data. Synchronization successful. Manifesting target organism. Manifestation successful. Due to world restrictions, only powerful beings that once existed in this world can be summoned. Please choose one from the options presented. Though Yifeng was frantic, he observed carefully. The 3 points of light represented a fox named Cubi, a gray wolf he had summoned in his previous life, and finally, an enigmatic little girl. The girl appeared to be around 14, still quite young, but the moment Yifeng laid eyes on her, he was struck dumb. She wore a dress, high heels, and had silver hair, exuding an aura that commanded submission. Her eyes were closed, and her black hair was styled into lovely twin ponytails. Delicate feet adorned with white stockings were tied with pure white ribbons, fashioned into exquisite bows. The dreamlike dress was lavishly embellished with sparkling diamonds, and her petite frame was slender and supple, with a subtly alluring figure. Her exquisite face bore not innocence, but rather an air of coldness and pride. With a finely shaped nose and a charming, petite mouth, her fair complexion radiated beauty. Like a doll, she was splendid, extravagant, breathtaking, and adorable. Her stunning visage was marked by arrogance and aloofness, and even now, she was utterly captivating. It was hard to believe that she would not grow into a beauty that could eclipse the moon and shy away flowers in the future. Upon seeing her, Yifeng was overwhelmed with a strong sense of possession. He could vividly imagine this enchanting lowly dutifully obeying his commands, serving him with a frigid elegance. However, the sound of Zhao Qian's approaching footsteps jolted Yifeng back to reality. Option 3. I choose option 3. Summon this lowly. Yifeng cautiously peeked out, already able to see Zhao Qian's shadow. If he delayed even a moment longer, it would surely spell his doom. Beep. Summoning in progress. Please wait. Wait. Are you kidding me? Can't you just teleport her here directly? If I wait any longer, I'll be finished. Yifeng muttered angrily under his breath, but alas, the system was merely a system, bound to execute its operations. A beam of blue light appeared out of nowhere, sweeping back and forth before Yifeng. He was dumbfounded to realize. So you're essentially a 3D printer? Zhao Qian was nearly at the alley's entrance, while the lowly had only just begun to materialize. Damn it, you're the absolute worst. As Zhao Qian drew ever closer, Yifeng glanced around and, after a moment's hesitation, looked at the trash bin before deciding to disregard any concerns about filth and promptly dove into it. Just a few seconds after Yifeng concealed himself, footsteps echoed in the alley. Peeking through a small hole in the trash bin, he saw it was indeed Zhao Qian. Hurry up and leave. A rich kid like you wouldn't rummage through trash, would you? Yifeng silently prayed, but then he heard Zhao Qian's voice, heavy with realization. Damn, have I been discovered? Please, what kind of deep-seated grudge would lead someone to search even a trash bin? Yifeng now prayed fervently to the heavens, hoping to survive this day. With that little lowly from the system in his possession, he would surely be unstoppable. As the footsteps outside the trash bin grew closer, Yifeng dared not even breathe. Come here. Yifeng heard Zhao Qian utter those words. He had indeed been found. In that instant, he felt blood rush to his head, terror coursing through his veins. Taking a deep breath, Yifeng prepared to push the lid open and plead for mercy. thinking perhaps he might still have a chance at survival. But then he sensed something was amiss. Zhao Qian walked right past the trash bin, seemingly unaware of his presence. Yi Feng's heart settled momentarily, but then something struck him, and his eyes widened. Wait a minute. Upon my entrance, was the system still engaged in its printing? Could it be that the alluring young girl was involved? Chapter 61. The enigmatic young girl follows Zhao Qian, and Yi Feng is in despair. Please, I implore you, do not let it print at this moment. Yi Feng, consumed by trepidation, silently prayed, while also convincing himself that perhaps Zhao Qian was merely attempting to deceive him. Or perhaps he had merely been startled by a pair of feet on the ground. After all, he had stood outside for quite some time before merely catching a glimpse of a toe. Surely, it could not be that the moment he concealed his front feet, the back ones were immediately printed. With this thought, Yi Feng's confidence swelled, convincing himself that if he hid a little longer, once Zhao Qian departed, he would swiftly take the young girl and escape. However, the next utterance from outside shattered his fragile hope. Zhao Qian appeared to be asking someone, "What is your name?" This phrase jolted Yi Feng from his fanciful reverie. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he cautiously shifted his position, peering through a narrow crack to observe the unfolding events outside. Though the gap was minuscule, he could still see the situation clearly, and in a moment of regret, he shut his eyes. System, damn you. This infernal system had chosen the worst possible moment to function, as Zhao Qian had entered just as it concluded printing. Why had he waited so long to see just a toe? This meant that Zhao Qian had indeed discovered not him, but rather the young girl, just as she had been printed by the system. At that moment, Zhao Qian was gently caressing the young girl's face, inquiring about her name. She, however, met his gaze with an impassive expression. System, is she not my summoned servant? Hurry, let this young girl eliminate him. This wretched system always faltered at critical junctures. But fortunately, an opportunity presented itself for redemption. Yet, the next instant left him in a state of bewilderment. Ding. As the summoned entity has not recognized its master. You cannot control your servant. The servant is currently in an unconscious state. Damn it. Yi Feng nearly erupted in expletives. Was the system intent on further sabotaging him? Nevertheless, on the brighter side, the girl was presently in a state of unawareness, merely a puppet. Perhaps if Zhao Qian grew bored, he would leave, and Yi Feng could step forth to claim her as his own. He thought this with trepidation, but another system notification sent a chill down his spine. Ding. Detected that character, Zhao Qian, is attempting to seize control of the unrecognized servant. You must eliminate character, Zhao Qian, within 30 seconds to reclaim the servant. Failure to do so will result in loss. Damn it. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly. He had to kill Zhao Qian, or else this exquisite young girl might belong to him. Radiating an aura of cold elegance, her luxurious dress accentuated her delicate waist, with her bosom gently rising and falling, creating an alluring curvature. The hem of her gown split elegantly, and the exquisite fabric swayed, lending her an ethereal quality. Her long, jade-like legs emerged through the split, their porcelain skin shimmering against the pristine white of her dress. Encased in delicate high heels, her feet appeared both alluring and graceful, the red undertones visible even through the sheer stockings, making her slender calves and lace-adorned heels irresistibly enticing. Her ebony hair cascaded like a waterfall, extending past her waist in a stunning display, while her upturned phoenix eyes regarded Zhao Qian with an air of aloofness, devoid of emotion. Resembling a blank canvas yearning for color, she surpassed the system's illustrations in beauty, a breathtaking masterpiece of the world. Should he remain hidden, this proud and enchanting young girl would inevitably become Zhao Qian's plaything, forever serving at his feet, nurtured into a transcendent beauty, a forbidden treasure of his. The mere thought caused Yi Feng's heart to ache, yet he felt utterly powerless, confined to the fetid, grimy confines of the trash bin, silently watching. He longed to burst forth, to strike Zhao Qian down with a flurry of blows. But he was bereft of his formidable speed, and the system's functionalities were not fully activated. How could he possibly stand against Zhao Qian? Not to mention, he was severely injured and had a female shadow assassin lurking nearby. If he were to charge out, it would take no more than 30 seconds, perhaps even 10, before that woman could end him. But could he truly resign himself to watching such beauty slip away? Yi Feng questioned himself. This girl was too exquisite, surpassing anyone he had ever encountered, and she was a summoned entity of the system, imbued with formidable power. Though he had not seen her status panel, she could likely obliterate this school with ease. No one understood the terrifying combat prowess of a summoned servant better than he, the previous master of such entities. Still unwilling to accept this fate, he cast his gaze back to Zhao Qian. The girl had initially appeared beside the wall, and now Zhao Qian faced her directly, lifting her chin and pinning her against the wall. Her skin, smooth and radiant, glistened as she unconsciously arched her back and lifted her rear, accentuating her slender, elongated legs and the alluring curves of her form. It was evident that Zhao Qian was pleased, while she remained oblivious to her own seductiveness. Gazing at him with innocent eyes, one could easily envision her blossoming into a goddess of unparalleled stature, had he recorded this tantalizing moment. It could fetch a fortune, perhaps even 1 billion. Ding. You have relinquished all rights to your servant. Detecting an unknown force invading. Ding. The servant has been claimed by character, Zhao Qian. Character, Zhao Qian, has obtained ownership of the servant. Yi Feng watched in a daze as the coldly elegant young girl became completely entranced, momentarily forgetting the passage of time. Amidst the incessant notifications, he witnessed a scene that shattered him. The spark of life gradually returned to her eyes when Zhao Qian had pressed her against the wall. She had remained uncooperative and passive, like a lifeless doll. Yet now, having acknowledged Zhao Qian as her master, she began to arch her delicate waist, her beautiful legs straining as she tiptoed to present her proud, alabaster neck, fully exposing her exquisite face to her master. She appeared entirely compliant, ready for his taking. Yi Feng, frustrated, covered his forehead, his heart racing, nearly ready to explode. He understood that this girl was now Zhao Qian's possession. Whatever Zhao Qian commanded, she would obey without question. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Regret washed over Yi Feng as he realized the gravity of his missteps today. He had not been sufficiently cautious, believing he could swiftly deal with Zhao Qian, only to find himself ensnared in this predicament. If Zhao Qian were to pursue the matter, it would not take long for him to uncover Yi Feng's intentions. The thought sent Yi Feng's mind into a frenzy. He had envisioned possessing a beautiful summoned servant. And now he had one, an unparalleled beauty, yet she had become Zhao Qian's. The realization that she would transform into an adversary was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet now, it was too late to lament. He could only roar silently in his heart. Zhao Qian, I shall make it my mission to end you. Chapter 62. The incredibly powerful lowly Zhao Qingyi, Yi Feng's fury. On Zhao Qian's side, despite Yi Feng's extraordinary speed, it was an absurdity for him to attempt an escape in front of a cultivator. Had Zhao Qian not deliberately followed closely behind, Yi Feng's abilities would have been utterly insignificant under the scrutiny of a cultivator's divine sense. Although he had yet to establish his foundation, he was also training his divine sense and had made considerable progress in that regard. Zhao Qian trailed behind Yi Feng until he slipped into a narrow alley, whereupon he let out a soft chuckle. It was time to reap the rewards. Yi Feng had unwittingly walked into a dead end, a trap of his own making. Zhao Qian was aware of Yi Feng's presence, yet he advanced slowly, step by step, instilling an unparalleled sense of pressure. Ding! Gained 100 harvest points from Yi Feng. Yes, this was precisely the sensation sought. A bit more panic would be ideal. After all, Yi Feng was the protagonist. Such pressure was hardly sufficient. Zhao Qian mused as he entered the alley where Yi Feng had taken refuge, determined to deliver a harsh blow to him today. However, upon entering the alley, he was met with a shocking sight that involuntarily elicited an exclamation from him. Oh! The alley was starkly bare except for a lone garbage bin. It was evident that Yi Feng might be hiding within it. Yet, to his surprise, there was a beam of blue light emanating from the wall beside the garbage bin, akin to a 3D printer. As the blue light intensified, a petite figure began to take shape before his very eyes. With a delicate stature, an exquisitely beautiful face, an air of aloofness, and resplendent attire, the girl opened her eyes upon the disappearance of the blue light, locking gazes with Zhao Qian. Her eyes were devoid of any emotion, resembling a blank canvas. What is your name? Zhao Qian found himself asking, unable to restrain his curiosity. This was not a fleeting desire. Amidst the haze, he felt an uncanny familiarity with the lowly before him. She appeared to be around 14, her face bearing an endless indifference, with slightly upturned phoenix eyes framed by long lashes adorned with a hint of crimson eyeshadow, exuding an air of haughty elegance. Her perfectly sculpted nose, tinged with a soft pink, rendered her an embodiment of a proud, frigid beauty. Yet, this visage bore an uncanny resemblance to a childhood companion of his. If she were the same age, she might very well look like this. Regrettably, that companion had passed away long ago. Lost in thought, Zhao Qian's gaze fell, an overwhelming wave of emotion surging within him, as he observed the girl, who remained as still as a doll, seemingly disinclined to respond. He stepped forward, pressing her against the wall and lifting her chin, their eyes meeting once more. The girl maintained her stoic demeanor, yet Zhao Qian could not help but inwardly lament. She truly resembles her. Ding. Would you like to use 1,000 harvest points to initiate the bonding program? Bonding? Zhao Qian's eyes brightened, and he inquired within his mind about the system's workings. This entity is a summoned being, once alive, resurrected by a certain force. Its power is formidable, yet it has not yet formed a bond and lacks self-awareness. Once alive, Zhao Qian pondered for a moment before instructing the system to initiate the bonding process. Without a doubt, this was Yi Feng's doing. Though the reasons for Yi Feng's lack of bonding remained unclear, Zhao Qian was not inclined to wait for him. Ding. Initiating bonding program. Please protect this summoned being for 30 seconds. In the next moment, the system began to process, while Zhao Qian casually glanced at the garbage bin. Yi Feng was concealed within. Would he emerge to engage in a desperate struggle? Time ticked by, yet Yi Feng remained hidden. Unaware that Zhao Qian had discerned his identity and location, Yi Feng would undoubtedly have charged out to confront him otherwise. Ding. Data writing in progress. Writing successful. Bonding program complete. You have gained exclusive control over this summoned being. Please name this summoned being. Zhao Qingyi. Naming successful. Zhao Qian softly uttered the name of his childhood companion. She was a girl from the Zhao family's branch, possessing a cool demeanor and an elegant name that exuded an ethereal charm. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. The girl, who had previously shown no resistance or cooperation, now exhibited a spark of life in her eyes upon receiving a name. Although her gaze remained icy, it was now solely fixed upon him. Simultaneously, Zhao Qian sensed her slender waist subtly arching as she slightly raised her delicate legs, allowing him to better admire her proud alabaster neck and exquisite face. Her waist swelled towards him, and her posterior arched alluringly, showcasing her enticing curves to perfection. Her actions unmistakably conveyed her attitude, submission, and favor. Concurrently, her status panel appeared in the system. Attendant, Zhao Qingyi. Strength, 36. Physique, 35. Charm, 26. Traits, growth LV9. Bonded, controlled by Zhao Qian reborn. Growth. This character will grow at a monstrous pace, acquiring traits or abilities over time. Bonded. This character has formed a bond and will do everything to protect her master, unconditionally obeying any command, Master, Zhao Qian, additionally gaining the trait, controlled by Zhao Qian. Controlled by Zhao Qian. This individual harbors an extreme affection for Zhao Qian, to the point of being unable to extricate herself from his control. When in Zhao Qian's presence, her strength and physique increased by 6. Reborn? This individual once faced death. Although resurrected for some reason, fragments of her pre-rebirth abilities remain active, strength and physique at 8. A strength of 36 and a physique of 35 left, Zhao Qian astounded. It was his first glimpse of another status panel, and from his observations, an ordinary person's values hovered around 5. He contemplated the Lolita before him, adorned in opulent attire with a haughty demeanor. Who could have imagined that such a girl possessed strength equivalent to that of 7 ordinary individuals? This was a tremendous windfall. Zhao Qian cast a glance towards the garbage bin. It seemed Yi Feng had not yet suffered substantial damage, as no notifications had appeared. Thus, he resolved to escalate the situation. He effortlessly pulled the lowly into his embrace, instructing her, "Call me master, and I'll reward you with a kiss." Zhao Qingyi tilted her head in confusion for a moment before obediently calling out, "Master." Her voice, though cold, was crisp and melodious, tinged with a hint of pride that ignited a desire to conquer. With a smile, Zhao Qian turned his face, while Zhao Qingyi, now more proactive, presented her soft, rosy lips, gently closing her eyes and fluttering her long lashes as her lips brushed Aga. Yi Feng possessed a total of 5,200 fortune. Yet now he has suddenly lost 2,500. This brought great delight to Zhao Qian. Could it be that Yi Feng's golden finger is some kind of summoning system? But now, that summoning entity has become his possession, and Zhao Qian eagerly anticipated how Yi Feng would contend with him. Little did Zhao Qian know that although Yi Feng's system was named the Celestial Master Cultivation System, its true function was not supernatural abilities, but rather the initial summoning entities it provided. The first summoning entity had perfectly assisted him through the early to mid stages of his previous life, serving as a veritable novice's artifact. However, with the most crucial summoning entity now seized, it could be said that Yi Feng's system was rendered half useless, resulting in such a significant decline in his fortune. "Let us head home," Zhao Qian remarked. "The woolen blanket is nearly finished. If we provoke him further, Yi Feng might just rush out to confront me. For now, his fortune is still relatively high, so let him frolic for a while longer." As he spoke, he extended his hand, and Zhao Qingyi obediently placed her small hand into Zhao Qian's palm, even going so far as to clasp his hand in return. Thus, the exquisite attendant that originally belonged to Yi Feng, a stunning young girl, willingly followed Zhao Qian. Stealing a glance, Yi Feng observed that she was still adorned in the resplendent dress crafted by his system, her beautiful legs encased in delicate lace high heels, and her long legs clad in sheer white stockings through which her tender, rosy skin was distinctly visible. Even from behind, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet this stunning girl, once Yi Feng's, now gracefully walked behind Zhao Qian, her alluring ankles swaying with the sound of lace heels striking the ground, revealing a captivatingly slender and seductive silhouette that was simply irresistible. Her attire, her stockings, her embellishments, her very being, all were once Yifeng's. Now, however, she had changed ownership. Every aspect of her beauty, from her clothing to her twin ponytails, her stockings, and her lovely legs, had all become Zhao Qian's possessions, to be toyed with at his leisure. Zhao Qian continued on for quite a while before Yifeng cautiously emerged from the refuse bin. If he were a youth like Jiang Xia, he might have already charged at Zhao Qian. But alas, he was Yifeng. Not only was he over 40 in actual age, but reincarnators also share a common trait, a fear of death. Only those who have experienced death learn to cherish life. And having died once, Yifeng was acutely aware of the pain it entailed. Thus, he resolved to survive, even while hidden in the filthy refuse. Watching his once belonging beauty being claimed by another, he vowed to live on. With this thought, the regret and fury in Yifeng's eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by clarity. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Zhao Qian, you wait for me. I will surely kill you. This time, I may have faltered, but next time, I shall be fully prepared to bury you. Yifeng had endured the murder of his wife and daughter in his previous life, ultimately seeking revenge. What was this compared to that? Having come to this realization, Yifeng immediately called upon the system within his mind. Though the summoning entity is gone, it matters not. I still possess the system. System, issue me a task. I wish to grow stronger. Beep. Task issued. How could there be no place for me in numerous societies? Task description. As a celestial master who has just entered school, how can you not have a society under your direct control? You must choose a society to join within 2 days and showcase your talents to astonish everyone. Task reward. Celestial points awarded based on task completion. Task supplement. Must be a society with over 500 members. Due to the overdrawn celestial points, new player protection is triggered. Accepting this task grants the supernatural ability, Eagle Eye. Failure penalty. Failure to complete the task within 2 days will result in being forced to run naked around the school playground. Dominate a society? The moment Yifeng laid eyes on this task, his previously gloomy mood evaporated instantly. He understood the nature of the system, at first glance. The reward appeared to be merely points, yet it was part of a series of tasks, and upon completion, the rewards would undoubtedly be abundant, even propelling him to great heights. Moreover, accepting this task would grant him the Eagle Eye ability, which he had also possessed in his previous life, allowing the user to enhance dynamic vision to such an extent that one could even pause time. With Godspeed, combined with Eagle Eye, alongside his battle skills from his previous life, he would be virtually invincible. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng conceived of the most suitable stage for these abilities, the Swordsmanship Society. With incredible speed, exceptional dynamic vision, and highly refined combat skills, not only would he astonish everyone, but he was also confident he could overpower the society president. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a confident smile crept onto Yifeng's lips, completely casting aside the fear he had previously felt under Zhao Qian's dominance. With a bold shout, Yifeng declared, I accept. In the next moment, blood welled from his eyes, yet a smile graced his lips, and his filthy appearance was nothing short of bizarre. At this moment, Yifeng hardly resembled the protagonist at all. Little did anyone know, this was merely the beginning. At the school gate, Zhao Qian called for Zhou Yi to head home. As today's visit was merely to make an appearance, there was no need to linger at school. Moreover, he wanted to further understand the enchanting girl he had taken from Yifeng. Zhao Qian squatted down, casually picked up a stone, and squeezed it in his hand. Finding it quite solid, he then handed it to Zhao Qingyi, commanding, crush it. Zhao Qingyi's delicate face bore a look of confusion, yet she extended her dainty hand to grasp the stone. The next moment, the stone crumbled into dust in her soft grip, akin to flour. This was the power of over 30 points. Zhao Qian observed her with a facade of calmness, yet his heart was tumultuous. If he had a sword in hand, he could easily cleave stones 100 or even 1,000 times larger, but as for crushing them, even those in the foundation establishment stage would find it challenging. Such strength likely required someone of the Golden Core stage. Zhao Qian regarded her with growing intrigue. While he was aware of her formidable strength, he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Her long, lustrous hair, noble demeanor, and cold beauty were complemented by her opulent and luxurious Lolita dress. With her slender, elegant legs encased in translucent red stockings and lace-embellished high heels that accentuated her stature, revealing a captivating allure. Regardless of perspective, she was an irresistibly enchanting young girl. Yet who would have guessed that this girl could match the strength of a Golden Core expert? Not to mention, she possessed that ultimate growth trait. It was easy to envision that she would undoubtedly become a dominant force in the future. Even though Zhao Qian had discerned her strength from the data, he had still vastly underestimated her power as Yifeng's trump card. Contemplating this, Zhao Qian couldn't help but murmur to himself, no wonder Yifeng is the protagonist, with such a powerful, infinitely growing beauty who can also warm the bed as his attendant. His rise should come as no surprise. But now she is mine, and Yifeng can be said to have been rendered half powerless. Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile at the thought, lamenting the fact that he could not witness Yifeng's expression, otherwise, it would have been a delightful sight. Yet, the true spectacle was only just beginning. Chapter 64. The Origin of Zhao Qian's Quirk. After witnessing her powers, Zhao Qian began to harbor doubts regarding her origins. He scrutinized her face closely, increasingly convinced that she bore a striking resemblance to someone from his memories. He could not resist asking, "Do you have any recollections from the past? Perhaps your name?" Surely, such a coincidence was unlikely. Even if Yifeng had fortuitously resurrected a deceased individual, how could it possibly be his childhood companion who had perished? Name? The little girl looked puzzled for a moment before pointing to herself and slowly stating, "Zhao Qingyi." Her words carried a hint of confusion, indicating that she did not fully grasp the essence of Zhao Qian's inquiry. "No, not that name. I mean your previous name, Zhao Qingyi." Regardless of how Zhao Qian pressed her, she firmly insisted that this was her name, and he soon realized that she lacked independent thought. Essentially, she remained a conjured entity rather than a true human being. Forget it. He now understood that she possessed no memories, and Zhao Qian relinquished his quest for answers. Though she bore a resemblance, it was likely merely superficial. However, unexpectedly, the little girl discerned Zhao Qian's confusion. She extended her tiny hand, the ribbons on her arm fluttering as they pointed towards him, and slowly articulated, "Zhao Qian?" Tilting her head, her expression was endearingly innocent, her proud visage marred by uncertainty. Unlike before, she now spoke with a slight stammer, as though she were attempting to recall something. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Qian gradually lowered his head. After all, she should not have known his name. Yes, Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian regarded her with an odd expression. Those in the imperial capital familiar with Zhao Qian were aware of his peculiar quirk. He despised having anyone stand directly before him. Yet, many remained oblivious to the origins of this eccentricity or when it had first manifested. Not even Zhou Yi knew. In his youth, Zhao Qian was extraordinarily gifted. So much so that he shone like a morning star above everyone else. His exceptional nature positioned him perpetually at the forefront, as if destiny itself had conspired to weigh him down. It was during this time that a girl named Zhao Qingyi from a branch family entered his life. She was 5 years his junior, and had she matured normally, she would now be 14. The two formed an instant rapport, displaying an extraordinary understanding of one another. Despite her affiliation with the branch family, she shared a close bond with Zhao Qian. However, everything shattered one fateful day. On their way back to the Zhao family, they were ambushed, with Zhao Qian as the target. Throughout his life, he had always stood at the forefront, the most exceptional and the bravest. Yet for the first time, someone stood in front of him, and it was the only time it would ever happen. The result was her demise. It was after that incident that Zhao Qian grew increasingly indifferent, striving to surpass everyone and stand at the forefront, thus giving rise to this quirk. The Zhao family. Recognizing that sacrificing a mere branch family member could enhance Zhao Qian's prowess, sent more branch family members, treating them as stepping stones for his growth. Initially believing he would never see her again, fate had played a cruel joke. "How wonderful it is to see you again." A sudden smile broke across Zhao Qian's face under Zhao Qingyi's perplexed gaze. He realized that the only debt he owed in this world was to her. Previously, he had longed for an opportunity to make amends, and now that chance had arrived. "Hey bro, who asked this?" Shortly thereafter, Zhou Yi arrived, immediately spotting the little girl beside Zhao Qian. Approaching, he examined her closely, emitting a series of curious sounds. Clearly, he found her appearance quite remarkable, dressed in splendid attire. Her proud demeanor was complemented by long, slender legs adorned in white stockings with a hint of rosy blush peeking through. Had he not known Zhao Qian's character, he might have assumed him to be a connoisseur of lolis. "Don't you think she resembles someone?" Zhou Yi, being familiar with the childhood Zhao Qingyi, asked. "Resembles someone?" Zhou Yi scrutinized her, and as he did, he realized she indeed bore a slight resemblance to a girl from Zhao Qian's past. One who had always trailed behind him with a perpetually sour expression. Zhao Qingyi? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi recalled the name. Yet his face quickly transformed into one of disbelief. "That's impossible. Zhao Qingyi has long been dead." "Bro, you can't be serious. Whose child is this?" Zhou Yi began to panic, questioning whether the world could truly harbor two such similar beings. Zhao Qian chuckled lightly at Zhou Yi's reaction and revealed her name, Zhao Qingyi. "Surely not. Is it really her?" Zhou Yi, skeptical, reached out to confirm her authenticity. Smack. The little girl, her gaze solely on Zhao Qian, did not even acknowledge Zhou Yi's presence. When he extended his hand, She unexpectedly swatted it away, glaring at him with hostility. That was not all. She then grasped one of Zhao Qian's hands, asserting her claim with the unmistakable air of possession. "Oh, this little one has quite a sense of ownership. Bro. She is clearly claiming you as her own," Zhou Yi remarked, albeit somewhat ironically, yet his implication was not entirely unfounded. She was Zhao Qian's possession. Thus Zhao Qian was also hers. Others were not permitted to touch her, nor could they touch Zhao Qian. "All right, let us drive. Today has already unfolded enough," Zhao Qian urged, eager to return and review the script to anticipate Yi Feng's next moves. Zhou Yi, with an odd expression, inquired, "What about this girl?" To which Zhao Qian had already made arrangements. "She will always accompany me from now on. In a certain sense, she is also a member of the Zhao family. You can consider her my little sister from now on." "Oh," Zhou Yi responded, though his expression remained peculiar. The appearance of someone who should have perished was indeed unsettling. Before long, Zhou Yi brought the car around, and the little one, quite clingy, settled into the back seat. Initially, Zhao Qian thought this arrangement satisfactory, but unexpectedly, the little one attempted to climb into his lap, showing no regard for personal boundaries. Her delicate legs, clad in white stockings, rose gracefully as she laboriously ascended onto him. And once nestled in his embrace, she instinctively arched her slender back. From Zhao Qian's perspective, he could clearly view her proud, alabaster neck, while also toying with her twin ponytails, bound by ribbons. With her waist thrust forward, she sat upright, her rear curving back, effectively positioning herself snugly against Zhao Qian. Her figure, superbly contoured, rested against him, and her beautiful legs naturally fell into his grasp. One of Zhao Qian's hands found its way to her ponytails, while the other inadvertently settled upon her silky stockings. As his fingers glided over the fabric, he reveled in its comfort, and because the stockings were so sheer, he could distinctly feel the youth's delicate skin beneath. Surprisingly, Zhao Qingyi did not seem to mind. Instead, she shifted her leg closer to facilitate Zhao Qian's caress. However, to be candid, Zhao Qian felt no carnal desire towards her. In his eyes, Zhao Qingyi had always been akin to a sister, and that perception remained unchanged. His sole intention was to care for her and repay the debt he owed. At the same time, Zhao Qian noted that she possessed a modicum of independent thought, as evidenced by her earlier actions of reaching for his hand and climbing into his lap, both of which were clearly her own decisions. Yet, it remains uncertain whether her actions are intended for her own comfort or to curry favor with Zhao Qian. Speaking of which, brother, I have long wished to inquire about a particular matter. It is of little consequence to ask now, is it? Zhou Yi, driving the car, observed the intimate exchange between the two through the rearview mirror, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. "Go ahead and ask," Zhao Qian replied. Today, Zhao Qian was in high spirits, and, feeling a sense of guilt towards Zhao Qingyi, he allowed her to remain nestled in his embrace. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi spoke up with a serious demeanor. "Brother, last time it was Jiang Xia, and this time it is Yi Feng. Why do you pay such attention to these individuals? Do they possess some unique qualities?" Zhou Yi had inadvertently witnessed the chase between Zhao Qian and Yi Feng at school, hence the question arose. As soon as the question was posed, the atmosphere inside the car became instantly tense, to the extent that Zhao Qian failed to notice the system's notification regarding Zhao Qingyi. Chapter 65, Breakthrough, Peak of Qi Cultivation. Why pay attention to these individuals? Indeed, who is Jiang Xia? A poor lad from a remote village. And who is Yi Feng? An ordinary underperformer at the university. But what of Zhao Qian? He is the legitimate heir of the Zhao family in the imperial capital. Jiang Xia and Yi Feng are mere commoners. Yet Zhao Qian is anything but. It can be said that from the moment of his birth, he stood above millions of lives, destined to be among the elite of this world. Although Zhao Qian was born exceptional, he never grew complacent. Rather, he worked far harder than others. A fact that Zhou Yi keenly observed. Such a person ought to occupy the center stage of the world, capable of causing upheaval with but a single utterance, with all others eagerly following in his wake. Zhao Qian should embody such a persona. Yet now, setting aside his presence in this remote location, he allowed that little rascal Jiang Xia to prance about before him, and now he suddenly transfers schools. Zhou Yi had initially believed Zhao Qian merely sought a diversion, but seeing his demeanor, it was clear he was drawn to Yi Feng. Why would a mere commoner prompt Zhao Qian to take such drastic measures? Even fleeing from the imperial capital? Zhou Yi was no fool. He was far from it. The foolish ones had long since been left in Zhao Qian's wake. Over the years, many sought to ingratiate themselves with Zhao Qian, yet only he remained by his side as a friend. A little thought and some intentional investigation would reveal that Zhao Qian was behaving quite unusually. Zhao Qian remained silent for a moment before calling out with a hint of seriousness. "Regarding this matter, I shall not answer any of your inquiries. But I do have a question for you. Do you believe in the existence of supernatural abilities in this world?" Zhao Qian's tone bore an air of gravity that Zhou Yi found familiar. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yi suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Ah? I understand now. Understood. I shall ask no more questions in the future. As he spoke, his hands trembled, nearly causing him to lose grip on the steering wheel. Brother, such matters should be disclosed early on, lest I assume you were possessed by something. With that, Zhou Yi's worries dissipated. Zhao Qian remained the same Zhao Qian, and he was still advancing towards unknown realms. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyi, nestled in Zhao Qian's embrace, appeared puzzled, unable to comprehend their conversation. Of course, it mattered little that others did not grasp their dialogue, for it constituted an unspoken code between them. In their youth, Zhou Yi had observed Zhao Qian's peculiar behavior, prompting similar inquiries. At that time, Zhao Qian had countered with, "Do you believe in the existence of cultivators?" Zhou Yi had replied in the negative. Subsequently, Zhao Qian had introduced him to the world of cultivators. From then on, this became a secret language known only to the two of them. Clearly, Zhao Qian's current endeavors were not meant for the ears of others, yet they were far from futile and pertained to matters of supernatural abilities. Zhao Qian chuckled lightly upon witnessing Zhou Yi's reaction. The affairs of the system must remain concealed, and matters concerning the protagonist should not be divulged to others, not out of distrust towards Zhou Yi, but rather due to the peril that accompanies greater knowledge. He was unconcerned. He was extraordinarily powerful, beyond imagination. However, Zhou Yi was not, and he could be considered Zhao Qian's only male friend in this world. Zhao Qian wished for Zhou Yi to continue his antics and live a life of safety and peace. Upon returning to Zhou Yi's residence, he found that Zhou Yi had purchased a building with 8 floors, a plan set in motion prior to his arrival. Zhou Yi occupied 1 floor, Zhao Qian another, and a third was designated for the security personnel and cleaning staff, with the remaining floors left vacant. Initially, Zhou Yi had suggested that Zhao Qingyi also have her own floor, but she had been reluctant, her cold gaze making him uneasy. Ultimately, she and Zhao Qian shared a floor, with her room slightly modified to be adjacent to Zhao Qian's bedroom. With all arrangements concluded, Zhao Qian found time to examine the script. Sure enough, the script shimmered with golden light, indicating the presence of new plot developments. The celestial lord Yi Feng seizes the life of the inept Yi Feng, granted a second chance at life. The reborn Yi Feng resolves to dominate this world through the system and exact vengeance upon those from his previous life. Upon his rebirth, Yi Feng encounters Zhao Qian's oppression. Although he has lost his summon, his resolve only strengthens. Under the system's directive, he plans to join the Sword Society the following day, intending to wield his 2 supernatural abilities to dominate the society and seek revenge against Zhao Qian. Yi Feng commences training to harness his 2 supernatural abilities. To be continued. Oh, the script has now progressed to an intermediate level. The narrative is no longer confined to a single line, but is considerably more detailed than before. However, Zhao Qian was taken aback to find his name included within the script. The story began with provoking an immensely formidable being, followed by continuous upgrades, ultimately culminating in the dramatic downfall of this remarkable character. Was this not a typical revenge narrative found in novels? The more Zhao Qian pondered, the more he felt something awry. It was a familiar trope. In Jiang Xia's case, he had been an unexpected intruder, yet in Yi Feng's narrative, Zhao Qian was the antagonist in the story, the anomalous celestial lord in the urban realm. This revelation clarified everything. It was not an accidental summoning of Zhao Qingyi, but a deliberate act. In this tale, the protagonist's summon was the deceased sister of the antagonist, with the sister standing against her brother and opposing the antagonist. Was this not an exhilarating twist? Yet now, this ace in the hole, Zhao Qingyi, had fallen into the hands of the antagonist, rendering the revenge narrative moot, which was likely the reason for Yi Feng's significant loss of fortune. The entire narrative had unraveled, and he was certain his luck had suffered immensely. However, 2 supernatural abilities. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow at the phrase. He had witnessed the formidable nature of Yi Feng's abilities. He had not anticipated the existence of another. Why had Yi Feng not fought him with all he had then? Zhao Qian pondered deeply, yet could not conceive that the second ability would only manifest later in Yi Feng's journey. The protagonist must grow stronger, and the antagonist could not lag behind. As he spoke, Zhao Qian retrieved a qi-gathering pill from the system's repository. Swallowing the pill, he settled cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in meditation. With his eyes shut, Zhao Qian began to circulate the qi within his body. He had heard of this medicine, crafted from spirit herbs. Yet such herbs no longer existed in the present world. Spirit herbs were so named due to their rich essence of qi, essential for cultivation. Many cultivators now struggled due to the lack of medicinal pills, unable to break through due to insufficient qi. With this medicine, Zhao Qian could finally transcend his long-standing bottleneck. In an instant, an enigmatic ripple emanated from his entire being. This translucent wave spread outward, akin to ripples on the surface of water, gently undulating into the surroundings. This was the harbinger of a breakthrough. Suddenly, a profound resonance of the great Tao echoed in Zhao Qian's mind, its tone solemn and awe-inspiring, reverberating with a thunderous clarity as if the heavenly Tao itself proclaimed, "Thou art but a mortal. How dare you defy the heavenly mandate?" Accompanying this proclamation was a faint sound of shattering from within Zhao Qian's body. The qi refinement stage was merely the initial phase of cultivation in the realm of immortality. Hence the commotion was not excessively grand. With the bottleneck shattered, he now stood at the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage, the zenith of what one could achieve in personal cultivation. Beyond this lay the foundation establishment stage, which necessitated returning to the sect to seek guidance from those of profound cultivation. As for the voice, Zhao Qian had inquired with his master. It appeared that one had a chance of hearing it upon breaking through, representing the ethereal essence of the heavenly Tao, albeit of little practical use, merely an exclamation. Regardless, each breakthrough for him was accompanied by such an exclamation. Initially, Zhao Qian believed that merely achieving a breakthrough would suffice, only to be surprised by the system's additional good news. Ding! Achievement unlocked. Disciple of Immortality. Acquired a random item attribute chest. Chapter 66. Greetings, Yifeng. Although it was merely a minor realm, Zhao Qian still felt a tangible increase in his strength following the breakthrough. However, what astonished him further was the achievement. A quick glance revealed that he would receive an achievement reward each time he ascended a realm. It seemed that within the system, only upon reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement could one truly be considered to have stepped into the world of cultivators. Nonetheless, as Zhao Qian contemplated this reward, he sensed something amiss. A random item attribute chest? He stared at the chest bestowed by the system, momentarily dazed. Previously, he had received either item boxes or attribute boxes. How could there be an item attribute chest? Upon closer inspection, Zhao Qian discerned that such a chest was of a lower grade, likely yielding items with a small chance of producing attributes, thus categorizing it as a mixed box. Subsequently, he opened the chest with his thoughts. Expecting little of value from such a chest, he was taken aback when a glimmer of golden light erupted from within. Ding! Obtained attribute. Sword Might LV1. Sword Might. Whenever you wield a sword, regardless of its material, an invisible pressure will be exerted. Sword Might. What a splendid treasure. Zhao Qian's eye sparkled. Previously, his technique was a serious sword strike, and only when he executed that move did the sword intent manifest, a result of years of cultivation. Yet now, this attribute allowed him to wield a sword and achieve nearly the same effect effortlessly. Contemplating this, he retrieved an attribute upgrade voucher from the system and elevated this attribute to level 2. Although this attribute seemed not overwhelmingly powerful, he understood its significance. A formidable swordsman could instill an awe-inspiring pressure merely by unsheathing their sword, and that was the essence of sword might. One sword drawn, 1,000 swords bowing. A single individual standing, and a multitude revering. This was the true essence of a swordsman. Just as Zhao Qian reveled in his delight, the doors suddenly swung open. Zhao Qingyi entered. Having just taken a bath, she wore a snow-white nightgown that seemed slightly disheveled, inadvertently revealing glimpses of her delicate skin. Her twin ponytails had come undone, and a towel was wrapped around her head, with droplets of water cascading down her glossy hair. Zhao Qingyi trotted over, seemingly unfazed by the dampness, and plopped herself into his embrace. It was evident that she relished this posture. Her bare, beautiful legs dangled in midair, and at that moment, she had shed her lavish attire, appearing even more enchanting. Her beauty required no embellishment, and her legs effortlessly delineated the elegant arch of her feet, showcasing the exquisite curves of her delicate feet. However, Zhao Qian was not in the mood to admire. He chuckled softly. "This won't do. Your clothes are getting dirty." With that, he removed the haphazardly wrapped towel from her head and began to gently wipe her down. Zhao Qingyi, nestled in his arms, swayed her head without any inclination to resist. "Zhao Qian?" she called softly, gazing up at him. She was scarcely human and could not be comprehended through ordinary thought. This little one seldom uttered his name, preferring to act independently, such as holding his hand or climbing into his lap. Thus, even Zhao Qian was often left pondering her thoughts and the intent behind her calling his name. But it mattered little. He indulged her whims and responded in kind. Seeing Zhao Qian's reply, the little one beamed with delight, her brows lifting slightly, her petite form swaying in his embrace, exuding cuteness. "Where are your clothes?" Zhao Qian suddenly recalled that it seemed Zhou Yi had not prepared any garments for her, and during her bath, he had not seen her clothes being removed. "Clothes?" The little one looked puzzled, but soon a flash of radiant light enveloped her, and her nightgown began to transform, reclad in a lovely Lolita dress. "Your clothes can change like that?" Zhao Qian stared in astonishment, realizing how he had forgotten. Although she was not strictly human, she was indeed a creation of the system. And possessing such magical qualities was hardly surprising. The little one nodded vigorously, a proud expression gracing her features, as if to say, I am quite remarkable. Leaning in closer with glimmers of anticipation in her eyes. Truly impressive. Zhao Qian, ever indulgent, gently patted her head. Zhao Qingyi squinted her eyes in joy. Yifeng, the protagonist, would never have imagined the true nature of what had been taken from him. Meanwhile, he was not idle. Although the system granted him 2 days, his cautious nature made him decide to act the following day, determined to avoid a repeat of the previous mishap. By the end of the day, Yifeng had thoroughly familiarized himself with his 2 extraordinary abilities, even seeking out a few thugs at night to practice. Now, regardless of how swift his opponents were, they appeared almost stagnant in his eyes, and combined with his own speed, which could only be described as divine, he felt an extraordinary sense of confidence. Early the next day, he submitted an application to join the swordsmanship club, eager to showcase his skills after school. His choice of the swordsmanship club was not without reason. First, it was one of the few clubs in the school boasting over 500 members. Second, his sister, Yiningqin, was the president of the club. Indeed, Yiningqin held the position of president, not only as the student council president, but also presiding over a substantial club, showcasing her exceptional qualities. Moreover, she possessed striking talent and unparalleled beauty. Since her enrollment, she had become the epitome of elegance at Donghai University, a campus beauty unmatched by any. Ever since she arrived, she had served as a role model for all, her excellence beyond the reach of any peer. Yifeng's intentions were straightforward, to astonish some mundane onlookers while simultaneously impressing Yiningqin, piquing her curiosity. Once a woman becomes curious, she is not far from falling. The task was merely a side endeavor. His primary goal was to cultivate his sister's favor. Having been deprived of the enchanting young girl by Zhao Qian, Yifeng outwardly feigned indifference, yet internally, a tempest of fury brewed within him. He had resolutely decided to first claim Yiningqin for himself, and then flaunt her before Zhao Qian as a means of avenging his lost beauty. In class, Yifeng was lost in his grand daydreams, but unexpectedly, a person who captivated his every thought made an appearance. Yifeng sprang to his feet, fixated intently on the petite figure at the podium. It was the exquisite young girl. However, his heart sank as he noticed her delicate hand firmly grasping that of a man, Zhao Qian. Just as Yifeng had envisioned showcasing Yiningqin to Zhao Qian, the tables had turned dramatically. Zhao Qian, accompanied by the very girl he had stolen, now stood before him. Upon entering, Zhao Qian surveyed the room and eventually spotted Yifeng in the corner. His lips parted slightly as he uttered a greeting. Although no sound escaped his mouth, Yifeng was adept at reading lips. Zhao Qian had clearly said, Hello Yifeng. Chapter 67. The perfect individual is welcomed everywhere. Hello, Yifeng. The certainty in Yifeng's observation of Zhao Qian's lips sent a jolt of anxiety through him. He had been so preoccupied with his mission for today that he completely forgot about the recent assault on Zhao Qian. Should Zhao Qian discover his involvement, not only would his mission be jeopardized, but his very survival within the forces behind Zhao Qian would also be in peril. As these thoughts raced through his mind, beads of cold sweat formed on his brow, and his heart raced, a palpable sense of panic unlike any he had felt since ascending to the rank of celestial sovereign. Fortunately, Zhao Qian merely greeted him before engaging in conversation with the teacher, showing no inclination to seek retribution. It seemed he had not recognized me. Yifeng wiped the perspiration from his forehead, yet his gaze remained fixated on the enchanting girl beside Zhao Qian. She ought to have been his. But now she had become Zhao Qian's possession. As if that were not enough, he brazenly brought a mere child to school. Was it to flaunt? Such a stunning beauty should rightfully belong to him. Instead, she had been taken away and paraded before others. Yifeng simmered with discontent. Yet he could only greet Zhao Qian with a smile. Who would understand the turmoil within his heart? Greetings everyone. My name is Zhao Qian, hailing from the imperial capital. I visited the school yesterday and took an exam. I believe many of you are already familiar with me. Casting a fleeting glance at Yifeng, Zhao Qian introduced himself with a gentle smile. Yet, beneath that facade, one could detect the cold indifference in his eyes. As the scion of the Zhao family, he had no need to show warmth to these ordinary individuals, but he must maintain an amiable demeanor for future endeavors. Did Zhao Qian score full marks on the exam yesterday? Suddenly, after Zhao Qian completed his introduction, a voice rose from the crowd. Despite the esteemed backgrounds of those present, this remained a school, and academic performance held significant weight in their eyes. Zhao Qian nodded, maintaining his pleasant demeanor. With one inquiry, another followed closely behind. A throng of girls eagerly raised their hands, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian, you come from the imperial capital? What type of girl do you prefer? Is the girl next to you your sister? The girls bombarded him with a flurry of questions. And one might think Zhao Qian was a teacher by the way they clamored for his attention. It wasn't that they were overly zealous. Rather, Zhao Qian was simply too strikingly handsome. To describe him as merely attractive would be an understatement. He was breathtaking, standing at the podium with a soft smile. The breeze from the open classroom window tousled his hair, revealing his forehead. He stood there, unflinchingly facing the crowd's inquiries, his posture straight, neck elongated, and responding to each question with composed eloquence. While his smile appeared gentle, it exuded a restrained quality, emanating an innate elegance that commanded respect. With a casual glance, he swept across the classroom, his eyes imbued with a chilling detachment. His cool, almost ascetic visage was adorned with a captivating beauty mark, rendering him irresistibly alluring. His mere presence effortlessly drew the attention of all, not solely due to his attire or features, but rather an innate charisma that destined him to stand out among the masses. I hail from the imperial capital, and I have no specific preferences when it comes to girls. The one beside me is my distant cousin. Zhao Qian adeptly navigated the situation with an air of nonchalance, further inciting shrieks of admiration from the girls in attendance. Isn't it a bit too ostentatious to bring your cousin to class? A discordant voice suddenly pierced through the excitement. The crowd turned to see Yifeng. His lips curled into a sardonic smile, emboldened by the fact that Zhao Qian was unaware of his previous assault on him. Leaning back in his chair, propped up on one hand, Yifeng appeared unusually composed compared to the others who were caught up in excitement. Yet only he knew the depths of his resentment. While it was unwise to openly oppose Zhao Qian, Yifeng could not swallow his indignation. Yifeng, what are you saying? Zhao Qian's grades are exceptional. What is wrong with bringing his cousin for a visit? Exactly. Yifeng, it seems you are merely envious. The naturally privileged, strikingly handsome, and charming Zhao Qian found favor in many eyes, while Yifeng could only be scrutinized for his shortcomings. Among the boys, a few wore peculiar expressions, casting mocking glances at Yifeng. Yifeng, are you perhaps feeling envious because Zhao Qian's cousin is so beautiful? Isn't it obvious? His cousin is adorable. Someone like him could never encounter such a girl. Laughter erupted as the crowd rallied against him, their words striking at the very core of Yifeng's insecurities. Initially intended as a mere venting of frustration, the ridicule struck a nerve he had not anticipated. Yifeng's demeanor shifted, his teeth clenched, suppressing the inferno of rage within him, resembling an agitated lion unable to roar due to certain constraints. What are you all talking about? She's just a girl like that. As Yifeng's voice dwindled, he found himself entranced by her beauty once more, stammering. How could I possibly feel envy? Though he protested, his eyes betrayed him, captivated by the girl on the podium, prompting another round of laughter from the assembly. Even a toad dreams of eating swan meat these days. This is too much. Even a 10-year-old wouldn't look at you. The crowd continued to find amusement in Yifeng's plight, while he remained fixated on Zhao Qingyi. She was no longer clad in the previous Lolita attire, but instead adorned in traditional Hanfu. Her dark hair cascaded down her back, with a delicate braid accentuating her profile. The striking aqua sheer fabric of her Hanfu was complemented by a white lace-trimmed overcoat, the wide sleeves embellished with intricate designs. The thinness of the white fabric allowed glimpses of her porcelain skin, and although her bosom was modest, the attire accentuated her alluring silhouette. The Hanfu she donned was a strapless short skirt style, elegantly revealing her refined collarbones and hinting at a glimpse of ethereal allure, igniting the imagination. Though devoid of a belt, the garment was adorned with a lavish bow at the chest, accentuating both her charm and sensuality. The lower half was enveloped in a short skirt, yet her slender, enticing legs were encased in sheer, pristine stockings, the delicate fabric seemingly imbued with a soft, rosy hue. Her calves dangled gracefully, appearing pure and adorable against the backdrop of the white stockings, while her dainty, alabaster feet were adorned with simple white high heels, embellished with exquisite bows. As a gentle breeze wafted by, the hem of her skirt danced. On her flawless, angelic face, a pair of upward-turned phoenix eyes exuded an air of proud indifference, her brown irises reflecting an emotionless demeanor. Upon first glance, onlookers could perceive her aloofness, arrogance, and opulence, rendering her utterly captivating and disarming. Who could have imagined that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this ethereal beauty, with her angelic visage and haughty demeanor, belonged to Yifeng? Chapter 68. Her eyes were full of him. From the moment Zhao Qingyi entered, she leaned against Zhao Qian, holding his hand, her gaze entirely consumed by him. Her tender skin pressed against Zhao Qian's, and due to his greater height, she instinctively pushed her chest forward and pulled her abdomen in. Her posture a perfect display of grace. Yet, even in this stance, she remained significantly shorter than Zhao Qian, prompting her to rise slightly onto her toes. elongating her calves to a striking effect, perfectly complementing her poised demeanor. Such noble elegance was far beyond the reach of someone like Yi Feng, who belonged to the lower echelons of society. Nonetheless, no one knew that she was originally his. The one who should have stood beside her, held her hand, and shared her bed was him. Yet, due to Zhao Qian, all had changed. The enchanting figure that once belonged to him had transformed into something he could only admire from afar. How could Yi Feng not feel a pang of bitterness? Thus, he deliberately sought to provoke, asserting that Zhao Qian should not have brought his sister to school. In truth, she was a new transfer student. While Yi Feng felt a twinge of envy, the questions he posed were calculated and reasonable. He merely wished to see Zhao Qian falter. However, he was unprepared for the teacher's unexpected intervention, which left the crowd astonished. How could this be possible? Yi Feng instinctively exclaimed. His astonishment did not stem from her identity, but from the realization of Zhao Qian's seemingly immense influence. This was Donghai University, after all. While admitting a student was one thing, allowing someone akin to a middle schooler entrance felt utterly absurd, yet it was indeed true. The philosophy department's class instructor, a middle-aged man, adjusted his glasses and continued in response to the disbelief surrounding him. Though Zhao Qingyi is quite young, she is a genius. Her advancement to university is entirely justified. To put it plainly, she participated in the last examination, but today's results do not count, and it can be stated that no one present can match her academic prowess. Zhao Qingyi achieved a perfect score, tying for first place with Zhao Qian. A perfect score? Is this true? A wave of skepticism rippled through the classroom. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, recalling something suddenly, hurriedly called upon the system in his mind. System, if she was not my summoned entity before, can I check her attributes now? Yes. A thought crossed Yi Feng's mind. His previous summoned creature had been merely a dog, yet its data had been astonishing. Now, reflecting on it, he realized he had been too hasty in the summoning to have examined her attributes. After receiving the system's response, Yi Feng tremulously requested to view her attributes, all the while silently praying, "Please, let it not be too outrageous." Though she was undeniably beautiful, a mere ornament could only serve to satiate desires. Ultimately, strength must prevail. Losing a stunning figure to Zhao Qian was bearable. However, should Zhao Qian claim a formidable and breathtakingly beautiful protector who was utterly devoted, Yi Feng's composure would surely shatter. Name, Zhao Qingyi. Identity, retainer, follower of Zhao Qian. Potential level, divine. Strength, 81, maximum 100. Charisma, 92, maximum 100. Speed, 75, maximum 100. Intelligence, 79, maximum 100. Skills. Unique item. Transformative dress. Transformative dress, capable of morphing into various styles at the user's will, exuding an inherent charm that defies the ordinary. Strength of 81. Yi Feng was astounded at the attributes of this enchanting girl. Zhao Qian's system differed from Yi Feng's, with varying measurement levels. Originally, she had belonged to Yi Feng. Thus her data here would surely be more precise. Yet, witnessing the strength attribute left Yi Feng in a state of disbelief. What did 81 in strength signify? Yi Feng currently possessed only 35. Based on his past experiences, a score below 40 indicated an ordinary person, while 40 to 70 denoted a battle-hardened special forces level. And anything above 70 was akin to a superhuman existence. Moreover, while having over 80 strength was astounding, her other attributes were equally impressive, all surpassing 75. With charisma being utterly ridiculous. Although aware of her stunning beauty, to possess a charisma score of 92, given her youth, what would her attributes be in adulthood? Most astonishingly, she possessed a unique item. Unique items are bound to individuals and are considered exclusive possessions, each possessing extraordinary effects. Such items typically emerged only among celestial-level summons. The potential levels of summons are categorized into celestial, earthly, profound, and mundane, and yet she transcended these categories, representing a divine level that had only appeared once in his past life. Zhao Qian. At that moment, Yi Feng regretted his choices deeply. Had he known she was so powerful, he should have confronted Zhao Qian back then. He glared at the name Zhao Qian had given her, seething with fury at the sight of the characters Zhao Qingyi, his rage nearly boiling over. Zhao Qian, observing Yi Feng's expression, recognized the jealousy and wrath flickering in his eyes, realizing that his presence today had indeed been purposeful. His aim was singular, to rattle Yi Feng's composure. Behold, I have taken your enchanting girl, bringing her right before your eyes to let you witness her indifference toward you. Ding. You have garnered 150 harvest points from Yi Feng. Total harvest points, 29, 505, 200. Soon after, the system's notification echoed, and Zhao Qian noted Yi Feng's expression growing increasingly furious, as though he were on the verge of losing control and confronting him physically. Should Yi Feng dare to act against Zhao Qian here, Even if Zhao Qian remained passive, Yifeng's campus life would undoubtedly come to an abrupt end. Just as the tension escalated, Zhou Yi arrived, somewhat late. "Hey bro, why are you still standing here?" Zhou Yi entered, and, noticing Zhao Qian still on stage, inquired. However, he quickly followed Zhao Qian's gaze and spotted Yifeng, biting his lip, clearly agitated. Realization dawned upon him. All is well now. Zhao Qian glanced at Yifeng, observing his calm demeanor. However, the opportunity to provoke him for harvest points remained too tempting to ignore. Subsequently, Zhou Yi briefly introduced himself before joining Zhao Qian and taking a seat. Yet Zhao Qian had no intention of letting Yifeng off the hook just yet. Due to Yifeng being the constant target of ridicule within the class, he often found himself seated alone. The desks at Donghai University accommodated 4 individuals, prompting Zhao Qian to take Zhao Qingyi by the hand and stride towards Yifeng, settling beside him. In that moment, Yifeng could hardly believe his eyes as the object of his fervent admiration. Zhao Qingyi was now so close. To be precise, she was beside Zhao Qian, and her demeanor suggested a hint of annoyance, as if she longed to perch upon Zhao Qian's lap, but fell short in height. She glanced left and right, ultimately fixing her gaze upon Yifeng. Initially disheartened, Yifeng's spirits unexpectedly soared. He had hoped she would recall that it was he who had summoned her, yet to his astonishment, Zhao Qingyi chose to step onto Yifeng's foot, climbing into Zhao Qian's embrace. The scene was nothing short of comical. Children, after all, often lack awareness and feel no embarrassment. Zhao Qian made no move to deter Zhao Qingyi. His eyes danced with amusement, and though his words bore a semblance of apology to Yifeng, they rang with profound mockery. How could she be expected to understand? As her original master, Yifeng was acutely aware of her unwavering loyalty. Perceiving all but her followers as mere pebbles along the roadside, useful if they served a purpose, but easily discarded otherwise. In this instance, she seemed to regard Yifeng as nothing more than a stepping stone, utterly disregarding him in her pursuit of Zhao Qian. It was this very reality that ignited Yifeng's ire. The once exquisitely loyal Zhao Qingyi was his. Yet now he found himself relegated to the role of a mere prop for her new admirer, Zhao Qian. Ding! Yifeng has gained 100 harvesting points. Total harvesting points, 30505,200. Hearing the notification in his mind, Zhao Qian smiled nonchalantly and turned his attention to Yifeng. Chapter 69, Swordsmanship Club. Zhao Qian was seated next to Zhou Yi, with Zhao Qingyi nestled on his lap. The two exuded a casual demeanor within the classroom, showing no signs of restraint. The class instructor merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Qian's antics before resuming his lecture. It wasn't that he wished to intervene. Rather, he was bound by the principal's explicit orders to accommodate Zhao Qian's every whim. The principal's instructions were clear: satisfy Zhao Qian's requests as much as possible. Although the instructor was unaware of Zhao Qian's true identity, the principal's attitude alone illustrated Zhao Qian's exceptional standing. The notion that education treats everyone equally was a farce. Some individuals are inherently distinct, born with privileges. Zhao Qian was one of those individuals, and indeed, a remarkable one at that. In layman's terms, Zhao Qian appeared to be gilding his resume, having previously attended the prestigious Tianjin University in the capital. His presence at Donghai University was, in itself, a stroke of fortune for the institution. It was not merely that Zhao Qian disregarded lessons. Even if he never attended a single class, he would undoubtedly receive full marks in his final assessments. This was not privilege, it was a reflection of Zhao Qian's capabilities. Regardless, with no teachers to impede him, Zhao Qian effortlessly retrieved a piece of paper from Zhou Yi and placed it before Yifeng. By the way, Yifeng, are you perhaps interested in this club? Zhao Qian inquired with a serene expression. A club? Although Yifeng was seething internally, he concealed his fury adeptly. However, when Zhao Qian presented the paper before him, he nearly lost his composure. Why is this in your possession? He blurted out instinctively. The document was none other than his application to the swordsmanship club. Yifeng's earlier anger dissipated, replaced by a chilling realization. What was Zhao Qian's true identity? Was he surveilling him? Had he discovered that it was Yifeng who had attacked him? Yifeng maintained a calm facade, yet turmoil brewed within him. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom why Zhao Qian would attempt to get close if he truly knew the truth. Yifeng racked his brain, oblivious to the fact that he had laid bare all his secrets before Zhao Qian. Why had Zhao Qian not acted against him? The answer was simple. He intended to exploit Yifeng for his own gain. Oh, that, Zhao Qian replied coolly, his expression revealing no surprise at the question. When I went to the principal's office today to handle my enrollment, I happened upon your sister. You see, we are friends. And she wished for me to join the swordsmanship club, handing me this application and mentioning that you are a member as well. Zhao Qian's gaze turned towards Yifeng, feigning the camaraderie of long-lost friends. What? Is it so strange that I would be interested in swordsmanship? He gestured dramatically, embodying the spirit of an eager young swordsman. Uffed. Zhou Yi could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. Noticing their attention, he quickly waved his hands. I just recalled an old joke. Please, continue. With that, Zhou Yi's smile widened, his expression a comical blend of mirth and restraint. Unbeknownst to the casual observer, Zhao Qian's earlier demeanor might lead one to believe he was an oblivious youth. Yet, this charade could only deceive Yi Feng. When Yi Feng had attacked Zhao Qian, the latter had yet to reveal his true capabilities, leaving Yi Feng in the dark regarding Zhao Qian's prowess. Yi Feng scrutinized Zhao Qian, his face etched with skepticism. Setting aside the prior attack, Zhao Qian had exhibited hostility during the announcement of scores. What had prompted this sudden shift in demeanor? However, reflecting on Zhao Qian's sister, Yi Feng surmised, this fellow seeks to curry favor with me to win over Yi Ningqin. With the revelation, Yi Feng's expression brightened, and he extended an invitation. Since Zhao Qian also harbors a fondness for swordsmanship, why don't we visit the swordsmanship club together after school? While Yi Feng projected a facade of congeniality, internally, he believed that under the guise of daylight, Zhao Qian's guards would not dare to act against him. He envisioned inviting Zhao Qian to spar, hoping that a misstep might lead to an unintended injury. It must be noted that Yi Feng's calculations were astute. Yet, he had underestimated Zhao Qian. Although Zhao Qian maintained a slight smile, his eyes were devoid of warmth. He was not concerned with winning Yi Feng's favor or pursuing anyone else. His sole focus remained on how to extract advantage from Yi Feng. From the onset, his target was exclusively Yi Feng, with Yi Ningqin merely an instrument toward that end. Zhao Qian found Yi Feng's invitation to be fortuitous. Sounds good, Zhao Qian replied, his tone indifferent. Little did he know, this was the first step into the abyss for Yi Feng. At the swordsmanship club, Yi Ningqin donned a pristine, white martial arts uniform, wielding a wooden sword as she stood upon a platform, facing off against an upperclassman. Despite the latter's seniority, they appeared outmatched against Yi Ningqin's formidable swordsmanship, ultimately succumbing to her skill as she deftly disarmed him, sending his wooden sword flying. A wave of gasps erupted from the onlookers. Unfazed, Yi Ningqin descended from the platform as if nothing had occurred, her demeanor composed amidst the commotion. While she may not have been the strongest in the swordsmanship club, she was undoubtedly the most captivating. Although the club at Donghai University had existed prior to her enrollment, it practiced the sword techniques of Japan, distinct from the martial arts of Huagua. Yi Ningqin, an enthusiast of ancient martial arts, had honed her skills through relentless dedication, resulting in her current prowess in traditional swordplay. Although the Kendo Club still bears its original name, the content of its teachings has diverged significantly from the past. President Yi, your brother has arrived, announced a girl who had been waiting in the audience for quite some time. She rushed to greet Yi Ningqin as she descended, sharing the same status as a member of the student council. Unfamiliar faces? Yi Ningqin inquired, her expression one of perplexity. 3 months had elapsed since the new student's enrollment, and while recruitment for the Kendo Club continued, no new members had joined. She had seen Yi Feng's application to join, and he was likely the only one. There is one rather handsome fellow, the girl remarked, her cheeks flushing. In her eyes, he was not merely handsome, he was the epitome of perfection, embodying all the beauty the world had to offer. Yet, she was also puzzled. If such a person belonged to their school, the title of campus heartthrob would undoubtedly belong to him. Handsome? Ah, I know who it is, Yi Ningqin chuckled softly. Among all her acquaintances, only one person could universally be deemed handsome, Zhao Qian. She had not anticipated his arrival, which promised to make things quite lively. Let us go to greet him. A person of his caliber deserves such treatment. With that, Yi Ningqin strode towards the door. Typically, she exuded an air of icy aloofness, offering no warmth to anyone. However, at this moment, a hint of a smile graced her lips, as if she had recalled something delightful. Chapter 70. A dispute leading to the stage, undoubtedly the protagonist. A rare guest indeed. Clad in a fitted dojo uniform, with her hair tied back in a sleek ponytail, Yi Ningqin appeared radiant, having just finished her exercise, beads of sweat glistening on her skin. In this moment, she resembled a blooming lotus. On ordinary days, few could muster the courage to meet her captivating gaze. Yet Zhao Qian was the exception. As Yi Ningqin scanned the crowd, she spotted Zhao Qian, Zhou Yi, Yi Feng, and a small girl. But her attention was immediately drawn not to Yi Feng, who walked ahead, but to Zhao Qian, who shone brightest amidst the throng. Sister, Yi Feng called out, clearly addressing Zhao Qian. However, upon witnessing the closeness between his sister and Zhao Qian, he could hardly contain his feelings and mimicked Yi Feng's tone from memory. Yet, Yi Ningqin's response was notably indifferent. She merely nodded in his direction. Zhao Qian observed the exchange with amusement and then gently turned to Yi Ningqin. Indeed, a rare guest. Would you mind if I took a look around? Certainly. Right this way, Yi Ningqin replied, gesturing invitingly. Zhao Qian's intention was to see Yi Feng, while the little girl was his shadow. And Zhou Yi had come merely for the spectacle. The term tour was hardly an exaggeration. Among the group, Yi Feng was the one heading towards the Kendo Club. Watching his sister welcome Zhao Qian inside, Yi Feng wore a forced smile, but a shadow of malice had already begun to rise within him. He glared at Yi Ningqin, thinking, so, she looks down on me just because she's been taken in by a better family? Just wait, I'll show you. With that thought, he followed the others inside. Upon entering the Kendo Club, the space resembled a dojo, with open sides and a central area marked by red lines, where two individuals were engaged in a bout with wooden swords. Others sat around, observing the duel, keen to note both strengths and weaknesses for future reference, a traditional dojo approach. As the group entered, several members immediately surrounded Yi Ningqin, and although many girls stood before her, their eyes were fixated on Zhao Qian behind her. President, are these the new recruits? One of them asked, her expression brimming with anticipation, clearly singling him out. No, I'm merely here to enjoy the spectacle, Zhou Yi interjected, waving his hand dismissively, distancing himself from the matter. I'm here to observe, Zhao Qian added with a light chuckle, while the little girl in Hanfu, Zhao Qingyi, clung to his hand, clearly not intending to join. I am the one wishing to join, Yi Feng proclaimed with confidence, yet his demeanor, though self-assured, failed to impress the girl who had originally inquired. Her expression quickly soured. Oh, she uttered, casting a final disappointed glance at Zhao Qian before departing. Her interest lay solely in whether Zhao Qian would join, and as for Yi Feng, apologies, but her expectations were rather low. Hey! Yi Feng exclaimed in anger upon observing her reaction. Is it because I'm the only one joining that you look so disappointed? Do you think you're better than me? He intended to argue further, but Yi Ningqin, adopting a protective sisterly stance, interjected to stop him. In a matter of moments, Yi Feng found himself at a disadvantage. Resigned. He glanced at his sister and then at Zhao Qian, increasingly convinced that he and Zhao Qian were fundamentally incompatible. Kid, so you wish to join? At that moment, a burly man approached. His name was Sun Guang, a peer of Yi Ningqin, yet his swordsmanship surpassed hers, making him the Kendo Club's ace. Sun Guang initially wore a serious expression, but upon seeing Yi Feng, his face turned peculiar. I've heard of you. Yi Feng, you're quite the celebrity. It was common knowledge that Yi Feng's academic performance was subpar, and he was often at the center of various scandals, making him somewhat of a notorious figure in the school. Moreover, Sun Guang was also a suitor of Yi Ningqin, leading him to have some knowledge about Yi Feng. That's me. What of it? Yi Feng, having endured enough ridicule, finally found an outlet for his frustrations. He stood with an air of confidence, refusing to back down even in the face of an upperclassman. Sun Guang chuckled. In all his time at the Kendo Club, he had never encountered someone so audacious. Confronting an upperclassman with such bravado, especially one as well known as Yi Feng, this left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Others may get away with it, but you, Yi Feng, cannot. Sun Guang proclaimed, surveying the crowd as he saw their gazes drawn towards this confrontation. Who doesn't know that you are at the bottom of the class, struggling academically, a disaster in sports, and frequently the source of laughter? That would be acceptable, but I heard you scored second in the recent exam. How is that possible? Is cheating allowed at Donghai University? Sun Guang's words sparked a wave of laughter. Indeed, I heard that you went from last place to second. Yi Feng, who did you copy? Is it even necessary to cheat? He must be the one who dreams of reincarnation as a great emperor. Perhaps he learned everything in his dreams. The laughter continued. We at the Kendo Club certainly do not need someone like you, Yi Feng. Your presence would only tarnish the president's reputation. The crowd chimed in, each taking turns to belittle Yi Feng, using his previous exam results as fodder for their mockery. Yi Feng had been so focused on making an impression that he entirely forgot his past as a failure, and to add insult to injury, Zhao Qian had taken first place, leaving him with no means to express his frustration. Trembling with rage, Yi Feng managed to suppress his anger, for he intended to silence them with his prowess. With that thought, he declared with a haughty demeanor, Humph. Is it true that your so-called Kendo Club relies solely on mere words? If that is indeed the case, then I shall forego joining this Kendo Club. Yi Feng cast his hand aside and turned, intent on leaving. He walked slowly, firmly believing that these students, being young and impetuous, would surely call him back after such a disparagement. Wait a moment. As expected, Sun Guang spoke up. He stepped forward to meet Yi Feng's gaze. I cannot simply ignore your words. It is still not too late to take them back. And if I refuse? Yi Feng replied, his demeanor exuding confidence, showing no sign of weakness. Zhao Qian observed from behind with keen interest. Indeed, he was the protagonist, a living embodiment of mockery, attracting scorn wherever he went. It seemed inevitable that the two would soon engage in a duel. Do you dare to face me on the stage? Yi Feng boldly initiated. This demeanor, This rhetoric undeniably marked him as the main character. Zhao Qian remained nonchalant. Clearly, the unfolding situation was entirely within his control. Chapter 71. Why did you provoke him? What nonsense is Yi Feng spouting? A duel on stage? Surely I must have misheard. Indeed. Senior son has previously represented our school in a grand competition. How dare a mere waste like him challenge him? Instantly, the crowd erupted in chatter. Their expressions tinged with pity as they regarded Yi Feng, as if to say, what a fine young man, yet so foolish at such a tender age. One voice chimed in, while another, having witnessed Yi Feng's past blunders, scoffed. Let us not forget, Yi Feng is not entirely inept. I saw him play basketball last time. He left the opponents utterly bewildered, falling 5 or 6 times in a single match. What a coincidence. I too witnessed that. It was quite the spectacle. I dare say, senior son could defeat 10 Yi Fengs. The audience buzzed with speculation, their youthful exuberance prompting them to recount Yi Feng's previous misadventures, and they collectively dismissed his abilities. The disparity was simply too vast, rendering any comparison moot. One was a seasoned master, having participated in various martial arts competitions, while the other was a physical ineptitude, tripping even during basketball. It was abundantly clear that not only Yi Feng, but even 10 of him would be no match for Sun Guang. Humph, challenge me, you say? Sun Guang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Yi Feng, I advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, I cannot be held responsible for the injuries you may sustain. Sun Guang cast a glance at Yi Ningqin. Truth be told, he yearned to teach Yi Feng a lesson, but his affection for Yi Ningqin, who had rebuffed his advances numerous times, deterred him. If he were to injure her brother right before her eyes, he would likely lose any chance he had with her. What is the matter? Are you afraid? To Yi Feng, the opponent's actions reeked of fear. Though he was not responsible for the past humiliations, he was no saint. The mocking taunts had firmly resolved him to teach the man before him a lesson he would not soon forget. It matters not. Yi Ningqin, perceiving Sun Guang's hesitation, cast her gaze downward and languidly remarked, seemingly indifferent to Yi Feng's plight. Very well. If that is the case, let us ascend the stage. Do not think of defeating me. If you manage to touch me, that shall be deemed your victory. Sun Guang proclaimed arrogantly, confident in his prowess as he wielded a wooden sword and took to the stage, only to remember something and call out, provide him with a set of protective gear. The gear was commonly used among novices to prevent injury. However, Yi Feng had no intention of utilizing such items. No need, he replied coolly, selecting a wooden sword from a nearby rack and striding confidently onto the stage. The crowd was taken aback. They had anticipated Yi Feng to flee in fear. Yet he boldly approached the arena, prompting many to regard him with newfound respect. Who would have thought that Yi Feng is not merely a fool, but also rather brave? Indeed, does he not realize the gravity of the situation? Does he truly believe that senior son will show him mercy? What are you talking about? It is evident he wishes to showcase his skills before President Yi. However, he will likely find himself carried off the stage. The spectators nodded in agreement, perceiving Yi Feng as utterly foolish. First, he faced ridicule. Then he would play the part of the underdog only to rise and slap back at his detractors, such a classic trope, reminiscent of tales long past. Zhao Qian, growing weary of the spectacle, turned to the young girl beside him, Zhao Qingyi, who had been tugging at his hand, and inquired, "Are you bored?" The little one, who had been watching the stage, lifted her head at his call and shook it gently. "Is that so?" Zhao Qian's expression remained neutral, his gaze lowered. A hint of fatigue evident. He found this farce dull. He could predict the ensuing events, a grand display by Yi Feng. He wished to intervene, but the moment was not yet ripe. The most gratifying moment would come when Yi Feng stood atop the highest point, only to be cast down into the abyss. For now, he would wait. Furthermore, Zhao Qian was certain that he need not utter a word. Yi Feng would inevitably seek him out. On the stage, Sun Guang and Yi Feng faced each other, swords drawn, with Yi Ningqin positioned between them as the referee. Normally, she would not partake in such matters. But today was an exception. Witnessing this scene, Yi Feng grew increasingly confident, his expression radiating assurance. Prepared to begin. As Yi Ningqin's words fell, the two wooden swords clashed. Sun Guang exerted considerable force, nearly numbing Yi Feng's hand, but as he secretly activated his abilities, his speed reached an unfathomable level, creating afterimages in his wake. Yet, from the outset of their engagement, Yi Feng consistently evaded Sun Guang's attacks. TCH. Cunning. Sun Guang felt exasperated, as though every movement he made was being scrutinized by Yi Feng. Thus, while Sun Guang struggled to land a blow, Yi Feng, relying on his speed, managed to strike Sun Guang multiple times, landing solid hits. Although Yi Feng possessed skill, his strength was lacking. Nevertheless, he was remarkably swift, landing several strikes against Sun Guang within mere seconds. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yifeng seized the moment to disarm Sun Guang, sending his sword flying. Just minutes into their duel, Sun Guang found himself bested. As the battle concluded, Yifeng stood triumphantly like a war god, pointing his sword at Sun Guang, his expression brimming with confidence. What? This waste is so formidable. Yet his tactics are utterly vile, truly despicable. The onlookers were taken aback, their astonishment swiftly replaced by disdain. The art of swordsmanship is predicated on integrity, and Yifeng's erratic movements clearly contradicted the principles of a noble swordsman. The victor is Yifeng. Although the crowd was resigned, Yi Ningqin stepped forward to announce the outcome. Her tone, however, conveyed a clear lack of surprise, or perhaps indifference. I have won, Yifeng proclaimed arrogantly as he cast a glance at those who had mocked him earlier, but unexpectedly, he received no notification from the system. When he turned to Yi Ningqin, he found no trace of shock or curiosity in her eyes. Having come from a world rife with corruption, Yifeng had no concept of honorable dueling. In his view, any means necessary to secure victory were permissible, and that was his creed. Yet, it was evident that the crowd held his methods in contempt. Why is there no response? Is defeating one person not sufficient? Or is it not grand enough? On the stage, Yifeng pondered deeply. Although he had emerged victorious, the system's task remained unfulfilled, and Yi Ningqin exhibited no signs of surprise whatsoever. This left Yifeng in a state of panic. However, as his gaze casually swept across the audience, it landed on Zhao Qian. Instantly, he turned towards Zhao Qian with an air of extraordinary confidence and proposed, though you are merely here as an observer, since you were present, why not engage in a friendly contest? The crowd erupted into a chorus of disdain. They had all witnessed his earlier performance and found it implausible that anyone would wish to spar with him. While most shared this sentiment, one individual felt differently. Ha! Zhou Yi, watching the scene unfold, could not contain his laughter. As the crowd turned to him, Zhou Yi mockingly addressed Zhao Qian, Zhao, my friend. Since he has issued a challenge, shouldn't you step forward and provide him with a spectacle? Zhou Yi thrived on chaos and then cast a look of feigned sympathy towards Yifeng. You could have simply flaunted your prowess without provoking him. But why did you have to stir the pot? In Chapter 72, it was clear that a sword was not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Zhou Yi, with a smirk of derision, regarded Yifeng. Yet, one could hardly blame Yifeng. Within this institution, aside from Xian Ningen and Zhou Yi, few knew of Zhao Qian's swordsmanship. With this in mind, Zhou Yi casually fetched a small stool and seated himself nearby. As if he were about to enjoy a thrilling show, popcorn in hand. Engage in a contest? Zhao Qian mused, the phrase feeling strangely foreign to him, as it had been quite some time since anyone had uttered it. Indeed, since he was already here, even if he did not join the club, a little sparring could be enjoyable. Yifeng, brimming with confidence, had initially felt trepidation, but after defeating Sun Guang, he was convinced that no one in this club could rival him. Despite the inexplicable aura of pressure emanating from Zhao Qian, coupled with the presence of hidden guards, he believed that under the scrutiny of the crowd, those guards would remain concealed. After all, a wealthy young master might possess some self-defense skills, but with his dual abilities, he was certain no one could contend with him, at least not in plain sight. All right, Zhao Qian replied without hesitation, but as he took a step away, he noticed Zhao Qingyi gripping his clothing tightly. Her eyes reflected confusion. Why? If she could perform such tasks, was she not commanded to do so? If given the order, the individual on stage could be easily dispatched. Qingyi, Zhao Qian said gently, not attempting to pry her fingers from his clothing. At the sound of his voice, she looked up, and their eyes met. In that moment, she instinctively released her grip. Zhao Qian's gaze was frigid, devoid of the warmth one would expect. It resembled a still lake, unperturbed by any ripples. This stark contrast to his usual affectionate demeanor was lost on her. Little did she know that this was Zhao Qian's true nature, cold and unfeeling. His affection for her stemmed from guilt rather than genuine emotion. Zhou Yi observed this interaction with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, while Zhao Qian endeavored to present himself as a normal individual. He had long since transformed into a creature devoid of feelings. He could bestow affection upon her, but only as long as it did not interfere with his own affairs. Zhou Yi, feeling a tinge of exasperation, had anticipated that Zhao Qian's recent displays of affection might have rekindled some of his emotional capacity, yet that was not the case. With this thought, Zhou Yi tossed a wooden sword towards Zhao Qian, calling out, "Brother." Most of the swords in this arena lacked sheaths, being merely training tools. But a few, including the one Zhou Yi had thrown, were sheathed. It seemed Zhou Yi understood Zhao Qian well. He would not know how to wield a sword without a sheath. Zhao Qian grasped the wooden sword, patted the little girl on the head, and proceeded to the stage. Yifeng's eyes flickered with anticipation, eager to witness Zhao Qian's blunders. Yi Ningqin, too, watched him with an inexplicable sense of expectation. "Zhao, should you sustain an injury, I shall not be held responsible," she declared. As they took their positions, Yi Feng was filled with the exhilarating anticipation of vengeance. Zhao Qian, however, paid little heed to Yi Feng's words, instead responding with a gentle smile, "Your approach is flawed. A sword is not wielded in such a manner." His calm demeanor and instructive tone ignited Yi Feng's fury. Sword in hand, he glared at Zhao Qian. "You will soon learn whether this sword is wielded correctly." Zhao Qian remained silent as they both prepared. With a commanding shout, Yi Ningqin declared, "Begin." As her words echoed, Yi Feng did not rush to attack. Instead, he leapt back a step and began to circle Zhao Qian at an astonishing speed, the air slicing with the sound of his movement. Zhao Qian remained stationary, his sword still sheathed, seemingly without any intention to draw it. Yi Feng's tactic was clear. He aimed to identify a flaw in Zhao Qian's defense. Surely he cannot be serious? It appears he is employing the same strategy he used against Senior Son, attempting to wear him down slowly, some spectators speculated. Regardless of how many times they witnessed it, they found Yi Feng's approach rather unsportsmanlike. Amidst the discussions, no one noticed Yi Ningqin's unwavering gaze fixed on Zhao Qian. Humph. What do these weaklings understand? Winning is all that matters. Yi Feng's speed was remarkable, and he was acutely aware of the murmurs from the audience. Yet, one critical detail eluded them all. Yi Feng intended to exploit Zhao Qian's weakness to deliver a decisive blow. However, after circling Zhao Qian several times, he encountered an unexpected realization. How was it that Zhao Qian exhibited no vulnerabilities whatsoever? Indeed, to Yi Feng, who had clawed his way out of a pile of corpses, Zhao Qian stood perfectly still, flawless in his stance. Yet, Yi Feng's abilities placed considerable strain on his body, and if he did not strike soon, he risked collapsing. He could not fathom that a person could possess no weak points. If that were the case, did that mean one could walk without vulnerabilities? How formidable must a person be to achieve such mastery? Enough pondering. I shall attack, he resolved. Aiming for a spot beside Zhao Qian, thrusting his sword into the blind spot of an ordinary person's vision, convinced that Zhao Qian could not be that formidable. At that moment, Zhao Qian moved. Rather than addressing Yi Feng, he stepped forward, and in the eyes of the onlookers, he grasped the sword's hilt. The instant Zhao Qian's hand made contact with the hilt, an unimaginable pressure enveloped the arena. What is happening? Why do I feel so stifled? Is it just me? What is going on? In that instant, as Zhao Qian touched the hilt, the crowd felt a wave of oppression, struggling to breathe. Yi Feng, standing closest to Zhao Qian, found his speed halved, as if an immense weight had suddenly settled upon his shoulders. The Swordsmanship Society's ventilation was remarkably efficient. Logically, such a situation should not have arisen. Yet, the reality lay starkly before everyone, as the pressure intensified with each passing moment. This was the essence of Zhao Qian's unique aura, sword might. Merely wielding the sword could evoke a formidable presence. Should his rank elevate, individuals like Yi Feng would find themselves bowing under the weight of that oppressive force. It was akin to the harbinger of a calamity, causing alarm bells to ring in the minds of the onlookers, who instinctively held their breath and focused intently on the sword in Zhao Qian's grasp. Something was about to manifest. Chapter 73. The sword should be used this way. Although Yi Feng's speed was commendable, an ominous premonition loomed over the crowd that Zhao Qian would draw his sword even swifter. At that moment, time seemed to crawl. Yi Feng wore a pained expression, while Zhao Qian remained as serene as a gentle breeze. Yi Ningqin gazed at Zhao Qian with a dazed look, her eyes sparkling brighter by the second. Observing the calm youth standing atop the stage, she felt a sense of inevitability wash over her. This was how it should be. He was meant to embody this. Radiant as the sun, blindingly brilliant, yet chillingly indifferent, he bore an air of divine aloofness. Within the school, Zhao Qian had always donned a modest smile, yet that demeanor felt misplaced. He ought to exude the cold nobility displayed now, an icy haughtiness that nonetheless stirred one's heart. Zhao Qian's sword was a testament to this dichotomy. Previously, he had demonstrated that when wielding the sword, he transformed entirely. It was a momentous departure from his usual self. When unsheathed, his sword would unleash a spectacle that defied reality, shattering the collective understanding of all present. Zhao Qian practiced the path of detachment, masquerading as an ordinary individual. Yet the instant he grasped the sword, he morphed into a flawless swordsman. Zhou Yi observed Zhao Qian with fleeting admiration, having grown increasingly powerful since that day in the ancient martial arts arena. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyi maintained her icy exterior. Yet a flicker of pride and curiosity danced in her eyes. Only Yi Ningqin, though astonished, bore an expression of expected realization. The audience collectively held their breath, scrutinizing every movement of the young swordsman on stage, while Yi Feng, stricken with terror, found himself unable to advance even an inch. In his perspective, both Zhao Qian and his actions seemed to freeze in time, yet astonishingly, Zhao Qian's draw was swifter still. At that moment, Zhao Qian's eyes, as still as stagnant water, revealed an unmistakable chill. He fixed his gaze upon Yi Feng and proclaimed, "The sword is the monarch of all weapons. It is a regal instrument. Thus, it must be wielded with honor. You have misused it." As his words faded, the wooden sword was unsheathed. Though it was but a wooden sword, its unsheathing resonated with a sharp clang. In that moment of silence, time appeared to halt, and the spectators first glimpsed the light before they heard the resounding impact. Bang! Everyone understood that a master swordsman could determine victory in the blink of an eye. However, no one anticipated the swiftness with which the outcome would unfold. In an instant, Zhao Qian unleashed a strike that sliced through the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene, yet Zhao Qian remained poised. His wooden sword already returned to its sheath. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was sent hurtling backward. With a deafening crash, he slammed against the wall. The upper portion of his wooden sword shattering upon impact, splinters scattering and even marring the wooden floor. His hand, crushed by the force, now throbbed with pain as he writhed on the ground, clutching it in agony. Too fast. It was simply too fast. The dreamlike strike arrived in an instant. Although Zhao Qian's sword had been sheathed, the fleeting light and wood shavings carved a neat trench into the ground, shimmering above, refusing to dissipate. The velocity and power of this strike were astonishing. Although considerable time passed after the blow, the onlookers remained entranced, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Zhou Ye's eyes sparkled. Zhao Qian's control over the sword had surpassed previous limits. In days past, a single strike would have cleaved through a wall, yet now, Zhao Qian had merely severed his opponent's sword. This was not a testament to Zhao Qian's decline, but rather an indication of his enhanced mastery over strength. All of this underscored that Zhao Qian had reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation. There was no denying his prowess. He stood there, unmatched, and no one could rival him. Eventually, it was Zhou Yi who initiated the applause. With his lead, the arena erupted into a fervent ovation. My heavens, what just transpired? Some clapped, yet in reflection, they realized they recalled little of the event. They had merely seen a flash of light before Yi Feng was sent flying, his wooden sword shattered into fragments. It was clear that Zhao Qian had delivered a rapid strike against Yi Feng's sword, the overwhelming force splintering it and fracturing Yi Feng's hand. Indeed, after that, he had swiftly returned the sword to its sheath. As the crowd conversed, they found themselves slipping back into silence, piecing together the events. Those present possessed a modicum of swordsmanship, making the spectacle understandable, yet it raised an even greater question. How had he achieved this? Given that their swords had clashed, resulting in Yi Feng's sword breaking, why had Zhao Qian's remained unscathed? Bewilderment painted the faces of the onlookers as they grappled with a myriad of questions. Yet their gazes toward Zhao Qian blended astonishment with admiration. These individuals were merely students, not seasoned swordsmen, so their observations were limited. They had witnessed Yi Feng's speed. Yet Zhao Qian had eclipsed him. Yi Feng had triumphed over the Swordsmanship Society's strongest, Sun Guang, using a kite-flying technique, a victory lacking in honor. In contrast, Zhao Qian had decisively bested Yi Feng with a direct, swift strike, even shattering his wooden sword, compelling everyone to reverence him. This was the true visage of a swordsman, the embodiment of what a swordsman ought to be. However, Zhao Qian did not seek to boast. He approached the fallen Yi Feng. Zhao Qian, Yi Feng gritted his teeth, casting a feeble glare at Zhao Qian, who crouched beside him, wishing nothing more than to rend him asunder. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the injuries he bore were far graver than they appeared. He felt as if the arm he wielded the sword with had shattered. Why do you oppose me at every turn? Even a fool like Yi Feng recognized that Zhao Qian was deliberately antagonizing him. He had allowed him to flaunt his skills during the announcement of results, only to nonchalantly declare his own victory afterward. In class, he had purposely seated Zhao Qingyi beside him. After joining the Swordsmanship Society, Zhao Qian had maintained an unwavering calm, as if he already knew Yi Feng would put on an impressive display. Even when he called Zhao Qian to the stage, it felt like a preordained event. Now, he harbored suspicions that everything had unfolded according to Zhao Qian's design. Zhao Qian was skilled in swordplay, yet he had chosen to let Yi Feng shine before delivering a crushing blow to his pride. Such coincidences were too numerous, prompting a sense of doubt. The reason. Zhao Qian gazed down at Yi Feng from his elevated position, a cold expression tinged with contemplation. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight sparked in his eyes as if he had uncovered an answer. It's quite simple. He leaned closer, whispering in Yi Feng's ear. I simply find you displeasing. Isn't that what villains do? When they dislike something, they destroy it. As it happens, I don't particularly like you. Zhao Qian, having uttered his intentions, rose to depart, but after a moment's contemplation, he pivoted back. Right. He waved his hand, and Zhao Qingyi promptly scurried over. delivering an item into Zhao Qian's grasp. Upon receiving it, Zhao Qian casually tossed the object onto Yi Feng's head. "You forgot this," he remarked. Before taking Zhao Qingyi by the arm and turning to leave, Yi Feng stood frozen, staring at the item that had been discarded. It was a mask, the very one he had worn during his assault on Zhao Qian. His eyes widened in shock as he beheld Zhao Qian's retreating figure. A chill running down his spine, his body drenched in cold sweat, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 74, Mission Failure. So he had always known? Yi Feng's mind raced with terror, his thoughts a whirlpool of disbelief. What must he appear to Zhao Qian? Merely a mouse to be toyed with at will? He had previously looked down upon these mortals, yet now he found himself ensnared in the machinations of one, blissfully unaware of his own predicament. He had anticipated seizing the opportunity to humiliate his adversary, only to find himself ensnared in a trap, reduced to this state. Beep. Mission completion rate, 6. Severe hand injuries. Multiple fractures and muscle damage throughout the body. Determination of incapacity to execute subsequent missions. Beep. Mission failed. Forced punishment countdown, 235,959. Yi Feng had employed 2 kinds of abilities, yet could not even discern Zhao Qian's swordplay, and the grim news did not end there. His eyes widened at the system's countdown. Cursed system. Wasn't there still a day left? How has the mission failed? I can still. Yi Feng's mind erupted in a frenzy of anger as he attempted to argue with the system, but the sight of his bloodied and mangled hand rendered him speechless. Could he truly continue? If he did not tend to his injuries, he risked losing his hand entirely. He had not anticipated Zhao Qian's swordsmanship to rival that of celestial beings. In his previous life, he had witnessed masters of the blade. Yet those beings thrived for centuries through their abilities. Why did a mere youth possess such unfathomable prowess? Yi Feng's heart brimmed with resentment. However, gazing at the humiliating punishment and his own bloodied hand, he ultimately resigned himself to fate. The humiliation of being paraded naked was but a fleeting embarrassment. But losing his hand would be irrevocable. Beep. The female lead's attitude has shifted, gaining 200 harvest points. Gained 500 harvest points from Yi Feng. Total harvest points, 375,05200. Zhao Qian, hearing the notifications in his mind, smiled nonchalantly and proceeded toward the door. His focus was solely on Yi Feng, although he too wielded a sword. He had no intention of joining any so-called swordsmanship society. To him, such organizations were mere child's play, unworthy of consideration. With his current tasks completed, he had no reason to linger. Unexpectedly, a familiar figure awaited him at the entrance, Xia Ningguan. She was a sight to behold. Dressed in a pristine white dress adorned with intricate lace embroidery, she exuded an aura of simplicity and elegance. The flowing hem of her gown complemented her long, fair legs, accentuated by high-end black stockings and silver high heels. Leaning against the wall, it was unclear how long she had been there. As Zhao Qian approached, she took the sword from his hand and handed it to Zhou Yi, then adjusted his slightly disheveled collar. She stood close to Zhao Qian, yet her gaze remained fixed behind him. "My heavens, is that not Goddess Xia?" murmured onlookers. "I heard she was engaged to someone with the surname Zhao. Could it be him? How impressive." Goddess Xia, renowned for her aloofness at school, now appeared demure, a sight that would surely incite envy among her admirers. Zhao Qian, not only handsome but also close to the school beauty Yi Ningqin, now displayed a familiar intimacy with Goddess Xia. The crowd could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. Even Yi Feng glared enviously at Zhao Qian. Why does he monopolize all the exquisite beauties? Beep. Gained 100 harvest points from Yi Feng. Total harvest points, 385,05200. Yi Feng seethed with envy. Zhao Qian understood the cause of Xia Ningguan's demeanor. She was clearly irked by his proximity to Yi Ningqin and had come to assert her claim over him. Turning to glance back, he observed the silent exchange between Yi Ningqin and Xia Ningguan, both smiling, yet their gazes clashing with palpable tension. Zhou Yi, however, appeared disinterested, observing the wooden sword in his hand with a perplexed expression, wondering why Xia Ningguan bore the demeanor of an elder sister. Yet, he could not deny that her seamless transition from receiving the sword from Zhao Qian to handing it to him was executed with such grace that he instinctively accepted it. "Zhou Yi, are you rooting for the elder sister and brother pairing?" Yet, as he watched Xia Ningguan's affectionate demeanor towards Zhao Qian, he found himself contemplating whether it was acceptable. What? No introduction? When Xia Ningguan heard of a handsome newcomer in the swordsmanship society, she hurried over, only to witness Zhao Qian's moment of glory. His defeat of Yi Feng was undeniably impressive. However, the way he and Yi Ningqin exchanged glances ignited her ire, especially after noticing the persistent follower trailing behind him. Zhao Qian brushed his hand over Zhao Qingyi's head. "My sister." It was a succinct introduction, leaving much to be desired. This incited a wave of frustration within Xia Ningguan. It was well known that although Yi Ningqin was dubbed the school beauty, her reputation flourished primarily during her sporadic appearances. Xia Ningguan was certainly no less captivating. Let us depart. Zhao Qian wished to avoid further discussion. Following the events of the day, he was increasingly convinced that Yi Ningqin harbored secrets. There was undoubtedly something amiss. The group exited the school grounds, with Xia Ningguan parting ways due to her ride arriving. Was Yi Feng an enemy to her brother? Once in the car, the little one nestled against him, perhaps recalling the earlier events, gazed up at Zhao Qian. At his insistence, she began calling him brother. Her eyes sparkled, as if awaiting his command to confront Yi Feng. Her stunningly beautiful visage was accentuated by a touch of rouge, and the flow of her elegant hanfu skirt contrasted with her petite, delicate legs, rendering her utterly enchanting. The slender hands peeking from the wide sleeves of her attire clasped Zhao Qian's, guiding his hand to rest upon her thigh, a seemingly innocent gesture that invited his caress. The power dynamics subtly at play. Zhao Qian, though enjoying the sensation, remained acutely aware of her intent to seduce him. He was no mere pedophile. He was fully cognizant that she was fundamentally a creation of the system, not a human being. Zhao Qian's mind has always been remarkably rational. The reason he does not resent her proximity is that she is not merely a 14-year-old lowly, but rather a human-shaped weapon resembling one. Furthermore, she is a super weapon capable of crushing human skulls with a mere pinch. However, this weapon has recently begun to exhibit an increasing capacity for human emotion. This presents an intriguing quandary. Zhao Qian observed her, gently stroking her head, nodding in approval as the little one basked in delight. Indeed, upon receiving Zhao Qian's affirmation, her eyes sparkled with a hint of confusion. Why would someone not like such a good person like you, brother? How could anyone? The little one grew anxious, her delicate, silken legs swinging restlessly, her petite hands gesticulating animatedly. Through their interactions today, she had gradually transformed from a mere doll into a being imbued with emotion. In her heart, Zhao Qian represented the epitome of perfection. How could anyone wish to harm such a flawless individual? Zhao Qian chuckled, continuing to caress her head. There is nothing amiss. He is a good person, while I am the evil monster. Good people will eventually become heroes, destined to defeat this monster. To survive, I contemplate the demise of the good, while they, to preserve their lives, seek to vanquish me. It is as simple as that. His words circled around, eluding her understanding. Yet she was resolute in one conviction. I will protect you. Her striking visage remained proud, yet her eyes brimmed with steadfast determination. Chapter 75. The Gift from Long Ryue. Zhao Qian and Zhao Qingyi were engaged in conversation, but the perceptive Zhao Qian noticed that the usually boisterous Zhou Yi sat in silence, occasionally stealing glances at him through the rearview mirror. Zhou Yi, you seem somewhat off-kilter? Having been friends for over a decade, they knew each other intimately. Is there not? Really? Their banter continued, but when Zhao Qian fell silent, Zhou Yi grew flustered. He indeed had a matter at hand. Abruptly, he produced a box from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Zhao Qian in the back seat, saying, Hey, brother, you noticed, didn't you? It's nothing much. A friend of mine wanted to give you a gift, but feared you wouldn't accept it, so they asked me to deliver it. Zhao Qian smiled, but remained silent, cradling Zhao Qingyi with one arm while accepting the box with the other. The box was about the size of 2 hands, not very thick, fitting comfortably in his grasp. As Zhao Qian opened the box, he remarked to Zhou Yi, It must be from Long Ryue. Zhou Yi immediately broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Long Ryue had issued a strict command that if Zhao Qian refused the gift, he would have to consume the box himself. Their demeanor suggested a brewing conflict. There was no telling if Zhao Qian might actually decline it. No way, brother. You jest. If it were from the eldest sister, she would have delivered it personally. Zhou Yi attempted to placate Zhao Qian while cautiously observing his expression, anxious that Zhao Qian might suddenly declare he did not want it. If that were the case, his dinner would consist of that very box. Zhou Yi feared only one person in his life, Long Ryue. Many affluent youths trembled before their fathers and grandfathers. But Zhou Yi was different. He could disregard his father's and grandfather's words. Though they could be stern at times, it was always for his benefit. Long Ryue, however, was unwavering. Only Zhao Qian could sway her. If he dared to defy her, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Long Ryue would promptly fly over to watch him willingly consume the box. That was no exaggeration. He had witnessed Long Ryue's methods firsthand. This was also why, despite Long Ryue's breathtaking beauty and noble status, he harbored no romantic thoughts about her. She was simply not someone ordinary individuals could manage. Come now. Once, I sent her a birthday gift that got lost among others. She spent an entire night crying as she unwrapped the gifts until she finally found it. So, we agreed that I would present her gifts a week in advance on her birthday. And to remind me, she would also give me something at that time. Long Ryue's intentions were not hard to decipher, even without this agreement. He could easily tell this was her handiwork. The box was silver white, smooth to the touch like jade, devoid of any markings or engravings. This was characteristic of her style. None of her belongings bore the marks of others, perfectly reflecting her personality, obsessively clean, lofty, stubborn, and proud. Zhou Yi chuckled awkwardly, yet his head was held high, his eyes nearly peering into the rearview mirror. He was curious about what kind of gift an ultimate being like Long Ryue would bestow upon a man. Slowly, Zhao Qian opened the box under the watchful eyes of Zhou Yi and Zhao Qingyi. Inside lay a meticulously arranged bracelet, the material unknown, yet emanating a warmth upon touching it, clearly of considerable value. This indeed bore the hallmark of Long Ryue's style. "Hey, brother, why would she gift you this?" Zhou Yi dropped the pretense and directly inquired. Gifting a bracelet to a man, particularly one designed for the left hand, seemed rather unconventional. In his view, Long Ryue would invariably offer something priceless, which would align with her character. With that, Zhou Yi discreetly took out his phone and began recording. This was his tool for garnering favor. What is wrong with it? Zhao Qian glanced at him and then slid the bracelet onto his left wrist. "I am a swordsman. When others look at me, they invariably notice my hands. Thus, the bracelet she gifted signifies to others that I am taken. As for why the left hand, it is simply because I am left-handed." Zhao Qian casually articulated Long Ryue's intentions while revealing a secret. He had always wielded his sword with his right hand, but in his youth, he had been left-handed. Eventually, he learned to use both hands before gradually favoring his right. Left-handed? Zhou Yi gasped, astounded. Zhao Qian was left-handed. Yet wielding his sword with his right hand made him formidable. What would he be capable of with his left? This adversarial relationship, where they understood each other yet remained apart, had left Zhou Yi utterly dumbfounded. Speaking of which, you two know each other so well, almost to the point of anticipating each other's thoughts. Should I just bring the Civil Affairs Bureau over for you to get married on the spot? Zhou Yi jested. Moreover, if you do not fancy someone like Sister Ryue, what kind of person do you prefer? Zhou Yi ventured cautiously. He had watched the two grow up, and he believed a significant part of their prolonged separation stemmed from Zhao Qian's issues. Initially, he thought it was Zhao Qian's emotional detachment that caused this, but he gradually realized that Zhao Qian was intentionally distancing himself from her. Marriage? Not yet. Zhao Qian's gaze was filled with myriad thoughts. Long Ryue was perhaps the first female he encountered in this world. If Zhao Qian felt guilt towards Zhao Qingyi, he was uncertain of his feelings for Long Ryue. Regarding emotions, he leaned towards a sense of destiny. It must be her and no one else. It is inescapable and irresistible. It must be her for love to truly exist. Zhao Qian felt devoid of affection, yet he thought he might fall for someone like her. He yearned for someone to illuminate the true essence of love for him. Was that not Long Ryue? Zhou Yi was taken aback. So, they were mutually attracted? Yet Zhao Qian solemnly shook his head. What do you think Long Ryue is like? Arrogant and imperious, coldly beautiful, extravagantly luxurious, the epitome of a perfect human? Zhou Yi immediately articulated these thoughts. Zhao Qian chuckled upon hearing this, yet ultimately shook his head. That may be true for you, but it is not the case for me. Is that not love? Long Ryue indeed behaved differently towards Zhao Qian, while she was formidable with others. She softened in his presence. Yet, could this not be attributed to her affections for him? Zhao Qian's eyes brimmed with reason, mirroring the sentiments he held for Long Ryue. Her feelings for me are love, but do you not find this utterly irrational? I admire her for being able to stand tall and proud before everyone. Yet when she is with me, she appears so humble. This is highly unreasonable. Her essence is one of aloofness and uniqueness, and it is that version of her that I cherish. If her love for me renders her into a state of humility, then I would rather admire her from afar. Zhao Qingyi was perplexed by Zhao Qian's words, listening in a daze, while Zhou Yi fell silent. He had never anticipated that Zhao Qian's refusal to accept Long Ryue stemmed from such pure reasoning. Long Ryue had become humble due to her affection for Zhao Qian. Yet Zhao Qian could not abide her meekness. Thus he kept his distance, wishing for her to retain her lofty demeanor. Zhou Yi had always believed that love was about sacrifice, love was about possession, yet Zhao Qian's love was remarkably pure. His love was one of letting go. To ensure Long Ryue remained exalted and did not degrade into humility, he chose to release her. His intentions were solely for her well-being, devoid of any self-interest. This realization left Zhou Yi feeling a chill. The path of indifference did not erase Zhao Qian's emotions, but rather led him to forget himself. His thoughts were solely for Long Ryue's welfare, yet he was utterly suppressing his own feelings. How profoundly unreasonable was that? Chapter 76. Her smile was enchanting, ethereal. Previously, Zhou Yi had deemed Long Ryue's unrequited love as somewhat unworthy. However, now he felt a deeper pity for Zhao Qian. This version of him evoked far more sympathy than Long Ryue. What is her perspective? Zhou Yi blurted out, unable to contain his curiosity. What does she think? Zhao Qian retorted, then added with a hint of sarcasm, she will never comprehend. Who was he? A reincarnated soul, a survivor of countless assassination attempts. Witnessing the demise of friends before his very eyes, the scion of the Zhao family, standing amidst the remains of many. Frankly, after enduring such experiences, Zhao Qian had long been in torment. He truly felt at a loss. A sordid family could not harbor even a hint of personal emotion, which was why he had become heartless. It was the only way he could survive. He had long ceased to understand himself, so how could Long Ryue possibly fathom him? A week later, her birthday? Zhou Yi tentatively probed Zhao Qian's thoughts. Very well, I have prepared her gift, and I would appreciate your assistance in delivering it. Zhao Qian did not respond, shifting the subject for the first time, his gaze drifting to the window, while Zhou Yi distinctly noted a flicker of unusual emotion in his eyes. What Zhao Qian did not reveal to Zhou Yi was that the inner side of the bracelet bore an inscription, engraved like a ring. It conveyed her personal declaration, no one may take this. This person and this object belongs solely to me. The gifts she bestowed were always adorned with her uniquely domineering proclamation, unchanging for over a decade. Yes, Zhao Qian was heartless. Yet he could not resist a girl who had been filled with thoughts of her since childhood. Ultimately, Zhao Qian had been moved. Only for her, and her alone. It was as if fate bound him, rendering escape impossible. Yet she deserved to shine even brighter, rather than be stifled by him. Just a little longer. His feelings for her were both unfamiliar and yearned for. His absolute rationality left no room for love. However, if it truly was fate, could he evade it? With Yifeng gravely injured and the script yet to unfold, Zhao Qian found himself with time on his hands. In this lull, Zhou Yi took the opportunity to deliver Zhao Qian's gift to Long Ryue. Along with it was the recording. In the capital, at the Long residence. The gift had not yet arrived, but the recording had reached Long Ryue early on. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe, her ethereal beauty remained unblemished. Her phoenix-like eyes held a trace of shock. She delicately pressed her soft red lips together, her slender legs bare upon her equally crimson bed, occasionally rolling about. The red thread and small bells around her ankles jingling with her movements. Even as she tumbled upon the bed, she exuded an air of noble elegance. Her disdainful gaze rendering her an exalted presence in anyone's eyes. Yet at this moment, this languid and regal figure held her phone to her ear, repeatedly listening to the voice emanating from it, involuntarily rolling on the bed, unconcerned as the crimson robe revealed glimpses of her porcelain skin. Her essence is one of aloofness and uniqueness, and it is that version of her that I cherish. Regarding love, I lean towards the notion of fate. It must be her, unyielding and irresistible. Without her, nothing else suffices. This is how I believe love should be. Each of these words reached Long Ryue's ears. His voice a siren's call, embedding itself deep within her heart. So this is how he perceives it? Long Ryue lay on her bed, dazed, unable to reconcile her thoughts. She had believed that Zhao Qian had become this way due to his cultivation of the path of indifference. Yet, despite his practice of such a path, he ultimately lacked a heart of indifference. Born into the mortal realm, he could not be devoid of emotions. If he truly were, he would have retreated to some distant mountain. He simply did not understand what love was. Was I mistaken? Confusion flickered across Long Ryue's exquisite features. She had always been a benchmark for many, a guiding star, and she could not possibly be wrong. Languidly regal, haughtily beautiful, an absolute sovereign. This was the consensus of most regarding her, and Long Ryue accepted it. Yet she also recognized that she indeed behaved differently towards Zhao Qian, subconsciously softening in his presence. Her demeanor softened, her character softened, as if transformed into a different person entirely. However, truth be told, she did not dislike this change. Rather, she reveled in it. Only Zhao Qian made her feel like not a powerful woman, but an ordinary girl. Yet what could she do? Contemplating this, Long Ryue buried herself deeper into the bed. Indeed, what could she do? Such feelings were hard to suppress. She simply liked him, everything about Zhao Qian. She admired his proud character, appreciated his occasional vulnerability, cherished his cold indifference, yet still saw a helplessness directed towards her, and adored the way he stood as if at the center of the world whenever he brandished his sword. She loved all of these facets of him. Her attitude towards Zhao Qian was not something she could control. The mere sight of him would draw her gaze, her tone would soften. What should she do? Long Ryue felt restless, overwhelmed by her affection for Zhao Qian, pondering how she could ensure he would look only at her. Miss, the items have arrived. Just as Long Ryue lay on her bed, lost in thought, her maid entered with the much-anticipated gift. Please bring it to me. As Long Ryue rose from her bed, she knelt upon it, her crimson robe cascading to reveal a pair of long, slender legs, as white and smooth as jade. These legs were unadorned, save for a solitary bell, which only served to enhance their allure. Even in the presence of her devoted maid, who had served her for many years, her phoenix eyes were raised with an air of pride and nobility. This was not mere pretense. It was her demeanor towards everyone, with the exception of Zhao Qian. Upon receiving a box, she noticed it was unremarkable, but what lay within astonished her maid. "Miss, why would young Master Zhao send you this?" The maid, having been a confidant to Long Riyue, was forthright in her astonishment. It was only natural given the perplexing nature of the item concealed within. "What is amiss?" Long Riyue retorted, retrieving a collar from the box. A black lace choker. Few were aware that the red thread anklet adorning her ankle had also been a gift from Zhao Qian. Yet this was too much. The maid, being an ordinary person, could not speak ill of Zhao Qian. Nevertheless, even she found it somewhat outrageous. Such a gift might have been appropriate for an ordinary woman, but who was Long Riyue? The supercilious heiress of one of the 4 great financial families in the imperial capital. Gifts bestowed upon her were typically luxurious automobiles, opulent garments, or exquisite treasures. Even if Zhao Qian harbored disdain for her, surely he would not present her with such a risque collar? Long Riyue's eyes, resembling phoenixes, momentarily cast downward as if she recalled something. This is who he is. He is my collar, my shackle. If I wish to attend high society galas, I cannot bear this shackle. Conversely, if I cast it aside, I can ascend amidst the elite. Zhao Qian had assumed the role of her fetter, confining her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had also bestowed upon her a unique vibrancy. With a soft laugh, Long Riyue adorned her fair, luminous neck with the collar. Having indulged in her playfulness, she gradually lifted her gaze to regard her astonished maid. After a moment, she tilted her head, a smile dancing in her phoenix eyes, which, veiled in mist, revealed an unexpected seductiveness as her delicate chin rose slightly and her crimson lips parted. "Do I look beautiful?" This smile was ethereal, enchanting. Chapter 77. The Love Declaration of Queen Long Riyue. Long Riyue had always embodied nobility, cold elegance, and breathtaking beauty. She had never been associated with sensuality. Yet now, to her maid, she appeared exceedingly alluring, especially with the collar gracing her neck. Although Zhao Qian was not present, a mere gift had effortlessly transformed her from an elevated being into this captivating figure, unveiling a different facet of Long Riyue. Only I truly understand him. Since he dares to gift, I shall undoubtedly dare to wear. As she spoke, Long Riyue busied herself with the box containing the collar. Could there be more hidden within? The box was a flat, rectangular black container, with the collar resting upon a plastic mold. But to her surprise, there was indeed something else. Lifting the mold, she discovered a small compartment beneath it. In the center of this compartment lay a tiny square object. Upon inspection, she found it to be a piece of candy. "Miss, this." The maid was dumbfounded. How could there be candy hidden beneath the box that contained a gift? Had Long Riyue not discovered it, it would have remained unnoticed. This must be his true gift. Long Riyue unwrapped the candy, raising it for a moment to admire before placing it in her mouth. It was sweet, infused with the delightful essence of fruit and honey, resembling something crafted by a humble street vendor rather than an extravagant confectionery. Beneath it lay a small note. Opening the note, she found the elegantly penned words, "Happy Birthday." With a sudden burst of laughter, Long Riyue could not contain herself, leaving her maid even more astonished. The note was small, so she could not discern the words on it. Little did she know that a simple birthday wish was enough to elicit laughter from the most beautiful maiden in the imperial capital. On her annual birthday, others presented her with gifts meticulously chosen to her liking. Yet Zhao Qian's offerings were always unique, reflecting his own preferences. This year, he had gifted her a piece of candy, which filled her with unbridled joy. Long Riyue held the note in her hand, and as it fluttered, she discovered more writing on the reverse side. "Very sweet." So sweet, Long Riyue mused, savoring the candy in her mouth. Unsure whether it was the candy's sweetness or the sentiment that made her feel this way. She could vividly envision Zhao Qian's expression the first time he tasted this candy, his eyes crinkling in delight, after which he would save one to present to her on her birthday, so that she too could experience its sweetness. His gifts had always been like this, more a sharing of his own joy than mere offerings. "Try this, it's delicious." He seemed to convey through his gifts a reflection of his feelings, his love, ethereal and serene. As she pondered this, the smile in Long Riyue's eyes gradually faded, and she reverted to the aloof, imperious heiress of the Long family. If he claims not to care, then so be it. I care for him. What does it matter to him? Long Riyue resolved to confront Zhao Qian in her own way. Zhao Qian remained oblivious to the experiences that Zhou Ye's recording would bring him. He was simply aware that the script had been updated. Yefeng's mission has failed. Prepare to commence the punishment of running naked. Yefeng has accepted the system's task and intends to seek revenge on Zhao Qian at the upcoming concert. The upgraded script was impressive. Even before Yefeng began his punishment, the ensuing narrative was already evident. A concert? Revenge? Zhao Qian scoffed, casting his gaze towards Zhou Yi, who was practicing the piano not far away. Zhou Yi, stop practicing. I need to speak with you. Hey, don't mess around. We need to make the most of our time. Zhou Yi's tone was tinged with urgency. You know that Donghai University is holding a concert in a few days, right? My father has personally instructed me to showcase my skills, claiming it would bring him glory. I also heard that teacher Yang will be attending. If he sees my current subpar level and informs my father, my allowance will be toast. Though Zhou Yi had little interest in the piano, he had learned it under Zhao Qian's influence. Both of them were students of a renowned music teacher named Yang Chuang, well respected in the piano community. Notably, Zhou Yi had achieved a professional level, known as Grade 1, while the amateur levels numbered 10, with Grade 1 being the entry into the professional realm. Above that was Grade 2, representing the elite. Caught between pursuing Zhao Qian and the pressure from his family, Zhou Yi had managed to reach Grade 1, though he had not practiced in years, rendering him unprepared for the stage. If he did not practice now, his allowance was at stake. What do you think of Yefeng? As Zhao Qian spoke, Zhou Yi froze, sensing something was amiss with Yefeng, despite Zhao Qian's vague hints. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately set aside the piano keys and began to ponder. He seems a bit strange. In the Kendo club, Yifeng appeared rather enigmatic, exhibiting an astonishing speed. Zhao Qian nodded, then spoke with a hint of amusement. So, would you like to spar with him? Spar? Zhou Yi's eyes brightened. He was no fool. And he tentatively inquired, could it be that Yifeng will make an appearance at the concert? I need you to bring him down. At this moment, Zhao Qian revealed his true intentions. His reasoning was quite simple. Zhou Yi could easily handle such a minor performance, as long as they could overpower Yifeng. It mattered not who did it. It was also a means to hone Zhou Yi's skills. Bring him down. The phrasing was indeed apartment. Zhou Yi repeated it a few times, then placed his hands back on the piano keys. But this time his mindset had shifted. No one was coercing him. He practiced voluntarily, driven by Zhao Qian's words about defeating Yifeng. Was this not what he had always pursued? To catch up with Zhao Qian and become his right-hand man. And now, the opportunity had presented itself. While Zhou Yi practiced, Zhao Qian's smile gradually faded as he recalled Yi Ningqin's demeanor. He found that woman utterly perplexing. She feigned ignorance of him, yet showed no astonishment at Zhao Qian's various actions. System, is there a tool to observe others? Zhao Qian inquired within his mind. And the system obligingly listed a series of items. Following the system's upgrade, the inventory had expanded, yet he perused it without finding anything particularly useful. Attribute viewing vouchers, single use. The character viewer could only ascertain gender. Although the items were not costly, most proved to be of little utility until Zhao Qian's eyes lit upon an intriguing item, the mind-reading voucher. Designate a person, and one could directly hear their thoughts. Price, 3,000 harvesting points. Zhao Qian glanced at his own harvesting points. After the incident at the Kendo Club, he had a remaining total of 4,550. Yet this particular item demanded 3,000, which felt rather exploitative. Yi Ningqin was, after all, a variable. Zhao Qian had always ensured that everything transpired according to his design. Yet with his temperament, he could never allow Yi Ningqin to remain a wild card in this equation. As the sister of the protagonist, she was a highly useful tool, and it would be prudent to ascertain her background sooner rather than later. Hence, he clicked the purchase button. The system's cold voice resonated. Purchase successful.